He wakes up in a hospital bed, confused and groggy. Then he sees it. A solid black door, crackling with a malevolent red energy just floating in the middle of his room. It's impossible. It can't be real. He stumbles out of bed, drawn to it like a moth to a flame, convinced it has to be some kind of trick. His hand closes around the cold metal handle, and with a heavy click, the door swings open into nothingness. Before he can even process what he's seeing, an invisible force grabs him and yanks him headfirst through the portal. He crashes onto a cold stone floor, slick with something wet and dark. Looking back, he sees his hospital room, a tiny beacon of safety in this endless, terrifying darkness. He calls out, but the silence is so thick it swallows his voice whole. That's when he hears it, a sickening crunch, the sound of bones snapping. It's close, getting closer, something is eating. A colossal skeleton rises from the shadows, its ribcage stained with gore, its empty sockets burning with an unholy green light. It towers over him, a predator that has just found its next meal. A scream tears from his lungs as the creature's jaw cracks open, ready to devour him whole. Primal fear kicks in. He scrambles backward, his only thought to get away, to get back to the door. He dives through the portal, slamming the demonic door shut with every ounce of strength he has. He collapses on his bed, gasping for air, only to watch in horror as the door dissolves into wisps of black smoke. It's gone. A voice rings out, not in the room, but inside his own head. It congratulates him for awakening a new ability, World Link. A dark sigil burns itself onto his foot, as the voice announces it has finally found him. He whips his head around, demanding to know who's there. The voice tells him not to panic, explaining it's communicating telepathically from another world. Then comes the chilling ultimatum. His life is in danger, and if he wants to survive, he must do exactly as it says. First, open his bag. He fumbles with the zipper and pulls out a small, golden statue of a skeleton. The voice confirms his worst fears. Someone deliberately planted that cursed item on him. They wanted to murder him and steal his soul. But the revelations don't stop there. The voice tells him that he isn't who he thinks he is. This body originally belonged to a young boy named Shen Yi, whose soul was completely destroyed by the statue's curse. The speaker explains that he himself died from overwork in another life, and his soul was reincarnated into this now empty body. Wait, so our guy is a transmigrator, and he just woke up in the middle of his own murder plot. The curse, however, had a fatal flaw. When it failed to kill him, all the power it had gathered from millions of other stolen souls was funneled directly into him. As the voice finishes, the golden statue in his hand crumbles to dust, its power now his. The mysterious guide tells him to summon the door again, explaining that the portal is now his to command. He focuses, and the gateway to that hellscape rips open right in front of him. A system message appears. Because he politely wished the monster a nice day as he fled for his life, he's earned the title Polite Person. It's a damaged, low-tier skill, but it gives him a passive buff. People will have a slightly better impression of him. He's had enough. He demands to know who this voice is and why it's helping him. The voice explains that the dimension he just entered is known as the Nightmare Realm. It's also the very same prison where the voice itself is trapped. It needs a pawn on the outside. It makes him a deal: grow stronger, conquer the Nightmare Realm, and set it free. In return, it will reward him beyond his wildest dreams, but it gives one final, chilling order. Until then, he is forbidden to die. The voice vanishes, leaving him completely alone. He just arrived in this world, and someone is already trying to kill him. What kind of rotten luck is that? He frantically searches Shen Yi's memories for a clue, for any enemy who would want him dead, but finds nothing. The kid was a total nobody. With assassins potentially on their way and no way to defend himself, he realizes he only has one choice. He has to go back in. Then a spark of absolute madness ignites in his mind. That skeleton. It was once a person, wasn't it? Maybe he can talk to it. After all, he has the Polite Person title. His chances of a successful negotiation should be pretty good, right? Is he seriously betting his life on being polite to a bone-eating monster? Stealing his nerves, he steps back through the portal, ready to face the three-eyed horror and test the limits of his newfound diplomacy. Shen Yi barely gets his name out before the thing he summoned roars to life. Its three glowing green eyes locking onto him with pure malice. He calls it Person, commanding it to activate, but the only response is a low, guttural growl that promises violence. It seems the title is working, at least partially. He offers a sincere apology for interrupting its meal, but the skeletal creature's rib cage expands, its limbs tensing for a strike. He tries to de-escalate, saying he just wants to become friends, but his words are met with a blur of motion as the monster lunges, claws tearing through the concrete floor where he stood a half-second ago. Scrambling backward, Shen Yi yells, asking why it has to be so violent. He just wanted to have a little chat, but the creature is relentless, rearing up for another devastating blow. It brings its claws down with enough force to shatter the bedside table into 1,000 pieces. He rolls across the bed, the impact jarring his entire body. That was way too close. Slumped on the mattress, frustration boils over. Gray titles are absolute trash. Once they're destroyed, they're gone forever, and he can only get one a day. With this thing blocking the door, his plans for tomorrow are completely shot. But he doesn't have time for this. The assassin could appear at any moment. It's now or never. A new resolve hardens his face. He's betting everything on his past life skills as a top-tier salesman. Stepping back into the doorway, he announces his return, vowing that he will close this deal. The monster responds by smashing through the wall, its rage undiminished. But this time, Shenyi doesn't flinch. He stands his ground, a smirk playing on his lips. It's no use, he tells the beast. It can't eat him, and he can travel between worlds freely. The only thing they can do is talk. The creature lunges one last time, a furious screech echoing in the small room. But it stops, its claws inches from his face. Is it actually listening? Shenyi presses his advantage, telling it he's interested in a proposition. As the skeleton starts to turn away, disinterest clear in its posture, Shenyi shouts for it to wait. He points a finger, his voice sharp and analytical. He noticed that when it was devouring people, new bone was slowly growing on its damaged left arm. He continues, listing its injuries. The skull, the ribs, the spine, all of it is damaged. The creature freezes, a single command echoing in Shenyi's mind. Stop. Shenyi whips out his phone, a special offer for calcium tablets glowing on the screen. He can't let it eat him, he explains, but he has access to tons of stuff that's great for its bones. If they become friends, he can help it buy all the supplements it needs, things far more nutritious than he is. The monster tilts its head, a strange rasp in its voice as it recalls a saying about taking a bullet for a friend. It wonders if that would be a problem in Shenyi's world. So what do you say? Shenyi asks, holding his breath. But instead of an answer, a terrifying purple energy begins to crackle around him. The raw power slams into him, a silent, violent rejection of his offer. So much for the friendly approach. Guess I'll try something else, he thinks, as a bolt of lightning strikes the air before him, an ancient, thorny scroll materializing from the flash. A contract, it worked. But as Shenyi reads the signatory's name, his eyes widen. Shadowed Bones, Devourer of Corpses, Defeated Lord of the Underworld. The list of credentials is terrifying. Why are there ellipses after the name? The full title loads in, and Shenyi's fear turns to disbelief. It's the Skull Legion 5th Division Battlefield Acquisition Officer. He's not a lord, he's a low-ranking pencil pusher. A voice, ancient and powerful, emanates from the swirling energy. It speaks of humanity's past, of a time their talent caused the gods themselves to take notice. It asks for his help in regaining its strength. The voice warns him that it never makes contracts with beings other than gods. He must understand the immense value of this agreement. The terms are simple, a fair contract terminable by either party at any time. All he has to do is sign. As Shenyi writes his name, his own titles blaze into existence. The human who overcame the curse, gatekeeper of nightmares and reality, sole controller of the two realms. He stares, stunned. Dang, he thinks, I'm kind of a big deal. The contract is complete. A wave of blue and purple energy washes over the room, sealing their pact. For a moment, the two stand side by side, a human and a monster, bound by a power neither fully understands. The world of nightmares fades away. Shenyi is back home, finally discharged from the hospital. His new parents fuss over him, pressing a health tonic into his hands and reminding him to take the calcium tablets he'd asked for. He thanks them, a warmth spreading through his chest. As a former orphan, this simple affection feels like a miracle. But the peaceful moment is shattered by a sharp knock at the door. Two police officers from the East Precinct stand on his doorstep. They flash a badge, their expressions grim. They'll hear about Shenyi's case. The officers write it off as a random, unpredictable tragedy. An incident you just have to accept. The senior cop tries to soften the blow, telling Shenyi he's lucky to have recovered, a blessing in this disaster. But Shenyi's face twists with fury. He screams internally, no, the real Shenyi was murdered, torn apart by a monster summoned by that goddamn curse. His voice is low and seething, as he asks if everyone is just supposed to leave it to fate when something like this happens. The senior officer sighs, telling Shenyi he understands his anger. But the younger sergeant cuts in with a chilling update. The higher-ups have approved the hospital's complete abandonment. No one will be allowed to enter it ever again. He promises there won't be any more victims, but it sounds more like containment than a solution. Shenyi studies the 3 stars on the sergeant's badge. He tries to play the part of a scared kid, saying he's worried someone is specifically targeting him. The sergeant shuts that down immediately. He says Shenyi is just a middle schooler with a simple life. They found no one who would hold a grudge against him. With that, they turn to leave, stating they have other duties. But as they walk away, Shenyi catches their hushed words. They're terrified. The curse of the wicked Ghost King is so powerful that even the government can't handle it, and the police want nothing to do with it. The pieces don't add up. If this curse is so devastating, why waste it on a normal kid like him? The door clicks open again. It's the young Sergeant Luo standing in the doorway alone. He steps forward and holds out a card, telling Shenyi to call him directly if anything feels off. Shenyi takes it, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. He glances down at the name, Sergeant Luo Feikyuan. So not everyone on the force is useless. But can he really trust this man? This feels like it's against orders. A wave of dread washes over him. If the entire government is powerless, what can one sergeant possibly do? The grim reality crashes down. Now that word is out that he survived, whoever sent that monster will be back. They won't let this slide. And a far more terrifying thought grips him. What if they go after his family next? That single thought ignites a firestorm inside him. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening with desperate resolve. He has to get stronger, and he has to do it now. He throws open the door to his room, the one that connects to that other world. Without a moment's hesitation, he steps through the portal. He forces a professional sales smile, his voice echoing in the desolate space. He calls out, asking if Big Skelly is around. A colossal red skeleton with glowing green eyes drops from the ceiling right in front of him. Shenyi doesn't even flinch, holding up a bag and saying he brought the calcium tablets it wanted. But the creature points a bony finger past the bag, at something else in his possession. It wants the tonic. Shenyi is confused, but the creature's intent is undeniable. A strange green energy swirls around the tonic in his hand, and a glowing, ethereal scroll materializes before him. The text confirms it. The creature desires the tonic he's holding. In exchange, it's offering an item from its collection of war spoils. A low-tier nightmare crystal, a relic capable of directly instilling knowledge and skills. A crystal that grants instant power. This is exactly what he's been looking for. He agrees immediately. He crushes the crystal in his hand without a second thought. Green energy explodes around him as the crystal's power floods his system. A message flashes in his mind. You have learned Moonlit Deerwalk, a primary movement technique used by elven soldiers. The information pours into his brain. A technique designed for evasion, dashing, and sidestepping, created by elves to fight the giant undead. He can't believe his luck. A simple health tonic for a priceless elven combat technique. A surge of confidence flows through him. Finally, he has a way to defend himself. As a thank you, he tosses the bag of calcium tablets to the skeletal creature. It catches them effortlessly, its glowing eyes fixed on him for a long moment. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it melts back into the oppressive darkness. Shenyi shakes his head, wondering why it's so secretive when they have a contract. He pushes the thought aside, ready to start practicing his new skill. Just then he hears the front door open. His parents are home. He turns to go back to his room, but a system prompt stops him cold. To use Moonlit Deerwalk's first form, evasion, he needs 3 agility points. He only has 2. How is he supposed to increase his stats when this isn't a video game? His thoughts are shattered by a faint scratching sound from outside. He looks up at his window and his blood runs cold. A dark, hooded figure is clinging to the side of the high-rise building, hanging upside down, staring right at him with a single, piercing blue eye. A distorted, menacing voice echoes directly in his mind, telling him, "Let's see what you're really made of." A blade slices through the air, aimed right for his throat. Shenyi twists his body, the cold steel missing him by a hair's breadth as the attacker slams into the ground. The man rises, a brutal-looking weapon in hand, and offers a chilling compliment, saying, "Not bad, kid, not bad." A cold sweat breaks out on Shenyi's skin. An assassin. That was far too close. He knew they would come for him, but this soon? The dread hits him like a physical blow. They're already here. Thinking fast, Shenyi forces a smile, his mind racing for any advantage. He activates his title, Polite Person, and asks if there's something he can help with. The assassin just scoffs, telling him to die already, you fool, and lunges again. It didn't do a thing. A system notification flashes in his mind, explaining that the effect of a title depends on its rank. Polite Person is a low-tier title, practically useless against a determined killer. He dodges desperately, his mind screaming. He can't use Moonlit Deerwalk yet, his stats are too low. The assassin calls his evasions mere parlor tricks, a slippery fish he's about to pin down. Then the situation gets infinitely worse. The man pulls out a gun, sneering that fancy footwork won't save him from a bullet. Crap, a system prompt appears, a friendly reminder he'd completely forgotten. Titles can be consumed to gain status points. A sliver of hope in the face of certain death. There's no time to hesitate. He screams internally to consume Polite Person, pouring the single status point he gains directly into agility. The moment his agility hits 3, a surge of power floods his limbs. A new skill unlocks, Moonlit Deerwalk, first form, evasion. Green energy erupts from his body. He activates it without a second thought, his form dissolving into a blur of light just as the assassin's eyes widen in shock. He's moving faster than he ever thought possible, his feet barely grazing the floor. In a flash of emerald light, he phases straight through the solid door, leaving the assassin staring at an empty hallway. What just happened? The assassin roars in frustration, refusing to let him escape. He smashes through the door, only to find himself plunged into an eerie, unnatural darkness. A secret room. He stands confused, weapons ready, surrounded by an endless void. A calm voice echoes from behind him. "Later, mister. Assassin." The assassin spins around, his face a mask of fury as he realizes he's been lured into the nightmare realm. He screams, "Gotcha, now you die." But he's not the predator here. A monstrous skeletal maw with glowing green eyes materializes from the shadows and lunges, its jaws wide open. The only sounds that follow are a sickening series of crunches and chomps. The skeleton stands silently in the dark, casually holding the assassin's severed, bloody arm. Back in his room, Shenyi slumps against the closet door, gasping for breath. That was way too close. He knows there are more assassins coming and he can't waste a second. He needs to find those self-defense cards now. Just then, a notification appears. Your sacrifice has pleased the other party. Sacrifice? A second message explains that adhering to the principle of equal exchange, the other party offers items in return. The contract is recognized. 2 items materialize before him in a swirl of green energy. A pale shadow crown and a silver war medal, both of them excellent green quality items. The crown allows him to disguise himself as a gloom shadow elf, while the medal will teleport him directly to elven territory. A slow smile spreads across Shen Yi's face. He realizes the skeleton is a pragmatist. It tried to eat him at first, but now it sees the value in trading, showering him with goodies. He picks up the crown, deciding to give it a shot. He places it on his head, and a brilliant light envelops his entire body. The transformation is instantaneous. He's now a blonde-haired elf with pointed ears, looking completely different. This is awesome. He can head straight for the elven territory and loot everything. But his triumphant thought is cut short by a sudden knock at his apartment door. He freezes, his blood turning to ice. A voice from outside calls his name, asking if Shen Yi is home. But who is it? And why now? Don't tell me it's another assassin. A voice cuts through the silence laced with desperation. Is that you, Yi? Are you okay? The green energy recedes as Shen Yi shifts back to his human form, opening the door to find his best friend, Chen Heiyu. The very reason he'd ended up in the hospital to begin with. Heiyu throws himself at Shen Yi, clinging to him like a lifeline. He screams that Shen Yi scared him to death, his voice cracking with relief. Tears stream down Heiyu's face as he sobs that it's all his fault, that he's the one who dragged his best friend into this nightmare. But Shen Yi just pats his back, telling him it was just bad luck, nothing more. A woman's voice interrupts the reunion. His mother, but why is she back so soon? She explains that his father went to see his grandpa, hoping to get some of those super tonics. She asks if he took the one she left, and he numbly nods. Heiyu's eyes go wide. He knows how rare that stuff is, exclaiming that Shen Yi's family must have incredible connections to get their hands on it. His mother just smiles weakly, admitting it took a lot of effort. His friend claps him on the shoulder, reminding him that with his parents going to such lengths, he has to ace the upcoming high school exams. The exams? A cold dread washes over Shen Yi. He'd completely forgotten. This body belongs to a middle schooler, and the original Shen Yi already missed the first exam while he was in the hospital. His mother reassures a guilt-ridden Heiyu, telling him not to beat himself up. She says Shen Yi can still get into a decent high school if he performs well on the agility test. Agility and physical strength? So these exams aren't just about academics. The moonlit deerwalk skill he acquired suddenly seems a lot more useful. But as he considers this, a chilling realization grips him. He's being hunted. Going back to school would be like announcing his location to every assassin in the city. The thought of it is paralyzing. He decides then and there that he has to give up on the exams. It's the only logical choice. His mother must have seen the despair in his eyes. She pulls him into a gentle embrace, her voice soft as she tells him it's okay if he doesn't want to take them. All she wants is for him to be safe. He pulls back, clenching his fist. He tells her not to worry, that she has no idea how strong he's become. He knows she'd let him quit without a second thought. But he can't do that. He looks her in the eye and declares he's going to school tomorrow for the review sessions. Memories that aren't his own begin to surface. The original Shen Yi's family, his powerful grandfather, and the terrible relationship his parents have with all of them. They've carved out their own modest life, never once asking the family for help. So how on earth could they have afforded that tonic? The truth lands like a punch to the gut. They must have swallowed their pride, gone to his grandfather, and begged for it. They did all of that for their son? A son who is already gone. He can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. He forces a smile, breaking the tension by asking his mom for a late-night snack. They sit together, a fragile moment of peace under the weight of unspoken truths. The next day, Shenyi finds himself in a classroom where the subjects are body mechanics and psychic energy. This world is truly different. A strange thought occurs to him. With so many people around and powerful teachers on staff, school might actually be the safest place for him. Just then, a classmate leans over, telling him a girl named Zhao Yibing is looking for him in the hall. The name is familiar. A friend of the old Shen Yi, one who was always pushing him to study harder. He finds her waiting for him, her expression unreadable. She stands there, a picture of quiet confidence. She starts by saying she heard he was back for the exams, then casually mentions how well she did on the first one, boasting that she's a shoo-in for the provincial elite high school. Shen Yi offers a hollow congratulations. She takes a deep breath, her eyes hardening slightly. She tells him he shouldn't come looking for her anymore. The gossip starts instantly. The school beauty is dumping Shen Yi. She explains that they are from different worlds now and will have nothing in common. He says nothing, his gaze fixed on his phone. He finally looks up, a cold smirk on his face. So he missed one exam, and this is how she treats him. He shows her his screen, revealing he's already deleted her contact info. He reminds her that she was always the one chasing him. He doesn't hold back. He tells her he never wanted to be friends and that she should stop pestering him so he can study in peace. The crowd shifts, realizing he's right. She was always the one following him around. Another girl jumps to her defense, calling Shen Yi a disappointment for his cruelty after Zhao Yibing gave him so many gifts. On cue, Zhao Yibing's eyes well up with tears as she whimpers that she thought they were friends. Is she serious? Shen Yi sees right through the act, the fake tears, the public guilt trip. She's underestimating him completely. He agrees with her friend. Accepting gifts isn't the same as accepting a person. He flips her own logic back on her. If she truly cared, she wouldn't be trying to hold him back. He has to find someone better. The shock on her face is priceless. With a final, dismissive gesture, he tells her he's done. He'll pay her back for whatever she gave him, but she can forget about them ever being friends. The crowd immediately turns on him, hissing that Shen Yi is a total jerk. They surge forward, pointing and shouting, telling him he's the worst for treating Zhao Yibing like that after she fell for him. Her friends try to hold her back, telling her he isn't worth it, but Yibing is spiraling. It's not over, she thinks, her mind racing. This can't be how it ends. Now everyone thinks he dumped her. In front of the entire school, her reputation is completely ruined. But before Shen Yi can walk away, a massive figure steps into his path. Hold it right there. The guy's face is a mask of fury. He snarls that Bingbing hasn't given him permission to leave. Shen Yi recognizes him instantly. Sun Ming, the number 3 student in their class. He tells him to get out of his way. Class is about to start. Sun Ming just cracks his knuckles, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He taunts Shen Yi, saying he's heard he's been out of school for a few days and must be behind. He's gotten a lot stronger, he boasts. Shen Yi is no longer the top in their class. He gives him an ultimatum. Apologize to Bingbing right now or he'll get a few broken bones. Shen Yi sighs, his shoulders slumping in defeat. He tells Sun he's got it all wrong, that Zhao Yibing was the one bothering him. But then he relents. Fine, whatever, he'll apologize. He turns to Yibing and a single tear traces a path down his cheek. He's sorry, he whispers. She wins. She can go ahead and keep pestering him if she wants. He asks if she's happy now, then pushes past Sun Ming, his head bowed in shame. The crowd gasps. Is he actually crying? He looks utterly heartbroken. Yibing panics, stammering that she never wanted to force him, that Sun Ming's interference twisted everything. What is she even saying? Her mind is a mess. That idiot Sun Ming ruined it all. But her words only make Sun Ming's rage boil over. You little punk, he roars. He lunges forward, shouting that he's going to teach Shen Yi a lesson. His fist flies toward Shen Yi's head, but Shen Yi ducks under the blow with impossible grace. The entire crowd leans back in shock as Shen Yi effortlessly dodges. Before Sun Ming can even register the miss, a foot connects squarely with his jaw. The students can't believe their eyes. What was that speed? He's more agile than ever before. If he'd put any real power into that kick, Sun Ming would be unconscious. A vibrant green energy begins to swirl around Shen Yi. What is this power he's hiding? He calmly activates his technique, Moonlit Deerwalk, as the energy intensifies around his feet. Just as the real fight is about to begin, a teacher storms through the crowd, demanding to know what's going on. The mock exams are starting, she yells, ordering them all to the field. The students shuffle away, grumbling about the interrupted fight. Shen Yi gives Sun Ming one last, cold look. This isn't over. Sun Ming can only glare back, seething with humiliation. Out on the field, students are preparing for the exam. Chen Heiyu jogs up to Shen Yi, suggesting they ditch the test to check out a new comic shop. But Shenyi isn't listening. He brushes his friend off, claiming his stomach hurts and he needs the restroom, then walks away. He moves down the deserted school hallway alone. He enters the men's room, but instead of using a stall, he leaps silently onto the top of the partition, vanishing from sight. Seconds later, a dark, twisted figure appears in the doorway. It's a horrifying, skinless creature, clutching a simple pen that now pulses with a malevolent purple aura. It stalks into the bathroom, its shadowy form gliding across the tiles. The creature scans the empty room, confused. Where did he go? It's certain it saw him come in here. Meanwhile, in a dark, unknown place, the elf is enveloped in a soft green light. He looks around, wondering where Big Skelly could be. His foot nudges something on the ground. It's a pistol, the assassin's gun. He picks it up, a grim determination on his face. It's loaded. He's never used a gun, but now he has a way to defend himself. Time to move. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts around him, crackling with immense power. A mysterious voice echoes in his mind, calling him human. It's the same voice from before. It tells him its power is fading, but it can help him one last time. A dark, jagged object materializes in his hand, a human token. As he grasps it, the voice and the light vanish completely. The elf is left alone in the darkness, staring at the strange token. A new name echoes in the silence, a question hanging in the air. Princess Ladjatha. His head spins, the world blurring back into focus in a sun-dappled clearing. The teleportation was rough. He wonders if this is it, the territory of the elves. He clutches the dagger the mysterious voice gave him, its cold weight feeling alien in his hand. Why this? What was he supposed to do with a simple blade? A rustle in the undergrowth snaps him to attention. He calls out, demanding to know who's there. 3 figures emerge, all clad in green and bearing the pointed ears of elves. One of them, the apparent leader, smirks at him. So Fern finally made it. He scoffs that if they'd waited any longer, they would have had to declare the mission a failure and head back. He quickly apologizes, blaming a small hiccup for his delay. But his eyes are locked on the circlets they wear. Pale shadow crowns, just like his. A cold realization dawns on him. These aren't elves, not really. He forces a smile, trying to play the part. He tells himself it's fine. He's already gained their trust, posing as one of their heroic soldiers, injured on the battlefield. But the leader's next words shatter that fragile calm. They strike tonight. Their mission, kill the elf chief and seize their treasures. He turns to the newcomer, asking if Fern is ready. Swallowing his panic, he forces a grin and claims his hands are itching for a fight. He instinctively adjusts the uncomfortable crown on his head, and the other 3 recoil in horror, shouting at him not to touch it. He stammers that it was just bothering him, but the leader explodes. You idiot. If you expose your true identity as an undead, we're all screwed, so that's it. They're all undead, just like he thought. The leader boasts to the others not to worry, that when Fern is on the job, nothing goes wrong. But the praise feels like a death sentence. That damn skeleton, it wasn't a mission, it was a setup. They break into a run, urging him to hurry up. His tardiness has already cost them valuable time. He pushes himself to his absolute limit, but he can barely keep pace. How are these undead so impossibly strong? They finally arrive at a village nestled in the trees. The leader explains that entering is the easy part. The chief's permission is guaranteed if he shows his badge. He can't help but ask what the risky part is then. The leader's eyes narrow. The assassination, obviously. The 3 of them will provide cover from the outside. He will take care of the kill. Then he points a finger directly at him. The job of killing the chief belongs to him. His blood runs cold. The others stare, their expressions shifting from confidence to confusion at his stunned silence. Are you backing out? The leader hisses. It's a threat, not a question. Forced into a corner, he throws his head back with a manic laugh. Backing out? No way, he declares his blade is thirsty for blood. Leave it to me. The leader seems satisfied, but the smile on his face is a pained, desperate mask. His mind is screaming. If he refuses, they'll kill him right here. But assassinating the elf chief in the heart of their village, this is a suicide mission. As they approach the gate, the leader announces their companion has arrived, requesting entry. He's dead either way. He curses the skeleton who threw him into this impossible situation. A guard sees the silver war medallion he carries and immediately orders the gates opened, welcoming the valiant soldier. The guard gestures for him to follow, ready to lead him directly to the chief. They walk through streets lit by glowing lanterns, a peaceful, vibrant community carved into the very trees. He sees families, children laughing. A wave of guilt washes over him. Is he really about to bring death to this place? The elves he passes nod respectfully, their warm gazes making his deception feel even heavier. They arrive at a large, ornate door. The guard informs him the chief has been expecting his arrival. The other undead stop. Go on, they say, we'll wait for you here. He knows what they mean. They're making sure he doesn't run. He takes a deep breath, caught in a war he never wanted. Still, a sliver of dark ambition surfaces. If he somehow pulls this off, he might just score an incredible title. Stealing his resolve, he pushes the door open and steps inside. Before a magnificent stained glass window stands a lone figure, bathed in ethereal blue light, engrossed in a book. Without turning, the figure closes the tome with a soft snap. Welcome. The elf chief turns, his gaze calm and piercing, ancient power radiating from him. A cascade of text floods his vision. His unique ability has activated, analyzing the being before him. An impossible list of titles scrolls past his eyes. Spirit of the myriad forests, heir to the ancient tree throne, nature's mighty lord, grandmaster of arcane arts, guardian of the nightmare realm, one of the 5 world heads. And what is his title? The system displays it in stark, pathetic contrast: polite person. The sheer absurdity of it all hits him like a physical blow. How could he have been so naive? Those undead outside are monsters of immense power, and even they wouldn't dare face this being. And he was supposed to assassinate him. The elf chief's lips curl into a knowing smile, his voice echoing in the silent chamber. Perfect. Just perfect. The elder thanks the young soldier for his service, telling him to please rest well in their village. With a flash of light, he's gone, teleported away by the village leader himself. He materializes in the middle of a grand feast, the elder's voice echoing that he should eat and enjoy himself. But the celebration is a lie. 2 elves whisper in a corner, confirming they've seen the assassination target. They'll wait for her to join the feast, and once her guard is down, they'll make their move. Farron's blood runs cold. He knows their talk of covering for him is a load of crap. They're just planning to use the ensuing chaos to escape. This isn't a plan, it's a death sentence. He has to find his own way out. A soft voice cuts through his racing thoughts. An elven woman is asking him for a dance. She calls it a great honor to dance with a hero from the front lines, though she sheepishly admits she isn't very good. He tells her it's all right, he can lead. As they move across the floor, motes of light like fireflies dance around them. A beautiful, serene moment. It's a perfect picture of peace, but inside, Farron is screaming. What a shame, he thinks, to die on this damned mission. To die with such a beautiful elf would be pure bliss, but it's a bliss he can't afford. He has to think of something, anything. His silence is deafening, and she notices, asking why he isn't talking. She wonders aloud if the brutal battles have taken their toll on his spirit. He latches onto the excuse, apologizing for his terrible dancing. Then an idea sparks. He asks for her name. Lanny, she says. He offers to perform a magic trick for her as an apology, and her eyes light up with genuine excitement. She laughs, saying his dancing wasn't so bad, and offers him her bracelet as a reward. But there's a catch. If the magic isn't impressive, she's taking it right back. He agrees instantly, turning to the crowd and shouting for all eyes on him. He stands center stage, arms thrown wide, promising a magic trick they have never seen before. He calls it the Great Human Transformation. The crowd murmurs, intrigue. His so-called brothers watch from the side, utterly baffled. What is Farron doing? They don't know any human transformation spell. Is this just some clever ploy to blend in? Farron tells everyone to watch closely. He pulls the circlet from his head, and as green light swirls around him, he tosses the crown into the crowd. This, he says, is for the beautiful Miss Lanny. The elves gasp. His ears, his eyebrows, he's really become a human boy. It's amazing, splendid. Lanny, holding the crown, thanks him, but nervously asks him to please change back now. He just smiles, pointing to his head. He can become human, he explains, because he took off this crown. Then he points a finger directly at his 3 stunned brothers. He announces that they know this magic too. As long as they take off their crowns, he declares, they will become undead. The entire room freezes. Undead here. In a heartbeat, a dozen spears are leveled at the 3 elves. They recoil in shock, demanding to know what's going on. A shimmering door appears behind Farron. He calls out to Lanny, promising he'll be right back to turn into an elf again, right after his brothers have transformed. With a casual wave and a final farewell, he falls backward through the portal. And just like that, he's gone. The elves stare at the empty space, utterly dumbfounded by the magic they just witnessed. Lanny is the first to recover, her voice sharp with authority. She orders the guards to capture the 3 undead first, warning everyone to be careful of their tricks. But before anyone can move, thick, thorny vines erupt from the floorboards, wrapping around the 3 spies and binding them tight. The elder's voice fills the hall, dripping with cold amusement. He says he wanted to play with them a little longer. He mocks them. Undead trying to infiltrate his village, only to find that humans had already infiltrated their asterisk ranks. How ironic, he muses, as power crackles around him. One of the captured spies insists it's a misunderstanding, that they have badges, but his body begins to twist into a grotesque, multi-eyed horror. The elder ignores him, examining the crown Farron left behind. He recognizes it as an artifact carrying high-level shadow magic from the dark abyss, something that far exceeds his expectations. His face hardens. Every village has been infiltrated by these spies, but now with this they can find their weakness. They can finally counter them. He admits he owes the human boy a great debt for this. Lanny and the others listen in stunned silence, the true scale of the danger finally dawning on them. The elder stares at the spot where the boy vanished, his voice leaving no room for hope. He won't be coming back. He collapses against the cold stone, catching his breath. That was too close. He never imagined the door would adapt the environment like that, throwing him into the heart of the enemy's lair. A lesson learned in blood and adrenaline. He can't afford another mistake like that. His eyes adjust to the gloom, and a flicker of irritation cuts through his relief. Across the chamber, a skeleton is hunched over, feasting on the remains of some creature. Gu Qingshan grits his teeth. While he was out there risking everything in the elven territory, this bag of bones was just sitting here, enjoying a meal. The skeleton's head snaps up, its jaw hanging slack. The green flames in its eye sockets flare with what looks like shock. Gu Qingshan points a trembling finger, his mind reeling. "You're still alive," he stammers, the words catching in his throat. "You can speak." Wait, it can talk. The realization hits him like a physical blow, and fury instantly replaces his shock. He lunges forward, his voice a low snarl. "You damned thing. You gave me that pale shadow crown on purpose. You were trying to get me killed." He demands an explanation, his patience gone. It's not about the reward anymore. This is personal. He holds grudges. The skeleton calmly produces a glowing scroll, offering it as an equal exchange. But Gu Qingshan shoves it aside, roaring that he's insulting his character. The skeleton doesn't flinch, its voice echoing in his mind. It explains that the reason it gave him the crown is precisely asterisk, because asterisk he's human. Humans and elves are allies. He had a chance to survive. Had he been an elf, he would already be dead. So it wasn't a death sentence. It was a gamble. As an apology for the risk, the skeleton says it will exceed the principle of equal exchange, gifting him a legacy nightmare crystal. A swirling orb of pure purple energy materializes between them, pulsing with immense power. This crystal, the skeleton explains, contains 3 top-tier undead talents, special abilities that require no energy to use. It's the very foundation of the undead race. The only reason his captors have kept him alive is because they want these talents for themselves. But now he's giving this chance to a human, a cackle echoing in the chamber. Gu Qingshan, despite his rage, sees the opportunity. He's a man of principle, after all. He takes the orb, his eyes narrowed. Fine, he'll forgive the skeleton this once. But he makes one thing clear: there will not be a next time. The chamber dissolves, and he finds himself standing before a colossal skeleton king slumped on a throne. 3 motes of light, green, blue, and orange, materialize before him, humming with latent power. The king's voice booms, "Choose." He offers Gu Qingshan one of the ancient legacies, a power to make his own. The choices are laid bare. Dark whispers, a skill to hear the secrets of the dead. Sacred remains body, a power that grants 5 seconds of absolute invincibility once a day. And undead resurrection, the fundamental power to raise undead soldiers. His mind races. Resurrection is useless for him. The 5-second invincibility is tempting, but what happens at second 6? He'd still be dead. It's a delay, not a solution. Dark whisper seems useless in a fight, but information is exactly what he needs. He has to know who is hunting him. He has to understand the game. He makes his decision. "I choose you," Dark whispers. His hand closes around the green crystal. A torrent of emerald energy surges through him, shattering the ground beneath his feet as the power integrates with his soul. As the viridian tendrils of energy wrap around him, the skeleton king leans forward, a flicker of surprise in its burning eyes. "You actually chose this?" Gu Qingshan feels a knot of dread. "What? Is there something wrong with it?" The king explains it's not a bad choice, just an unorthodox one. It offers no immediate combat power. In all its memory, not a single undead monarch ever picked it. They always chose resurrection or invincibility. He chose the information skill over invincibility. What is he planning? With the deal concluded, Gu Qingshan gets straight to the point. "All right, now tell me what happened. This is very important to me." Of course, the skeleton begins. The original target was a simple elven priestess. But the man Gu Qingshan encountered, he is the strongest high priest of the elves, the heir to the spirit of the ancient tree, guardian of the nightmare realm's 5th head. The list of titles is terrifying. The king continues, explaining that the 3 undead nightmare knights sent to assassinate the target have been captured. The elves can no longer monitor them, which means they can't threaten the king anymore. This, he says, is his only chance. A chance for what, he doesn't say. The king's form begins to fade. "Where are you going?" Gu Qingshan asks, but the king simply tells him to take care of himself before vanishing completely. Alone again, Gu Qingshan turns his attention back to the door, his mind racing with new information and a terrifying sense of scale. He places his hand on the door and a notification appears. He's gained an evaluation title, one of us. The description is bizarre. By saying, "Hey, I'm one of us," he can make a target see him as an ally for 10 seconds, making them forget what just happened. It's a get-out-of-jail-free card, but a strange one. He checks his other rewards and finds a bracelet he hadn't noticed before. The bracelet of natural blessing. He remembers now, Lanny gave it to him, and its green quality. An excellent, rare accessory that will slowly increase his spiritual power just by wearing it. He takes a quick inventory, a new sword, a bizarre title, a powerful bracelet, and a pistol. It's an impressive haul, but he can't let anyone see these things. He quickly secures his new gear and heads down the empty corridor, the weight of his new powers and the secrets he now carries settling heavily upon him. The instructor calls out the next name, Chen Heiyu. He tells him to prepare for the agility test. The field is a concrete nightmare, riddled with holes designed to shoot jets of purple paint at the slightest misstep. The test begins, and Heiyu forces himself to stay calm, weaving through the initial barrage. From the sidelines, Shenyi cheers him on, and Heiyu thinks to himself that he can handle this. But his confidence is short-lived as a jet of paint splatters directly across his face. A bully in the crowd erupts in laughter, mocking him for trying to show off. The instructor reads out a meager score of 71, telling him he should be grateful it's not the real exam. Then all eyes turn as the next name is called, Shen Yi. He steps forward, his expression unreadable. The moment the start signal blares, dozens of paint streams erupt from the ground, but Shen Yi moves like a phantom. He glides through the chaos with an unnatural ease, the paint unable to even graze his clothes. The other students are stunned, one whispering that it looks like he's ice skating. How did he get so much faster after leaving the hospital? For Shen Yi, this is nothing. After facing life and death battles, dodging mere water guns is child's play. His fluid movements are reflected in a nearby clock, a blur of perfect execution. From the shade of a tree, an observer notes that this kid has some serious skills. Two men are watching him intently. One, a school director, remarks that it's a shame such a top student missed the first exam. The other man, a scout, was asked to evaluate Shenyi and confirms his talent in agility is undeniable. But the director sets an impossible condition. Beyond strength and agility, there's the mental power test. If Shenyi wants a chance, he needs a perfect score. A perfect score? The scout is floored, protesting that the requirement is far too demanding. The director remembers Shenyi's mental power being painfully average. He'll wait for the results, but he's firm. A high score won't cut it. It has to be absolute perfection. The agility test ends. The instructor announces the result, his voice filled with a mix of awe and regret. A perfect score. He sighs, lamenting what could have been if Shenyi hadn't missed the big exam. Shenyi simply offers his thanks, grateful the teacher hasn't given up on him yet. With the test over, the instructor calls a lunch break. The other students buzz with excitement over Shenyi's incredible performance as they head off. Shenyi tells his friend to go on ahead. He needs to go back to the classroom to read, promising he'll be quick. Alone in the empty room, the weight of his situation crashes down on him. Math, physics, chemistry, those are the same. But history, literature, even basic pop culture, it's all from a world that isn't his. The memories of two different lives are warring in his head, a splitting headache building behind his eyes. Just as he grips his forehead, a boot flies towards his face. The kick shatters the desk, sending wood splinters and Shenyi flying from his chair. The bully Sun Ming stands over him, a cruel smirk on his face. He snarls that this isn't over yet. Shenyi pushes himself up, his expression cold. He asks if Zhao Yaibing sent him. Sun Ming scoffs, slamming his fist on a nearby desk, and says Zhao Yaibing doesn't want anything to do with him. Sun Ming and his cronies surround Shen Yi, cutting off any escape. He boasts that while Shen Yi was gone, his strength stat broke through to level 2. He issues a challenge, a match to see whose agility is better than his raw power. Suddenly, a faint green light glows around Shen Yi. His ally trait activates. He looks at the thugs circling him and says calmly that they are all allies, he won't fight them. The aggression drains from their faces instantly. They start stammering excuses, saying they didn't want to fight a brother, that Zhao Yaibing begged them to do this. One even admits he was just jealous of Shen Yi's usual arrogance. They awkwardly agree to drop the whole thing. Shen Yi knows this is just a schoolyard dispute. There's no real killing intent here. But his relief is temporary. The ally effect only lasts 10 seconds and time is almost up. The moment the green glow fades, their faces twist back into masks of rage. They lunge, screaming that they're going to kill him. What good is an ability you can only use once? Shenyi thinks, a grim resolve hardening his eyes, but he has another power, one that's far more permanent. Devour. A rush of energy flows through him. He's absorbed 3 attribute points, and with one he already had, he can now allocate 4. He doesn't hesitate for a second. Dump everything into strength. His power level skyrockets from 1, 2 to 5, 2. Just as the transformation completes, Sun Ming grabs him from behind, yelling at him not to run away and to fight him fair and square. The bully leans in close, a vicious sneer on his face, and asks how many ribs he's ready to break. But he's underestimated the boy in his grasp. Shen Yi twists with newfound, explosive power. Sun Ming's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by a mask of pure shock and agony. A piercing scream rips from his throat as a sickening crack echoes through the classroom. He's thrown to the floor, clutching a horribly twisted arm, his screams turning into pathetic whimpers. Shen Yi stands over him, his face a mask of cold indifference. The onlookers are frozen solid. Shen Yi didn't just break free from the hold. He shrugged off a full-force punch to the head from Sun Ming like it was nothing. His strength stat is clearly on another level. It's not just raw muscle. It's the resilience of his bones, the explosive power of his blood, his very life force. Shen Yi glares down at the bully writhing on the floor, barely able to believe it himself. All this just because he skipped one exam? They were really going to ruin his future over such petty jealousy. He coldly informs the whimpering thug that if it were the old him or any other student, this beating would have put them in the hospital for weeks. One of the lackeys scrambles forward, head bowed, begging for forgiveness. He admits they messed up, that they tried to humiliate him and destroy his future. But Shen Yi's face is a mask of ice. "Forgive you?" He answers with a brutal kick that sends the boy flying across the classroom. A raw scream of agony rips through the air. The commotion finally draws attention from the hallway. A panicked shout for help cutting through the chaos. The door slams open, revealing their teacher, Mr. Jiang, his face contorted in rage as he takes in the carnage. What is going on here? Shen Yi's demeanor shifts in a heartbeat, his hardened expression melting into that of a terrified victim. He points a trembling finger at the groaning bodies, telling the teacher he's finally here. They were bullying him, but Mr. Jiang isn't buying a word of it. He demands to know what Shen Yi is talking about, gesturing to the pulp he's made of the other students. Watching from the crowd, Zhao Yibing's eyes widen in shock. She's miscalculated. There was no way these guys, even all of them together, were ever a match for Shen Yi. How on earth did he get so strong? Her friend leans in, whispering, asking if she regrets it now. Zhao Yibing just stares at the message she's already sent on her phone. It doesn't matter, she thinks. It's over now. Regret. The word triggers a memory. A younger Shen Yi on the stairwell, a promise she made to stay in touch after they got into high school. If only she'd kept her word, would things have turned out differently? But there's no going back. The thought is cold and final as she watches paramedics wheel a battered Sun Ming right past her. Her plan worked perfectly. Shen Yi caused a huge scene and injured nearly 8 students. His high school exam qualifications will almost certainly be revoked. His life is ruined and her future is wide open. Her only regret is not seeing him for the loser he truly is sooner. Her cold satisfaction shatters when she realizes Sun Ming is conscious on the stretcher, and he is staring directly at her. No, that idiot. His eyes are wide with desperation. Is he really about to drag her down with him? She frantically tries to warn him with her eyes, silently screaming at him to keep his mouth shut. Her mind is racing. Die, just die, don't you dare say anything. But his lips part and he weakly rasps out her name. Bing bing. Panic floods her system. The entire hallway is watching. She has to act now. Tears instantly well up in her eyes. Her face a perfect mask of a terrified, innocent girl. She whips out her phone, her voice cracking as she screams that Sun Ming did this to Shen Yi and she's calling the police. Back in the classroom, Mr. Jiang overhears the commotion, his expression grim. This is getting out of hand. What a move. Zhao Yibing is distancing herself and throwing Shen Yi under the bus in one fell swoop. The teacher has had enough. He bellows for the students to disperse and get back to their studies. His gaze then locks onto Shen Yi, his voice dangerously low. You come with me to the office. Shen Yi's face is unreadable as he simply nods. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Meanwhile, in a place unseen, a woman with glowing purple eyes and a sinister smile holds a shimmering blade. She speaks to the void, offering to help those who aren't paying attention. But who is she? And what kind of help is she offering? The principal is being shown a video of the fight, but he waves it off, annoyed by the interruption. He dismisses it as just kids fighting. But as his eyes focus on the screen, his casual expression vanishes, replaced by utter disbelief. The man beside him, Kayan, leans in, his own face hardening as he witnesses the raw, brutal power on display. Meanwhile, the police are questioning Shen Yi, who plays the victim perfectly, showing them the video he recorded. He tells them he was terrified they would beat him to death, but inside, his mind is racing. It was a good thing he started recording. A perfect piece of leverage. The officer warns him that video evidence isn't everything. The final outcome depends on the injuries. but his teacher frantically interjects, begging them not to take him. He's already missed one exam because of an anomaly. This could ruin his future. Shen tunes them out, his focus entirely on the new stat points coursing through him. He needs to adapt and fast. This is his chance. He has to keep manipulating the situation, keep swapping his stats, and use this chaos to his advantage. Just then, the principal bursts in with Kyan at his side. The teacher breathes a sigh of relief, but Kyan's eyes are locked on Shen Yi. He remarks that fighting those students was pointless. They were completely out of his league. Sun Ming stares, recognizing the man instantly. "Mr. Kyan?" But Kyan ignores him, speaking directly to Shen Yi. He saw the video, he says, and it was clear Shen Yi wasn't even trying. He hands Shen a business card. Kyan Russian, regional director of the Human Martial Arts Group. The name hits Shen Yi like a lightning bolt. The Human Martial Arts Group. This wasn't just some organization. It was a gateway, an institution holding the keys to immense power and knowledge. For a normal person, getting in was like winning the lottery. This was a direct path to the top, and the man offering it to him was an absolute monster. Shen Yi feels an overwhelming pressure radiating from Kyan. No matter how he distributed his stats, he knew he couldn't land a single blow on this man. Kyan then cuts through his thoughts, his voice sharp. "The system estimates your strength is at least 4. 5, he says, but what's the exact number?" Shen Yi doesn't hesitate. 5, he states, his voice steady. The room goes silent. The principal and Sun Ming stare, their jaws slack with shock. 5. Kyan cracks a thin smile. Impressive. He explains that while 5 is remarkable for a middle schooler, a strength of 5 is an entirely different echelon of power. At that level, you can operate combat matches. That, combined with a perfect agility score, is more than enough for a recommendation. He offers Shen a retest to join their group, promising to handle the fallout from the fight. Shen immediately agrees, his heart pounding. But as the deal is struck, Kyan adds one more thing. "By the way, what's your psychic power stat?" He claims it's just curiosity, but his tone suggests something else entirely. Was this another test? Shen Yi's mind races. He can't be a prodigy in everything, that would be too suspicious. 3, he says, hoping it sounds plausible enough. A glint flashes behind Kyan's glasses. 3, the principal shouts, his voice cracking. "That's not average, that's incredibly high." Kyan's smile widens. He asks Shen Yi for a little demonstration. "How about moving that chair with your mind?" Shen Yi simply says, "Okay." Internally, a storm of calculations erupts. He quickly reallocates his points, pouring them into his psychic power until the stat reads 3. He raises his hand, and a faint blue aura envelops it. The office chair across the room wobbles, then slowly lifts off the ground, hovering in the air under his complete control. The police captain stares for a second, then turns to his subordinate. "We're leaving," he says flatly. "That kid is destined for things far beyond their pay grade." As the officers hastily retreat, Shen Yi lets out a quiet breath, the chair clattering back to the floor. He did it. He actually pulled it off. The man holding Shen throws his head back and laughs, a raw, triumphant sound that cuts through the city noise. He declares he never thought he'd see a day like this. The 2 sycophants who were just harassing Shen immediately change their tune, fawning over the long-haired man. They call him an old friend, praising his beautiful, exquisite singing voice. The whole scene feels like a fever dream, a bizarre street performance with Shen as the unwilling prop. The man, Kyan Russian, finally lets Shen go, smoothly asking the 2 gentlemen to excuse them for a private word. They eagerly agree, practically bowing as he ushers Shen into a nearby building. The door clicks shut, sealing them in silence. Inside, Kyan lights a cigarette, the smoke curling around his unnerving smile. He gets straight to the point, asking Shen what his goal in life is. When Shen stammers out his own name as his goal, Kyan just chuckles. "That's a start," he says, but what does his heart truly yearn for? The question hits Shen like a physical blow. The memory of being powerless, of his family being in danger, flashes in his mind. His expression hardens. He wants to be strong. Strong enough that no one can push him around, strong enough to protect the people he loves. Kyan's grin widens. "Very well," he says, "today is the first step toward that dream." He tells Shen to attack him, not with words, but with his fists. Is this a test, or is this man just insane? Shen doesn't hesitate. "Forgive me then," he thinks, pouring all his stat points into strength. A crimson aura erupts around his fist as he lunges, throwing a punch meant to shatter bone. The blow flies straight for Kyan's face, who watches its approach with an unnerving calm. The impact never comes. A wave of force explodes from the point of contact, but Shen's fist is stopped dead in the air, inches from its target. He's completely frozen, locked in place by an invisible power. "I can't move." Kyan explains it's an immobilization technique, a way to defend oneself. He then dangles the ultimate prize, asking Shen if he wants to learn it. Shen's mind is reeling. Of course he does. Kyan tells him to watch closely because there's more. He then pulls a revolver from his coat. He presses the barrel to his own temple and without a flicker of hesitation pulls the trigger. The hammer clicks, the chamber spins, and the gun fires. The bullet screams through the air, a guaranteed kill shot. But Kyan just stands there, a faint smirk playing on his lips as death itself closes in. In a blur of motion too fast for the eye to track, his head snaps to the side, and the bullet is deflected by an unseen barrier, ricocheting harmlessly away. He calls it another secret art from his organization, one that can block any projectile. Not even a sniper is a match for it, he boasts. He then casually invites Shen to join something called the Hidden Dragon Project. What in the world is he getting dragged into? Kyan explains it's a program for cultivating rising stars, a direct path to the 3 best high schools in the world. But it's not that simple. First, Shen must pass a rigorous entrance exam, one designed by the noble families, ancient bloodlines possessing martial arts legacies that dwarf even their own organization. These families control immense wealth and territory, an insurmountable wall separating them from common folk. The name clicks in Shen's mind. Shen Yi. Does that mean he's from one of them? Kyan confirms his suspicion, explaining the Hidden Dragon Project exists specifically to find talented commoners like Shen and give them a fighting chance. The offer is laid out, full support, resources, and guidance to reach his peak. In return, he will one day work for the organization. Kyan tells him to think it over, but there's nothing to think about. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, and this is his only path forward. He accepts. Shen then confesses a piece of his past. His family was once noble, but his grandfather banished his own father. Now they are ordinary, forced to beg and borrow for a single tonic while his grandfather's family lives in unimaginable luxury. He hurt someone today, but he's realizing that the rules are different for the strong. Kyan simply nods and presents a contract on a tablet. As Shen takes it, Kyan adds that other organizations will likely be reaching out soon. Shen doesn't care. They were the first to help him, so he's joining them. Kyan looks pleased, saying he knew there was something special about him. There's just one problem. Shen is a minor and needs a guardian's signature. Kyan is already moving toward the door, saying he has to hurry before another organization gets to his parents first. He promises to be back as soon as he's done, and then he's gone. Not just gone, but vanished in a gust of wind, a display of speed that leaves Shen utterly stunned. The principal and the other man rush back in, their faces beaming. The principal is ecstatic, clapping his hands together and declaring that their school is about to become the talk of the city. Just as the chaos settles, Shen's phone buzzes. An unknown number. He answers, and a man's voice on the other end introduces himself as Luo Faikyuan. The man's tone is dead serious. He says he's uncovered some information about Shen's situation and needs him to come to the police station immediately. The police? Why now? The sergeant slides a tablet across the desk, his prosthetic hand glinting under the office lights. He tells Shen to take a look. The image is a grainy photo of the hospital roof, taken on the day of the incident. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the sky. The sergeant's voice is low, methodical. He asks if Shen recognizes the man. Shen's heart hammers against his ribs. He knows exactly who that is. That's the monster who activated the curse statue, but admitting that is a death sentence. The sergeant presses on, explaining their experts believe the man was activating something. Then the question lands like a punch to the gut. Were you carrying anything unusual that day, Shen? He forces his voice to stay level, denying everything. Nothing different from usual, Sergeant. But inside, his mind is screaming. Everyone else who was near that statue died. He's the sole survivor. Telling the truth isn't an option, it's just asking for trouble. The sergeant leans back, a mask of cold calculation on his face. Nothing, huh? That's odd. The silence stretches, thick with suspicion. He can feel the officer's gaze dissecting him, searching for the lie. Luo's questions become sharper, more specific. Any feelings of choking? Blacking out? Shen shakes his head, but the feeling of being trapped intensifies. This isn't a simple interview. The sergeant already suspects something. It feels like he's just waiting for a signal, a sign to make his move. An idea sparks in Shen's mind, a desperate gambit. He jolts upright, feigning a sudden memory. Wait, I just remembered. My backpack was open when I got home, but I know I zipped it up. The sergeant's eyes narrow. Did you check your bag? Shen plays his part, shaking his head. No, I didn't. I really should have. He's feeding them a plausible story, a way out, but the tension in the room only thickens. But then he sees it, a subtle twitch in the sergeant's hand, a micro-movement that screams intent. He was about to do something. All at once, Shen's survival instincts take over. In his mind, he commands the system, reallocate all stat points to agility. He has to be ready to run. But can he even outrun this man? Sergeant Luo's stats must be on another level entirely. A cold dread washes over him. What chance does he actually have? There's no time to hesitate. He prepares to open a gate directly beneath his chair. It's his only emergency exit. If things go sideways, one stomp and he'll fall through to safety. Just as the air is about to crackle with violence, the shrill ring of a telephone shatters the moment. The sound is so jarring Shen almost triggers the gate by accident. He sees an opportunity, a sliver of a chance. He stands, suggesting he should step out while the sergeant takes the call, but Luo's command is instant and sharp. No, stay put. The sergeant answers the phone, his voice professional. Sergeant Luo Faikuen speaking. The reply from the other end is devoid of all warmth, a chilling promise delivered in a monotone voice. Luo Faikuen, it's time for you to die. Before Shen can even process the words, a violent vortex of crimson energy erupts from the phone, swirling around the sergeant. What is going on? An assassin? No, the attack is focused entirely on Luo. The sergeant grits his teeth, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. This must be the technique Director Kayan warned him about. Damn it, they're attacking right outside the police station. The window behind them explodes inward, showering the room in glass as a blaring alarm echoes through the building. An automated voice booms over the intercom. Intruder detected. The station has been breached. All non-combat personnel find a safe location and stay hidden. Shen spins towards the shattered window, but the city is gone. In its place is an endless graveyard stretching towards a blood-red ocean, all under a sickly full moon. How is this possible? A voice, smooth and seductive, slithers into his ear. If you aren't there, let me help you get there. He turns to see a woman with glowing violet eyes and a sadistic smile, twin blades held at the ready. She's not an ally. She's the architect of this nightmare. The man in the floral jacket smirks down at the grave, a chilling satisfaction in his eyes. He says, Luo Faikuen, you slaughtered so many of our members, I'm just here for revenge. He did all of this. He then speaks to the spirit of Luo, telling him he's a bit busy right now, but if there's an issue, he can explain later. His underlings call him boss, their voices filled with awe and fear. He turns to his next victim, a red aura swirling around him, and declares that their life is the best explanation they can offer. Shenyi gasps, his surroundings snapping back into focus. He's not in that strange, dark space anymore. He's back in the office. He stumbles to the window, peering out into the rain. The two figures, the imposter and his attacker, are gone. But that unsettling feeling, that cold dread, washes over him again. He whips around, shouting into the empty room, demanding to know what's happening, asking if the office is haunted. He screams for whoever is there to come out. A notification floods his vision. His necromantic ability, Murmurs of the Dark, has been activated. His question compels any soul tied to a body in this location to return an answer. If they refuse, they will never find peace. Shenyi freezes, tied to a body. Wait, a body. In this asterisk office. His eyes dart around the room, a new layer of horror dawning on him. A faint voice whispers, thank you, Shenyi. He spins around, his own power flaring in his eyes. Who's there, he demands. The voice echoes back, weary and ethereal. It never thought it would return to its old, decaying shell just to answer his questions. The voice is coming from the tall metal cabinet against the wall. It sounds so familiar. A sickening realization begins to crawl up his spine. It can't be. The voice continues, laced with self-loathing. It calls itself pathetic. A hunter, killed by his own prey, then dressed up to look like him. Shenyi's hand trembles as he reaches for the handle. He swings the door open, and his heart stops. Inside, slumped and lifeless, is Sergeant Luo, his body pinned to the back of the cabinet by a dozen black, needle-like spikes. Shenyi stares in disbelief. That you? The spirit's voice confirms it. It is. He can barely form the words. Sergeant Luo, what on earth happened to you? The spirit explains it was the man with the shades from the photo, an assassin. Luo's spirit recounts the attack. He was at his best, but all the assassin needed was a single moment of carelessness. After the kill, the imposter took his form, all to lure Shenyi to the station. Shenyi asks what his goal is. Luo's spirit doesn't know, but he's certain the assassin is looking for answers. But the plan was disrupted. A lunatic attacked the station, and the imposter was taken away by someone using some kind of sorcery. But it wasn't sorcery, the spirit clarifies. It was an anomaly. The prey who dressed as the hunter had no idea a much bigger predator was lurking just behind him. Luo explains that an anomaly is when another world connects to ours, consuming everything in an area or abducting people. And then there are the worst cases, calamities. Calamities are when powerful monsters from other worlds suddenly appear, with the potential to cause widespread devastation. He asks if Shenyi has heard of Jiangnan City. Shenyi nods, recalling the news reports, an unprecedented earthquake that leveled the entire city. But Luo's spirit shatters that lie. That was just the official story. In truth, it was a textbook calamity. Over 13 million people lived in that city and not a single one survived. 13 million people. Gone? And the world was just told it was an earthquake. Luo's voice grows urgent. They don't have time to chat. That anomaly was a minor one, and the killer might be back any second. The danger is still here. Shenyi is still the target. Luo tells him to head to the armory on the 3rd floor immediately. Outside, he'll find a silver wall panel where he needs to enter a code. Luo rattles off an impossibly long string of characters. Write it down, he urges. There's a special pen inside the armory. Write the code on the wall with it. Once he reports the truth, he'll be protected. But time is running out. As Shenyi frantically scribbles the last digit, Luo's voice fades. Go, he whispers, as a notification appears. The other party has departed. His soul is gone. The pen feels heavy in his hand. Now he understands why the other cops were so terrified. In this world, even a sergeant can be snuffed out like nothing. The brutal truth settles in his gut. If you're not strong, you're just meat for the slaughter. He considers exposing the killer, but dismisses the thought. It's pointless. The assassin could have accomplices right here in the station, and with that kind of power, he could kill Shenyi without breaking a sweat. His only chance is to follow Luo's final instructions. With a heavy heart, he gently closes the cabinet door, hiding the grisly scene. He feels a wave of crushing helplessness. With his current strength, he can't even dream of avenging Sergeant Luo. He leans his head against the cold metal, his fists clenched in fury and grief. But that grief quickly hardens into a cold, sharp resolve. He will avenge him, no matter what it takes. He carefully places a small, folded piece of paper on the sergeant's uniform, a silent promise. Just as he does, a sharp knock echoes from the office door, making him jump. A woman's voice, smooth and confident, calls out, "Student Shenyi, is that you? There's been an anomaly downstairs. Everyone needs to come for a screening." The door clicks shut, and the officer's pleasant facade melts away. He steps into the room, his eyes scanning the empty space with a cold, predatory focus. The body is gone. His face twists in a snarl as he mutters, asking if Shenyi was the one who moved it. Suddenly, the ceiling panel above him shatters, and another officer drops down, landing with a practiced silence. He reports that he searched the entire room and found nothing. Did the kid actually manage to run? The real killer, a man with a scarred face and a dark mask, grabs the officer by his uniform, yanking him close. He sneers, calling him pathetic and useless for letting a 15-year-old mess things up so badly. The corrupt captain, Wang, broadcasts an alert to all units. He declares he has strong reason to suspect Shenyi's involvement and issues a citywide apprehension order. As the command goes out, the environmental scan completes, and the lights in the office flicker off. A strange red energy crackles in the air and then vanishes. Shenyi peeks out from his hiding spot, his heart pounding. Are they gone? He knew it. Just as he suspected, the killer had accomplices inside the force. He could have hidden in the nightmare realm until it was all over. But that would mean letting these murderers get away with it. No, he has to get to the 3rd floor. He has to report everything. With a surge of adrenaline, he throws himself through the window, shattering the glass and landing in the hallway outside. He sprints towards the elevator, his mind racing. This is it. He finds the panel he's looking for. He has to enter the code on the wall and fast. But as his pen touches the surface, a voice freezes him solid. The man says he knew he heard something. If it isn't Shenyi, what is he doing here? Shenyi looks up, pure terror washing over him. It's Captain Wang, looming over him with a pair of handcuffs dangling from his fingers. Trying to buy time, Shenyi stammers a pathetic excuse about his final exams and needing to cram some extra math problems his teacher assigned. He keeps his hand moving, desperately trying to finish the sequence. Wang's eyes narrow, but it's the man behind him, the true killer, who recognizes the pattern. How does the World Government HQ even have that code? Who gave it to him? There's no more time for questions. Wang lunges, his fist swinging down like a sledgehammer. He roars that there's no way he's letting him get any further with that. But just as his fist is about to connect, a shimmering red door materializes out of thin air, blocking the attack. Wang stumbles back, stunned. What is that? What kind of innate ability is this? Shenyi lets out a shaky breath. It's a good thing the door adapts to its surroundings. If it were a normal door, he'd be dead right now. Wang snarls, his patience gone. He shouts for Shenyi to die as he summons a massive spectral blade. The weapon cleaves through the air, aimed right where Shenyi lies on the ground. But another door appears, this one shaped like a shield, deflecting the blow just in time. The captain's face contorts with rage. He screams that he'll kill him. He brings the phantom blade down again, this time with crushing force. Shenyi shoves his shield door forward to meet the attack, but the impact is immense. With a sickening crunch, the door slams shut on Wang's arm, severing it at the elbow. He howls in agony, clutching the bloody stump, screaming about how a little punk is staying put on the ground. While the captain is reeling, Shen Yi's pen makes its final stroke. Finally, he whispers, "It's done." The automated voice confirms it. Passcode verified. Kunlun, the world government's top AI, is now active, running an emergency assessment of the entire area. It confirms Luo Feikyun's death and flags the man posing as a major crimes officer. The system immediately dispatches the nearest high-ranking practitioner as Shen Yi stares at the hole he punched through the wall, the guard just outside. He recognizes the name on the dispatch, Manager Cayenne Russian. The AI's voice continues, cold and impartial, stating that due to the severity of the situation, immediate termination is authorized. The imposter posing as Wang Zumu will be executed in 30 seconds. A countdown begins, but the guard just peels back his face, revealing a grotesque, scarred visage beneath the skin suit. He sneers, asking if Shen Yi really thinks he needs reinforcements. 30 seconds, he scoffs, is more than enough time to kill him and make a clean getaway. Shen Yi bolts for the door. He doesn't make it. The assassin's hand clamps down on his arm like a vice. He yanks Shen Yi back, mocking him. Did the kid really think he'd let him escape? Shen Yi's heart plummets. He's caught. The countdown is already at 25 seconds, and this monster's grip is unbreakable. With a guttural scream, the assassin unleashes a wave of murderous energy, roaring for him to die. A figure smashes down from the ceiling, landing with the force of a meteor. A brilliant golden light erupts, intercepting the deadly attack just inches from Shen Yi. The clash of energies is blinding. Shen Yi is thrown back, shielded from the lethal force by this sudden savior. Manager Cayenne stands over the assassin's remains, calmly stating that there's no such thing as an unbreakable defense in the martial world. Only an attack too fast to counter. The assassin is nothing more than a red smear on the wall. Cayenne turns, a smirk on his face, laughing that he can't believe the AI actually started a countdown. He casually asks if that was a cool entrance. Splattered in blood but alive, Shen Yi can only stare in awe. He stammers out his thanks, his mind reeling from the sheer speed and power he just witnessed. Later, in an office at the National Security Bureau, Cayenne puts his feet up on the desk. He tells Shen Yi he can handle the cleanup, but he needs answers about the passcode Sergeant Luo gave him. Shen Yi explains that Luo knew he was being hunted by the Silent Church, the same psychos behind the anomaly. Cayenne sighs, figuring Luo must have gotten tangled up in their business somehow. Lighting a cigarette, Cayenne remarks that Luo's death is a real shame. Shen Yi quietly agrees. He didn't know the sergeant for long, but he could feel the powerful sense of justice that drove him. Cayenne tells him he's lucky. Kunlun was already tracking that assassin, a contractor from the League of Assassins. If fate hadn't intervened, Shen Yi would be dead. These assassins take online contracts, and killing someone of Luo's skill level would cost a fortune. But the real question, Cayenne says, is why someone would pay that much to kill a middle schooler. A question forms in Shen Yi's mind. What about Kunlun? Why didn't Sergeant Luo use the passcode himself to call for backup against the assassin? The answer sends a chill down his spine. Cayenne explains it was because his weapon was compromised. A virus had been planted in his main weapon, the steel exosuit. Another agent presents a case containing Luo's severed cybernetic hand. The moment the sergeant died, the weapon started working again. The implication is horrifying. Someone close to Luo must have sabotaged him. Kunlun has now assigned them the mission to find the traitor. Shen Yi finally understands what Luo meant when he said his weapon had malfunctioned. He clenches his fist, overcome with a wave of anger and respect. Luo was a strong, honorable officer, chasing the truth to his last breath, leaving behind clues to help even after his own death. And yet, he died unable to even use his weapon when they came for him. Cayenne looks at him, his expression serious. He tells Shen Yi he's part of their group now, and it's time for his first lesson. No matter what, always be wary of those with ill intentions. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, his eyes cold. People like that, he says, are far more terrifying than any monster. Shen Yi nods, promising he'll remember. Cayenne seems satisfied, telling him he's arranged a meeting with his parents. But Shen Yi isn't finished. What about the other two people who were in that anomaly with him? Cayenne waves it off, saying more specialized personnel will handle that. The whole station is being locked down. Shen Yi presses him, asking why someone as strong as Cayenne isn't taking care of it himself. Is he afraid of something? Cayenne's face darkens as he recalls a previous church-induced anomaly. It birthed a creature that wore its victim's skin and wiped out half a city before its weakness was found. He admits it bluntly. He'd rather take assassination jobs than mess with anomalies and their unknown horrors. He reassures Shen Yi that those two will face a fate far worse than the assassin he just turned into paste. But then he freezes. A name flashes in his memory. Luo Feikyun? Luo. He immediately pulls out his phone, making a call. He needs a background check on Azaya Omenjiu, specifically her connection to Sergeant Luo Feikyun. A moment later, his eyes widen in shock. "This is bad," he mutters, hanging up. Shen Yi, confused, asks who Zio Menjiu is. Kaiyan looks at him with a grim expression. It seems she had some kind of relationship with Sergeant Luo. What does this new player mean for them? Mr. Kaiyan steps outside, leaving Shen Yi alone with his parents and the suffocating weight of an unspoken truth. His mother finally breaks the silence, her voice steady, but laced with years of hidden history. She reveals that his father hails from a branch of the illustrious Sanjin Shen clan, one of the few families that inherited divine powers. His father was a prodigy, she explains, until a Kai deviation shattered his potential. His grandfather then tried to force him into an arranged marriage, but he refused, choosing love and a life with her, even if it meant being cast out. But this isn't just a trip down memory lane. His father's eyes are sharp, intense. He tells Shen Yi the real reason they are revealing this now is because his talent has awakened, a talent that surpasses anything they've ever seen. The choice is laid bare before him. Return to the clan, claim his birthright as a core disciple with access to limitless resources, and embrace a legacy he never knew he had. Or turn his back on it forever. His parents give him their full support, no matter what he decides. The pressure is immense, a life of power and privilege hanging in the balance, and Shen Yi falls silent, the two paths diverging before him. Then his decision lands like a hammer blow. He's joining the human martial arts group. His parents are stunned, reminding him of the wealth and comfort the clan could offer, a life free of struggle. But a faint smile plays on his lips. He refuses to go back to make his father beg for his acceptance. He asks them to believe in him, in the path he's chosen for himself. Seeing his resolve, his parents' shock melts into pride. Their little boy is all grown up. His father's mind drifts back to the cold shoulders and dismissive glares of his so-called family, a stark contrast to the warmth he found on his own. Shen Yi remembers his own past life, the crushing loneliness that taught him the true value of love and connection. This isn't just a choice, it's a declaration. He won't trade his family's happiness for a cold, loveless legacy. With his parents watching, he signs the contract, officially binding his future to the human martial arts group. Mr. Kaiyan lays out the next steps. Shen Yi will stay at their facilities to prepare for the entrance exams for the top 3 schools in the world. With a grin, Shen Yi tells him to consider himself part of the team now. A new chapter has begun. Elsewhere, in a sterile hallway, a girl's face is illuminated by the glow of her phone. She scrolls through the news feed she's created, a twisted smile spreading across her lips. Vicious bullying ruins a classmate's future. The headlines scream. It's perfect. She gloats internally, convinced her carefully crafted narrative about Shen Yi's revenge has destroyed him. She believes he's finished, his reputation in tatters, while she remains the flawless campus goddess. She imagines him blacklisted, barred from any school, any training, any hope of a future. He'll end up a total loser, just like Sun Ming. She will rise to heights he can never dream of reaching. But just as her victory seems absolute, her phone dings. A smug expression shatters. A notification informs her the post has been flagged for misinformation. The police have issued an official statement. Legal action is being threatened by both the platform and the human martial arts group. What? How is this possible? Panic claws at her throat. She screeches internally, wondering how they could have proof of self-defense. Why isn't the school on her side? And what in the world does the human martial arts group have to do with any of this? The final nail in her coffin appears on the school's official page. A massive banner congratulating Shen Yi for securing a contract with the human martial arts group, complete with guaranteed admission, offers from the top 5 provincial high schools. Her plan didn't just fail, it backfired spectacularly. She slumps to the floor, defeated. How could he have joined them? How could she have been so wrong? Meanwhile, Shen Yi rides an elevator up a gleaming skyscraper, the headquarters of the human martial arts group. Mr. Kaiyan gives him the grim update from the police. The battle was a bloodbath. Many died, and one enemy was captured alive. He explains that the kill earned the government agent merit points, a special currency for weapons and techniques. Shen Yi doesn't have a title yet, so he gets nothing. But then his phone buzzes, a message from the World United Government. Due to his significant contributions, a compensation package is waiting for him. As they ascend, Shen Yi muses about his need for better offensive techniques. Mr. Kaiyan assures him the online rumors have been crushed and that his first month's funds are already in his account. A man is waiting for them on the 105th floor, ready to show Shen Yi to his room. Mr. Kaiyan departs for work, leaving Shen Yi with a woman who introduces herself as Zhu Mulin. She calls him her little brother, thanking him for his admiration and encouraging him to become a great figure. The room she leads him to is perfect, too perfect. She hands him VIP tickets to her next concert, and it finally clicks. She's Zhu Mulin, his favorite celebrity. He looks around the room in a daze. The paintings, the snacks, the state-of-the-art training equipment, everything is tailored specifically to his tastes. Is this the kind of power the human martial arts group wields? They went to these lengths for a brand new recruit. He steps out onto the balcony of the 150th floor, the city sprawling beneath him as the sun sets. This is the view from the top, the prestige that comes with real power. Who wouldn't want this? To soar above the clouds and witness such breathtaking sights? But this is no time for relaxation. He feels a fire ignite within him. He has to get stronger. The entrance exams are in 2 days, and failure is not an option. He must enter the nightmare realm again, and this time he will obtain a title worthy of this new life. The clock ticks past midnight as Fern pushes open the blood-soaked door, his heart hammering against his ribs. He freezes in the doorway, the scene inside defying all logic. A mountain of shattered, crimson-stained bones fills the room, a testament to a massacre of unimaginable scale. What in the world happened here? He takes a hesitant step back, his mind racing. Rushing in recklessly could jeopardize his entire title evaluation. A weak voice echoes from the pile of remains, calling his name. It's Big Skelly, barely clinging to existence. The skeleton begs for help, his voice a dry rattle. He's dying. Fern stares at the fractured skull, the green soul fire within flickering like a dying candle. He's completely powerless. He doesn't know how to heal something like this. The skeleton pleads for the tonic Fern had before, anything to keep his light from extinguishing. But Fern has nothing left. A wave of despair washes over the skeleton's glowing eyes. It's over. He's finished. A strange thought cuts through Fern's panic. This skeleton was a good trading partner. He can't just let him die. He yells for the skeleton to hang on, promising to figure something out before bolting from the room. 2 agonizing hours crawl by. The skeleton's soul fire has dimmed to a faint ember. He's a goner. But then Fern reappears in the doorway, shouting that he's back. The skeleton's spirit flickers with hope, but Fern hits a snag. The solution he brought is too big to fit through the door. He gestures to a massive fish tank behind him, filled to the brim with a milky liquid. He explains he bought it with every last coin he had, a special brew of calcium, magnesium, and zinc. He tells the skeleton to soak in it, hoping it will somehow mend his broken form. Before the skeleton can even process this bizarre plan, the wall behind him explodes inward. They're breaking in. Humans and elves are storming the stronghold. The skeleton frantically explains this as a secret passage, and a full-scale assault is underway. He's far too weak to fight. In a last-ditch effort, he tosses a ring at Fern. It's a spatial ring. He orders Fern to put it on and hide as his own body dissolves into a swirling mass of red and blue energy, flowing directly into the ring itself. Fern barely slips the ring on his finger as the door is blasted off its hinges in a fiery explosion. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding the blast. That was too close. He whispers to the ring, asking if the skeleton is all right inside. The skeleton's voice echoes in his mind, confirming that since he's undead, the spatial ring can store him. Then comes the bombshell. He had good loot stashed away. That sly bastard was holding out on him this whole time. Fern's suspicion solidifies. He knew the skeleton was no ordinary monster, not since the elven village. But the skeleton cuts him off. He doesn't care about Fern's suspicions. He saved Fern's life, and now a debt is owed. He's heading to Fern's world and needs his full cooperation. Fern hesitates, but the skeleton presses his advantage, lamenting that his own treasures are long gone. His help is now limited. The skull materializes inside the ring's dimension, sinking into the healing tank with a sigh of relief. He gripes that he's the one responsible for looting the battlefield now, and all the truly powerful items are taken by the enemy the moment their owners fall. A new plan forms in Fern's mind. He can use this chaos. If he disguises himself as an undead soldier, he can wander the battlefield and earn a new title. He asks the skeleton for any gear that can mask his human aura. A pile of battered, broken armor clatters to the ground. The skeleton scoffs, asking if he's a scrap collector. But Fern sees potential, piecing together the tattered remnants of fallen warriors, each piece a grim reminder of the horrors of war. He manages to assemble a full set, and even finds a horse token that can summon a skeletal warhorse. This is perfect. The skeleton then produces a tattered cloak, explaining that it's imbued with a potent death aura. With that and the gear, no other undead will see through his disguise. Fern is transformed. He now looks like a bona fide undead warrior. The skeleton remarks that if he plays his cards right, he might even get himself that warhorse. Fern grins, already imagining the title he could earn, Ghost Rider. As he turns to leave, the skeleton's voice stops him, cold and sharp. Don't you dare die. If he falls, they'll find the ring on his body. The threat is clear. Fern's life is secondary to the skeleton's escape. Fern smirks back, promising he'll try his best not to, and steps through the shattered doorway into the heart of the war. The place is a wreck, but Wang Yi isn't here for sightseeing. He squeezes through a narrow fissure in the rock, pushing deeper into the ruins. The moment he emerges, the glint of steel greets him from all sides. He's surrounded, trapped in a cage of sharpened spikes. Human soldiers. Their leader points a sword at his chest, his voice cold as he orders his men to kill the stray undead. Panic flares in Wang Yi's chest. This disguise worked too well. He rips off the bone mask, revealing his face, desperately yelling that he's human, that they are on the same side. But his words fall on deaf ears. The lead soldier sneers, calling him a traitor who sides with the undead. He raises his sword high, proclaiming that for such a crime he deserves to die. Instinct takes over. Wang Yi yanks out the elven dagger and throws it up just in time to block the killing blow. The impact rings through the cavern, steel screaming against steel. The soldier freezes, his eyes locked on the blade. He recognizes it instantly. "Is that Nightshade?" he asks, his aggression evaporating into pure shock. He tells Wang Yi to step away. This isn't just any dagger. It's a human scout's dagger, blessed to be wielded only by those with an uncorrupted soul. It's a symbol of unwavering loyalty. The soldier sees the truth now. This man isn't a traitor. He's one of them. He dismisses Wang Yi, his tone completely changed. With the misunderstanding cleared, the soldier, Roman, orders his men to hunt down the real undead stragglers. He then turns back to Wang Yi, a friendly look on his face, asking if he needs any help. Roman then makes a strange hand gesture. Wang Yi's mind races, trying to decipher it. It looks like the "I love you" sign from Earth. Is this some kind of nightmare realm custom? Love at first sight? What is happening? Then he notices Roman isn't looking at him, but at the bone mask in his hand. A jolt of understanding hits him. The gesture, the mask, it's a code. Bonehead must have given him some kind of high-level clearance item without telling him. Time to bluff. Playing it cool, Wang Yi admits he's in a bit of a bind and says he won't refuse any help. Roman nods, his expression serious. Understood, he replies, and offers him a solo combat pack. It actually worked. Wang Yi takes the pack, thanking him and promising to repay the favor. He gets the soldier's name, Roman, just as a new voice booms through the passage. A portly man on a monstrous steed charges forward, roaring at Roman for lingering, accusing him of deliberately avoiding the battle. Roman tries to explain he found a scout near a secret passage, but the Baron's eyes fix on Wang Yi with instant suspicion. He dismisses Roman's explanation, declaring Wang Yi an undead spy and ordering his immediate arrest. Roman protests, pointing to the Nightshade dagger as proof of Wang Yi's allegiance. But the Baron silences him with a wave. He knows what the dagger means, he sneers, but that doesn't matter. He demands to know Wang Yi's mission, his voice dripping with menace. This is Baron Warren, and he makes it clear he sees Wang Yi as nothing more than an insect. He threatens to strip him down and torture every last secret out of him. But Wang Yi doesn't flinch. He just stares back from under his hood, burning the name Warren into his memory, and whispers a single word. Door. The Baron explodes with rage. How dare a lowly scout threaten him? He screams for his men to kill him on the spot. But in the time it takes them to raise their weapons, Wang Yi is already gone. They stand there, dumbfounded, staring at the empty space where he just stood. Their weapons slice through nothing but air. The Baron is livid, shouting, demanding to know where he went. Did he just vanish into thin air? His men find no traps, no hidden passages. Roman calmly mentions the rumors he's heard of nameless assassins joining the fight, masters of stealth and concealment. And as he speaks, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Warren was so arrogant, announcing his name like that. What if this mysterious assassin decides to pay him a visit in the chaos of battle? The Baron's face pales, the bravado draining away, replaced by a cold knot of fear. "Damn it, let's go," he yells, his voice tight with panic. He wheels his mount around and gallops away, desperate to put distance between himself and the unseen threat. Wang Yi slams back into his room, stumbling to the floor. That was too close. He curses Baron Warren, vowing he won't forget this ambush. He collapses against the furniture, catching his breath. Thank God he'd set a door beforehand. He picks up the bone mask, talking to it as if it were alive. "Did you see that?" he asks Bonehead, complaining about the convoluted military signals. But then a wry smile touches his lips. It doesn't matter. He made it back in one piece. Another green One of Us title. The system confirms this is the second time he's received this exact, exceptionally rare title. But this time it triggers a special event. A one-time-only chance. If his very next title is also a green One of Us, his honorary power will resonate and summon a latent ability. The gears in his mind start turning. 3 identical titles to unlock a hidden power, but if he gets anything else, the opportunity is lost forever. He recalls the conditions, facing insurmountable odds, being completely outmatched, and using his wits and the environment to escape. He thinks back to the elven village, then the undead battlefield. Both were life-or-death crises. The standard is just too high. It's like walking on eggshells over a pit of fire. Is some unknown latent ability really worth risking his life for? He shakes his head. No, survival comes first. Just as he puts the thought aside, his monitor chimes. A visitor. Mr. Shen, you have a visitor. The message continues. She claims to be a family member of Luo Faikyuan, her identity confirmed. A cold knot forms in Shen Yi's stomach. Sergeant Luo, the man who died investigating his case, who saved his life without even knowing him. He has to see her. He owes the man that much. He simply replies yes. On the 50th floor lounge, a woman with long, deep purple hair stands silhouetted against the city lights, her back to him. Excuse me, are you looking for me? She turns, her expression unreadable. She asks if he is Shen Yi. He confirms it. Her eyes suddenly flare with an ethereal blue light, and a title materializes above her head. Great Swordsman. She introduces herself as Zio Menjiu, Luo Faikyuan's younger sister, here to ask a few questions. Shen Yi's blood runs cold. A title. He's met so many people, even powerful figures like Manager Kayan, and none of them had a title. Not the humans, not the undead, not the elves. Only the elven high priest had a list of them. This girl is only the second person he's ever seen with one. Then it clicks. She was the one who made Manager Kayan turn pale with fear. She explains that her brother was tracking the guy in shades, but during their fight, his weapon malfunctioned, resulting in his death. The ones responsible were two of his classmates, their motive nothing more than petty jealousy over his achievements. Her voice is chillingly calm as she delivers the next line. I've already killed them all. Wait, she killed them all? Shen Yi is stunned. He remembers Manager Kayan saying the killer was captured alive just yesterday. Menju confirms it. She ended his life. She's so casual about it. So this is the power of a great swordsman. She continues, explaining her brother had limited talent, and she was guiding him toward a decent job and a safe, protected life. But Shen Yi thought Sergeant Luo was supposed to be some kind of prodigy. Menjiu's story doesn't add up. She looks at him, sensing his silence. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you suggesting I should have let them get away with it? He quickly waves his hands, saying no, he was just worried she'd get in trouble for killing them. Sad, knowing look crosses her face. She explains that he bears the Shen surname but isn't from the noble family, so he wouldn't understand. No matter how average her brother was, he was a member of a noble family. To die by the hand of an assassin was a stain on their honor, and no one would dare question her actions to restore it. She took her mother's family name, Zio. Now that everyone involved is dead, the trail has gone cold. And that's why she's here. She looks him dead in the eye, asking if he has any idea who wants him dead. Any suspicion, any vague guess. Just give me some names, she says, and I'll take care of the rest. Shen Yi points out that she's already avenged her brother by killing those responsible. Her eyes flash with a terrifying light. Not enough. She needs to find the person who hired the assassin. The assassin killed my brother, so I must eliminate both the assassin and the person behind it all. Only then can my brother rest in peace. A wave of immense power erupts from her, so potent it feels like it's tearing the world apart. The very sky seems to split open, a violent purple rift appearing between the clouds. The raw energy washes over the rooftop garden, and Shen Yi is frozen in place, utterly overwhelmed. Did she just cut the freaking sky? He didn't even see her draw her sword. She turns back to him, her power receding, and asks again if he missed any details. She tells him not to let the power of noble families deter him. He can come to her for help anytime. He explains that his family barely interacts with the Sanjin Shen clan. He hasn't offended anyone. Then a memory surfaces. Oh, right. I remember hearing terrified screams the first time I was in the hospital. Could there have been witnesses? Her eyes sharpen. She'll look into it immediately and get back to him. She gives him her contact information, thanks him, and turns to leave. Be careful, she says over her shoulder. As she disappears, the assassin in shades materializes nearby. That's one terrifying slash, he remarks. He admits he was worried when she arrived, concerned she might blame Shen Yi for Luo's death. But everything seems fine. He then drops a bombshell. She's still in school, taking her high school entrance exams this year. She's in the same grade as Shen Yi. The assassin explains that noble families start training their children from a young age, so it's normal for them to be far stronger. Shen Yi lets out a long breath, just relieved she's on his side. If he ever finds out who's behind all this, she'll be a huge help. He yawns, ready for sleep. But in his room, sleep won't come. He collapses onto his bed, frustrated. He's living in a world where the rich and powerful can just toss out money to hire assassins and end his life. He can't count on a great swordsman to watch his back forever. He sits up, a new resolve hardening his expression. He needs his own power. Hey, Skelly, he calls out, do you still have any of those crystals? The kind that grants abilities. At the end of the day, he realizes you're your own best bet. Ju asks his skeletal companion if he has any nightmare crystals. the kind that grant abilities. Skelly explains that all he has are undead abilities, useless to Zhu who lacks soul fire. The moonlit deerwalk crystal he got last time was pure luck. Zhu's frustration mounts. He doesn't have time to wait until high school to learn new moves. Assassins are on his tail, and the nobles coming for him won't be easy to beat. His eyes land on the bag Roman gave him. He hasn't even checked the combat pack yet. He tears it open, tossing aside rations and first aid supplies. His fingers close around something hard and familiar. A nightmare crystal. His hope surges as he clutches the glowing green gem, praying for a good ability. He presses it into his stomach, absorbing its power. But what flows into him isn't a new skill. It's information. A message detailing an intel drop-off for the Shadow Hand Brotherhood. No new powers. Skelly cackles, figuring Roman must have mistaken Zhu for a member of the infamous Assassin Guild. But Zhu sees an opening. He's already obtained a title, so even if he doesn't return to the Nightmare Realm, he has a perfect chance to get another. He immediately forms a plan. He asks Skelly where he found the Centurion mask, intending to disguise himself as a human soldier and sneak back into the Nightmare Realm. Skelly can't quite recall the exact location. Skelly rummages through his ethereal storage, pulling out a full set of human gear. Within moments, Zhu looks just like a soldier from the Rhine borderlands. The disguise is perfect. The tower shield bears the fierce hound emblem. Skelly explains that since the undead wiped out all the Rhine humans, no one would question a lone survivor. Then Skelly offers him another crystal, claiming it's a letter from the Flame Lord, a token of gratitude for saving him. Zhu eyes him with suspicion. This sudden concern for his well-being feels completely out of character. Caught in his lie, Skelly admits the truth. He needs Zhu to establish a foothold in the Nightmare Realm so he can buy high-tier materials to heal his own injuries. Under the pale moonlight of the Nightmare Realm, Zhu arrives. He finds himself on a battlefield littered with the dead, a grim testament to the recent slaughter. He spots a group of soldiers carrying their wounded comrades, shouting for them to hang on. The base camp is just ahead. Zhu holds back. He can't risk running into anyone from his old squad. He'll have to be careful and gather some intel first. The battlefield is crawling with bodies, and among them a hulking undead giant. A perfect target. He activates Murmurs of the Dark, his voice echoing with otherworldly power, commanding the giant to wake up. He has questions. He holds up the Centurion mask, asking if the giant recognizes it. The creature groans that it doesn't know. With a sigh, Zhu lets it rest. He tries again, waking the smaller undead soldiers, but the answer is always the same. None of them have seen the mask before. This is like finding a needle in a haystack. His frustration grows with every failed attempt. Exasperated, he slumps against a rock. A guttural growl from behind him puts him on high alert. A werewolf, its fur matted with blood, looms over a corpse. But instead of fear, Zhu feels a spark of genius. Werewolves have incredible senses. He holds out the mask, asking the creature if it recognizes the scent. The werewolf sniffs the mask, its glowing green eyes sharp with recognition. It confirms the mask belonged to a centurion, one who only had a single arm left. It then growls that it is a wolf, not a dog. How is he supposed to use his ability on a single arm? Zhu scans the ground and finds it. An arm, half buried in the blood-soaked earth. As he pulls it free, he sees the hand is frozen in the Shadow Hand's signature gesture. He's found him. He leans in close, asking if the owner of this arm can tell him anything. The severed hand twitches, then slowly, deliberately points off into the distance. Having delivered its final message, the hand falls limp, its purpose served. Zhu now knows where to go. He gags, the stench of decay clinging to the discarded boot. But his disgust vanishes when his fingers brush against something cold and solid tucked inside. He pulls it free, a small metallic disc pulsing with a faint, dark energy. A wave of information floods his mind as the system chimes. He's unlocked item lore. He can finally see the hidden truths behind the world's artifacts. The disc is a night shadow insignia, etched with arcane runes of some hidden order. The description is blunt. Without its matching weapon, it's just a useless trinket. A weapon. His eyes drift down to the dagger in his hand. As if answering his thoughts, the insignia flares to life, its energy surging towards his blade. Blue-black light erupts, wrapping around the dagger, reshaping it, empowering it. The very metal seems to hum with a newfound, lethal purpose. The light recedes, revealing a transformed weapon. Nightshade has evolved. It is now nightfall. The system confirms it. A human assassin dagger blessed by the Shadow Hand Brotherhood. An organization he's never heard of, yet he now holds one of their sacred tools. A tool that allows him to undertake their secret missions. A secret society operating in the shadows? What has he just stumbled into? His eyes then fall on the letter he found alongside the insignia. It's a joint mission between the humans and elves, a call to arms against the undead. The Shadow Hand mission, It all clicks into place. The crystal owl gave him the strange insignia. This was a test. Roman Genge wasn't just some soldier, he was a member and he'd just been recruited. He feels a surge of cynical clarity. So that's the game. Turn an intel on the undead for a fat reward. He grabs the nearest captive, its body crackling with residual energy, and demands to know about any unusual activity. But the creature just groans, its empty sockets staring blankly. He moves to the next, a pile of chattering skulls, and gets the same answer. We know nothing. He sighs, the initial excitement souring into frustration. Regular soldiers just follow orders. They wouldn't know anything important. This is a dead end. But then a raspy voice cuts through the silence. The disembodied head of the undead commander speaks up, offering to give him some intel. He narrows his eyes, suspicion coiling in his gut. An undead selling out his own kind. After Roman Genge's little test, he's not falling for another trick. The head scoffs, saying the other undead have it out for him anyway. It offers up a piece of information. The undead are using new components to boost their soulfire cannons. It's not earth-shattering news, but it's valuable. Big enough for a reward, but not so big it'll get him killed for knowing it. A calculated risk. His gaze shifts to a massive, hulking corpse nearby, a giant stone pillar clutched in its hand. A dangerous idea begins to form. He tells his companion he has a plan. Without another word, he dumps every single attribute point he has in his strength. A raw red aura explodes around him as he strains, muscles screaming, to lift the impossibly heavy pillar. His partner cries out, asking what in the world he's doing. He grits his teeth, telling him to yell for help if the strain makes him lose his voice. Is he insane? Pouring every last point in his strength for one single move is a death wish. With a final, desperate roar, he heaves the massive object into the air. The moment it leaves his hands, his body gives out. He collapses, blood spilling from his lips as the crushing weight of his own gamble comes due. He lies there, gasping on the cold ground, his shield clattering beside him. Why go this far for a minor role? The thought is bitter, but the answer is simple. Because if he can't even nail this small part, he has no hope of surviving the war. His voice is weak, pathetic. Help, he whispers, forcing out the words. Somebody help me. Through the trees, a pair of soldiers stop dead in their tracks. They heard it, a call for help. Their eyes widen as they see the scene. A lone, wounded soldier lying next to a colossal stone hammer that no single man should be able to lift. They found a hero. Hanging there, they shout, we're coming. In the dead of night, within the human encampment, a young priestess channels her sacred power. A verdant glow of life magic pouring from her hands. The energy flows into the unconscious boy, mending torn flesh and knitting bone back together. Her healing is complete, his wounds fully recovered. She tells the prince she is finished, and he dismisses her, promising payment will be arranged. Khan's eyes flutter open. Where am I? He groans, feigning disorientation. The blond man beside him, Prince Norton, reassures him that he's safe in the human camp. But who are you? Khan asks, playing the part of a confused survivor. The prince introduces himself, his gaze sharp and calculating. He points to the shield, noting the fierce hound emblem. He asks if Khan is from Rhine. Khan's mind races. This is the first test. He has to sell this lie. He claims he has a message from his lord. Pulling out the communication crystal he took from the real survivor. An old mage takes the crystal, channeling mana into it. A spectral green message unfurls, the voice of Lord Lawrence echoing through the tent, pleading for aid and offering a massive reward for anyone who brings troops to save his territory. The mage confirms it's Lawrence's voice, authenticating the plea. The prince's expression softens slightly. So you are from Rhine, he says, his suspicion easing. But then the hammer falls. The prince delivers the devastating news. The undead have already overrun the territory. Rhine has been annihilated. He tells the boy he's afraid he is the sole survivor. The words hit Khan like a physical blow, and he collapses, a perfect picture of despair. He cries out names: father, mother, Zelos, grandma, a list of ghosts he just invented. He asks if none of them survived, his voice cracking with manufactured grief. Is this acting, or is there a sliver of real pain in there? He screams that he doesn't believe it. Prince Norton kneels, his voice laced with pity, telling the boy he's been through hell and back. To survive the stone hammer of the undead is nothing short of a miracle. He calls Khan the last spark of hope for Rhine, urging him to rest. Tomorrow he'll be sent to the safety of the rear lines. But Khan's internal mission is clear. Find the Shadow Hand's tent, learn their techniques. He can't let them brush him off. He thanks the prince but begs to be allowed to stay on the battlefield. The prince is taken aback. Why? With tears streaming down his face, Khan clenches his fist, his voice raw with fury. He has to avenge his people. He can't let the undead get away with what they did. He wants to fight them, to drive every last one of them out. The prince's advisors look on, a mix of pity and skepticism on their faces. But Norton seems impressed by the boy's courage. He reasons that the Rhine Lord must have chosen him for this vital mission for a reason. He must possess some extraordinary skill. Seizing the opening, Khan declares that for his age, no one in the entire Rhine region is faster than him. Internally, he issues a command to his system: devour the title, one of us. Then reallocate all stat points to agility. The system confirms the title has been consumed. 3 stat points are gained and immediately poured into agility. He tells the prince to watch this. In a flash, he's gone. The guards in the camp barely register a blur of motion as he rockets past them. He's a phantom, a whisper of wind kicking up dust as he moves with impossible speed. He carves a sharp turn, his feet skidding across the dirt, a testament to his newfound agility. With a final burst, he comes to a dead stop, kicking up a plume of dust right where he started. He stands there panting, looking at the prince with desperate hope. "So, my lord, can I stay at the front lines now?" The elf woman in the prince's entourage is stunned. "What an incredible child," she says, urging the prince to let him stay. She even offers to look after him personally. But as she steps forward, her eyes lock onto his wrist. "Your speed is astonishing, kid," she says, her voice suddenly serious. "Where did you get this bracelet?" The prince's attention snaps to the bracelet, recognizing the elven craftsmanship. Khan's heart stutters. He explains that an elf named Laney gave it to him, adding a lie that the elves owe him so they shouldn't cause any problems. The elf woman doesn't seem to buy it. She places her hand over the bracelet, channeling her own magic into it. A holographic projection springs to life. It's Laney, the archmage, looking confused. She asks who is using elven magic to call upon her. Her eyes then find Khan, and her expression shifts to pure shock. "Why does a human boy have your bracelet?" She asks the elf woman, her gaze piercing right through Khan's carefully constructed facade. But her smile vanishes, replaced by the stern face of her mother, the high priestess. She demands an answer, her voice cold. She reveals that not long ago, undead spies infiltrated their village, and he indebted himself to their high priest to uncover the scheme. Zhu Yi cuts the connection. He tells her he'll call back and the watery portal dissolves, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The high priest is looking for him. This is getting complicated. The elven priestess beside him speaks to the prince, vouching for the boy. She says he's young, agile, and has somehow survived numerous calamities. More importantly, he has connections with her elven people. The prince, intrigued, agrees. It's rare for elves to approve of a human. He offers to arrange an ID for Zhu Yi and send him to the imperial capital to study. Then comes the question that makes Zhu Yi's blood run cold. "What's your full name?" His mind races. He doesn't know the first thing about this world's customs or naming conventions. One wrong word and his cover is blown. Thinking fast, he grabs his head and cries out in pain. The prince's expression softens with pity. He must have suffered head trauma from the undead titan's attack, resulting in memory loss. The old man steps forward, suggesting the boy needs rest. Zhu Yi shoots him a look of pure gratitude. "Thanks for the assist, Gramps." The prince smiles, his gaze lingering. He tells the boy who survived calamities that they'll meet again. And with those words, a strange energy resonates. A system notification flashes in his vision. He's gained some renown. He now has a chance to acquire a newly self-created title. The title materializes before him in glowing letters: "The Boy Who Lived." Are you kidding me? He doesn't even have a lightning bolt scar. He frantically asks the system if there's any way to get rid of this embarrassing title. It explains that since the title is based on public recognition, he has 2 options to make it disappear. First, he could vanish from public view until people forget. Second, he could act in a way that completely contradicts the title's meaning. He decides he'll just lay low after this is all over. He asks Big Skelly who that prince was anyway, and learns he's Prince Norton, the eldest son of the royal family and the future emperor. From a distance, the royal party watches him go. The priestess notes that the kid is interesting. The old man reveals what he saw. Zhu Yi is carrying a high-ranking shadow hand insignia. "That dagger," Prince Norton nods, confirming he saw it too. "It's called Nightfall, a blade carried only by the most elite assassins." What a stroke of luck, stumbling upon such a talent. The prince gives an order to his aide. "Nominate him for a Medal of Valor in my name." Following the directions he was given, Zhu Yi locates a nondescript tent. This is it, the shadow hand's intel drop-off point. He steps inside, announcing his presence. The agent inside ignores him, so Zhu Yi clears his throat and recites the proper code phrase. "May the shadows protect us all." He asks what news he brings. Zhu Yi presents the glowing green crystal he swiped from the undead's weapon. He explains it's from their soulfire cannon, likely the reason their artillery has been hitting so hard lately. The agent is impressed. "Good work," he says. "This is valuable intel. What do you want in exchange?" Zhu Yi coolly asks what he has to offer. The man grins, promising to amaze him. He pulls out a tactical camouflage dagger coated with a special poison. He claims one lick can make you fake your own death. Zhu Yi isn't buying it. Not enough battlefield utility, he says, pushing it aside. Got anything else? The agent smirks and pulls out a small whistle. He blows it, and a horse charges into the tent. The horse immediately collapses, foaming at the mouth, playing dead. The agent beams, explaining its unique talent. A horse that plays dead? What kind of useless gimmick is this? Seeing Zhu Yi's unimpressed face, the agent sighs. Fine, you've got a sharp eye. He pulls out his next item, a pair of veil-piercing lenses. He explains that the lenses are fitted with shadow crystals, allowing the wearer to see through clothes to spot money and valuables. Zhu Yi recoils in disgust. He cuts to the chase, asking if the agent has any nightmare crystals, new skills, or techniques. The agent admits that supplies are running low because of the war. He only has 2 left. He presents the first, a beginner-level skill called bleeding, which makes any blade wound bleed endlessly. The second is a crystal containing frostwind, a knockback kick that sends an opponent and their weapon flying. Zhu Yi's eyes light up. He needs both. But as he considers his choice, a dark, sinister voice whispers directly into his mind. Human, choose frostwind. Zhu Yi freezes, staring at the 2 crystals on the table. One offers a deadly offensive skill, the other a powerful defensive move. But now, an unknown entity is trying to force his hand. The voice echoes in his mind an ethereal command. Choose frost wind. Shen Yi's blood runs cold. He knows that voice. It's the same mysterious guide who gifted him the Nightfall short sword. But why this specific skill? Why frost wind? The voice explains that this technique is not of this world. To uncover a great secret, he must gather 4 specific skills: Moonlight Deer Walk, Shadow Phantom, the Beast King's Thunder Palm, and now Frost Wind. The promise of a hidden truth is too powerful to ignore. Shen Yi doesn't hesitate. He'll take it. The crystal skill book dissolves into his hand, a torrent of icy blue energy coursing through him. Visions of powerful, fluid kicks flash through his consciousness as the technique becomes a part of him. The quest giver notes that Frost Wind is just a basic skill, barely worth the reward, and offers a bag of gold to compensate. But Shen Yi isn't interested in gold. He immediately turns to the skeleton soldier, demanding to know about undead skills. The soldier is stunned. How could a living human know of the Shadow Phantom technique? Shen Yi cuts him off, his voice sharp with urgency. He needs it now. The skeleton relents, explaining it's a basic phantom spell, practically useless, requiring a mix of agility and spirit to even cast. Shen Yi checks his status. He has just enough attribute points. Without a second thought, he pours them into spirit and agility, meeting the requirements precisely. A storm of violent purple energy erupts around him. He has the skill, but a chilling thought follows. He's wielding undead magic. If anyone from the kingdom sees this, he'll be executed on the spot. He has to find somewhere to practice in total secrecy. Deep in the woods, under the pale light of the moon, he unleashes the spell. A ghastly, screaming phantom of pure shadow tears itself from his body. He examines the spectral clone. So this is the Shadow Phantom technique. It seems designed for nothing more than a cheap scare. What possible use could it have? The skeleton's voice cackles in his mind, mocking his choice of such a trash technique. But Shen Yi's focus is elsewhere. He tunes out the noise, his mind racing. Moonlight Deer Walk, Frost Wind, Shadow Phantom. 3 down, 1 to go. All he needs now is the Thunder Palm, and the promised secret will be his. Suddenly a voice cuts through the trees, filled with relief and excitement. I finally found you, the boy who lived. Shen Yi groans internally. For God's sake, not that name again. A royal messenger informs him that for his bravery, Prince Norton has awarded him a Medal of Valor and a letter of recommendation to the Imperial Military Academy. He accepts the box and the letter, his mind already calculating. The reward money from the quest giver, the gold, it's enough. It's enough to send back to his family. His mission in this world is complete. He's achieved his goals. With a final look at the fantasy world, he turns and walks away, ready to go home. He materializes back in his high-tech apartment. An AI on his monitor confirms the transaction. The gold from the other world has been converted to over 65,000 yuan. His phone immediately buzzes. It's his sister, her voice a mix of shock and concern. Where did he suddenly get so much money? He calmly explains it's his allowance from joining the group and that he doesn't need it. A simple lie to protect a complex truth. After hanging up, he scrolls through his phone, stunned by the sheer number of messages he's missed. Congratulations on joining the martial arts group, praise from acquaintances, and one message that makes his heart skip a beat. Hubby, it's from a girl named Zhao Yibing. The message includes a photo. She's beautiful, apologizing for something and asking him to a movie. A blush creeps up his neck. What a shame, he thinks, his mind clouded with a danger she knows nothing about. Another message pings. It's his best friend, Chen Heiyu, ecstatic about his success and eager to celebrate. Shen Yi's expression darkens. He's been meaning to see him, but the reality of his situation crashes down. He's a target. Assassins are after him. Leaving the safety of the group's headquarters is suicide, but the thought of Chen Heiyu sparks a warmth inside him. The original owner of this body may be gone, but his fierce loyalty and friendship remain, a feeling Shen Yi is just beginning to understand. It's a pure, genuine connection, something his cold, previous life never offered. He can't just throw it away. Just then another text arrives from his friend, practically begging to visit the martial art group building, calling it his dream place. An idea clicks, a perfect solution. Visitors are allowed, the building is secure. He can give his friend a tour and celebrate safely. The decision is made. He types a quick reply. Okay, let's have dinner. I'll be in the lobby in 10 minutes. He heads for the door, stepping out to meet his friend, walking a tightrope between a new life and an ever-present death. Juyi steps into the room and immediately feels it, a suffocating pressure emanating from the group ahead. Their auras are jagged and dark, completely unlike ordinary people. So these are the professionals Mr. Kayan was talking about. They're a motley crew of killers and thugs, each one radiating a casual lethality that makes his skin crawl. A hulking, bald man breaks from the group and plants himself in front of Zhu Yi, his shadow swallowing him whole. Are you one of the newbies this year? He grunts, his voice like grinding stone. Zhu Yi admits he was staring. The man's face splits into a surprisingly gentle smile. It's fine, he says. He used to do the same thing when he first got here, staring at the professionals. Were you looking forward to becoming like them? The man asks. Zhu Yi doesn't hesitate. Nope. The man's smile twists into a predatory grin. He leans in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Back then, he thought they were just arrogant jerks. He wanted to tear them all to shreds. Zhu Yi's eyes widen. These are the people meant to protect him. They flaunt their power with an arrogance that borders on insanity. The brute turns away, his attention shifting to a woman in a wide-brimmed hat. Hey, you on duty today? Wanna grab dinner later? Her reply is ice cold. Get lost. Harass me again and I'll skin you alive, just like that perv from the other day. Before the man can even process the threat, she whips out a pistol and shoves the barrel right under his chin. Zhu Yi flinches. What kind of welcome party is this? The man just raises his hands, grumbling that she doesn't have to be so aggressive. The woman ignores him, her gaze sweeping the room. She asks the man if a boy named Chen Heiyu has been asking for her. Zhu Yi's head snaps up. That's his friend. He steps forward, telling her he's a schoolmate and he can go get him. The woman lowers her gun but holds up a hand to stop him. No can do, kiddo. Manager Kayan gave specific instructions. She says it seems they're in a bit of a sticky situation, so they have to keep him safe. A new voice cuts through the tension. Man, you've really made it big. Chen Heiyu appears, his face alight with excitement as he takes in the opulent surroundings. He throws an arm around Zhu Yi's shoulder, calling him a legend for signing with the Human Martial Arts Group. He offers to take Chen Heiyu to the cafeteria, but his friend is too excited, insisting on seeing his room first. The elevator is packed, the air thick with the scent of ozone and steel. Chen Heiyu marvels that Zhu Yi is staying on the 105th floor. Whoa, talk about living sky high, he says. Just as Zhu Yi's phone vibrates in his pocket. He pulls it out. It's a message from Zio Menjiu. His blood runs cold as he reads. When you were attacked at the hospital, a nurse saw everything. But she's gone missing. All they found was a mangled body. His phone buzzes again. There's more. He scrolls down, his heart pounding against his ribs. The next message is a gut punch. I suspect the nurse was silenced because of you. Attached is a grainy security photo of a lone figure walking down a dark corridor. Another photo shows the same figure. A dark silhouette against the sky on a rooftop. Zio Menjiu's next text explains she's rerunning background checks on everyone around him. The elevator dings softly, announcing the 80th floor, and then the final message loads. This individual was acting extremely suspicious at school yesterday morning. That's Chen Heiyu. The world seems to slow down. A memory flashes in his mind. Chen Heiyu frantic, searching for something? Or someone. He remembers being trapped in the nightmare realm, how Chen Heiyu was nowhere to be found on any of the school's security footage. But why was he looking for me, he thinks, a cold dread seeping into his bones. What's wrong, Yi? Chen Heiyu asks, his face a mask of friendly concern. Chen Heiyu leads the way down the long, sterile hallway, his excitement feeling a little too forced. He points, exclaiming that this is it, the door at the very end. But as he says it, his friendly expression dissolves, replaced by a cold, predatory gleam in his eyes. In a flash, a blade of pure purple energy materializes in his hand, slicing through the air with a vicious hum. The attack is impossibly fast. The blade plunges directly into Shen Yi's forehead, the impact sending a shockwave through the air as blood spatters. But Shen Yi's body doesn't just fall. It shatters, dissolving into fragments of purple light with a silent, agonizing scream. The assassin freezes, his eyes wide with disbelief. An illusion? How is that even possible? He realizes with a sickening jolt that this kid's martial arts are on a completely different level than he was led to believe. Behind him, the real Shenyi appears, wreathed in crackling blue energy. He lands a devastating kick right into the assassin's jaw, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. The system floods his vision with notifications. He's unlocked Moonlit Deerwalk, Shadow Mirage, and Frostwind. By combining them, he's temporarily gained the heaven-shattering Frost Moon effect, enhancing his illusory shadow and boosting his speed. Shenyi's voice is ice-cold as he states the obvious. You're not Chen Heiyu. The assassin stumbles back, his face a mask of confusion and pain. Where is he? He can't track Shenyi's movements. Meanwhile, the imposter, now revealed in his true form, laughs maniacally, convinced he's already won. He's dead, he cackles. You'll be joining him soon, he snarls, lunging forward with his energy-laced daggers, a whirlwind of purple death. Shenyi easily sidesteps the clumsy attack, his movements fluid and unnaturally fast. He counters with a kick, but the assassin smirks, blocking the blow with a single hand. He scoffs that he could stop such a wimpy kick with one hand behind his back. But then the system kicks in. Guaranteed knockback activates. A massive wave of force erupts from the point of impact, sending the assassin flying backward, his arrogant smirk wiped clean off his face. As the assassin tumbles through the air, Shenyi pulls a pistol from his side. So that was the secret the voice mentioned, he thinks. Who knew combining basic techniques could create something so powerful? Wait, a gun? Where did that come from? He fires a volley of shots, the bullets streaking past the assassin. The man lands, sneering. You sneaky little bastard, he growls, you even had a gun stashed. Too bad your aim sucks. You missed every shot. A building-wide alert suddenly blares. Gunshots detected on the 105th floor. All professionals respond immediately. As armed drones converge on the skyscraper, Shenyi calmly replies that he wasn't trying to hit him. The assassin's eyes widen in confusion, but it's too late. The bullets, guided by some unseen force, curve back around and tear through his body from behind, riddling him with holes. A woman in a wide-brimmed hat steps out of the shadows, her expression furious. That damned skin-shift technique, she curses, it even fooled me. MS Wena, Shenyi asks, stunned. She ignores him, her focus entirely on the dying assassin. She checked his body thoroughly, never suspecting he'd use his own bones as weapons. She demands to know his objective. Who is he? She grabs the man by his collar, her voice dripping with venom. Speak, or I'll skin you alive and make you beg for death. The assassin just grins, blood bubbling from his lips. He sputters that she won't get anything from him before biting down hard. A sickening crack echoes in the hall. The assassin's body convulses as foam pours from his mouth. MS. Wena shoves him away in disgust. Damn it, he bit down on a poison capsule hidden in his molar. Crap, she mutters, I should have knocked him out first. She glares at the corpse. Great, I just killed him. I'm so screwed. She can only hope the autopsy will give them some clues. Shenyi stands frozen by the door, thinking it's probably best to stay quiet. He has no idea what just happened, but he knows he does not want to piss off MS. Wena. Down in the morgue, the tech team finishes their grim work. The assassin was a ghost. No records, no belongings, just a highly skilled killer whose face wasn't even his own. Wena isn't surprised. She tells her subordinate it's not his fault. The man's skinsuit technique was flawless, even fooling their most advanced security systems. As they prepare to leave, she tells her team the corpse is useless now. But Shenyi stays behind. The man with the long hair and glasses watches him, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He tells Shenyi he'll wait for him on the roof, a strange sense telling him this kid knows more than he lets on, that he can almost sense death itself. The moment the door clicks shut, Shenyi's eyes flare with an eerie green light. He looks at the body on the slab and utters a single chilling command. Arise. A torrent of dark energy pours from his hand, flooding the corpse as he demands answers from the spirit still tethered to it. The dead man's body convulses, his eyes snapping open, glowing with the same green energy. He's in shock. You can talk to the dead. But then a smug grin spreads across his face. He scoffs, saying that won't do Shenyi any good. He's defiant, vowing that he won't tell him a damn thing. Shenyi's spectral companion chuckles, finding the stiff's defiance interesting. The companion's voice echoes in Shenyi's mind, practically giddy with anticipation. It wonders what happens if he doesn't talk, betting it will be fun to watch. In the next instant, the morgue vanishes. The assassin's soul is ripped from his body and plunged into a hellish dimension, chained spread-eagle against a wall of blood and iron. Panic grips him. What is this place? Before he can even process the horror, he is engulfed in roaring, ethereal flames, his silent scream swallowed by the inferno. The fire is agonizing, peeling away his spiritual form layer by layer. His essence burns, revealing the skeletal soul beneath, writhing in pure torment. He can't understand what's happening, his defiance melting into raw, primal terror. Shen-Yi's companion explains the curse with sadistic glee. These flames will burn for 100 years, and that's just the warm-up. After that, his soul will endure 600 different tortures, cycling endlessly for centuries until he finally breaks. And if a soul is particularly stubborn, that just summons stronger wraiths to ensure the torment never ends. 100 billion years of suffering is just a blink of an eye for them. The assassin's spirit finally shatters. He screams for it to stop. I'll tell you everything. Just like that, the hellscape is gone. They're back in the morgue. The companion laughs. He finally cracked. Shen-Yi pulls out his phone, his expression cold and unreadable. He tells the spirit to tell him everything he knows, every single detail. Meanwhile, just a few minutes earlier on the girls' dormitory rooftop, Zhao Yibing is texting a Mr. Han. She reports her failure. Shen-Yi didn't take her bait and joined the human martial arts group instead. Her cover as a simple middle schooler is useless. Mr. Han's reply is blunt. Maplewood Hotel, 8 p.m. Don't be late. A wave of unease washes over her, should she even go. But then her phone rings again. It's an offer, an acceptance into the elite high school program she's been dreaming of. Her hesitation vanishes, replaced by pure ambition. She thanks Mr. Han profusely, promising she'll be there on time. But she's not alone. A hand snatches for her phone. Who were you just talking to? It's Wenna's purple-haired subordinate appearing out of nowhere. Zhao Yibing jumps back, terrified and angry. Who are you? Are you out of your mind? But the woman is calm, her eyes like ice. This is none of your business, she starts to say, but her words are cut short as a sword flashes, the cold steel stopping just shy of Zhao Yibing's throat. The girl freezes, pure terror seizing her. The swordswoman's voice is low and threatening. She'll say it once. Hand over the phone, or she can start by slicing off her cute little nose. Panicked, Zhao Yibing throws the phone, shouting that she'll call the cops. The woman catches it with ease just as it starts ringing. She answers, it's Shen-Yi. He asks if there's any new intel. The woman calmly replies that she caught an assassin who is confessing right now. Zhao Yibing's blood runs cold. She's here for revenge. Shen-Yi sent her, didn't he? The woman ignores her, simply telling Shen-Yi to go on. Back in the morgue, the broken spirit spills its secrets. They are from the League of Assassins, hired to kill Shen-Yi and make it look like an accident. He explains the entire plot, the staged calamity, how he impersonated Chen Heiyu to lure Shen-Yi into the trap. But Shen-Yi survived, and there was a witness. How did he survive that ritual? The mission changed. They had to kill them both and retrieve the artifact. Then a cop found them. So they improvised again, using the cop to get intel at the police station. He confesses to hiding Officer Luo's body in a locker and reveals where he dumped Chen Heiyu. He hid it in the school. Shen-Yi's face darkens. The body was already found, wasn't it? In the school sewers. His grip on his phone tightens until the screen cracks under the pressure. His voice drops to a deadly whisper, his eyes burning with a cold fire. Tell me, who hired you? Su Yang demands to know who hired him, his voice laced with ice. The captured assassin, his soul still tethered by Su Yang's power, reveals that only the head of the operation knows the full details. He calls him the Skinner, a notorious killer in the underworld, the very person whose skin-shifting trick this pawn had used. The Skinner is hiding out at the Maplewood Hotel, planning to eliminate the nurse, the last eyewitness. But when Su Yang presses for weaknesses, the assassin's answer is chilling. The Skinner's power is unfathomable, with no weakness he's ever seen. Su Yang's mind races. If this Skinner is so powerful, why not come after a middle schooler himself? The assassin explains that, for a man of the Skinner's reputation, taking out a kid would be a stain on his career. He thinks merely overseeing the hit is enough of a favor to his benefactor. Su Yang demands more, any distinguishing traits at all. The assassin hesitates, then reveals one final, sickening detail. The Skinner has a hobby: cannibalism. What kind of monster are they dealing with? Su Yang's expression hardens as he calls Zio Menjiu, informing her that he's going to pay this Skinner a visit. She hangs up on him without a word. The assassin begins to cackle, a gurgling, wretched sound. He sneers that after the Skinner is done with Su Yang, things won't end well for that girl. He especially loves eating young, innocent women. That's the last mistake he'll ever make. Su Yang's fist connects with a sickening crunch, shattering the man's jaw. He coldly tells him not to answer questions he hasn't asked. As the assassin's soul dissipates, Su Yang's final command echoes in the room. Now scram. Meanwhile, at the opulent, Gothic-style Maplewood Hotel, a different kind of scene is unfolding. Inside, a man with silver hair dines elegantly on a plate of what looks like steak. He sits across from a woman, enjoying a private, candlelit dinner. He savors a bite, commenting on the creamy texture and subtle sweetness, as if he were a world-class food critic. He apologizes, noting that hiding out here seems to have added to his stress. He takes a sip of a blood-red cocktail, praising its rich, full-bodied flavor, a perfect complement to the savory notes of the meat. He declares it's been too long since he's enjoyed a meal of this quality, and his dining companion is none other than the nurse, her face a mask of cold indifference. The Skinner tells her she has truly moved him, and to show his appreciation, he will now savor every last bit of her. Is he talking about the meal or her? His phone buzzes, interrupting the moment. He sighs, remarking how rude people can be, that life is full of unwelcome surprises. The message is from a Mr. Han. He just learned his associate is dead. 3 assassins have failed, which means their target is no ordinary schooler. Mr. Han wants the Skinner to handle it personally. The Skinner smirks. He can do it, but what's in it for him? The reply is a single word, a girl. He scoffs, stating that he's no scavenger. His standards are quite high. Mr. Han sends 2 photos of a beautiful, innocent-looking girl. It's Zio Menjiu. The Skinner's entire demeanor shifts. His eyes widen, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He moans in delight, calling her a beautiful, innocent lamb. He can practically smell her youth just from the picture. He thanks Mr. Han for arranging such a delightful encounter, promising to handle the boy himself. The deal is set. 8 o'clock. The girl will be there. The Skinner stands, declaring that time is of the essence. He must make preparations for a perfect rendezvous tonight. He begins to fuss over his appearance, complaining that his tie needs changing, his socks are wrong, and he must brush his teeth thoroughly so he won't be able to. Flavor. He stops, a thought striking him. He turns back to the table, where the nurse sits in silence. He says he almost forgot the most important part. He looks at her, his smile gone, replaced by a dead-eyed stare. He's sorry, but their relationship ends here. In a flash of red and black, he tears her apart, whispering that he wouldn't want her scaring off his guest. He stands amidst the carnage, not a single drop of blood staining his suit. The only thing left is a gruesome splatter, a testament to his monstrous nature and a horrifying prelude to the night to come. The system's voice confirms the match, demanding a unique summoning phrase to activate his new power. Han recites a line dripping with ancient power, a poem of a master assassin. Kill 1 man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. A sphere of brilliant blue energy shatters, the light coalescing not into a spirit beast or a legendary weapon, but a motorcycle. The agent is blown away, calling it a ghost fire. A motorcycle? Seriously, of all the legendary summons, he gets a bike. He raves about its specs, a water-cooled 4-stroke engine, a lightweight space alloy body, and even an angel wing flight system. It can fly for up to 30 minutes, but the agent advises Han to stick to autopilot for now. The cost is all linked to his personal ID. Han, however, is unimpressed by the garish green, muttering that it would look better in red, like a ball of flame. Instantly, the bike shifts, its frame glowing as the green melts away into a deep, aggressive crimson. The agent explains its brand-new chameleon paint that changes intelligently based on the owner's wish. Han sighs, admitting he was hoping for a cultivation technique, not just a cool ride. But the agent's expression turns serious. This isn't a toy. He tells Han that Kunlun believes his situation is extremely dangerous, and this bike is his escape plan. Its fully electric jet mode is as fast as a missile, designed to save his life. Han's mind races, so Kunlun knows who's trying to kill him. The agent confirms it, but delivers a chilling reality. They won't intervene. In their eyes, his problems are too small. They're busy monitoring the survival of the entire human civilization. So they know he's being hunted, but they're just going to watch. What kind of protection is that? The agent adds that helping him provides a corresponding value, which is why Officer Luo took the risk. The mention of value makes Han's thoughts drift to Zio Menjiu, a sudden worry gripping him. He hopes she hasn't run into that monster, the Skinner. The agent interrupts his thoughts, ordering him to rest. The exam venue is heavily guarded by experts from the 3 major schools, and his entire floor will be locked down until morning. No one is allowed in or out. Meanwhile, under the cold moonlight, 2 figures stand before a grand, imposing estate. One is a young girl, clearly nervous. The other, a woman with long, flowing blue hair, is assessing the building with an unnerving calm. She can feel it, a murderous intent so well hidden it's almost imperceptible, seeping from the estate's very walls. The younger girl, Zhao Yibing, nervously recounts her deal. An internet friend gave her elixirs and nutrients, even helped her get a recommendation to a major high school. All she had to do was turn her classmates against a boy named Shen Yi. She tries to sound tough, pointing a finger at the blue-haired woman. She claims her mission failed because Shen Yi was signed by the martial arts group, then threatens her kidnapper, asking if she has any idea what will happen to her. The blue-haired woman is unmoved. She sees the girl for what she is, a pawn from an ordinary background, so desperate for a better life she made a deal that's leading her straight into an abyss. She offers the girl a lifeline, two choices. First, hide nearby and wait to be a witness to what's about to happen. Or second, walk away, go meet her benefactor, and pretend this encounter never happened. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yibing turns and runs straight for the estate's gate, choosing the promise of power over the stranger's warning. The blue-haired woman simply watches her go, her expression unreadable as she closes her eyes. Her hand rests on the hilt of her sword. The time for talk is over. Inside, a butler opens the door as the silver-haired man, the so-called benefactor, turns to greet the girl. He's nothing but charm, taking her hand and calling her Bingbing, the most beautiful and talented girl he's ever seen. He promises her the world, a recommendation to a top provincial high school, full sponsorship for her studies. Yibing is completely starstruck, thinking he's so much more human than he seemed online. She thanks him, but shyly mentions her fear of retaliation from Shen Yi. The man just smiles, pulling her closer and assuring her that as long as he's around, Shen Yi can't touch her. Yibing's face lights up with pure joy. Then an unnatural chill floods the grand hall. Yibing shivers, clinging to the man as she complains about the sudden cold. But this is no simple draft. Glistening blades of pure energy materialize out of thin air, surrounding them, every single one pointed directly at the silver-haired man. He instantly recognizes the threat, an extremely pure sword intent aimed with deadly precision from outside. He knows he's the target and his time is running out. He has to speed this up. He turns his full attention back to the oblivious girl, his voice dripping with false sincerity. He tells her he's decided to recommend her to one of the 3 major high schools. Yibing is floored, her mind reeling at the impossible offer. This romantic encounter can't be ruined. She's completely lost in the fantasy, blind to the predator standing right beside her. Bingbing can't believe what she's hearing. An entrance exam for the 3 major high schools? The dream of countless students, a symbol of honor being handed to her. She asks if Mr. Han is serious, her voice trembling. He explains that a past contribution earned him a single, priceless eligibility code from Kunlun, meant for his successor. Now he's giving that spot to her. When she stammers, worried about her strength, he just smiles, promising to help her improve. All she has to do is enter her information on his phone. Her heart pounds as she types. A second later, a notification confirms it. Zhao Yibing is now eligible. It's real. He leans in, his voice a low whisper. Noting that there's still time. Time for what? Before she can ask, he adds, before the sword intent affects you. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she throws her arms around him, thanking him again and again. He gently cups her face, asking if she's happy. She nods, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Yes, she's so very happy. But his expression shifts. The warmth vanishes, replaced by a cold, predatory focus. There's still time, he thinks, his eyes glinting with a terrifying purpose. Time to harvest. He leans in and kisses her, but it's not a kiss of affection. It's an act of consumption. In that moment, the illusion shatters, revealing a grotesque reality. He is a puppet, and dark, sinister threads now connect him to Bingbing. He collapses as she stands over him, her eyes vacant, her smile a chilling mask. Together, she says in a voice not her own, "We made this great work of art." The man on the floor, the puppet, gazes up at his creation with tears of ecstatic madness. He calls her perfect, a flower frozen at the peak of its bloom, a masterpiece he can't help but admire. He looks at her, his obsession twisting his face into a grotesque smile. So perfect, he croaks, so moving. A brilliant blue light slices through the hall. The puppet's head snaps up, his desire turning to rage as he snarls that he can't wait to taste her nectar. The energy blast slams into the side of the building, tearing it apart in a massive explosion. Through the dust and debris, a new figure emerges. A woman with long, violet hair and a glowing sword now stands between the puppet master and Bingbing's lifeless body. She was a step too late. She'd hoped her sword intent would be enough, but she never expected this level of insanity. The puppet master completely loses control, screaming that no one is to touch her. She is his. He lunges, a blur of dark energy and pure possessiveness. But the woman stands her ground, her gaze like ice. Dark threads whip through the air as he attacks, but her glowing blade meets his assault perfectly. He recoils, his tone shifting to desperate pleading. He begs her not to hurt Bingbing. The woman presses her advantage, placing the edge of her sword against Bingbing's neck. "Stop right there," she commands, "or I will destroy this body immediately." She demands to know his employer, identifying him as Zio Menjiu, the rumored leader of the Luo family's younger generation. She warns him that her threads have already trapped them. He tries to bargain, his voice strained. Give Bingbing back to him, he pleads, and for the sake of the Luo family, he can let her go. Zio Menjiu's eyes narrow. Let her go. She channels more power into her sword, the blue light intensifying. All right, she says, let's try. Her challenge hangs in the air, cold and absolute. Let's see who can withstand my sword better, she taunts. You or this body. The threat shatters his composure. He clutches his head, crying out Bingbing's name, tormented by the thought of his perfect art being destroyed before he could even taste it. The man's body convulses, and a horrifying feminine form made of pure darkness emerges from within him. It speaks with a chilling new voice, eyeing Zio Menjiu with hunger. It whispers that she seems even more delicious than Bingbing. The creature mocks the puppet's pain, hissing that Bingbing was so happy when she entered his mouth. The man screams in agony and rage, trapped in his own body. His sanity finally snaps. Eyes glowing crimson, he roars that he'll devour them both. Zio Menjiu watches the complete mental breakdown, her expression unchanged. She realizes threats are useless against this kind of monster, so she changes her strategy. How about we make a deal? Luo Yaibai lays out her terms, a chilling proposition hanging in the air. Tell me who hired you and I won't just return Zhao Yaibing. I'll even let you try to kill me. Shen Yi's shadowy form bristles, his glowing red eyes fixed on her. He scoffs at the offer, his voice a low growl. I don't need this deal. I could just kill you and take your dead body. But Luo Yaibai's resolve is absolute. She reminds him he can sense her power. You might win, you might lose, but if I don't cooperate, you won't get a pristine corpse. She raises her glowing blue sword, making a solemn vow. And I guarantee, win or lose, I won't involve the Luos, nor will I let them come after you for revenge. The dark tendrils of Shen Yi's power retract, revealing his form once more. He looks genuinely surprised, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He asks if she's serious. She meets his gaze without flinching. Absolutely. He throws his head back and laughs, a manic, unsettling sound that echoes in the ruined hall. This complicates things, he says, a hand pressed to his forehead. Betraying my client means breaking the League of Assassins' ironclad rules. I'll be hunted down for the rest of my life. Luo Yaibai's expression remains cold as ice. Are you scared? She asks, her voice sharp. He grins, a predatory, almost lustful expression spreading across his face. Of course not, my sweet darling. He stretches his arms wide, savoring the thought. He tells her he'd make this sacrifice 1,000 times over. The thought of holding her tight and showering her with scorching kisses, it thrills him beyond words. Is this man insane? My sword will carve you to pieces, she spits back, disgusted by his twisted affection. But her threat only seems to fuel his fire. Ah, another kind of beauty, he muses. Just hearing your voice gets me fired up. He declares it a delightful evening, having come across 2 perfect works of art. He agrees to her terms, vowing that the moment he reveals his client's name, their romance begins. But first, he says, he must escort her to safety. With a flourish, he scoops the unconscious Zhao Yaibing into his arms, his form wreathed in dark energy. Then, I'll devote all my time to you, my dearest love. And just like that, he vanishes into thin air, leaving Luo Yaibai alone in the shattered room. Miles away, Shen Yi stands on a rooftop overlooking the city, the wind whipping at his clothes. He stares into the stormy night, his mind troubled. He wonders how Zio Menjiu is doing. She hasn't answered any of his calls. He thinks back to the assassin's corpse he left with her. That thing was certainly no match for the Skinner. A knot of dread tightens in his stomach. Could she really be in danger? He turns to the spectral skull floating beside him. Big Skelly, what do you think her chances are against the Skinner? The skull asks if he wants the sugar-coated version or the straight-up truth. The truth, obviously, Shen Yi snaps. Why would I want lies? Big Skelly doesn't mince words. The truth is, Zio Menjiu is doomed. I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll get all hot-headed, try to help, and get us both killed. Shen Yi is stunned. You serious? Didn't you see that sword strike? She split the clouds in half. The skull is unimpressed. Clouds don't dodge or block. I could rip a fart and disperse clouds. The Skinner's got that cursed statue of the wicked ghost king. Its experience and power far exceed that little fish. The weight of the skull's words hits Shen Yi hard. You're right. I think Zio Menjiu's in really big trouble now. A wave of guilt washes over him. Big Skelly tells him to stop thinking and get some sleep, but the damage is done. I wanted Menjiu's help to uncover the truth, he thinks, but now I've just put her in harm's way. The faces of the dead flash through his mind. Her older brother is dead. Chen Heiyu is probably dead too. The eyewitness. Gone, how many more people have to die? He clenches his fists. She's the only one still fighting with everything she's got for this. I can't let her die. As if on cue, his phone buzzes to life, the screen lighting up the dark rooftop. He checks the screen. An unknown number. It's not Zio Menjiu. He answers cautiously. Hello? A small, terrified voice comes through the speaker, asking if this is Shen Yi. He asks who's calling. The voice belongs to a little girl, choked with sobs. She says her mom told her that if she couldn't reach her, she should find Shen Yi and they should call the police together. The pieces click into place with horrifying speed. My mom's the nurse who saw you with the ghost. She's the eyewitness's daughter. Shen Yi's blood runs cold. Where's your mom? The girl is crying hysterically now. She told me to meet her at the Maplewood Hotel on the west side, but I can't reach her now. Where are you? Shenyi demands, his mind racing. I'm at the fast food shop across from the hotel, she whimpers. Stay put, Shenyi orders, his voice firm. I'm on my way and I'm calling the cops now. But as he hangs up, Big Skelly's voice echoes in his head. Hey, you're not really going to go, are you? It could be a trap. That little girl's mom might be dead. Someone could be using her to lure you out. Shenyi knows the risk, but what if it's real? What if this little girl is the only one left? I have to check it out. He tells Big Skelly to stash his bike in the ring. He knows they can't hide forever. If things go south, he has the Ghost Fire bike and the Ghost King's armor to escape. He summons Nightfall, the blade materializing in his hand. Let's bring Nightfall too, he says. Big Skelly protests, this is dangerous. What happens to me if you die? Shenyi just smiles grimly. Relax, I won't die. He knows that to get information, he has to rely on himself. But there's a problem. Manager Cayenne has already locked down the entire 105th floor. There's no way out. Or is there? Shenyi strides purposefully toward the edge of the rooftop. Wait, what are you doing? Big Skelly shrieks, realizing his intent. Shenyi stands on the precipice, the city sprawling beneath him like a concrete jungle. Don't tell me you're planning to fly that motorcycle out of here? That'd alert the whole building. But Shenyi has a much more direct plan. Reallocate all stats to agility, he commands the system. A notification appears in his vision. All stats have been reallocated. Current agility, 10. 1. Big Skelly is losing its mind. You're not going to jump, are you? A vibrant green aura erupts around Shenyi as he channels his newfound speed. Let me tell you, even with 30 agility, you die from this height. The skull screams. Shenyi looks out at the storm-racked sky, his expression utterly serene. There are some things that we have to do. This stormy night and thunder, they are my perfect cover. And with those final words, he pushes off the ledge. Huh, you. Big Skelly's scream of he-yelp is lost to the wind. As they plummet from the skyscraper, the cold wind howls around them, a furious shriek as they fall through the night. The city lights blur into streaks of neon and gold, a dizzying vortex pulling him down. The night rain is coming, and Shenyi is diving headfirst into the heart of the storm. As he plummets through the air, the skull spirit shrieks in his mind, threatening to use necromancy to raise him as a mindless zombie if he dares to die. But he isn't panicking, he's calculating. With a grunt, he kicks off the side of the skyscraper, propelling himself towards the very door he just sent flying into the abyss. His body slams hard against a metal air conditioning unit, the impact rattling his bones, but it's the foothold he needed. Pushing off the wall with all his might, he summons another door from the nightmare realm. He lands on the summoned door just as the air conditioner rips free from its mountings, continuing its own plunge into the darkness below. He's found a loophole in gravity itself. By summoning doors within the nightmare realm, he can create temporary platforms, infinite footholds out of thin air to break his fall. A cascade of phantom doors appear and vanish beneath his feet. A desperate, brilliant staircase built on nothing but sheer willpower and otherworldly energy. He hits the ground in a perfect three-point landing, the residual energy of the nightmare realm swirling around him. The skull can't believe it, calling him insane and admitting it thought he was done for. He just smirks, telling it to quit dissing him when it's clearly blown away by his skills. There's no time to waste. He orders the skull to get the bike out of his ring because they have a busy night ahead. A crimson motorcycle materializes from a flash of red light, its engine humming with latent power. He grips the handlebars, reciting the activation phrase under his breath, a grim poem about claiming a life every 10 steps. Password verified. The bike tears through the desolate streets, a lone streak of red and black against the cold city lights. He pulls up to a small shop on the west side of the city. This is the place. As he dismounts, a small girl steps out of the shadows. He asks if she's the one who called him. With tears in her eyes, she nods, begging to know if he's seen her mom. He promises to look for her right away, but first asks if she tried calling the police. The girl looks down, saying she tried but couldn't get through. He pulls out his own phone to try, ringing and ringing, but no one answers. The girl's voice trembles as she asks if her mom is still alive. She tells him the apartment is 707, but she's too scared to go up alone. Her father passed away a long time ago. It's always just been the two of them. A cold knot forms in his stomach. He tells the bike, Ghostfire, to take the girl to the Human Martial Arts Group tower for safety, promising to come back for her. The little girl is terrified, saying she doesn't want to be alone. He kneels down, his voice softening as he promises to find her mom and bring her back, telling her to just wait for them at the tower. Her lip quivers, but she manages a small nod. The bike's thrusters ignite, carrying the girl away into the night. The skull immediately chides him, asking if he's really going to waste time looking for the mother. He answers with cold certainty. Of course he is. This is his fault. The girl's mother is innocent, caught in this mess only because of him. The skull scoffs, warning him that being soft-hearted will get him nowhere. But as he stands there, a chilling realization dawns on him. The skull was so busy fussing over the girl it missed the obvious. This neighborhood is wrong. He can sense life force, but ever since he arrived, he's only felt the girl's. Not a single other spark. What does that mean? The skull's voice is grim. It means there isn't a single living soul in this entire block. The silence of the street suddenly feels heavy, suffocating. Then a sound cuts through the stillness. The unmistakable clash of a desperate battle echoing from the grand structure down the street, the Maplewood Hotel. He tells Big Skelly he can't wait anymore. He has to go in now. The sounds of intense fighting echo from the Maplewood Hotel. A siren's call he can't ignore. He tells Big Skelly he's done waiting and sprints toward the entrance, ordering his companion to watch his back and signal a retreat if things go south. Stepping inside, the grand lobby is unnervingly silent. Dust motes dancing in the pale light. A woman at the reception desk greets him with a polished smile, asking if he has a reservation. But Big Skelly's voice screams in his mind, "Careful, she's dead." Her eyes flare with an unnatural green light as she confirms the chilling truth. She explains that their master killed every last one of them, all for the sake of aesthetics. Now, he uses some kind of ritual magic, binding their souls with threads, turning them into puppets to do whatever he wishes. Zhu Zheng demands to know why she isn't attacking. She replies calmly that their orders are to serve guests, and their master is currently too busy fighting a powerful enemy to issue new commands. How do you even fight an enemy who's already dead? He asks how many others suffered this fate. Her answer shatters him. Everyone, not just in the hotel, the entire block. Black tears stream from her glowing green eyes as she repeats the horrifying words. They are all dead. The sheer scale of the massacre hits him like a physical blow. Big Skelly cuts through his shock, urging him to move. The fight has reached the roof, creating a window of opportunity. Room 707 is the target. Now, he doesn't hesitate, bolting up the stairs. He finds the door and plants his foot squarely in the center. The door splinters inward, revealing a scene from a slaughterhouse. Bodies are strung up by crimson threads, a grotesque tapestry of the dead, while dozens more are piled on the floor like discarded dolls. What kind of monster creates a gallery of death? Big Skelly confirms his worst fears. Every room is like this, some even worse. Stumbling into the room, Zhu Zheng desperately asks the puppets if there are any survivors, if they recognize anyone. They all give the same dead-eyed response. They don't know everyone is dead, but one of them recognizes him. A woman, her body twisted by the threads, says she remembers him. She saw him run into that ghost during his shift. A gut-wrenching wave of guilt washes over him as she tells him she died because of him. He can only stammer out an apology, his voice thick with shame. She tells him it doesn't matter anymore, it wasn't his fault. But then her voice changes, filled with a desperate plea. If he's willing, he can avenge them. His gaze hardens with resolve. He gives her his word. He will make the killer pay for this. And he swears he will find her daughter and make sure she grows up safe. The woman looks confused. Daughter, the one who called him. Before she can finish her sentence, the entire building is rocked by a colossal explosion. The blast rips through the hotel, shaking it to its very foundations. Zhu Zheng struggles to keep his feet as Big Skelly analyzes the chaos. The building is under attack, but the explosion didn't come from the fight on the roof. A furious roar echoes from above. Who dares interfere? Big Skelly warns him. One of the two life forces from the roof is plummeting straight toward them. The roar belonged to a man, which means the falling figure must be Zio Menjiu. She crashes through the ceiling, a cascade of debris following her down. He stares in disbelief as she falls. She tells him it's a long story, but she's here to save him. She scoffs at him, calling him an idiot for thinking he could help. Her entire strategy, to suppress her aura and bait the Skinner into a trap, was ruined the second he barged in. Annoyed but undeterred, she says she still has a backup plan. She raises a hand, a faint glow emanating from her palm, but just as she's about to act, Zhu Zheng makes his own move, reallocating all his stat points into strength. He knows she's a master swordsman. A precise chop to the neck with his enhanced power should be enough to knock her out cold. He strikes, and the look of betrayal in her eyes is a dagger to his heart. He knocked her out to save her? What is he thinking? He catches her limp body, whispering an apology. He just can't let her see his secret. A black portal, edged in crimson light, materializes on the floor. He gently lowers her into the void, and she vanishes without a trace. A figure emerges from the settling dust. White hair, piercing red eyes, and a cruel smile. The Skinner. He licks his lips, a predator who's found new prey. He likes hide and seek, he purrs, boasting that he has eyes and ears all over the hotel. He turns his back, starting a countdown from 10. The game begins now. The men inside recognize him instantly. It's the boy who lived. Zhu's face twists in annoyance. That ridiculous title just won't die. They lay the injured woman on a cot. her body radiating a warrior's fierce aura despite her grievous wounds. The healers note her strange attire, a holy bunny battle suit, guessing she must be a formidable swordswoman. But her wounds are critical, requiring remedies far beyond their normal means. Zhu doesn't hesitate for a second. He tells them he has money, just save her. He thrusts forward the heavy pouch given to him by the prince, the money meant for his future. The healers stare, their eyes wide with shock. How did he get his hands on the prince's tuition money? They recognize the royal insignia instantly. One of them murmurs that the pouch alone is worth a small fortune. Zhu is offering them an unimaginable sum. His patience shatters. He roars at them to hurry and heal her. She's running out of time. That's all it takes. The healers agree, promising to give it their all as a brilliant green energy erupts from their hands. A whole circle of them pour their magic into the dying woman. Zhu watches, a flicker of hope in his chest. Maybe humans really can be reliable after all. But then a notification floods his vision. The system reminds him how his fame had been fading on the battlefield. But now, by rescuing a comrade and sacrificing his entire fortune to save her, spending thousands of times the normal cost without a second thought, his reputation has exploded. Congratulations, the system tells him, you're famous again. The words echo in his mind, a cruel mockery of his intentions. What have I done? He collapses to his knees, a silent scream tearing from his throat as the realization crushes him. The healing is complete. The healers are beaming, telling him she's recovering rapidly and should be awake in minutes. Even the skull companion is impressed, remarking on how her life force is blazing now. Zhu mechanically thanks them and lifts the woman into his arms. He has to get back to the main world before she wakes up. As he walks away, the men call after him, welcoming the boy who lived back anytime, their voices filled with awe and admiration. Back in the quiet room, the woman's eyes flutter open. In the blink of an eye, cold steel is pressed against Zhu's throat. She's on her feet, blade steady, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. What did you do to me? She demands. He calmly explains it was a healing technique, one that only works when the patient is unconscious. She touches her chest, feeling smooth, unblemished skin where gaping wounds had been just moments before. Her wounds are gone. I misjudged you, she says, her voice barely a whisper. She apologizes for knocking him out earlier, but her tone quickly hardens. That guy is going to be here soon. Can you still fight? Zhu just nods. A system window pops up. Great swordsman, holy guardian, 3 hours. He looks her dead in the eye and promises he's going to kill him. A brilliant golden aura suddenly erupts around her. She feels incredible, stronger than she's ever been. What was that healing technique? Zhu is just as stunned. Holy Guardian, did his healing give her some kind of massive power boost? Shen Yi's question hangs in the air, but the answer arrives in a flash of dark energy. A sinister voice rings out from the rubble, announcing he's found them. The man known as Shen Yi emerges, wreathed in a terrifying black and red aura, greeting Shen Yi with a casual, chilling familiarity. He warns Shen Yi to run and hide unless he has some hidden combat skills, a threat that hangs heavy in the ruined hall. With a cocky wave, Shen Yi backs away, wishing Zio Menjiu good luck. He's decided this battle is too big for him, and he needs to take cover. Menjiu watches him go, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. The villain muses that Shen Yi's talent must be healing, and now he has her all to himself. He lunges, his voice a venomous hiss, asking if she ran off with Shen Yi while he was waiting for her all along. But Menjiu is ready. Her blade is already drawn, her focus absolute. After all, she is now beyond her peak. She unleashes a single, devastating slash of golden light. The energy tears through the stone floor, ripping a massive trench straight through the building. It erupts through the ceiling, a pillar of raw power that shatters the very foundations of the structure. The entire wing of the building collapses in on itself from the force of her one attack. The villain, Shen Yi, stares in disbelief from the wreckage, a trickle of blood on his face. Impossible. He was certain she was badly injured. Even Menjiu was stunned that he managed to dodge that. But Shen Yi is already putting the pieces together. It wasn't her. It was Shen Yi. First, he blasted a path for her with some freakish strength, then he healed her wounds completely. Menjiu can't believe it. Shen Yi blasted away half the building? That can't be right, can it? Shen Yi licks the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sick obsession. He tells her nothing could be more captivating than she is right now. The resilience, the bloodlust, he can't hold back anymore. The wounds she gave him are making him throb with excitement. With a deranged grin, he reaches for her, begging to continue this passionate embrace. Meanwhile, the healers Shen Yi left behind are discussing the payment. One of them admits he slipped the extra gold back to the girl, keeping only the 11 coins they truly earned. But he didn't stop there. He also threw in a strength blessing for his friend, Shen Yi, as a token of respect, one that should last for 3 hours. The others stare in shock. That's when they all start confessing. One gave an agility blessing, another a resonance blessing, A third, a perception blessing, they all buffed her. The lead healer realizes the terrifying truth. When every one of their blessings converges on a single person, it forms the highest level amplification spell, Holy Guardian. It doubles the effect of all blessings for 3 full hours. Panic sets in. That's a spell reserved for royalty. Using it without permission is a grave offense. The leader quickly quiets them down, reframing it as an early gesture of friendship toward the boy who lived. A calculated risk. He just hopes Shen Yi doesn't blab about it. Back in the fight, Menju is a storm of steel, her blade deflecting dozens of razor-sharp red threads that fill the air. She moves with blinding speed, a whirlwind of defensive slashes against an unrelenting assault. Every block and parry is precise, her enhanced senses keeping her alive. But Shen Yi is only getting stronger. The speed and power of his attacks are ramping up, feeling twice as strong as before. How is he doing this? Menju notices a faint, unsettling, rustling sound that's been present since the fight began. She realizes it must be connected to his power boost. Her eyes follow the sound, tracing the threads back to their source. And then she sees it. The origin of his power isn't an artifact or a spell. It's a grotesque, writhing pillar of tormented human faces, fused together in his dark aura, screaming in silent agony. She recoils in horror, staring at the abomination fueling her opponent. What kind of monster is he? Shen Yi smiles, a soft, chilling expression on his face. He says, "Oops, you found the present I prepared for you." He leans in, a tear of pure ecstasy rolling down his cheek. "Listen," he whispers. "They're singing for us. This is our wedding hymn." The screaming faces are woven together by blood-red tendrils shaped like roses. It's the blood fiend's eternal curse. With a defiant scream, she cuts through the crimson tide, her blade a blur of silver light against the suffocating red. Each swing severs dozens of the bloody threads, but more surge forward to take their place. An endless, grasping wave. Suddenly her sword locks up, the blade caught fast. The threads wrap around it, tightening like living muscle, and her eyes widen in shock. In the space of a heartbeat, he's there, standing right in front of her, a predatory calm in his eyes. He murmurs about slipping a wedding ring onto her finger himself. He moves with impossible speed, his hand reaching for hers, the ring glinting with malevolent light. But Menju is faster. She doesn't pull back, she thrusts forward. A second blade, hidden within the hilt of her sheath, shoots out like a viper's fang. It plunges directly through his skull with a sickening crunch. She stares him down, her expression grim, but his smile never wavers. He knew. He knew about the hidden sword inside the first. He calls it a shame. The grievous wound begins to bubble and stitch itself shut, dark energy knitting flesh and bone back together. He boasts that with the power of these endless blood-fiend curses, he can heal from anything. He is invincible. His voice drips with condescending pity as he tells her to struggle all she wants. The tormented faces of the dead swirl around him, their silent screams fueling his power. He cackles, claiming the more arduous the journey, the sweeter the fruit of victory. For him, the ending is already written. But Menjiu's spirit isn't broken. Not necessarily, she grits out, her voice low and dangerous. A brilliant blue aura explodes from her body, her sword humming with immense power. She channels her energy, preparing a technique far beyond anything she's shown before. With a powerful spin, she unleashes her attack. Even the monster is impressed, a flicker of genuine surprise in his eyes. He recognizes her technique, the legendary Luofu Sun-Moon obscuration. 2 blades, one long, one short, controlled by Kai itself. He declares her truly worthy of his love for mastering such a skill at her age. But his praise is a poisoned dart. He sighs that it's a pity she doesn't possess the divine blade needed to truly perfect it, lamenting that their bodies should have danced like thunder and rain. She has only one response for his twisted fantasy: go to hell. 2 streams of light, one gold like the sun, one blue like the moon, erupt from her blades, twisting together into a single devastating attack. The torrent of energy slams into him, and he accepts it with a look of pure ecstasy. Yes, he whispers, good, come at me like that. This was never a defense. It was a catalyst. He begins an incantation, offering the blood of thousands of the dead as a sacrifice to a great bloodthirsty twin-headed serpent demon, commanding it to answer his call. Her sword is still buried in his chest, but the shadows behind him are writhing, coalescing into something vast and ancient. A forest of glowing red eyes opens in the darkness. The demon seizes its summoner's body, a grotesque puppet of flesh and shadow, its tendrils lashing out to ensnare Menju. Now it commands, sleep eternally in my embrace. Is this his true power? A summoned monster. She can feel the crushing pressure bearing down on her. It's too big, too fast. She has no time to dodge. Just as the darkness is about to consume her, a voice cuts through the chaos, amplified and distorted. My friends in the audience, how are you all doing tonight? It's Zhu Yi, his hand raised, screaming into a microphone at a sound control board. A dozen glowing red eyes tear open within the darkness, a hungry void staring back at the warrior woman. She grits her teeth, knowing in her gut there's no time to evade, no space to retreat. But then a voice cuts through the tension, bright and casual, echoing through the hall. "My friends in the audience, how are you all doing tonight?" From a balcony, Shenyi leans into a microphone, a manic grin on his face. Wait, what is he doing? The blood fiend and the warrior both freeze, their battle-honed instincts thrown into chaos by the bizarre interruption. Below them, the reanimated corpses, the source of the blood fiend's power, writhe in agony, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light as Shenyi's voice commands their attention. "If you can hear me, answer me loud and clear." The blood fiend's eyes widen in recognition. "Oh no," murmur of the dark. The disembodied souls fueling his power turn on him, their collective despair and pain flooding his mind. He staggers back, clutching his chest as their agony becomes his own, the monstrous beast he summoned dissolving into nothing. "What, my blood fiend curse?" It got interrupted. That's the only opening she needs. The warrior explodes forward, her fist crackling with blue lightning, followed by a devastating swing of her sword that carves a brilliant arc of golden energy through the air. She puts every ounce of her strength into the blow, a whirlwind of pure power. The blade connects, tearing through the blood fiend's chest in a shower of black blood and splintered bone. He's blown backward, a gaping, smoking wound where his heart should be. She stands over his broken form, panting, believing it's finally over. But a low, guttural laugh bubbles up from his ruined throat. Ha ha ha, wrong. Dark tendrils writhe from the wound, knitting flesh and bone back together at an impossible speed. "You still can't kill me." Her eyes widen in horror. Her full-powered slash, and it did nothing. She realizes with a sinking dread that his cursed armor must have absorbed the worst of the blow, as the corpses around them begin their haunting chant once more. The blood fiend sneers, dismissing the interruption. "It doesn't matter, let's keep going." But Shenyi's voice rings out again, cheerful and utterly insane. "My dearly departed friends, do you know how to sing Happy Birthday? Let's all sing it together, shall we?" The blood fiend just stares, bewildered. Why wouldn't they? Everyone knows Happy Birthday. "All right then, let go of your worries, everybody. 3, 2, 1, sing." And then the impossible happens. The tormented spirits, the instruments of a dark curse, begin to sing a cheerful birthday tune. The blood fiend clutches his head, roaring in frustration as his power is hijacked by the ridiculous melody. Even the warrior can't help but stifle a laugh, humming along under her breath. The entire chamber fills with the world's most cursed birthday celebration. That's the final straw. The blood fiend's composure shatters completely, his face a mask of pure rage. "Damn you, Shenyi. I'll fucking kill you." He slams his fists into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that rips the stone floor apart. He's no longer focused on the fight. His only goal is to silence that boy. Shenyi's playful demeanor vanishes. "Run. I sense someone coming your way. It's gotta be the Skinner." He grabs his headphones, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. "My deceased friends, do you remember your favorite songs? Sing them for me, one after another, and don't stop." A chaotic medley of forgotten tunes erupts from the spirits, a wall of nonsensical sound meant to disorient their master. But the blood fiend is already moving, a blur of red and black tearing through the debris, straight for Shenyi. His eyes lock onto his target. "Found you, Shenyi." He hurls a blade of pure darkness, intent on ending this farce. The warrior intercepts, grabbing Shenyi and shoving him towards the exit. "I'll hold him off, you run." Shenyi doesn't hesitate. "Whoa, you're fast. I'll leave it to you then." "Good luck," the blood fiend snarls, his voice dripping with venom. "Listen here, kid, you run and I'll kill your parents." The warrior shouts back, "Ignore him. Just run." "Fine, I'll slaughter your entire family." A woman with glowing purple eyes and a wicked grin appears as if from nowhere, her gaze fixed on the blood fiend. "If you aren't any help, let me get there." "Who is she?" The skull's voice grates in his mind, telling him he's useless, that jumping into a fight now is just a fancy way to die. And Shenyi knows he's right. He clenches his fist, the shame burning hotter than any injury. He asks the skull if it were him, if he were at full strength, could he beat the Skinner? Fern scoffs, saying at his peak that level of fighting is child's play. But that doesn't matter now, he's too weak. The only thing they should be thinking about is escape. Shenyi's eyes narrow. He reminds the floating skull about their contract. What is he getting at? He wants to make a new deal. He'll help Fern recover his power, and in exchange, Fern will help him take the Skinner down. The skull falls silent. Help him recover. Shenyi remembers what Fern said back in the tunnel, something about a ritual, about summoning souls and draining their life force. Fern confirms it. As long as he has a breath left, he can be back to his prime in a snap. A horrifying thought dawns on Shenyi. Is he planning on using the dead people in this hotel? Fern's voice is chillingly practical. The Skinner's magic has trapped their souls, making them the perfect fuel for a high-level ritual. But there's a problem. He's powerless at the moment, unable to even chant the incantation. Shenyi doesn't hesitate. He'll figure something out. The ritual will take time, and he knows the Skinner will go berserk trying to stop it. He promises to buy that time. Fern's suspicion is palpable. He's really dead set on this, isn't he? He's scared Shen Yi will just get himself killed. Then Shen Yi makes the ultimate wager. If he dies, Fern can use his necromancy and turn him into a minion. He says it should have been in the contract from the start. The words hang in the air, and a golden scroll materializes between them, burning with magical energy. The agreement is now binding. All right, Shen Yi says, now tell me the incantation. He's going to record it and play it back for the corpses. Is he really going to try something so crude? Fern protests the indignity of his sacred chant being played like a pop song. But Shen Yi is firm. It's the safest option. Don't get ahead of yourself. Fern concedes, grumbling that for the sake of his power, he'll endure this humiliation. The recording starts. Okay, Fern says, now let's see your performance. Shen Yi doesn't waste a second. He commands the system to reallocate all his stats to agility. His speed skyrockets to 10. 1, and he explodes down the hallway in a blur. He holds up his phone, the speakers blasting an eerie chant into the silent corridors. Attention all deceased personnel, he yells. I will now play a listening comprehension exercise. He tells them to listen carefully and repeat after him. The words of the ritual fill the air, calling on shadows from the abyss and spirits of the underworld. The incantation names dark gods and bone thrones, a promise of a grand feast of souls. He screams into his headphones, broadcasting the final lines himself. Murmurs of the dark activated. Across the hotel it begins. The bodies of the dead convulse, their eyes igniting with a sickly green soul fire as they begin to mindlessly chant along. The Skinner feels the shift instantly. That brat is controlling the corpses. He has to kill him now. Inside the room, Shen Yi watches the soul fire ignite. It's working, but Fern warns him they have to wait until the chanting is complete. This is just the first step. Now he has to hide, to do everything in his power to evade the Skinner. The ghostly spirits of the dead begin to rise, streaming upwards. Fern tells him to follow them to the roof. That's where the soul fire is converging. Shen Yi doesn't need to be told twice, but he's too late. A voice filled with rage echoes from behind him. You little bastard, what are you doing? The Skinner is already there. He lunges, a crimson blur of pure hatred. Shen Yi dives out of the way just as the Skinner smashes through the wall where he'd been standing. There's no escape. The Skinner is on him, promising he's not getting away. He closes the distance in a heartbeat, but a flash of blue steel cuts between them. The woman with the katana appears, her blade slicing through the air with impossible speed. Her sword connects, carving a deep gash across the Skinner's chest. Blood sprays, but the Skinner doesn't even slow down. He doesn't even seem to notice the wound. The woman is in shock. He's so fixated on killing Shen Yi that he's not even bothering to dodge her attacks. How can anyone be that single-minded? He uses the force of her blow, twisting his body to launch himself forward even faster. The vampire lands, his eyes burning with fanaticism as he calls upon the mercy of the Most High, a prayer that sounds more like a curse. He's a blur of motion, screaming that there's nowhere left to run. Lashing out with claws of pure shadow, he tears through the space where Shen Yi was standing, only to find it empty. Enraged, he bellows, demanding to know where the damned brat is hiding. And then he sees them. The ghostly faces of his victims, their silent screams echoing in the air around him. The dark mother of bones, the ghoul king. Every soul he's reaped is now a witness. A voice cuts through the chaos, invoking a name of ancient power, Mictlan Tekutli, Lord of Mictlan, begging the Aztec god of the dead to empower them. The vampire spins around to see not just Shen Yi, but a woman with a sword standing ready. Shen Yi gives her a grim nod, telling her he's counting on her. The vampire seethes, his mind reeling. When did she even get here? He snarls, promising to tear the child limb from limb for daring to interfere. As he speaks, the very foundation of the room pulses with an eerie blue light, the stone altar awakening. A twisted smile spreads across the vampire's face. He gloats that he'll pour these lost souls into himself and regain all his strength. But Shen Yi raises a glowing artifact, his voice ringing out with authority. He tells the spirits that this is their one shot at revenge, and he needs their strength. He shouts for the spirits of the dead to heed his call. He thrusts his hand into a swirling vortex of souls, a torrent of spiritual energy converging on him. Just as he tells his partner they'll work together, she screams his name, warning him to look out. The vampire has abandoned all reason, ignoring the woman's blade to charge straight for Shen Yi, his body erupting in tendrils of black energy. He's completely lost it. He screams that he'll sacrifice it all, every last drop of power, just to kill Shen Yi. A sickening slice echoes through the hall as blood explodes from Shen Yi's back. His partner cries out his name in pure horror, but as the vampire's claws tear through him, Shen Yi's body dissolves into particles of purple light. An illusion. The real Shen Yi stands across the room, his ritual uninterrupted, his voice booming as he summons the lost souls. His partner's eyes widen in understanding. That was the plan all along. Shen Yi's face is a mask of grief and fury, tears streaming from his eyes as he channels the pain of 100 lifetimes. He roars that together, they will kill this bastard. The vampire screams, not in triumph, but in agony. As the ghosts of his past swarm him, their collective will a psychic poison. Revenge, the single thought pounds against his mind from all sides. Revenge, it's a chorus of the damned, a promise of retribution. The swirling mass of souls begins to take shape, but the vampire laughs through the pain, mocking Shen Yi. Kill him, don't make him laugh. He thinks he can still win this. The arrogance is unbelievable. A colossal blade, forged from bone and condensed spiritual energy, materializes from the vortex. It's a weapon made of pure vengeance. The blade plummets down, slamming the vampire into the stone floor with enough force to shatter it. His partner can only stare, speechless at the raw power on display. Pinned and broken, the vampire coughs up a lungful of blood. Shen Yi's voice is chillingly calm as he says he wasn't trying to make him laugh. Behind him, a towering skeletal figure manifests from the shadows, its eyes glowing with cold light. It speaks with the voice of the grave, stating that it has arrived, and waiting even a second longer would be a disservice. As rain begins to lash against the windows, the entity makes a final declaration. Now is the moment he dies. The skeletal reaper raises its ghastly sword. The blade glows with an unholy light, ready to deliver the final judgment. The vampire lets out a final, agonized scream, as Shen Yi informs him he will die right here, in front of every soul he ever murdered. There is no mercy in Shen Yi's eyes, only the cold, hard finality of justice. In his last moments of clarity, the vampire's mind finally comprehends the being before him. A calamity. He stares in disbelief, his last thought a question that hangs in the air. You can summon a calamity. The purple-haired woman's eyes widen in disbelief. That skeletal monstrosity. That's his trump card. Zhu Zheng's command cuts through the rain. Finish him. The skeletal knight lunges forward, its massive sword crackling with ethereal energy. But just as the blade is about to strike, the skinner's crimson threads lash out, ensnaring the knight's arm and torso. He's sprawled on the ground, bleeding, but a defiant smirk plays on his lips. He mocks the creature, asking if these threads are the so-called big power it's so proud of. The skeleton stops, its head tilting. A third eye opens on its forehead, glowing with an ancient, terrifying light. It looks down at the skinner, its voice echoing with utter contempt. Pathetic. It doesn't even need to lift a finger to deal with an insect like him. The knight raises its sword, the air growing heavy with a chilling power. It speaks of lost souls wailing in its ears, shackled for far too long. It's time, it declares, to set them free. The ground cracks as a wave of brilliant, sickly green light erupts from the blade. Resurrection of the dead. Throughout the grand hall, a horrifying change begins. The bodies of the skinner's victims twitch. Golden light pours from their eyes and mouths as they slowly, unnaturally rise to their feet. A sea of vengeful spirits, their gazes locked on their killer. The skeletal knight stands as their general, proclaiming that the hour of vengeance is at hand. The skinner's smug confidence shatters into pure terror. He can't control them. He screams that his magic has been stripped away. Desperate, he fires a single thread toward the ceiling, trying to pull himself to safety. He's not getting away that easily. The skeleton's jaw unhinges, and a blast of golden energy shoots out, intercepting the skinner midair. His body seizes, wrapped in crackling power. He can't move. What's happening to him? The skeleton explains calmly that it's just a little soul-suppressing spell. It will paralyze him, but cause no lasting harm. After all, it wants him to be just like his victims right now, craving warm, living flesh. The paralyzed skinner falls into the writhing horde. They swarm him instantly, a tidal wave of gnashing teeth and clawing hands. The skeleton's voice echoes over the chaos. People think killing the perpetrator ends the hatred, but they never realize the tide of vengeance never recedes. The dead will rise, and they'll drag you down into the abyss themselves. The skinner's screams are drowned out by the gnawing of his own creations. He begs the great gods to save him, screaming that he doesn't want to die. He'll offer everything he has as a sacrifice, and something answers. A swirling vortex of black and red energy erupts from his body, throwing the corpses back. The dark power coalesces, a tangible presence in the room. The skinner, his flesh half-eaten, laughs with relief. He thanks the great being for its descent, begging it to take everything he has. But the power recoils. He stares in horror. Why? Why is his great being rejecting him? The woman sees the ritual forming and yells at Zhu Zheng that he's casting a spell and must be stopped. Zhu Zheng doesn't hesitate. He charges forward, a blade of light forming in his hand. He shouts that this is for Chen Heiyu and he'll take his revenge himself. But as he swings, the woman screams his name, her voice filled with panic. Shen Yi, look out. Shen Yi screams a warning, The Skinner is casting a spell, and they have to stop him now. His skeleton lunges forward, blade aimed true, promising to end this in Chen Heiyu's name. The sword finds its mark, and the Skinner shrieks, erupting in golden light as Shen Yi roars that this is his personal vengeance. The body collapses, dissolving into nothing but dust and shattered stone on the rain-slicked floor. But as Shen Yi leaps back, he feels a chilling certainty. Even though Lord Divinity isn't here, his shadow still protects his followers. And there he is, the real Skinner appearing from the shadows, cackling that Shen Yi fell for the same trick twice as he lunges for the kill. But the Skinner's triumph dies in his throat. The Shen Yi stabbed dissolves, another clone. The real one emerges from the side, his face a mask of cold fury, telling the monster to take this. But it's not a spell he's casting. It's a gun. He unleashes a hail of bullets into the shambling horde, a desperate, unfamiliar gambit. One of the Skinner clones stumbles, a bullet hole punched clean through its forehead. Shen Yi keeps his aim steady, admitting he's no marksman, but he sure as hell didn't miss. With the target identified, he gives the order. Fern is to use a flame attack, a single overwhelming blast to wipe the real Skinner off the map for good. The air crackles as the giant skeleton gathers immense power into its blade. A torrent of ghostly fire engulfs the Skinner, who can only scream as his body is incinerated, his very soul torn apart by the inferno. But as the last of him burns away, a terrifying black energy erupts from his remains. What is that thing? Shen Yi yells for his companions to look out. Instantly, the skeleton throws its arms around him, encasing him in a protective cage of bone, a bone embrace. Trapped inside, Shen Yi sees it. Shadowy tendrils with glowing red eyes writhe just outside the cage, a presence of pure malice. His skeleton explains that a vile entity burst from the Skinner's body at the moment of death. Without this defensive spell, Shen Yi would already be dead. He points toward the chaos. The shadows are coalescing, swarming over the Skinner's remains. They're trying to steal the body. But before they can, a figure crashes through the window. It's Xiao Menjiu. She lands between the shadows and their prize, declaring they're not getting away with it. She slashes through the dark tendrils, which recoil, revealing a pair of sinister red eyes before vanishing into the storm. Shen Yi screams her name, telling her to wait. But his skeleton holds him back, explaining it can't give chase at full speed while protecting him. His safety has to come first. Shen Yi's mind races. He wonders if that shadow creature was the same entity that blew up the building earlier. But that can't be right. The explosion helped Xiao Menjiu. This thing was clearly helping the Skinner. The skeleton confirms his suspicion. There's someone else here, an unknown ally who seems to be on their side. He suggests using the intercom to contact them, and Shen Yi, seeing no other option, agrees. He raises his voice, calling out into the empty, rain-swept hall, asking the friend who aided them to please show themselves. The only answer is silence. It seems their mysterious helper has no intention of being seen. Just as the hope fades, Ghostfire materializes on a nearby ledge. Shen Yi immediately demands to know if the girl is safe, but Ghostfire's reply is a gut punch. Mission failed. Target lost. What happened? Shen Yi's mind reels. Ghostfire explains that the girl simply vanished. She landed safely from the jump, then disappeared into the street without a trace. The revelation is staggering. That girl was no ordinary person. His skeleton doesn't hide its disapproval, reminding him this is what happens when he helps random strangers. His phone buzzes, cutting through the tension. It's a message from Xiao Menjiu. She claims she uncovered the truth from the Skinner and has sent him the proof. He opens the message, a recording beginning to play. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. Whatever he's hearing, whatever truth Xiao Menjiu uncovered, it's enough to make the entire world fall away. A buzz from his phone cuts through the rain. It's a message from Xiao Menjiu. He taps the screen, his heart pounding. The video opens on a casual conversation, a man asking Song Kingyun what kind of boyfriend she's looking for. She admits she's never really thought about it, but her father presses, reminding her she's an adult now. Then a memory surfaces. She recalls a time when she and her sister were chased by a dog, and a young Shen Yi was the only one who stepped in to protect them. He was always so nice, she says. If she had to choose, she'd want someone like him. Someone just like him. The video feed distorts, glitching violently. The image stabilizes on her father's men. They're discussing Shen Yi, confirming he's just some kid with no chance of crossing paths with Song Kingyun again. But her father isn't taking any chances. What if she seeks him out? He gives a cold, clear order, take care of this. He doesn't want Shen Yi anywhere near his precious daughter. His subordinates reassure him they won't even have to get their hands dirty. They'll just hire someone, make it look like an accident, just a matter of money. They'll send someone to play with him, to give him a little lesson. The phone slips slightly in Shen Yi's grip. Play a lesson? He had run through every possibility in his mind. a vendetta against his family, a secret from his parents' past. He even considered that someone knew about the soul from another world residing in his body and wanted him eliminated. But the truth was this petty, pathetic, absurd reason. All this death, for what? A rich girl's crush. As the sheer insanity of it washes over him, the air grows cold. The spirits of the dead materialize from the rain, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. "Thank you, young man," they whisper in unison. They surround him, their voices a chorus of grief and gratitude. They were no match for that devil. He killed them all. Only you were able to avenge us. But one question hangs in the air, a desperate plea from the dead. Why did that monster kill us? We just want to know why. The question hits Shenyi like a physical blow. The guilt is a black hole in his chest. He was the target. The assassin was after him from the very beginning. He dragged all of these innocent people down with him. He looks at the faces of the dead, their spectral forms flickering in the downpour. He tells them that if possible, he hopes they can be reborn in another world, a world where they can live with dignity. Not like this, he says, his voice thick with regret. Not helpless and humiliated. He promises them one day when he's strong enough to uncover everything, he will find the mastermind behind this slaughter and kill him. He swears he will make it happen, but the promise feels hollow even to him. He's too weak right now. He couldn't even keep up with the shadows, forcing Zayo Menjiu to chase them while Big Skelly stayed behind to protect him. His hand trembles, a bitter reminder of his own powerlessness. But the spirits don't see his weakness. They only see their avenger. No matter what one of them says, placing a ghostly hand on his shoulder, "We thank you. Take care of yourself," another murmurs, a kind-faced man who probably had a family. "Live a good life. Now that the demon is dead, we can finally rest." The whispers of gratitude swell around him. "May you live a long life, free from illness and hardship. May you gain the strength to destroy the true mastermind. We'll be watching over you from the underworld. Thank you, we're forever grateful." Their voices fade into the sound of the rain. One by one, their spectral forms dissolve and their physical bodies collapse to the ground. The spell is broken. Floating down from the chaos, she lands amidst the fallen, the rain plastering her hair to her face. He demands to know what that black shadow was. "It got away," she says. "Its power was unreal, beyond anything human." She suspects it's tied to the calamities, and provoking it would have been a catastrophic mistake. The power of a calamity can wipe out a city, and that thing was leaking an energy field disturbingly similar to the one around his skeletal companion. She thanks him, admitting that witnessing his power has given her new insights. Once this is over, she vows to find a place to grow stronger. His own holy guardian title is fading, but he hopes she can break through her limits. That's not what's burning in his mind, though. He sent her a video and he needs answers now. She turns away, claiming she's pieced it together, but the truth is far too complicated for them to get involved in. A convenient excuse to run. He won't let her. Who are those people? He promises she'll be a ghost, that no one will ever know she was here. She finally relents, saying they're the children of certain noble families, but she couldn't dig any deeper. He scoffs. She's from a noble house herself. How could she not know their names? She explains the brutal truth of their world. Even among nobles, there are hierarchies. Compared to them, her Shen family and his Luo family are nothing but ants. He gestures to the sea of bodies surrounding them. This can't just be swept under the rug. What kind of justice will they face for this massacre? Her voice is hollow. They'll be punished, she says, but he can hear the lie in her words, punished. She spells out the pathetic reality. A slap on the wrist, being grounded, maybe some compensation for their families. He's seething. They failed to kill them, but they slaughtered his brother. And their solution is to just erase it all to prevent future trouble. This, she tells him, is the price for seeking the truth. They're up against some of the most powerful families in the world. She's alone, and his family won't help either. They should be grateful the assassin they faced was so single-minded. Any other killer would have buried the truth along with their bodies. With a final warning to take care of himself, she turns to leave. She walks away through the rain-soaked dead, leaving him to stew in his powerlessness. But he's not done. He stops her with a single, terrifying question. If she had the power to kill every last one of them, would she do it? She calls him ridiculous. Their families are the foundation of civilization itself. He roars, cutting through her excuses. Forget all that. He's just asking, are you okay with this? My friend is dead. Tens of thousands in this district are dead. People with parents, friends, siblings, all butchered and turned into puppets for a blood fiend spell. All of this was just a little lesson. All this suffering just to play a game with him. He screams, asking what they think human lives are. Toys. He can't accept it. He won't. Drawing his blade, he makes a new vow. He will make them pay in blood. A pillar of pure, blinding energy erupts from the mansion, tearing a hole in the stormy sky. The force is unimaginable, shredding the very foundations of the building. The ground shatters around him as the structure implodes. What is this power he's just unleashed? She can only watch, horrified by the raw, untamed fury. Overwhelmed, she turns and flees into the rain, tears streaming down her face. A dry voice echoes behind him. "Nice going, you just made the poor girl run off crying." It's his skeletal guardian. He says it's over and they should go. Shenyi silently gets on his bike, the rage simmering beneath his skin. The skeleton asks for his plan. It thought this was a blood feud, but it seems it was all just a game to them. The skeleton doesn't buy his silence. Shenyi forces a smile. Life is about being happy, right? But the skeleton sees right through the act. He doesn't believe a word. You don't understand humans. The creature muses on the human desire for happiness and satisfaction. But that doesn't mean letting people walk all over you. So it asks, how will he pursue it? Shenyi's face hardens, the fake smile gone, replaced by chilling resolve. Simple, they want to play. Then let's play, right up until one of them is dead. A tribute to the innocent with a little personal revenge on the side. That, he says, is what will finally bring him joy. The skeleton laughs. Now asterisk that asterisk, he believes. The massive skeleton fades away, not wanting to draw attention. Shenyi looks up into the night, offering a quiet thanks to his mysterious friend. But he wasn't the only one watching. From a nearby rooftop, a lone figure observes him ride away. She sighs to herself. Shenyi's all grown up. Her gaze drifts toward a distant lighthouse, a flicker of memory in her eyes. A strange, pink energy begins to crackle around her hands. The power envelops her, a stark contrast to the dark, stormy night. Who is this girl? A sad, knowing look crosses her face as she watches him disappear. He was always dumb, she thinks, but he's gotten even dumber since he was a kid. The shadowy presence hovering around Yinshin scoffs, calling Shenyi pretty dumb. But Yinshin isn't going to see him, not yet. It's not the right time. Her companion whines that this whole disaster is her older sister's fault. Yet Yinshin came rushing over to help, almost blowing her own cover in the process. Yinshin cuts it off, offering a deal. Knock it off, and she'll treat it to beef noodles later. The creature's eye widens with glee, demanding an extra egg and a good bowl of wine. But then suspicion creeps in. It knows she wants something. Spit it out, it demands. Yinshin needs its help to erase every single trace of Shenyi's fight, especially from her sister's crew. And there's one other loose end. The girl with the sword. The creature warns that if she spills a word about tonight, but Yinshin just smiles, completely certain that the girl won't sell out Shenyi. With a reluctant grumble, the creature agrees. A monstrous, shadowy form erupts from Yinshin's back, its tendrils snaking through the rain-soaked city. Two malevolent red eyes blaze to life as its power floods the streets. In a flash of crimson energy, it scours the area, wiping the slate clean. All done. The entity retracts, already dreaming about those noodles, but Yinshin's phone buzzes. It's her sister, Kingyun, demanding to know where she ran off to. She can't handle things alone and needs her back ASAP. The creature asks if they're ditching the party or grabbing noodles. Noodles, obviously. Yinshin made a promise and she'll keep it. She pulls up her hood, a shadow falling over her face. Her sister thrives in these kinds of scenes, she says, but she's not built for it. After all, everyone knows that Song Kingyun's little sister is a completely useless waste of space. The creature lets out a disbelieving cackle from the rooftop. Useless? That's the funniest joke it's ever heard. Meanwhile, in a blood-soaked bathroom, a scene of pure horror unfolds. A man, torn to pieces, lets out a guttural scream from a tub overflowing with blood. His flesh begins to knit itself back together, the mangled limbs reforming. He gasps, pulling himself from the grotesque bath, his mind reeling. I'm alive again. He falls to his knees, addressing the darkness. Oh, Lord Divinity, was it you who brought me back? A voice booms from the shadows, calling him a fool. He immediately prostrates himself, thanking the existence beyond words for not abandoning its loyal servant. He claims he has paid the price, as per their agreement, but then he dares to ask more. He says it clearly could have descended earlier, so why did it withdraw at the last moment? Is he seriously questioning the eldritch god that just brought him back from the dead? The entity roars, its voice shaking the room. Are you questioning me, mortal? Vicious black tendrils erupt from the floor, impaling him from every direction. He screams, agony ripping through his newly formed body. He frantically backpedals, blood pouring from his mouth, swearing he would never dare question it. He was merely perplexed. The entity relents slightly, revealing the truth. There was someone else lurking in the shadows. It wasn't convenient to reveal itself. The servant is stunned. What? He insists he sensed no one nearby. The entity scoffs at his weakness. His power is but a flickering ember. Of course he wouldn't notice. It continues, explaining that it initially found this world weak and uninteresting, until the cursed statue it bestowed upon him was completely stolen. And then he himself was defeated. This world, it muses, is full of surprises. There are even other existences akin to itself hiding here. The servant is left kneeling in the bloody water, trying to process this terrifying new information. Great being, where did you go? The door clicks open. He looks up and his blood runs cold. Zhao Yibing? How? That's impossible, we were clearly. He stops, her eyes. They're glowing with that same familiar, terrifying red energy. The horrifying realization crashes down on him. It wasn't just Zhao Yibing, it was never just her. He whispers the name in pure terror. Great being. The woman looks down at the broken man, her voice devoid of emotion. Your latest creation is quite impressive, she says. It'll serve my purposes well. Prostrating himself, the man grovels, calling her a great and eternal deity, his voice cracking with fanatical devotion. My servant, she commands, guide me through your world. Let me see what secrets it truly holds. And while we're at it, we need to have a word with him, that boy, Shen Yi. Her eyes narrow, a flicker of curiosity in the abyss. How did he manage to break the curse of the wicked king's statue, I wonder? That power he used, she reveals, was an immense energy I spent countless eons gathering. I have traveled an unimaginable distance to descend here, and now I require some souls to replenish my energy. She gestures to the man's writhing body. Surely you feel it, she taunts, the unspeakable torment your soul is enduring. That's the flesh puppet acting up. I used it as a vessel to bring you back to life. But once it grows hungry, it will torture your soul. With your current soul strength, you can't let it starve. If you do, it will grind your very being to dust. Her command is simple and utterly monstrous. Go hunt. Kill 1,000 humans. I'll use their souls to nourish myself. The leftover scraps of flesh are yours. Shen Yi's mind reels at the number. 1,000. But his broken will offers no resistance. A gaping maw tears open across his torso as he roars in submission. As you command. A horrifying, ecstatic laugh echoes into the night. Wonderful, finally. I can feast to my heart's content. The rain hammers down on the city skyline, washing away the screams no one can hear. Miles away, Shen Yi lands his hoverbike on a balcony, the engine whining down. A guard calls out, asking about the noise. Shen Yi waves it off, saying he just took the bike for a quick flyby. The guard warns him about being too loud at night, telling him it's not safe. Shen Yi just gives a placating apology, his mind clearly elsewhere. He collapses onto the balcony floor, exhausted. He can't believe all of this started because his past self helped a couple of girls. So many people died, and to those noble families it was just a game. He seethes with contempt. What a bunch of scumbags. His phone suddenly buzzes, the screen glowing with a call from the Shen family. He answers cautiously. It's your first uncle, a voice says. Shen Yi's face remains a mask, but his mind races. Shen Shuopeng, the man who runs the family's daily affairs. The man who never gave him or his mother the time of day except to mock them. What could he possibly want? The uncle begins with a hollow apology, saying he heard his mother needed medicine and that he can help now that he's back. Shen Yi cuts him short. No need, I've already recovered. His uncle doesn't miss a beat. Good to hear. Actually, there's something I need to tell you. Do you remember the annual visits from other noble families? Shen Yi confirms that he does. You were quite a troublemaker back then, his uncle continues, a false warmth in his voice. I made arrangements. In a few days, you'll come back and publicly apologize to those families. Apologize? Wait, they want him to apologize. Shen Yi's fist clenches. His uncle drones on about how it's for his own good, a way to earn forgiveness and improve the Shen family's reputation. But Shen Yi sees right through it. This is the fallout from Zhao Menjiu blowing the whistle. He realizes the trap instantly. If he apologizes, he's admitting it was all his fault. The deaths of thousands become his burden alone. He would be the sole scapegoat. He can practically see his uncle clinking glasses with the other families, cashing in on his nephew's sacrifice. The hunt for him would become justified. His death would be seen as justice, and they might even drag his parents and Zhao Menjiu down with him. He scoffs into the phone. As I recall, I haven't offended anyone. Perhaps you can enlighten me, uncle? Who was it? You don't need to concern yourself with the details. The uncle snaps back, his patience wearing thin. Just do as I say when the time comes. Shen Yi thinks grimly that if he didn't already know the truth, he might have actually fallen for this. Uncle, he says, there's a slight problem. His uncle's tone shifts instantly to suspicion and greed. What is it? Is it about your mother asking for compensation? So young, and you've already learned how to be greedy. Spit it out, what do you want? It's not about that, Shen Yi says coolly. It's a question that's been bugging me, and it's preventing me from obeying your command. May I ask, who the hell do you think you are? The line goes silent for a beat, then explodes with rage. Shen Yi, I'm warning you, don't push your luck. You have a pretty high opinion of yourself. His uncle is sputtering now, completely losing his composure. Do you even know who you'll be wagging your tail for? Shen Yi cuts him off. This was grandfather's decision, wasn't it? The line goes dead. His uncle hung up. Before he can even process the confrontation, his phone buzzes again. A video call from an unknown number. He answers, and two women fill the screen. Hey Yi, Shen Yi, they coo. We're the Yan sisters from Phoenix Island. Wanna come to our midnight bikini party? What in the world is happening now? One of the women glows with an ethereal light as Shenyi stares, a trickle of blood suddenly running from his nose. The woman on the phone coos that he's pretty hot, surrounded by friends who are all dying to meet him. But Shenyi just stammers, scratching his head. It's late, he says, probably not a good idea to head out now. His friend's voice cuts in, exasperated, telling him he's totally dissing Sis Yan, that this is a blessing he doesn't even realize. But Shenyi can't shake the feeling of a setup. He tells them he really can't, that a guy has to be careful at night too. He tries to laugh it off, saying with so many of them, they'll get him drunk and take advantage. He's just going to hit the hay. Before his friend can argue anymore, Shenyi hangs up, the beeping of the disconnected call echoing in the quiet room. He stares out the window, a bitter taste in his mouth. These big-shot families, always trying to drag him into their sideshows, treating him like some freak to be gawked at. It's just like the Kingyun family trying to marry off their heiress. They don't see him. They just see a tool. He collapses onto his bed, exhausted by the games, when a stark red notification burns into his vision. A special friendly reminder, 10 minutes remaining until midnight. On this brand new day, the first time he enters the door, he'll have a chance to obtain a special hidden ability. A hidden ability? What kind of power is the system offering him now? The condition for achievement flashes before his eyes. Obtain the title One of Us for the third time. And this is his only chance. He clenches his fist, the weariness evaporating, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. In this world, there's no just chilling at home and magically solving your problems. Whether it's fighting his family schemes or taking down nobles to avenge the innocent, it all comes down to one thing: power. The power to crush anything and anyone who stands in his way. He has to seize this. He has to get that ability. The clock on the wall ticks ominously, each second a hammer blow counting down to his one and only shot. As the final second passes, a door materializes in his room, bathed in a sinister red glow. He doesn't hesitate. He steps through the threshold, his shadow swallowed by the pulsing energy. The world shifts, and he finds himself standing in a dark, fog-choked forest, the silence unnervingly absolute. But he's not alone. A massive skeletal figure materializes from the mist, its bones radiating a faint blue light. It's Skelly. Shenyi starts to ask what he got out, but the skeleton speaks first, its voice echoing in his mind. The time has come for them to part. Shenyi is speechless. Skelly explains that he can move freely now. He has unfinished business with the Undead clan and cannot continue to dally like this. This is where they go their separate ways. Skelly thanks him for helping him recover his strength, offering a small, glowing ring as a token of remembrance. Shenyi takes it, a little stunned by the sudden departure. With a final farewell, the skeleton turns and walks deeper into the oppressive woods. Shenyi watches him disappear into the gloom. He muses that he only had Skelly for a few days, but now he's back in the wild. He hopes he can survive out there. Suddenly, a flock of birds erupts from the canopy, screeching in terror. An explosion of violent purple energy rips through the forest, right where Skelly was headed. The sheer force of the blast is immense, warping the very air around him. It slams into Shenyi, throwing him to the ground. What was that? A deafening crash follows, the sound of splintering bone and earth. Through the ringing in his ears, he hears it, a faint, guttural cry. That's Skelly's voice. He scrambles to his feet, his mind racing. Skelly barely took a few steps and he's already in a fight. The silence that follows is terrifying. Don't tell me he didn't even last one hit. The destructive force he just felt was on par with the Skinner. Going up there is suicide. But just as he considers bailing, a system notification flares up. Key reminder triggered. You have been spotted. Another one follows immediately. If you retreat now, it will negatively impact your title evaluation, and you will be unable to obtain the title One of Us for the third time. He hesitates, torn, but the choice is clear. His bro is in a jam, and that hidden ability is on the line. The moment he commits, the ground beneath him begins to tremble violently. Massive, sharpened bone spikes erupt from the earth, shooting up around him with terrifying speed. He's trapped. From the shadows emerges a horrifying skeletal figure draped in a tattered purple cloak, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. It gloats. What a haul we have today. The creature raises its bony hand, and the spikes around Shenyi curve inward, forming the bars of a cage. A cage made of a giant's rib bones. Shenyi stares in horror at the familiar structure, a sickening realization dawning on him. He knows these bones. He screams out a name, his voice cracking with disbelief and terror. Fern? A skeletal figure cloaked in seething purple energy materializes in the gloom, its eyes burning with a cold, predatory light. The Lick surveys his catch, a cruel satisfaction in his voice as he remarks what a fine haul they have today. Trapped within a cage of bone, the player looks up, his voice cracking with desperation as he demands to know what they did to his bro, Fern. The Lick scoffs, his tone dripping with mockery. Your bro, Humans don't exactly go around calling the undead my bro. The player's mind is racing. He's completely cornered. His only option is to play it cool to somehow get on their side. The Lich remembers the last time, the failed mission at the elf village where so many of their kind were wiped out. This crown carcass is a high-level being from the gloom abyss, and now these other undead are here to settle the score for that failure. The player puts it all together in a flash. He blurts out that Fern saved his life, that he's already decided to join them and overthrow the entire rotten human empire. The Lich just stares, a vortex of dark energy swirling in his palm, his patience wearing thin. Overthrow the human empire? He sneers. What, just the two of you? You're asking for death. But the player cuts him off, telling him to hold up and check this out first. He holds out a small, glowing insignia. He claims he and Fern are this close to infiltrating the human high command, and this is the proof. The Lich leans in, his curiosity piqued. He wants to see what kind of trick this human is trying to pull. He takes the object, his bony fingers tracing its surface. It's a medal of valor from the Rhine territory, one that grants an effect where a holy sign appears. The inscription confirms the unbelievable. It was awarded to the boy who lived, Prince Norton, the next heir to the human empire. One of the skeletal minions gasps. He can't believe the human was telling the truth. The Lich's voice drops to a lethal growl. Kid, where did you get this? Spit it out. The air crackles with violent energy as his power surges, his identity flashing in the player's mind. Baleful Star. The player presses his advantage, boasting that he and Fern already plan to sneak into the imperial capital to assassinate the emperor. Baleful Star explodes, calling him a moron. He can't believe the audacity. The medal might be genuine, but does he really think two people can just waltz in and kill the emperor? But the player is committed to the lie. He insists they have a way into the upper echelons of human society. It's a classic bluff. An idiot would believe he could genuinely pull this off, and only an idiot would tell the truth about such a crazy plan. He then presents his second piece of proof, a letter of recommendation to the Imperial Military Academy. Baleful Star snatches the letter. The handwriting, it's identical to other directives from Prince Norton they've intercepted. It's authentic. He stares at the human, a new, unnerving question taking root. Who the hell asterisk is asterisk this person? The player seizes the moment, turning the interrogation around. First, he says, why don't you tell me why you're after my boy Fern? Baleful Star decides there's nothing to hide. He explains that during the mission to assassinate the elven chieftain, everyone else was captured. Fern was the only one who ditched the mission and bailed. That kind of behavior demands severe punishment. The player bursts into uncontrollable laughter, only to be silenced as Baleful Star's hand clamps over his face. What's so funny? The Lich hisses, lifting him off the ground by his throat. Gasping for air, the player tells him he's laughing at how stupid they all are. Fern wasn't a coward. He was the only one who saw the trap. The village chieftain wasn't even the right target. It was the high elven priest, disguised, waiting to wipe them all out. Baleful Star's grip tightens. And your proof? The player just grins, telling them to find out for themselves. His story is all over the human military. Everyone knows he was at the elven village, the same place Fern was stationed. He puffs out his chest, reminding them the prince himself called him the boy who lived. Is this all an elaborate con, or could it actually be true? One of the skeletons asks if Fern really did sense the danger first. Baleful Star makes a decision. He orders one of his men to go check it out, then turns back to the player. If you dare lie to me, he warns, I'll make you wish you were never born. The player doesn't even blink. I dare you, he says. Go on, find out. Baleful Star has to admit the kid's got serious balls. It almost makes him believe it. But there's one last thing he needs to know. Why would you betray your own kind? The player's face darkens. Because I'm sick and tired of being exploited by the capitalists. The Lich stares, completely dumbfounded. Capitalists? What's that? The player launches into his explanation. He's just a poor guy with no tools or property to make a living. He has to sell his labor to the guys who own everything, the capitalists. They produce value way beyond what he gets paid, squeezing him dry just so he can barely scrape by. Baleful Star and his minion exchange a look of utter confusion. The minion whispers, Boss, do you get what he's saying? Of course I do, the Lich snaps back. Why else would I be the leader? But his eyes betray his total bewilderment. He leans in, his voice low. How exactly did these capitalists torture you to make you hate them so much? The player's face twists in a snarl. They 996'd me. The Lich recoils in horror. Oh, the humanity, but what's 996? The player spells it out. 9 in the morning to 9 at night. Less than an hour for breaks, over 10 hours of work a day, 6 days a week. Baleful Star shudders. That's pretty rough. The player isn't done, and then he says I went through 007. Work from midnight to midnight. 7 days a week, no breaks, they call it 007. The Lich can only whisper a single, horrified word. Heavens, the skeletons behind him are frozen in shock. Moved by this tale of unimaginable suffering, baleful Star's expression softens and he opens his arms. "Let me give you a hug, man." He pulls the player into a warm embrace. The player, stunned that his insane gamble actually worked, can only mutter a quiet thanks. The hulking undead leader pulls the boy into a tight, unnerving embrace. A gesture so wrong it freezes the air. Murmurs that he's starting to understand, his voice a low rasp of curiosity. He wants to know how a mere human child survived in such a brutal world. The boy's mind flashes back to that day, the memory still sharp as ice. He was just a child, lost in the falling snow, starving and freezing. All he had was a single box of matches. But just as the memory surfaces, a system notification burns across his vision. The undead have decided to expose humanity's atrocities. And he, the boy, is now the central figure in a war of public opinion. What in the world is a public opinion war? A new title is bestowed upon him. The Little Match Boy, an identity sprouting from this twisted fairy tale. The system notes that his old title, The Boy Who Lived, is now stuck to him like a second skin. He recoils in fury. No way, absolutely not. He refuses to be their pawn, their poster child. The memory of the snowstorm returns. He was about to die, to become another frozen body in the street when a skeleton appeared. Fern saved him. That's why Fern is his savior, the one being he trusts. Meanwhile, a scout reports back to the undead leader. It's confirmed the boy was telling the truth. The elven high priest was setting a trap in that village, planning to wipe out their assassins in one fell swoop. The other undead murmur in shock. So Fern isn't a traitor after all. He not only dodged the elves' trap, but also recruited a valuable human youth who was on his way to the Imperial Military Academy. This isn't a failure, it's a massive accomplishment. The leader's mind races. The higher-ups ordered Fern's execution, but now killing him would be political suicide. It would be a blatant backstabbing of a hero, and he'd be the one sacrificed to appease the masses. He seethes internally. The undead leadership would take all the credit for this victory, and he would be nothing but a stepping stone. He's already beaten Fern until he's nothing but ahead, and saving him now would cost a fortune in resources. It's a terrible deal, and he has no intention of paying for it. But then his demeanor shifts entirely. He clears his throat, holding Fern's skull aloft as if it were a trophy. He declares Fern an excellent, valiant undead warrior who never forgot his duty. With a flourish, he produces a gleaming medal, an honor Fern supposedly deserves. Then he turns his chilling gaze to the boy. "As for you, child," he announces, "from now on, we shall call you the Little Match Boy." The boy's shoulders slump. Damn it, he couldn't dodge it. This new title is a mask, a way to hide his true identity as the boy who lived. The leader grins, a nightmarish sight, and proclaims he is truly proud of them both. With that, he orders his troops to report the matter immediately, leaving the boy and the skull behind as they march away. The boy stares at the dismembered head on the ground. "You beat him up like this, and you're just going to leave him here?" He can't believe the audacity. A faint light flashes, and Fern's voice emanates from the skull. He explains that this is just how it is. When undead get injured, they're usually just tossed outside to fend for themselves. Luckily, Fern says, his power is stored in his skull, so as long as he can regrow some bones, he'll be fine. He just needs calcium. He then complains that his ass is gone, which is somehow worse than the boy's situation. He promises to order some calcium supplement solution for Fern as soon as they get back. Fern is grateful, but then asks a strange question. Why is the boy so worried about human affairs? He seems genuinely confused, as if he doesn't understand the world he's now a part of. The boy sighs, explaining that around here, all the other races love to learn from humans, especially about capitalism. The thought of undead capitalists sends a visible shudder through Fern's skull. The very idea is horrifying. Suddenly, a new notification appears. He's triggered another key event. Did the undead come back already? The system urgently warns him this is a crucial moment to complete his third title, One of Us. He absolutely cannot run away. A wave of energy washes over him and his body freezes in place. He's completely surrounded. Human knights in full plate armor, their swords drawn and pointed directly at him. They declare him a traitor to humanity, caught red-handed colluding with the undead. His blood runs cold. He looks up at their leader, and his eyes widen in recognition. It's Prince Norton. The prince's eyes narrow, recognizing him as well. "The boy who lived," he says, his voice laced with suspicion. The prince demands to know what's going on, and then he delivers a chilling ultimatum. Don't even think about lying. Any falsehood will be exposed on the spot, and he will personally execute him. Is this it? Is this how it ends? The boy's mind spins, searching for an out. He forces a bright, disarming smile. "Your Highness," he says, "allow me to introduce you. This is my informant Fern, a field collection officer of the Undead Skeleton Army's 5th Brigade." Norton is incredulous. "A contract? How is that possible? A human making a pact with an undead? But before he can press further, his elderly advisor speaks up, confirming that the boy is not lying. He has been monitoring the boy's soul with arcane magic. The surrounding knights gasp in amazement. They never thought the legendary boy who lived had such tricks up his sleeve. They ask eagerly if he really managed to get intel from the undead. He nods confidently, explaining he already handed it over to the Shadow Hand Brotherhood. An elegant elf woman materializes beside him, her presence calming the tense atmosphere. She vouches for him, telling the prince that her expertise in soul magic confirms his story. His soul is remarkably pure, she adds, filled with unwavering conviction. He couldn't possibly be an undead puppet. Prince Norton is still struggling to accept it. An undead forming a transactional relationship? Why would it do that? The boy begins his explanation, a plan forming in his mind. Well, he starts, Fern was treated pretty unfairly on the undead side. He had a really rough time. As he speaks, a memory flashes across Fern's skull, a single damning number, 996. The skull lets out a wail of despair. It's because I suffered from 996. The skull screams a number that makes no sense. 996. He suffered from 996, he explains, a kind of unfair treatment. The prince is completely lost, but the skull clarifies. Humans have capitalists, and so do the undead. Wait, undead capitalists. Is that even a thing? The skeleton gestures to a massive, endless army of his brethren, ready to lay out the whole depressing system. He's just a poor working stiff, he says. He owns nothing, so he has to sell his labor to the ones who do, the capitalists. He gets squeezed dry just to barely scrape by. The old man beside the prince nods grimly, realizing the terrifying logic. Undead don't die, they never get tired. They're the perfect targets for exploitation. It all clicks into place for the prince. No food, no rest, just non-stop work. A fortune saved on labor costs, but he still doesn't get it. What is 996? The skull lays it out. 9 in the morning to 9 at night. Less than an hour for lunch and dinner breaks. 6 days a week. The prince recoils. That's rough. The old man scoffs. He went through 007. Work from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week with no breaks at all. The prince looks absolutely horrified. Heavens. Overcome with sympathy, the prince leans down and offers the poor skull a hug. The skull accepts, a flicker of gratitude in its empty sockets. The prince pulls back, a new understanding in his eyes. He wants to know how the skull managed to survive such an environment. The skeleton remembers that day clearly. Snow was falling and he saw him, the boy who lived. The boy was freezing, starving, with nothing but a single box of matches to his name. He struck one of those matches, not for himself, but to light a small fire to warm up the skeleton. It was the first time the skeleton had ever felt kindness, ever felt warmth, all because of this one human boy. And in that moment, he decided to rebel. A system notification explodes into view. Congratulations, it reads. You and your companion have launched a full-scale condemnation of capitalists. Your new title, The Little Match Boy, has flourished and now rivals The Boy Who Lived. The protagonist loses it, roaring at the sky. Congratulations, my ass. How can a system be this tone-deaf? Aren't there any decent freaking titles? The prince, ignoring the outburst, demands proof of the skull's identity. The skull obliges, presenting a glowing purple medal. The old man recognizes it instantly. A skull bone medal awarded to Fern, an officer of the Skeleton Army's 5th Brigade, by General Terrence himself. He confirms its authenticity. Only the owner's soulfire can ignite the medal. They're telling the truth. The prince is stunned. An undead betraying their own kind to serve a human. This is unprecedented. This is history being made right before his eyes. He turns to the protagonist, his expression full of reverence. He says the boy was so gravely injured that he's forgotten his own name. As a prince of the Holy Amethyst Empire, he declares he must bestow a new one upon him. The knights gasp in unison. A name from a prince is a life-changing honor, guaranteeing food, shelter, and a future of military glory. The prince smiles benevolently. Boy who lived, your name shall be Har. The protagonist's face drains of all color. No, he begs the prince, please, anything but a name starting with Ha. This is his most sincere request. His desperation is so palpable that the prince actually stops. All right then, he says, how about a different name? Lowly. The protagonist's face twists in disgust. He'd almost have preferred Harry. The prince doesn't seem to notice. He launches into a story from human legend about 2 children of gods who appear when endless calamities strike the world. One named Lowly and the other Peppa. Since you're not keen on Lowly, he concludes, then let's go with Peppa. He's about to be named after a cartoon pig, isn't he? The protagonist's mind flashes back to his old world, to a cheap, pig-shaped hairdryer. And just like that, a new title card appears, sealing his fate. Saint Peppa. The humiliation is absolute, and there's no telling how he'll ever live this down. Surrounded by the golden light of the royal guard, the prince lays down the terms of the oath, his voice ringing with absolute authority. He demands Gu Shen swear never to betray humanity. The price for breaking this vow is not just death, but the instant shattering of his very soul. But the second part of the deal is a tempting one. Become a hero, rack up war achievements, and he could even be made a saint. A saint in training? Gu Shen's mind races. The risk is astronomical, but the reward is a direct path to power and recognition within this world. It's a gamble, but one he's willing to take. With his fist clenched over his heart, he declares his oath, his voice booming with conviction. He, Peppa, swears he will never, no matter what, betray humanity. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts from the ground, sealing the pact. The sacred light surges through him, marking the completion of the ceremony. The prince's voice softens slightly. "Congratulations, child," he says. "From now on, you are no longer Peppa." Gu Shen's eyes light up. A new name? He eagerly asks what it is. The prince, the old man, and the elf maiden all smile with an unnerving warmth. His new title is Saint Peppa. The world seems to grind to a halt. Gu Shen's face contorts in disbelief, then horror. "Saint Peppa, is this some kind of sick joke?" Later, away from the others, the prince pulls him aside. He tells Gu Shen to pretend today never happened, to make sure his partner doesn't slip up. He's offering a clean slate, a chance to bury his secrets. But it comes with a price. The prince hands him a piece of enchanted letter paper, explaining that anything written on it will instantly appear on a matching copy in his hand. It's a tool for royal intelligence. He wants Gu Shen to be his informant, his eyes and ears on the inside, promising rewards for any major intel. With a sharp salute, Gu Shen accepts his new covert mission, vowing to serve humanity until death. As the prince and his guard depart, the elf maiden approaches Gu Shen. She leans in, a mysterious smile on her face, and tells him the name Saint Peppa actually holds a secret. In ancient legends, she explains, the divine son Peppa was a master of ever-changing weapons. Spears, bows, and even strange contraptions unknown to humankind. She reveals that those who bear this name are naturally skilled with all kinds of weaponry. So, the name is a blessing, not a curse. It signifies his unique talent. But then she adds that she knows 5 other Peppas herself. Old Peppa, Little Peppa, Red Peppa, and Big Peppa. So the legendary name is just their world's version of John Smith. Gu Shen is special only because he was personally appointed by the royal family. She gives him a final word of encouragement, telling him the prince has high hopes for him before departing with the night. Alone at last, Gu Shen turns to his skeletal companion, only for the skull to immediately call out to him as Peppa. That's the last straw. A furious scowl darkens Gu Shen's face. He snaps that the skull is asking for it and storms toward a crimson door he materializes from thin air. The skull floats after him, confused by his anger, but Gu Shen just sneers back. "Okay, Peppa," the skull says mockingly. That tears it. Gu Shen declares that its calcium supplements are officially canceled. He steps through the portal without a second glance. The skull, left behind in the dark forest, hesitates for a moment. It then plunges through the portal after him. But as it passes through the shimmering gateway, its form twists and distorts violently. On the other side, the skull floats aimlessly, its eye sockets dark and empty. It seems dazed, lost. A single thought echoes from its hollow form. Who am I? The system notifications flooded in. A cascade of triumphs from the world he just left behind. He had survived the relentless sieges from both the living and the dead, somehow turning their mutual hatred away from himself. The undead had even granted him a title, the little match boy. But the humans, they had named him Saint Peppa. Saint Peppa, what in the world was that supposed to mean? The system didn't care about the absurdity, only the result. He had navigated a death trap, turning enemies into allies and profiting from the chaos. For this, he was rewarded with the title One of Us for the 3rd consecutive time, an achievement the system itself called impossible. Then came the real prize. His gate, his core ability, had evolved, gaining a hidden skill. Temporal stagnation, the power to freeze time. A chill ran down his spine. This was the kind of power that broke all the rules. The description specified he could stagnate one side of the gate for 3 seconds while the other side remained unaffected. But the cooldown was a full week. 3 seconds? Is that all? It felt almost useless. But the system added a crucial detail. The ability would grow stronger, last longer as he acquired higher quality titles. It was a trial version, a taste of what was to come. He tested it, a flicker of blue energy, and the world outside the gate froze for an instant before snapping back to normal. It was over before he could even process it. He turned to Big Skelly, a grin on his face, asking how it felt. The skeleton just stared back, utterly clueless. With the One of Us title absorbed for 3 extra stat points, Shenyi felt the exhaustion of the last few days hit him like a physical blow. It was 6 in the morning. He collapsed into bed, his mind shutting down. Sleep, he just needed to sleep. A thunderous banging on his door shattered the peace. A voice yelled his name, Kai in Russian, ordering him to get up. The airship to the exam site was leaving. Shenyi blinked, his mind still lost in a fog. Oh, right, the exams. Aboard the massive airship, soaring through the clouds, Shenyi immediately found a couch and passed out again. He was deep in sleep when the vibration of his phone pulled him back to the surface. A message. The sender's name was his own, a strange glitch, but the profile picture was unmistakable, Zhao Yibing. She said she'd also qualified for the big 3 high school entrance exams and wanted to meet up. Shenyi shot upright, his heart pounding. Zhao Yibing. How did she get qualified? He stared at the picture, a cold feeling creeping over him. Something was off about her hair, it looked purple. The man with the sunglasses, Kai in Russian's uncle, spoke from across the room, asking if he knew another girl from their school had qualified. He explained he'd just heard a rumor. The girl supposedly had astonishing talent, but she'd been kept a secret until today, a secret kept by the Archaeology Association. The name hung in the air, heavy with power. They were the ones who unearthed humanity's lost history, rediscovering forgotten martial arts and wielding immense influence. But Zhao Yibing? She didn't seem the type to have those kinds of connections. His mind raced to Zio Menjiu. She'd been investigating Zhao Yibing's background. She would know more. But the thought was soured by a pang of guilt. He'd made her cry the last time they spoke. Would she even take his call? He pushed the doubt aside. This was too important. He'd just have to apologize properly. He dialed her number. Putting on a cheerful voice, he asked what was up, then cut straight to the point. Do you know Zhao Yibing? The line went silent for a moment before Zio Menjiu's voice came through, flat and cold. She's dead. Wait, what, dead? Shenyi's blood ran cold. That's impossible, he stammered. She just messaged me. She wants to meet up. A sudden urgency filled Zio Menjiu's voice. Where are you? She demanded. He told her he was on the airship heading to the exams. She said she was too and that they'd meet later. But before he could respond, her tone shifted, becoming deadly serious. Listen to me carefully, Shen Yi. Whatever you do, she warned, do not meet Zhao Yibing alone. She is extremely dangerous. The line went dead. Shen Yi stared at his phone, the warning echoing in his mind. Who is he talking to then, and why is she so dangerous? The uncle looked over, asking if that was Zio Menjiu. As Shen Yi nodded, the man revealed something else. Last night at 3:25 a.m., a massive surge of Sword Kai erupted from the White River. An AI analysis confirmed it was Zio Menjiu. She'd had a breakthrough, successfully mastering the Holy Guardian Blessing. Shen Yi was floored. How could she know advanced sword techniques? They were just junior high students. The uncle explained her noble lineage, a family with a sword style passed down for generations. Went on, describing the chasm between ordinary students and the scions of noble families, who trained with secret arts and divine artifacts from birth. The weight of the competition pressed down on Shen Yi. He had to face monsters like that. The uncle offered a reassuring smile, reminding Shen Yi that he too was from a noble family, and that the human martial arts group would back him completely. They would do everything to help him pass. Shen Yi saw right through the performance. The old man was just afraid he'd leave the group and return to his real family. It was a cheap manipulation. He closed his eyes, deciding to get some sleep. He'd need it. The image of Zhao Yibing's profile lingered in his mind, now overlaid with a new symbol. A perfect, cold block of ice. The buzzing won't stop. Shen Yi glares at his phone, a vein throbbing in his temple. It's Zhao Yibing again, relentless. She's about to leave for the entrance exams and wants him to come with her. His mind screams for her to just leave him alone. He scoffs at her desperation. Fine. He'll play her game. He decides to use an old photo to throw her off his trail, texting back that she can go ahead. He's just chilling in Jiangbei and won't be out until tomorrow. He sits back, satisfied with his lie, enjoying the peace and quiet of the open field. But the tranquility is shattered by another buzz from his phone. She replies with a chilling coincidence. She's in Jiangbei too. What part is he in? His blood runs cold. He looks up and there she is, standing in the very same field. His eyes widen in disbelief. There's no way. How is she doing this? Panic sets in. He fumbles with his phone, typing out another lie. A friend just picked him up. They're heading to Nanshan Temple. He attaches a stock photo of the place, hoping it's convincing enough. The reply is instantaneous. She was just planning to go there herself, she says. In fact, she's already there. A picture of her smiling, with the temple gates clearly visible behind her, pops up on his screen. His mind reels. He pulls up a map, his hands shaking. Nanshan Temple is 60 miles away. She's texting back in minutes, covering impossible distances. This isn't just obsessive. This is monstrous. Defeated, he collapses onto the couch. He's exhausted, worried, but too drained to keep running. It's not like she can get to him right now, he tells himself. a desperate attempt to feel safe. But miles away, under a stormy sky, Zhao Yibing stands within the temple grounds. She stares at her phone, her expression unreadable as she whispers his name. At her feet, a man bleeds out onto the stone floor. A statue of Buddha, splattered with crimson, looms behind her. Her thoughts are a cold, possessive whisper. You think you can run from me. The carnage isn't contained to the temple hall. Another body lies twisted among the trees outside. He stands over the destruction, a chilling calm in her eyes. She will take back what's hers. A man in a suit convulses, clutching his chest as blood erupts from his mouth, his life draining away under her gaze. Her promise hangs in the blood-soaked air. The memory shifts, falling like snow. A temple at night, years ago, lit by the festive crackle of fireworks. A much younger Shenyi runs through the courtyard, his face alight with pure joy. He stops, his laughter dying in his throat. Huddled in the shadows are two small, identical girls, their faces pale with terror. From the darkness, a beast emerges, a hulking, wolf-like creature of nightmare. The twin girls scream and flee for their lives. Without a second thought, the young boy charges forward, straight towards the monster. He throws himself in front of the girls, a small, defiant shield against the snarling jaws that lunge for him. The rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor fills a sterile hospital room. A man's voice remarks on the kid's insane luck. Dozens of bite marks, head to toe. A woman agrees. If any of those bites had been an inch off, he'd have been gone. For now, he's out of the woods. The two little girls he saved stand at his bedside, holding handmade cards. Shen Yi, wrapped in bandages, forces a smile. They thank him for saving them before saying their goodbyes. He hands them two cards he made in return. He watches from the hospital window as their card disappears into the snowy night, waving until they are gone. A hand shakes him, pulling him from the dream. It's the man in black. Wake up, he says. I'm taking you to get something to eat. Shenyi sits up, groggy. 10 years. It's been 10 years. A thought drifts through his mind as he stares into space. He wonders what those two girls look like now, aboard the most advanced airship he's ever seen. Shenyi stares out the window, the world a blur of clouds below. The luxury is overwhelming. A full spread of food sits before him, a feast he can barely comprehend. Mr. Kayan smirks, telling him this is as good as it gets. Without hesitation, Shenyi digs in, stuffing his face until he can't move. Mr. Kayan tells him to slow down, to try not to look like he just crawled out from under a rock. He leans back, patting his full stomach, utterly defeated by the meal. Just then, another boy, looking shy and underfed, approaches their table. He asks if they're done with the skewers and if he could possibly have them. Shen Yi, too full to speak, just waves him on. Mr. Kayan watches the boy devour the leftovers with a look of disdain. He mutters about how the other group can't even feed its own people, a sad sight indeed. He explains to Shen Yi that this ship is a gathering of elites from 11 provinces, including rookies from the Pioneer Armaments Institute and the Eternity Tech Consortium. The boy with the skewers turns around, introducing himself as Guo Yunai from Eternity Tech, only to be immediately silenced by a sharp voice calling his name. A stern, bald man approaches, his presence sucking the warmth from the room. He glares at Mr. Kayan, addressing him as Kayan Russian, his tone dripping with condescension. This is Yu Sihai. He openly mocks Kayan for only managing to recruit 7 people. The two leaders lock eyes, a silent battle of wills raging between them. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Yu Sihai waves a dismissive hand, telling the kids to go play while the adults discuss important matters. Seizing the opportunity to escape, Shenyi suggests he and Guo Yunai check out a cool spot he knows on the airship. As they walk away from the simmering conflict, Guo Yunai starts talking, asking Shenyi his name. They arrive in a massive, empty bowling alley. It's the perfect place to stretch your legs, Guo Yunai says, but he's not here for small talk. He pulls out a strange, ornate card that glows with a faint blue light. Shenyi leans in, reading the text. It's a mission: freely acquire and consume food from 7 other candidates. Progress 3/7, so that's what he was doing with the skewers. Seeing Shenyi's confusion, Guo Yunai smirks, guessing his parents aren't pros. He tells Shenyi to give him his hand. A brilliant flash of light erupts as the card touches Shenyi's palm. When it fades, Shenyi is holding a card of his own. Guo Yunai explains it's not a trick, but a card from the top 3 high school rookies deck, put out by an organization called the Tarot Tower. Shenyi's mission is different. To establish himself, he needs to get at least 6 candidates to willingly participate in an activity he hosts. Then, a second mission to get 12. A game within a game? What is this Tarot Tower? Guo Yunai explains that completing missions gets you into the deck as a candidate card yourself. He seems shocked that Shenyi knows nothing, explaining that the Tarot Tower runs the entire exam, and this deck is their official support system. Completing missions raises your rating, and a high rating means everything. Bonus points, attention from major organizations, and leverage when choosing a school. Some even become famous. The gears in Shenyi's head are turning at 1,000 miles per hour. His mission: get 6 people to join an activity he's hosting. But there's a catch, a brutal one. He has to do it without any promotion and without asking them directly. How in the world is he supposed to pull that off? He looks up at the ceiling, and a sly grin spreads across his face. He points to a high air vent. "Hey, you see that up there? It's pretty boring just standing here," he says, proposing a little challenge. That vent is so high up, he'd have to give it his all just to touch it. Gyuo Yunai seems unconvinced. "So what if you do touch it?" the boy asks. Shenyi's grin widens. "Then I'll admit you've got skills. Now watch me." With a low grunt, the monk in training explodes forward, his feet a blur against the polished floor. He launches himself up the wall, defying gravity for a split second, his body a missile aimed at the ceiling vent high above. He reaches, his fingers stretching, straining for the target. With a final, desperate roar, he pushes himself higher, but his momentum dies, his hand falling just inches short as gravity reclaims him. He lands with a thud of frustration while the blue-haired boy watches with a smirk. "So close," he taunts, "but you weren't even in the ballpark. That was just a warm-up. Now it's my turn." The boy's eyes lock onto the vent, a competitive fire igniting as he breaks into a sprint. He leaps, a powerful soaring arc that looks far more impressive than the first attempt. The commotion has drawn a crowd. A few students mutter that the first guy's run was just a test, but the second one is genuinely impressive. One pompous-looking student scoffs, saying it might be high for them, but with a running start, he could easily touch it. He clarifies that fingertips don't count. He's talking about a full palm slap, a feat he claims would be no problem at all. His friend calls him out, saying talk is cheap, but the student just smirks. "You don't believe me?" he asks. "I used to train. Maybe a palm slap is out of reach for you, but I'll show you." Suddenly, the simple challenge has morphed into a full-blown competition. "What are you guys doing?" one boy with a yellow headband asks, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A girl named Zhang Zaioi declares it's a challenge, and she's definitely going higher than them. The competitive spirit is contagious. One after another, they leap, each one trying to outdo the last. A chaotic scramble to be the one who gets the highest. Amid the chaos, the blue-haired boy who started it all stands back, a faint smile on his lips as he checks his phone. A guy's happiness really is this simple, he thinks to himself. But the screen reveals his true motive. A system notification glows. "Congratulations, without any requests, you have successfully prompted 6 middle schoolers to willingly participate in an activity you are hosting." A second mission immediately appears. "Get at least 12 candidates to participate in another activity." He notes that this one is harder, but at least the restriction about not promoting it has been removed. Wait, this whole thing was a test? What is he playing at? Grabbing some paper from the front desk, he waves everyone over. "Brothers, gather round," he yells. "The Human Martial Arts Group has some perks for everyone." He holds up a handful of notes, explaining that to protect them from being deceived. Mr. Kayan of the Human Martial Arts Group has invited him to give a free workshop on relationship red flags. He reads from the notes, listing lines the opposite sex might use on them. Things like, "You smell so good," or "I just want a hug, nothing else." The boy with the red headband freezes, admitting a girl once told him he had great abs and wouldn't leave him alone after he showed her. He was an idiot. The blue-haired boy's voice turns deadly serious. He warns them to be careful of girls secretly recording them or taking photos of them without consent. The group gasps in shock. That actually happens. He gets theatrical, wailing about his life being over, a victim of his own good looks. He tells them their bodies are precious, and once that kind of stuff gets posted online, no one will believe their side of the story. One of the boys asks what to do if a girl keeps messaging him. The advice is simple. Just keep replying with generic, boring responses like lol, wow, or I see. Then say you're going to take a shower to end the conversation naturally. The crowd murmurs in awe, genius. Another asks how to handle a girl saying his Adam's apple is moving and asking to touch it. The blue-haired boy's face darkens. "It's too late," he says. "You can't go home now." He tells them to remember they have to figure out if she actually likes them or just wants their body. Even in a relationship, he warns, keep the receipts, or if she turns on you and accuses you of something, you'll never be able to clear your name. He stands tall, a fiery aura surrounding him. We as guys must be responsible for ourselves. The crowd erupts. A new notification flashes on his screen. "Congratulations, you have completed the challenge. You are now a member of the rookie deck." He did it. The boys are cheering, a newfound sense of brotherhood and empowerment uniting them. High above, 2 men watch the scene unfold from a window. One, a bald man in monk's robes, wonders what the rascals are up to. The other, a man with long hair and sunglasses, tells him to let them have their fun. Things won't be this relaxed once they get to their destination. He recognizes the mission as one from the rookie deck of the Tarot Tower, bringing back memories. He points out the blue-haired kid who started it all, impressed that he completed his mission so cleverly. The monk is surprised, saying he never thought a lazy bum like him would mentor rookies. He asks why he recruited so many at once, noting that the blue-haired boy has the potential to surpass even the best student he ever mentored, a 4-star prodigy. The man with the sunglasses turns grim. There was a classic calamity in the 8 southeastern provinces, he explains. A lot of masters died just to seal it away. These 7 kids, he reveals, are the children of those fallen heroes. They're exceptionally talented, so the government decided to let them try their luck here. If they fail, they're still guaranteed a spot in a top academy. But this exam pits them against the best students in the world, including the heirs of noble families. The monk's expression hardens. Killing is forbidden in the exam, he says, but there have been all kinds of accidents in previous years. What if they? The other man cuts him off. Old friend, I know what you're getting at, but we can't interfere. I'm just following orders. The monk falls silent, his face a mask of concern. The card on the screen asks a chilling question. Who am I? The answer feels more terrifying than ever. Stepping out onto the deck for a moment of peace, Shenyi is interrupted by a flash of light in his hand. A card materializes from thin air, swirling with dark energy as a 3-eyed skull takes form. His name, Shenyi, burns itself onto the surface. It's a provisional card for the exam, branding him a no-star rookie. He stares at the demonic portrait, wondering why in the world he looks like the final boss. The card explains its purpose. He's now a provisional member of the rookie deck, and his performance from here on out will determine his rating. The ultimate prize for becoming an official member. Guaranteed admission into one of the 3 great academies. It's a golden ticket, a free pass to the top, which means every single person on this airship will be clawing and fighting for a spot. He has to know how many spots are there. 54, just 54 guaranteed slots for the nearly 3,600 examinees. The numbers are staggering. Worse, of the provisional card holders, over 1,600 are nobles. Only 105 are commoners like him. How is a commoner supposed to survive this, let alone win? A sudden thought cuts through his anxiety. If all the Saiyans have these cards, does that mean she's here too? He quickly searches her name, and her profile floods his vision. Zio Menjiu, Saiyan of the Luo family, official card member, and a 5-star rating. The undisputed #1 swordmaster among all examinees. The gap between them is an abyss. He can't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Her portrait is an ethereal painting of a lone swordsman on a boat, while he's stuck with a demonic skull. But then he sees it, an option to add her as a friend. Without a second's hesitation, he taps the button. A connection forms instantly, and her voice comes through the card, asking if he joined the rookie deck as well. He plays it cool, saying a friend showed him the ropes of this Tarot Tower system. After complaining about his auto-generated supervillain portrait, she gives him a crucial piece of advice. Check the rookie rankings. It's the fastest way to gauge the competition. The rankings, a list of the 54 monsters who have already secured their official status. He pulls up the list, his eyes scanning for her name. He finds her almost immediately, but his breath catches in his throat. Wait, the undisputed #1 swordmaster is only *5. Who could possibly be ranked above her? His gaze drifts to the very top. #1 Nangong Surui. Strength level 6 stars, the eldest son of the Nangong family and heir to their ancestral bloodline, 6 stars. The power levels are just insane, and he has to admit she's really pretty. His brain stalls for a second, rereading the text. Eldest son. He's a guy. Shenyu reels back, completely baffled. Since when do guys look that good? Dressed like an ancient scholar, fanning himself like royalty. It's infuriatingly impressive. He glances back at the top 5, all of them Saiyans from powerful noble families. He has to raise his star rating. He has to do it now. An idea sparks. The incomplete martial art he'd been given, the heaven-shattering frost moon. It's a long shot, but it's all he has. He decides to perform it right here on the deck. He closes his eyes, drawing on his inner energy. A violent purple aura erupts around him, crackling with untamed power. He moves, a blur of motion, as he flows through the ancient forms. The air chills, and the deck plates groan under the pressure. Each strike is faster than the last, his body wreathed in shimmering blue light. He pushes the technique to its absolute limit, and as he lands the final form, a spectral green deer made of pure energy materializes before him, the moonlit deer walk. From the shadows of the airship, an unseen observer watches, their mind racing. That technique was thought to be lost to time. Its reappearance now could throw the entire exam into chaos. Who is watching him? And what do they know about this lost art? A triumphant grin spreads across Shen Yi's face. It worked. A notification appears on his card. You have successfully been promoted to 1 star. He's done it. He's now an official member of the deck with a 1-star privilege, the ability to decline 1 challenge per hour. His card updates, the menacing skull now framed by the hard-earned mark of an official competitor. He's finally in the game. Shen Yi's card materializes, a sneering portrait of himself holding a 3-eyed skull, marking him as a 1-star rookie. His friend can't stand the smug look on his face, but as 2 friend requests pop up, Shen Yi just smiles and accepts. His buddies are losing their minds. A 1-star already. They beg him to hang out, but he waves them off, saying he has plans but will hit them up later. The long-haired examiner, Mr. Kayan, overhears their commotion and scoffs, asking if a 1-star rating is really worth all this excitement. Of course it is, he says with a grin. Once you make the rankings, you get noticed. Even if you get knocked out later, you've already made a name for yourself. He claps Shen Yi on the shoulder, genuinely impressed, telling him he's every bit as talented as he'd hoped. Just then, their ship arrives, and as Kayan points ahead, Shen Yi's eyes go wide. Before them, hanging in the golden sky, is an entire city built on a floating island. This, Kayan announces, is Cloudspire Port. He gestures towards the horizon, where more ancient floating ruins drift through the clouds. Unexplored, dangerous, and home to one of the world's 3 great high schools, Jailan Academy, a school located in ancient ruins. Kayan confirms it. The students and teachers are responsible for excavating these lands, uncovering their secrets, and one day, revealing the true origin of humanity itself. As their vessel draws closer, brilliant streaks of golden light begin to rain down from the sky, streaking past the ship. What is that? Kayan's expression turns serious. The exam, he explains, has already begun. From the moment they boarded, every single examinee has been under observation. A warm, golden energy envelops Shen Yi's hand. From now until the banquet tomorrow night, his performance will be rated. This sounds suspiciously like his own gate ability. He asks if the rewards are any good, and Kayan confirms they are. The goal is simple. Find a way to earn a high rating before the main exam even starts. But how can he prepare for something he knows nothing about? The format changes every year, Kayan reveals. One year it was a 45-minute written test. Another, a brutal 3-month wilderness survival trial. Shen Yi's confidence wavers, but Kayan reassures him. As a 1-star rookie, he's already guaranteed certain advantages. On cue, a notification appears. His card is now officially integrated into the rookie deck. The card glows, presenting his first reward quest. His jaw hits the floor. It wants him to take an azure dragon for a spin across the South Sea. Are they serious? A joyride on a mythical beast. Kayan glances over and tells him to just ignore it. Those are quests from the ancient Tower of Tarot. They offer huge ratings, but they're basically impossible for ordinary people. Only the scions of noble families, he says with a puff of smoke, can complete a small number of them. With their immense resources, they can cheese a few quests to boost their ratings. The unfairness of it all grates on Shen Yi, and he angrily swipes for a new quest. Slay demons, transcribe 800,000 scrolls, taste the feces of 1,000 demonic beasts. Is there a single sane option here? Then he spots it, a sparring match. Win 1 round to raise your star level, and this one is non-negotiable, it cannot be refused. Finally a chance, but before he can accept, Kayan grabs his arm. Don't even think about it, he warns. That quest is a trap, designed specifically for noble scions to hunt down and farm ratings from ordinary rookies like him. To prove his point, he tells Shen Yi to just look. Down on the docks, a warrior cloaked in fire stands over a crumpled body. It's Zhang Xiaoyi, another rookie, beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The victor sneers, complaining that his rating barely went up. What a waste of time. He then delivers a vicious kick to the unconscious boy's side. Shen Yi is horrified. Isn't anyone going to do something? Kayan remains calm. The medical team is on standby, he says. A typical injury will heal. But if someone dies, that's a different story. Disqualification and jail time. He turns to Shen Yi, his voice cold. This is the reality of the exam. Forget fairness. Only the strong can rise above the rest and earn respect. Besides, he adds, the entire site is under heavy surveillance, making it safer than the outside world. But as those words leave his lips, Shen Yi's card updates. A new rating appears, chilling him to the bone. The drowning. It says he is in constant mortal danger, yet utterly unaware. The mark of a dead man. Wait, what? His mind races. Kayan just said killing was forbidden. So why would the card deliver such a grim verdict? It means someone can get to him. Someone who can bypass the rules. Is it the noble families playing some sick game? Or is there an assassin already blended into the crowd, watching his every move? The dread is suffocating, but he has no time to think. His card buzzes again, a new message flashing across its surface. Someone has issued a challenge directly to him. The hunt has already begun. Zio Menjiu. The name on the card sends a jolt through Shen Yi. Why on earth is she challenging me? A voice calls out, snapping him back to reality, and he sees her standing on a nearby platform, waving him over. As he approaches, the man beside her jokes that Shen Yi must be busy with two girls, but he quickly clarifies they're just friends. He turns his attention to Zio Menjiu, thanking her for the power she lent him during the last battle. It was the final push he needed for a breakthrough. She acknowledges he's grown stronger, and he can see it too. Her aura is on a completely different level now. The Holy Guardian title above her head is gone, shimmering into something new and unreadable. He has to know. So why did you challenge me? She tells him this isn't the place to talk and to follow her. She leads him to a strange building, renting a small, soundproofed hall. What kind of conversation requires a private training room? The moment the door seals shut, the entire room explodes. Chunks of concrete fly as Shen Yi is thrown across the floor, completely blindsided. What is going on? He coughs, pushing himself up from the rubble, his ears ringing. A woman stands over him, sneering. She mocks him for picking a fight with her when he has so many skills and that incredible weapon. But Shen Yi is lost. He was just trying to farm some ratings. Who the hell is she? Before he can get an answer, a hulking brute with boxing gloves steps in, telling the woman not to break their new toy because he wants a turn. His cronies laugh, eager to leech points off a 1-star. Shen Yi recognizes the man from the deck rankings, a 4-star rookie ranked 17th. He shoves the woman aside, telling her to let him go. She just scoffs at the sight of him. Another 1-star. It must be her lucky day. Shen Yi's expression hardens, his patience wearing thin. But before the woman can strike, a blade of pure purple energy slices through the air. Zio Menjiu steps between them, her sword humming with power, her eyes fixed on the brawler. He's mine. The woman grumbles, saying fine, she can go first and she'll be next. But Zio Menjiu doesn't even look at her. Didn't you hear me? He's mine. The brawler's face twists in rage. Is she trying to hog him all to herself? Zio Menjiu's voice is ice. Let me tell you, she says, you won't last long around here acting like that. In a flash, her blade moves. The brawler stands his ground, facing her down. He unleashes a devastating punch, his fist glowing with raw, destructive energy. But he's too slow. A storm of dark, razor-sharp slashes engulfs him completely, the sheer speed of the attack leaving everyone stunned. When the assault ends, the brawler is still standing. His clothes are shredded into ribbons, but his skin is miraculously untouched. Zio Menjiu's swordsmanship is now so precise she could perform surgery with it. She could have diced him into pieces, but instead, she chose utter humiliation. The brawler stares, realizing he just provoked the 5th-ranked player in the entire game. She tells them to scram, and they flee without a second thought. Shen Yi turns to her, still reeling. Are we really going to fight? He manages a quiet thanks. She smiles, teasing him not to worry. At worst, he'll just end up stripped bare like that guy. Seeing his horrified blush, she laughs, admitting she's kidding. Then she reveals the truth. The real reason is, as long as you and I are locked in combat, no one else can challenge you. A wave of disappointment hits Shen Yi. Is that all this is? And on the system rankings, a new card appears for all to see. Funny Valentine, featuring a portrait of the brawler, naked and defeated. She tells him to take a look at his card. The words in combat should be displayed. As long as their fight is officially ongoing, she explains, no one else can challenge them. Shen Yi's eyes widen. It's a loophole, a way to use the system against itself to guarantee their safety. But she cautions him that it's not a perfect shield. Someone can force an end to their match, but only if they have the strength to defeat her first. Shen Yi bursts out laughing, relieved. Between the two of them, they have a combined 6 stars. Who would be foolish enough to try? It's a scummy tactic, he admits, but Luo Yan just smiles. It's not like they were farming points anyway. She knew he was in first place from the moment they met. He presses her, wondering what they would do if the dedicated point farmers eventually surpassed them. Her answer is chillingly simple, her eyes cold as steel. You beat them and you take the spot right back. He gives her a thumbs up, a nervous energy buzzing through him. In this world, strength is the only thing that truly matters. They've moved to a private training hall, a soundproof room marked with the number 9. Shen Yi looks around, realizing this is a place for the elite. Kids from noble families, certified professionals, 5-star rookies. Luo Yan states it plainly. A normal person like him would have been kicked out immediately. The casual cruelty of it makes his blood boil. Do these people think they own the world? She cuts him off, her expression turning grim. They need to focus on what's important. And then she says the name that sends a shiver down his spine. Zhao Yibing. The air goes still. He tells her he thought she was dead, but she sent him a message. In fact, she was the one who led him to the Skinner right before she was killed. Luo Yan connects the horrifying dots. She reminds him of the dark shadow that consumed the Skinner's body. She's certain that same entity took Zhao Yibing's body, too. The implication is unthinkable. If the Skinner is alive again, then does that mean Zhao Yibing is also? Her answer is a quiet, terrifying confirmation. It's very likely, but the truth is even worse. Luo Yan reveals that Zhao Yibing is planning to take the high school entrance exams. Her warning is dire. He must stay as far away from her as possible. An image of a monstrous, red-eyed Zhao Yibing flashes in his mind. He can't accept it. She can't possibly be human anymore. He asks why this hasn't been reported to Kunlun, the super AI that's supposed to manage these threats. Luo Yan's voice is heavy with disillusionment. She already reported it, but there's been no response. She tells him not to count on anyone. In the end, nobody cares if he lives or dies. A bitter memory surfaces for Shen Yi. Calling the police the other night had been completely useless. The systems meant to protect them are broken. Then Luo Yan drops the true bombshell. Someone is working with the Skinner, cutting off all communications wherever he fights to provide cover for his kills. The family backing him has that much influence. But that's not all. Several noble families came to her house recently to propose an engagement to a senior member of one of the major families, a man in his 50s whose wife just died. Shen Yi feels sick to his stomach. He asks if she refused, his voice tight with anxiety. She couldn't. She told them she needed a few days to think about it. He stares at her aghast. Why didn't she just say no? Her composure finally cracks, revealing the desperation underneath. She was too weak. It was the only excuse she could think of to buy herself time. Her only hope is to get into one of the big 3 high schools where she can become strong enough that they'll leave her alone. The pressure on her has been immense. The Shen family tried to force an apology from her, but she knew that if she pushed back too hard, the consequences for the Luo family would be even more ruthless. They had already targeted Zhao Menjiu without mercy, trying to ruin her completely. Luo Yan has dedicated her entire life to the sword, and yet she's still forced to walk on a knife's edge. And Shen Yi, he doesn't have a single skill to his name. The crushing weight of his own powerlessness settles over him. She changes the subject, asking which of the big 3 high schools he's applying to. He has no answer. He doesn't know anything about them. She tells him to forget it for now. She's going to give him some guidance instead. A vibrant purple aura flares to life around her as she draws her sword. She explains that normal people can't learn any real techniques before high school, but she can give him her family. Shen Yi's jaw drops. Is she serious? Without another word, she moves. She becomes a phantom, a blur of motion as her blade cuts through the air, leaving trails of violet energy in its wake. Her speed is unreal. Her form a whirlwind of impossible grace and lethal precision. He can barely follow her movements as the room fills with the light of her technique. She lands softly, the purple energy swirling around her blade. This, she announces, is the Luo family's ripple-treading sword technique. She holds the sword before her gaze locking onto his, intense and unwavering. She can teach him if he wants to learn. This is my family's ripple-treading sword technique, she declares, her voice cutting through the quiet room. Wanna learn it? I can teach you. Shen Yi is stunned. He asks her if teaching a family secret to an outsider like him won't cause her immense trouble. She scoffs, explaining that countless people would kill to get their hands on this technique. And here he is, worrying about her. He just doesn't want to cause problems for her, he says earnestly. Her expression softens, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. She thinks back to the day before, to the Skinner's sadistic grin. If Shen Yi hadn't stepped in, she would have been tortured and humiliated. And now he's worried about her, even as she's trying to repay the debt. What an idiot. Shen Yi agrees to learn, but admits he doesn't have a sword. She raises an eyebrow, remembering the blade he wielded against the Skinner. He quickly claims it was just a cheap decoration he'd already tossed. She seems to buy it, muttering that it's too late to swipe a decent sword from her family's collection now. The thought of her stealing a prized sword sends a jolt of pure terror through Shen Yi. He can already picture her entire family hunting him down for it. She dismisses the idea anyway. But lucky for him, she says with a sly smile, she prepared some other options. Suddenly, glowing blue silhouettes of martial artists flicker into existence around her, each one in a different combat stance. Wait, did she just say Thunder Palm? She confirms it, explaining that Thunder Palm is a legendary technique. Its manual possessed only by the 7 noble families, and the Luo family is one of them. His world grinds to a halt. Thunder Palm. That was the last technique the mysterious voice told him to find, the final piece of the puzzle. But how could she possibly know a technique from the nightmare realm? He has to know. Where did this technique come from? She points vaguely upwards, telling him it was discovered in the floating ruins. Legend says their ancestors found it in an abandoned tower while excavating the site. She assumes he's heard of its reputation. She explains that it's notoriously difficult to master. Without enough natural aptitude, unleashing its true power is impossible. She's already memorized the movements and principles, though. Her eyes gleam with challenge. She tells him to watch her palms closely and focus all of his aptitude on observing. He agrees. A system window flashes in his vision, showing his aptitude is a measly 1 point. Without hesitation, he dumps all his unspent points into it, cranking the stat up to 11. Zayo Menju begins to move, her hands crackling with arcs of blue lightning. She flows through the forms, each strike leaving a phantom afterimage in the air, a testament to the technique's speed and power. When she finishes, the energy dissipates. She asks if he got the general idea. Shenyi is silent for a moment, then says the technique. It doesn't look all that powerful. Her jaw drops. Doesn't look powerful. A normal person could learn a fraction of this and be set for life, and he's critiquing it. He begins to recite the principles of the technique perfectly, word for word. He then points out that her strike was wrong. The force landed on the wrong joint, he explains. It should be more like this. Blue lightning, far more intense than hers, begins to coil around his own hand. His focus is absolute. The energy crackles violently, hungry and untamed. He unleashes it. The resulting explosion of power sends a shockwave through the room, blasting Zayo Menjiu off her feet. The sheer force of his strike leaves a scorch mark on the floor. She stares, completely speechless. She admits her specialty is the sword. She only skimmed the palm technique manuals on the way over. But she can't believe he not only spotted the mistake, but executed it perfectly after seeing it just once. Your aptitude must be pretty high, she says, handing him the Thunder Palm Essentials Manual. The system immediately identifies it as a green quality technique book. A generous gift indeed. He opens it and the system lays out the requirements. 5 aptitude points for initiate, 9 for adept, 12 for master, and 15 for grandmaster. No wonder the nobles start training from childhood. He channels his energy, feeling the technique flow through him. She watches, impressed. Thunder Palm is a good fit for him, she notes, telling him to check his tarot card. His power rating must have changed. He pulls out the card and a notification appears. He learned Thunder Palm in an exceptionally short time, indicating extreme aptitude. He's received a star-level increase. He's a 2-star rookie now. The card has unlocked new features, figurines, outfits, even a slogan. Excited, he decides to try it out. The card's avatar changes to a bold version of himself wearing a skull necklace, and then to a female body in a dress. What the hell is this? Zayo Menju can't hold it in and bursts out laughing. She waves a hand dismissively, telling him the card is just messing with him. It'll get better once he hits 4 stars. The woman's voice is laced with a casual warning, telling him to be careful with the stupid card. If he treats it poorly, it might affect his rating. Shenyi stammers an apology, calling her his precious before catching himself, realizing with a jolt that it's already 11-0-0. He remembers Kayan Russian told him to meet him tonight. The woman tells him to go on ahead. She'll stay and continue her sword meditation. As he turns to leave, he asks her to keep investigating the Skinner case. She agrees without hesitation, and with a quick goodbye, Shenyi heads out. But when he arrives, he's met by an attendant who informs him that manager Kayan had to step out, handing him a room key for the night. Alone in the elevator, Shenyi can't help but be impressed by the group's resources. With Kayan unavailable, he realizes this is the perfect chance to test the Thunder Palm he learned in the nightmare. Inside the spacious room, raw power crackles around him. He can't believe he's already gathered all the techniques the mysterious voice told him about. Now he has to uncover the secret hidden within them. He decides to start by performing each one, his body instantly splitting into an ethereal, purple clone. He moves in a blur, a whirlwind of kicks and strikes, blue lightning arcing from his limbs with every motion. He strikes a final pose, channeling all the energy into his palm, and absolutely nothing happens. He sighs in frustration, guessing this Thunder Palm isn't the real one from the Nightmare Realm after all. Suddenly, Fern appears, its voice dripping with scorn, asking why he insists on practicing such junk. It tells him he's managed to collect the absolute worst techniques from a dozen different races. Shenyi bristles, asking what Fern means by junk. The skull just laughs, mocking his shadow mirage as a technique so pathetic that not even the undead would want it. Fern continues its brutal assessment, calling Moonlit Deerwalk a basic elven technique that does little more than guarantee a knockback. And as for Thunder Palm, beasts learn it naturally. It's difficult to master, does no damage, and is useless against the very creatures who are afraid of lightning. Fern declares he's collected a complete set of garbage. A complete set, the words hit Shenyi. He asks if Fern is saying the beast's Thunder Palm from the Nightmare Realm is the real one. Fern retorts, what else would it be? But that makes no sense. Why would a technique from the Nightmare Realm appear in this world? And if it's a genuine article, why isn't it working? His mind flashes back to the last time he collected a full set of skills and techniques. That was when he grasped the heaven-shattering frost moon. As he focuses on the book, a dark energy begins to emanate from his eyes. Then agony rips through him. He collapses to his knees, his body convulsing violently. He coughs, blood splattering the floor as sharp, black spikes erupt from his skin. What is happening to him? Fern cries out his name in panic as he writhes on the ground, his body twisting in unnatural ways. He can't breathe. His lungs are on fire and blood pours from his eyes and mouth. A terrifying thought grips him. The book is killing him. His vision blurs, the world fading to black as he loses consciousness. Is this the feeling of death? Fern's desperate shouts are the last thing he hears as his mind surrenders to the encroaching darkness. He's going to die. And then, nothing. Only a silent fall through an endless void, a trail of blue flame marking his descent. Tendrils of the same blue energy snake through the blackness, reaching for him. They converge, growing brighter and more intense. The energy envelops his fallen form, a stark contrast to the pool of blood beneath him. He feels an unnatural cold as something enters his mouth, a chilling wisp of light in the suffocating abyss. He gasps, the cold sensation shocking him back from the edge, pulling him from the jaws of death. He realizes he's breathing again, but it's different. Is this even breathing? This new breath carries an icy chill, a lifeline that keeps the darkness from consuming his mind. He understands with perfect clarity. He has to keep breathing like this, or he will die for good. The icy breath becomes a tether, pulling him through a sea of stars. A strange peace washes over him. This new breathing method is synchronizing every part of him. He can feel his heart, his blood, his nerves, his very cells all flowing in perfect harmony with each breath. He is one with the current, a part of a great flowing river. His spirit seems to lift from his body, observing itself before merging back into one. This is a state of perfect unity. He feels weightless, unbound by gravity, dancing across the cosmos itself. The universe seems to open up before him, and in that moment he sees the truth. All this time his breathing has been chaotic, shallow, just enough to keep his body running. Nothing more, but then his eyes widen. This scene, he knows for a fact he's never seen this place before. Yet a voice is rising from the depths of his soul, a primal memory that tells him exactly where he is. He's staring into a colossal tear in the fabric of reality. This place is the arcane realm. He could finally see it. All this time, his breathing had been a chaotic, shallow thing. It was just enough to keep his body from shutting down, a desperate, minimal effort to exist. Nothing more. Then a scene flooded his vision, something utterly alien yet deeply familiar. A voice, not his own, rose from the depths of his consciousness. It told him what this place was. This swirling vortex of cosmic destruction and creation. The arcane realm. The vision shattered, and he was back on the cold, hard floor, lying in a pool of his own blood. A system notification blazed in his mind. Congratulations, you have mastered the arcane realm ocular art. Power surged through him, centering in his eyes as the skill was named. Divine moonlight gaze. Purple energy erupted from his body as the system explained. This was an exclusive technique of the lunar legacy, an ocular art that would lay bare the power of the arcane realm and all high-level arts before his eyes. Nothing would be concealed. Wait, so his near-death state was actually a trigger for an awakening. His base stats shot up by 3 points each, and his resonance with all lunar legacy arts skyrocketed by 20. His wounds vanished, and he felt an incredible surge of power as his stats updated. Stared at the numbers, his mind racing. What was this resonance stat? And how did it jump by 20 points at once? The system offered a clue. The arcane eye is now open. When all base stats reach 20, you will be eligible for a true being grade title. The mysteries of this world just kept piling up. And then came the biggest shock yet. His heaven-shattering frost moon, the incomplete art he'd been struggling with, had just evolved into its complete form. He could feel the change in the energy swirling around his hands. He could now unleash the true heaven-shattering frost moon, a purple rarity lunar legacy secret art. And that wasn't all. Every single one of his derived skills had evolved along with it. Frostwind became frostbite, Deerwalk became moonflow, Thunderpalm became thunderclap, and Shadow Mirage became the celestial shadow. A complete combat system just like that, and every single art is tripled in power. He had a kicking technique, Frostbite, to disarm his foes, a movement technique, Moonflow, to leave his enemies chasing afterimages, a palm technique, Thunderclap, that channeled the destructive might of lightning itself, and an esoteric art, Celestial Shadow, allowing him to hide within any shadow, completely undetectable. But the final piece of the puzzle was the most terrifying. The Celestial Shadow came with a special enhancement. His resonance with all lunar legacy arts was increased by 20, amplifying their power threefold. He clenched his fist, a manic grin spreading across his face. He'd been worried about his lack of offensive power, and in one fell swoop he'd gained a full arsenal, and every piece of it was 3 times stronger. All the trouble, all the pain of jumping between worlds, it was all worth it. Still, a chilling question lingered. Who would be powerful enough to shatter an art like this and scatter its pieces across different races? He shook his head, pushing the thought away. Trying to figure that out now would just drive him insane. First things first, he needed to wash off all this blood. Splashing cold water on his face, the reality of it all began to sink in. One moment he was dying, the next he'd unlocked a divine power and was perfectly fine. If it weren't for the bloodstains, he'd think it was all a dream. He looked at his reflection, noticing a new, piercing intensity in his eyes. Suddenly, a new interface appeared in his vision, showing him titles he'd acquired. The boy who lived, the little match boy. He could see their hidden descriptions now. This had to be the power of his divine moonlight gaze. But as he focused on his reflection, his blood ran cold. What in the world is that? There was something on his neck. A faint, almost invisible red thread was wrapped tightly around his throat. His hand flew to his neck, his fingers trembling as they brushed against it. When did this get here? How did he not feel it? A system notification popped up, and the description filled him with a dread far worse than any injury. Art of an otherworldly deity. When you are within a 500-mile radius of the caster, they can sense your location and instantly teleport to you. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. He wasn't just being watched. He was leashed. In a high-stakes game hidden from the world, one of the players throws down his cards in disgust. He seethes, complaining that they're all about to lose because of the mess Shenyi caused. But another player, his face a mask of aristocratic fury, isn't focused on the cards. He spits that the League of Assassins leaked his identity and sent a hitman, vowing to wipe them out once he's in charge. Folding his hand, he calls it an apology for the interruption. The others agree. Cleaning up the League's failures is beneath them. He orders his subordinate Cyberanic to get the League's headquarters on the line. Now, a massive blue hologram flickers to life above the table, revealing a man with a grandiose mustache. He greets them as the future pillars of the world. This is Gong Wu, the director of the League of Assassins. The furious young master doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He demands to know how Gong Wu could let one of his hitmen leak a client's information. Gong Wu can only apologize, but another player explains the assassin was a fanatic for high art who got sidetracked from his mission. Gong Wu adds coldly that the man has already paid the price. He killed him himself, but apologies aren't enough. The man in the hat leans forward, his voice a low threat. Shenyi is already at Cloudspire Port for the entrance exams. He warns Gong Wu not to fail again, and the director swears he will make Shenyi disappear for good. To prove his conviction, Gong Wu makes a chilling vow. If he makes another mistake, he will personally sever his own head and deliver it as an apology. The hologram vanishes. The players murmur among themselves, their trust in the League shattered. They decide to send one of their own experts to oversee the job. But are assassins the only predators in this game? One suggests asking his family's great protector, an old master who has always doted on him. The others worry, knowing Shenyi's connection to Song Qingyun could complicate things. Their contempt boils over as they speak of commoners, sneering that these low-born peasants who dare to rebel deserve to be crushed. They all deserve to die. Far out at sea, at the League of Assassins' mobile headquarters, Director Gong Wu sits in his command center. A crimson thread, impossibly thin and fast, flashes through the air and slices across his throat. He gasps, clutching at the wound as blood erupts from his neck. A man with silver hair stands over the body, a look of utter disgust on his face. He muses that an old assassin's body is a canvas of scars, but the pampered scions of the great families are different. Their flesh, he thinks, soaked in alchemical concoctions since birth, is exquisitely resilient, tender and juicy. The entire control room is a slaughterhouse. Bodies are strewn across the floor, all drained of life by a swirling vortex of dark crimson energy. At its center stands a woman, her presence radiating an aura of absolute dread. The silver-haired man bows deeply before her, addressing her as master. Her voice is ice. She asks if he just made a promise to others. He begins to explain, but she silences him. Her disciples, she states, must honor their commitments, even those made in disguise. He understands instantly. He bows again, promising to send the old man's head to Cloudspire Port and fulfill the vow he just made for him. Her gaze turns distant, hungry. She declares Cloudspire Port their new hunting ground. She wishes to feast upon the great scions there. The man's eyes glow with predatory glee. He asks if she means it, and she confirms their usual arrangement. He may have their flesh, but their souls belong to her. A ghostly blue spirit materializes beside her. She announces she will join the hunt personally, needing more souls to restore the power she spent manifesting in this world. Her servant's face twists into a mask of manic devotion. He insists she need not act personally, that he is more than capable. Then his tone shifts. The spell he placed on Shen Yi was just dispelled. The master's eyes narrow. This means Shen Yi has an undead with him, but there is another, more formidable entity hiding nearby. To prevent them from being traced, she reveals she was the one who dispelled his spell. She warns him that against such a being, he would have turned to ash instantly, and not even she could have brought him back. Another entity? Who else is watching over Shen Yi, and why are they hiding? She stands among the dead, pulling threads of life force from their bodies. This journey isn't just about harvesting souls. She wants to see for herself what kind of being stands behind her new prey. Back in the city, a notification flashes in Shen Yi's vision. The master of the spell has become aware of him. The invisible thread connected to him snaps and vanishes. The spell is gone. He recoils in shock. He curses under his breath. It has to be the work of the Skinner. He's back. The system warns him that the spell's master will use it again, a kind of magic he cannot yet comprehend. He finally understands why his card rated him as the drowned. As he stares at it, the card begins to glow, the image shifting. The rating updates. The new image shows a deer, its leg caught in a brutal iron trap. His new fate, prey lingering before the trap. A final, chilling message appears. You now know your fate. You have claws and fangs of your own, but can you escape the fate of death? A shadowy figure looms, asking a single, terrifying question. Who am I? The system message shifts, the words twisting into a chilling new prophecy. It's not the drowning anymore. Now it's prey lingering before the trap. A cold dread washes over Shen Yi as he realizes what this means. Perceptive. Someone with that ability can sense his status. He whips out his card, his heart hammering in his chest and his eyes widen in disbelief. The card is glowing, its surface completely transformed. The stats are unreal. Human Martial Arts Group Examinee. Strength level 5 stars. Rookie deck ranking 11th, undisputed. Weight from 2 stars to 5, just like that. What did that trial actually do to him? A new notification pops up, outlining his 5-star privileges. First, he'll get a special power for the final evaluation. Second, he can hide his own level and continue to appear as a 2-star. A special note clarifies everything. Due to the awakening of his arcane eyes, his performance has been disguised. His promotion to 5-star is visible only to him. He breathes a sigh of relief. He'll hide his star level for now. Ranked 11th is already powerful enough to draw away too much attention. It's the only logical move. Better safe than sorry, especially with a target already on his back from so many powerful families. An ace up your sleeve isn't meant for showing off. He knows that on paper, with his current ranking, there are very few family scions who can actually threaten him. But he's not stupid enough to rely on stats alone. The battlefield is unpredictable. And more than that, he can't forget the looming threat of the resurrected Skinner and the possessed Zhao Yibing. They could show up at any moment. His priority is singular and absolute. Get stronger. His phone suddenly buzzes, shattering the tense silence. It's a call from Mr. Kayan, and he sounds absolutely livid. He screams through the phone, demanding to know what Shen Yi has been doing. He couldn't reach him all day and was about to dispatch a search and rescue team. Shen Yi is stunned. He was out for a whole day. He quickly cooks up a lie about private family matters. Mr. Kayan seems to buy it, telling him to get to the training hall immediately. He has new information. Shen Yi doesn't hesitate. Inside the hall, Mr. Kayan gets straight to the point. The goal of the exam is to get into one of the 3 great high schools. Jialan High, which values combat power, is located in floating ruins. Nadir High, which pursues the lost history of humanity, is in the deep sea. And Terran High, a mix of both, is located deep within the earth. Shen Yi asks if they're the strongest schools. Mr. Kayan confirms it. They evolved from ancient sects, their power and heritage beyond compare. He begins with the most prestigious, the floating Ethel High. This is the school for the elite, where they directly research the arts of gods and the arcane realms. Naturally, it's where the children of the great families flock. Nadir High, submerged in the abyss, is more focused on archaeology and uncovering the secrets of a forgotten age. Because of this, many of its graduates go on to become disciples of various cults. Finally, there's Terran High, built atop a colossal underground tomb. It's the birthplace of practical combat, honed by fighting the terrifying monsters that crawl through the subterranean depths. It's also, by far, the richest of the 3 schools. Every part of a monster, every herb and ore found underground, is worth a fortune. Ancient techniques and equipment can even be found there. Shen Yi is confused. If such treasures exist, why can so few people use them? Mr. Kayan lights a cigarette, the answer on the tip of his tongue. Resonance. To use anything passed down from ancient times, you need an extremely high degree of resonance with the object. It's a concept also known as attunement. It means you've earned acknowledgement from the arcane realm itself, gaining permission to wield its power. The words hit Shen Yi like a lightning bolt. When he awakened his divine moonlight gaze, he saw a vision of that very realm. Mr. Kyan waves it off, saying it's too advanced for him to worry about now. Instead, he pulls out a stack of manuals the group prepared. Come on, he says, pick a technique. Shenyi looks at the titles and his face contorts in disgust. What the hell are these? Heaven-devouring mouth technique. Chrysanthemum codex. Are these martial arts manuals or a practical joke? Mr. Kyan explains that the heaven-devouring mouth technique is a taunting skill, designed to make your opponent see red and lose their cool. And the Chrysanthemum Codex. It's a technique where you use chrysanthemums as hidden weapons, with the petals causing hallucinations at the highest levels of mastery. Shenyi presses on, asking about the Northeast Divine Fist. Is it related to the Big Dipper constellation? Not at all. Years ago, at a ruin in the Northeast, an excavation was wrapping up, but one high-level archaeologist had a nagging feeling. He kept staring at a particular spot when a voice boomed out, asking, "What are you looking at?" Thinking it was a prank, he instinctively shot back, "I'm looking at you." So what? The moment he said it, the technique manual just fell out of the rock on its own. It was a manifestation of resonance. His brazen attitude earned the fist technique's acknowledgement. Shenyi is dumbfounded. That is completely, utterly ridiculous. Mr. Kyan explains that meeting the resonance requirement is just the minimum. You still need to be fully acknowledged by the power. He tells Shenyi to pick one as a backup for the exam. Shenyi's eyes fall back on the Northeast Divine Fist. He notices something he missed before. The other manuals are all white, common quality. But this one is green. It requires specific conditions to unlock its higher affinity and increase its power. Mr. Kyan confirms Shenyi has a good eye. The Northeast Divine Fist is the most powerful technique available, but he smacks down Shenyi's wild ambition of jumping from a 2-star to a 5-star rating, calling it a fantasy he's never seen accomplished. Still, he tells Shenyi not to lose heart. His progress is already remarkable. To help, he'll demonstrate the technique, but only once. The fluid, impossible leap. Mr. Kyan executes the entire set in midair, remarking how simple it is with his level of aptitude. Shenyi watches, a plan forming in his mind. This technique is perfect. He can use it in lower-stakes fights, a perfect way to keep his true, monstrous strength under wraps. Mr. Kyan lands and dismisses him with a wave. The lesson, if you could call it that, is over. Just as he leaves, a message buzzes on his phone. It's Yi. She's found a lead on the Skinner and is waiting at the gym. He tells her he's on his way, his mind already shifting from training to the hunt. As he cuts through a desolate alley, an old, frail man calls out from the shadows. Leaning on a staff, the man holds out a small bowl, his voice weak as he asks for help. Shenyi feels a pang of sympathy, dropping the only coin he has into the bowl. It's not much, but it's all he has on him. He turns to leave, but a sickeningly familiar whistle of air slices past his ear. His eyes widen. Reflected in his pupil is the very same coin he just gave away, now spinning toward his skull like a deadly projectile. He twists his body, activating moonflow just in time to evade the lethal shot. The old man sighs, feigning disappointment that a young pup could dodge his attack so easily. Shenyi lands, a storm of purple energy crackling around him. He glares at the attacker, his voice cold. He's no old man. He's a coward who preys on kindness. His divine moonlight gaze activates, his irises glowing with an ethereal light, and what he sees sends a chill down his spine. The man is holding a sword, one that was completely invisible to the naked eye. Without his ocular art, he would have been dead before he even knew what hit him. But then, the invisible blade begins to shimmer, erupting in a blaze of fiery energy as the old man prepares to strike again. The man lunges, his flaming sword clashing against a streetlight as Shenyi dodges, the sparks illuminating the dark alley. Shenyi leaps onto a nearby pole, his patience gone. He yells down that the old bastard has some nerve, trying to kill him right after taking his money. But the old man isn't here for money. He scolds Shenyi, accusing him of neglecting his training to chase after a girl from a prestigious house. He claims he was just trying to knock some sense into him. Shenyi scoffs at the accusation. Status means nothing in their world. He and Nzayo are bound by something far deeper than status. They've faced death together. It's not the cheap affair this old man imagines. The man's expression hardens, his aura flaring as he reveals his true identity, the Lord of the Empyrean Flame. At that exact moment, a notification floods Shenyi's vision. A breakthrough. He's just received a new title from the arcane realm. The system notification flashes in Gu's vision. Breakthrough successful. A new title from the arcane realm, but the old man sees something else entirely. "Oh, I get it," he says, his voice dripping with condescending realization. "You're from the Luo family, aren't you?" Gu scoffs, the accusation lighting a fire in his eyes. He calls them a pathetic joke. Not only did they let Luo Faikuen die a miserable death, Now they're trying to crush Zio Menjiu, the only one trying to get him justice. He spits the words at the elder, accusing him of doing nothing while a young girl from his own house is about to become some old man's little wife. Instead, he continues, his voice laced with contempt, "You come all this way to ambush me, a 15-year-old middle schooler." He lets out a cold laugh. It's enough to make me laugh my head off. No wonder Zio Menjiu is so desperate to get away from the Luo family. The old man's face contorts with fury. To think he sees that one day, the Luo family would be reduced to being scorned by an outsider like you. In a flash, he lunges, his hand slicing through the air, aimed directly at Gu's throat. Gu is too slow. The elder's hand closes around his hair, yanking his head back with brutal force. The world tilts as he slammed towards the ground, the sheer difference in power undeniable. But even as he falls, Gu's hands find their mark, clamping onto the old man's arm. A violent surge of purple lightning erupts from his grip. Thunderclap, the energy explodes outwards, a desperate point-blank counterattack. The force of the blast shoves the old man back, creating the first bit of distance Gu has had since the fight began. Gu doesn't waste the opening, unleashing a storm of lightning bolts that rain down from above. The old man simply raises his sheathed sword, deflecting a bolt with a casual tap of the hilt. "Not a bad move," the elder says, almost impressed. Gu's face is a mask of grim determination. "Damn right it's not." Then Gu simply vanishes. The old man's eyes widen in genuine surprise. Celestial shadow. The kid can hide in shadows. How many tricks does he have? Gu materializes from the darkness behind him, his foot crackling with lightning as he drives a kick straight at the old man's back. But the elder reacts instantly, spinning and throwing a palm strike. Frostbite. A wave of ice erupts, not just blocking the kick, but sending shards of cold energy blasting back at Gu. Gu disappears again, leaving the old man staring at the empty space where he just was. A streak of blue energy marks Gu's rapid retreat across the pavement. The old man stands alone, a deep frown on his face. Strange. With his level of strength, he shouldn't have been able to knock me back that far. He glances down at his arm and sees a layer of ice creeping over his skin. The kid's power had left its mark. "Kid," he calls out, his voice sharp and demanding. "Why are your strength and agility so erratic? What are your stats?" Gu, now at a safe distance, just smirks. Take a guess. His triple power frost moon, a heaven-shattering technique, did absolutely nothing to this old monster. He warns the man that this area is monitored by Kunlun. Killing him here will have consequences. Gu's mind races, formulating a desperate escape plan. The second he makes a move, I'll summon a gate and use temporal stagnation to freeze time for 3 seconds, just enough to escape. But the old man's eyes seem to see right through him. "Just as I thought," he murmurs. His next words are completely unexpected. It's the grown-ups who are wrong after all. Gu tenses, ready for the final decisive blow. Here it comes. The old man's aura flares, but then he just smiles. "See you later, kid, I'm out of here." And just like that, he dissolves into a swirl of golden light, vanishing completely. Gu is left standing in the silent alley, utterly bewildered. He really left. Who in the world was that old guy? High in the sky, the old man reappears aboard a massive airship. He gives a simple command: prepare for immediate departure to the Gold Coast. "I'm going on a seaside vacation." He lands among his waiting subordinates, his tone turning to ice. "Pass the word. From this moment on, no one is to have any contact with the other noble families." One of his men steps forward, his voice trembling with protest. "My lord, the Zhao family is pressing us hard over the young miss. If we do this, the consequences will be more than anyone can bear. It will destroy our businesses, our alliances." The patriarch doesn't even look at him. With a flick of his wrist, an invisible force strikes the man, and his head explodes in a gruesome spray of red. The headless body crumples to the floor. The others stare, frozen in sheer terror. Another elder, pale but resolute, steps forward. "My lord, since you started running the family's affairs, the elders have done nothing but grovel before the powerful, crawling like ants. And now you want to send our most brilliant young talent to be defiled. You're not just destroying little Yuer's future. You're destroying the future of the Luo family itself." The silent, terrified faces around him echo the sentiment. A rebellion is brewing. The patriarch stands on the deck of the airship, gazing down at the world below. Through his arcane eyes, he sees the flow of destiny. He thinks back to the boy. Arcane eyes at 15, stats over 10. His techniques are at a level not seen in a millennium. "I haven't seen someone like him in 500 years. He muses, a slow smile spreading across his ancient face. Interesting, truly interesting. He thinks of a verse, viewed from afar as brilliant as the sun rising through morning clouds, examined up close, radiant as a lotus emerging from clear water. His gaze hardens, his decision made. "For my granddaughter. After thinking it over, I've decided I have to back your play." He clenches his fist, embers of power glowing in his palm. "We of the Luo family. We'll never let anyone look down on us. The patriarch of the Luo family has made his move. But is he an ally or just a different kind of monster? The low hum from the training hall won't stop. A persistent thrum of power that pulls Shen Yi closer. He peers inside and freezes. It's Zio Menjiu, her sword a blur of motion, carving the air with an aura of violent purple energy. Her face is a mask of pure, agonizing concentration. She's not just practicing, she's trying to break through something. She spins, lashing out as if sensing his presence, and he instinctively dodges the wave of energy. The resonance from her blade is terrifying, a raw power that makes the air itself vibrate. But he sees the flaw instantly. Her swordsmanship is powerful, but the form is too heavy, too rigid. She's forcing it. This isn't mastery, it's a desperate, grinding struggle against her own limits. His improved aptitude lets him see everything now. Her title, a swordswoman who has broken through conventional forms, hasn't changed. This means her power hasn't truly advanced at all. The description is a clue. She can only gain the acknowledgement of the arcane realm by finding her own way. What in the world is the arcane realm? Suddenly, the oppressive energy vanishes. She lowers her sword, turning to him. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she says, her voice steady despite her exertion. "I've got some intel on the enemies." The old man, she begins, used to be a high-ranking member of the Archaeology Association. His career ended after he caused a catastrophic accident during a major expedition. An accident? Shen Yi presses. She clarifies. It was at an altar where they were excavating an otherworldly object. During the dig, he broke the seal on the object, releasing some unknown entity. It caused massive casualties. He disappeared in the chaos, only to resurface later as a deadly assassin. But why would an archaeologist become an assassin? Most of his past is a blank slate, she explains, but she found one crucial detail. Before the altar incident, his wife and daughter died. The details are sickening. Their bodies were found in a sewer, violated and left for dead in a small town on the edge of the continent, a town under the jurisdiction of a minor noble family. A short time later, every single person in that noble family was found dead. She suspects the events are connected. A man driven by revenge is one thing, but what was the object he unleashed? She sighs, admitting that's all she could find. The clearance level for the altar incident is too high for her credentials. Whatever you do, she warns, be careful. They'll probably find out you're taking the exam in Cloudspire Port soon, she adds. And they will come for you. He nods, processing the grim news. Thanks, Zio Menjiu. Her phone suddenly rings and the color drains from her face as she sees the caller. Hello, Auntie, her voice is tight. Yes. Ah. She hangs up, her expression dark. What's wrong? He asks. My family wants me to come home, she says, her voice trembling with anger. The uncle from that family is coming to present the betrothal gifts. My mother passed away a long time ago, she explains, the story tumbling out of her. After my brother died, the shock was too much for my father. He's been unconscious in the hospital ever since. I'm out of excuses. Shen Yi's fists clench. Damn it, it was those family scions, the ones who won't back off. She tells him her own family is terrified of angering a major power. They won't rest until they've pushed her out the door. He can't stand it. Look, Zio Menjiu, he says, his voice full of fierce conviction. I'll introduce you to Mr. Kayan. I'll get you into the human martial arts group. That way you'll be free, no longer under your family's thumb. She looks at him, stunned. Aren't you afraid of offending the powerful family that wants me? It's not just them. My own aunts and uncles will hate you. They'll try to get back at you. Afraid, he practically spits the word. Anyone who'd push someone into a fire just to save their own skin deserves to die. He steps closer. Come with me. Leave that damn family behind. She stares at him, her mind reeling. He comes from a humble background, his power nothing special. So why is he always so fearless? Now, and back when he fought the Skinner. For the first time, she notices how handsome he is, how his unkempt hair gives him a rugged charm. He has this keep-your-distance vibe, but when he talks, he's surprisingly warm. A smile touches her lips. All right, where are we eating? What are we getting? He blinks, completely flustered. Ah, I don't know, Mr. Kayan didn't say. I'm being sincere. He insists, blushing. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. She raises an eyebrow, a teasing light in her eyes. You know, I don't just say yes to any guy who asks me on a date. Just as the tension breaks, her phone buzzes again. A text message from Grandpa. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Grandpa's out of seclusion. A sudden chilling thought hits her. Does that mean the old man Shen Yi ran into was my grandpa? Don't move and stay right here, she orders, her tone deadly serious. I'll be back in a second. And with that, she turns and runs. Shen Yi is left standing alone, utterly baffled. Why'd she run off like that? Did I come on too strong asking her for dinner? He sighs, feeling his inexperience with beautiful girls more than ever. But outside, Zio Menjiu isn't meeting anyone. She sprints into an open courtyard, her gaze fixed toward the east. She plants her feet, and the ground beneath her cracks as a blade of pure fire erupts from the pavement. The flames surge upward, engulfing her in a brilliant, blinding inferno. This isn't practice. This is an awakening. That text wasn't a summons. It was a command. A voice cuts through the silence of her mind, her grandfather's voice, filled with a warmth she hadn't felt in years. He tells her he's thought it over, and he's decided to back her play. Instantly, a torrent of golden energy erupts around her, a searing flame that doesn't burn but empowers. Techniques, strategies, and ancient sword forms flood her consciousness, a lifetime of knowledge pouring into her in a single, overwhelming moment. This is it, the legendary divine sword style of the Luo family, a power she thought was lost to her forever. With tears welling in her eyes, she whispers a thank you to the grandfather she can no longer see, the weight of his faith settling upon her shoulders. Shenyi snaps her out of it, his voice laced with concern. He asks if she's okay, what's with all the fire. He was terrified she'd just up and left him there. She turns, the last embers of the divine power fading from her eyes. She explains her grandfather came to see her, that he taught her a sword style. Shenyi's expression softens. So, she does have family that cares about her after all. Then the realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Wait a second, he sputters. That old man from before was her grandfather? He fumbles for words, awkwardly asking if she wants to go to the dinner party with him. Zayo just looks at him, a small smile playing on her lips. She agrees, saying it's just some dinner party, so of course they should go together. But she can barely hold back her laughter, and then she loses it, doubling over in a fit of giggles. You're such a dork, Shenyi, she manages to get out between laughs. He's completely baffled. Why is he a dork? She leans in, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and explains that everyone taking the exam has to go to the dinner party. They were going together anyway. The truth lands and Shenyi's face flushes crimson. He was so caught up in trying to help her, he completely forgot the basic schedule and made an absolute fool of himself. He quickly tries to recover, shouting for them to get going to the party. As she walks ahead, he watches her for a moment. He can't help but smile. It's so rare to see her like this, with a carefree look on her face that actually fits her age. For a moment, she's not a hardened warrior, just a girl. Riding high above the clouds, they soar through the night sky. Shenyi is screaming with pure joy, throwing his hands in the air as Zayo pilots the roaring ghost fire bike between floating islands. She yells for him to punch it, to make the Shenyi mobile go even faster, while he hangs on for dear life, comically pleading for safety first. They finally touch down in front of a massive, Gothic cathedral perched on a floating rock. So this is where the party is. Mr. Kayan is there to greet them, a sly grin on his face. He welcomes Miss Zayo, then turns his attention to Shenyi. Not bad, kid, he teases, you're moving fast, already taking her to dinner. Shenyi frantically denies it, insisting it's not what he thinks. But then Kayan's expression darkens. All jokes aside, he warns Shenyi had better watch his back tonight. A chill runs down Shenyi's spine. Why? What kind of party is this? The moment they step inside, the festive atmosphere vanishes. The grand hall is filled with cold stares and simmering hostility. This, Kayan explains, is the last chance to improve your rating. And as Shenyi scans the room, he sees it. Every face is sizing him up, their eyes glowing with predatory intent. The scions of the noble families, Kayan continues, will be seizing this opportunity to hunt for prey. Shenyi's expression turns unnervingly calm. He looks at Kayan, a dangerous glint in his own eyes, and asks a simple question. So, what happens if you kill someone here? Kayan scoffs, telling him not to get any bright ideas. All the big shots are watching. He can't help but marvel at Shenyi's thirst for battle. It seems like he just got out of one fight and is already looking for another. A loud crash echoes through the hall. A body goes flying past them. A student is slammed hard onto the marble floor, defeated. Standing over a cowering boy in monk's robes is a hulking brute. He lifts the boy by his collar, sneering. He proudly announces himself as Wang Jiayuan of the Wang family, a 4-star rookie. Then his eyes lock onto Shen Yi and he points a challenging finger. I challenge you. The challenger's forehead erupts with a blade of pure energy as he points at Shen Yi, his voice ringing through the hall. He challenges him. Before the words fully land, a flash of purple hair whips past, faster than the eye can follow. With a clean snip, the challenger's top knot falls to the floor. Zayo Menju stands between them, her blade already sheathed, her expression unreadable. The man freezes in shock, his hand flying to his now shortened hair. What just happened? Menjiu's voice is low and cold. She is still in the middle of a duel with Shen Yi. Her eyes lock onto him, a silent, lethal promise. If he wants to challenge him, he'll have to go through her first. The challenger's bravado evaporates into pure terror. He didn't even see her pull the sword. The crowd backs away, whispering among themselves to steer clear of Shen Yi. This kid has a monster watching his back. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. telling everyone to look at the leaderboard. A holographic pyramid materializes, displaying the rookie rankings. The crowd gasps. They can't believe a 2-star rookie has a fighter like her in his corner. Zio Menju is ranked number 2. The screen confirms it. She's one of the 5 strongest fighters in their entire cohort. The challenger breaks into a cold sweat, the reality of his mistake crashing down on him. Humiliated and furious, he turns his rage on an easier target, brutally kicking another student who gets in his way. He sneers, deciding to just find some other pushover to get a win. A dark energy coils around his fist as he winds up for a devastating blow. The weaker student is sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crumples to the floor. Someone screams for the medics. Menju watches with cold disdain, remarking it was a shame she didn't aim her sword a little lower. Just then, a new voice, dripping with condescension, slices through the chaos. Well, if it isn't the Shen family's little brat. A woman in an elegant black dress glides forward, flanked by reporters flashing cameras in every direction. She smirks at Shen Yi, saying she's heard all about how arrogant he is. Now that she's seen him in person, she purrs, the rumors don't do him justice. Shen Yi's mind races. Who is this woman, and why is she putting a target on his back? The man beside him whispers that she's the Song sister's aunt. She cuts off any further introduction, her eyes fixed on Shen Yi. She leans in conspiratorially, mentioning that his uncle told her a little story about him. Does he remember, she asks. She doesn't wait for an answer, her voice rising for the reporters to hear. His uncle said he was a monster who trained dogs to attack people, and that when her nieces visited his family, they were nearly mauled to death. The reporters erupt. The headlines write themselves, the 2 heiresses of the strongest clan nearly killed by this nobody from a disgraced family. But Shen Yi remembers the truth. He was the one who saved those girls. He meets her gaze, his voice steady. Sorry, Lady Anne, that was a long time ago, I don't remember. He then flips the script entirely. My family was kicked out, he explains calmly. We were so broke we couldn't afford a dog. He continues, his voice laced with a quiet tragedy, telling everyone how his father had to beg his uncle for a single pill when he was dying, only to be thrown out. Lady Anne's smile falters. She feigns pity, asking why he didn't tell her he was sick, claiming her family has plenty of pills. But Shen Yi's trap is sprung. He was on his deathbed, he presses, and she didn't even know. His eyes bore into hers. So it seems you don't really know much about me, do you? The reporters lean in, sensing blood in the water. She's been caught in her own lie. Cornered, she changes the subject, asking if he left his family to take the exams on his own. When he confirms it, she makes a grand offer, loud enough for all to hear. She has a guaranteed admission spot, and she'll give it to him, with the Song family covering all his expenses. Shen Yi's expression transforms into one of pure, unadulterated joy. Wow, you're a living saint, he exclaims. But there's one condition, she adds. He leans forward, beaming, I'm all ears. Her face hardens into a mask of cold command. From now on, she orders, stay away from Qingyun. The crowd is stunned. Is this woman really using her family's power to buy off a potential suitor for her niece? Shen Yi's eyes sparkle. Stay away from Qingyun? Is that it? He agrees instantly, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Sure, give me the guaranteed spot and I've got no problem with that at all. The onlookers sneer at his spineless display. Lady Anne smirks, victorious, it's settled. But Shen Yi isn't finished. Actually, Lady Anne, he says, a playful glint in his eye about that staying away from Qingyun thing. I'm going to need your help. He leans in, winks, and asks with a cheeky grin, can you give me a picture of her? I don't know her and I can't even remember what she looks like. The entire hall falls dead silent. Lady Anne and her entourage are frozen solid, their jaws on the floor. The reporter's pen flies across her notepad. Big news, Shen Yi has Alzheimer's. The man's jaw hangs open. You don't know who Song Qingyun is, he asks, his voice cracking with disbelief. Shen Yi just looks back at him, deadpan. No, that can't be right, the man sputters, insisting they met years ago. But behind him, another conspirator's face drains of color. He can't remember. If that's true, their entire plan to use a past incident to trap him is completely worthless. A wave of confusion washes over the crowd. The accuser stands there, utterly humiliated. How pathetic. Lady Anne watches from the side, her fan still. He just said it in front of everyone. Whether it's a lie or not, it's the truth now. The whispers grow louder. Did he genuinely forget, or does he just not give a damn? All this scheming, all this pressure, and he dismantles it with a single word. Lady Anne's eyes narrow. Is he seriously giving up a guaranteed spot just like that? She steps forward, her voice cutting through the noise. You don't remember Song Qingyun? She's the eldest daughter of the Song family. I'm her aunt. But Shen Yi doesn't even flinch. He bows slightly, a perfect picture of respect. Ma'am, with all due respect, I don't know you and I don't know her. He then seizes the moment, his tone shifting from polite to grave. This has all been a misunderstanding, so naturally I can't accept that spot. But there is one thing, Lady Anne. a respected figure like you might be able to help me with. He explains how he barely survived a major illness and how a sergeant named Luo assigned someone to protect him. But that protector is dead now. My best friend is dead. And for some reason, tens of thousands of people also died at the Maplewood Hotel. He lets the weight of those words sink in, a string of bad luck that's getting to him. His eyes lock on a lady and, the polite mask gone, replaced by a chilling intensity. Do you happen to know who's behind all this? He leans in, his voice just loud enough for the reporter's microphones to catch. A person of your stature must be way better at finding things out than a high school kid like me. You must know something. He turns the tables completely, putting her on trial in front of the entire world. Can you get justice for them? After all, we're talking about tens of thousands of lives here. Lady Anne's mind races, this little brat. He's using this entire gala to broadcast his own agenda. She can't admit ignorance, but she can't reveal what she knows either. She deflects, claiming Sergeant Luo's sister is investigating. Then she pivots, turning the spotlight onto someone else. Speaking of which, Miss Zio Menjiu, congratulations. I heard you're engaged. So why are you hanging out with Shen Yi? The question is a poisoned dart meant to isolate him and shame her. Menjiu calmly greets her. I am not engaged, she says, her voice firm. But I heard you seem to rely a lot on what you've heard, Lady N. First it was about me, now it's about him. The subtle jab hits its mark. She continues, accusing Lady N of spreading baseless rumors. However, you weren't wrong about one thing. Zio Menjiu and I are investigating this matter. We've had some impressive results. Shen Yi suddenly steps forward, a sly grin on his face as he gently places a hand on her arm. He raises a finger to his lips. SHHH, he whispers, his voice a low murmur. It's not the right time to reveal the truth. Lady Anne's face twists in a mask of pure shock. The man beside her looks on in horror. What have they uncovered? Hey, Shen Yi, do you have any idea that you're playing with fire? The man snarls. It's one thing to risk yourself. But are you trying to make Zio Menjiu cut ties with her family? Are you trying to make her an enemy of all the noble houses? He scoffs, trying to regain control. The Luo family's daughter is a sensible young woman. Another man, a warrior with a sword at his hip, steps out of the crowd. He claims she's just a young girl, unaware of her family's arrangements. He declares with chilling finality she is, in fact, engaged. Lady Anne recognizes him instantly. Luo Erlang, what are you doing here? Menjiu's face falls, her uncle. I told you to go home, Lady Anne says, her tone sharp. Why didn't you listen? He greets Lady Anne with a nod, explaining he stayed for the entrance exams. His gaze is cold and dismissive. The engagement was arranged by the family, Lady Anne, so don't misunderstand her, he says, grabbing Menjiu's arm. Come with me. She wrenches her arm away. Where are we going? His face darkens. I just told you, we're going home for your engagement. A furious purple aura begins to bleed from her body. Did Grandpa agree? What about my father? Did he agree? Her voice drops, filled with a terrifying calm. And what about me? The energy explodes around her, her eyes glowing with raw power. The final question hangs in the air, a declaration of war against her own bloodline. Did I agree? The hall freezes as a storm of purple energy erupts from Zio Menjiu, pinning the elder in place with raw pressure. He tries to maintain his authority, his voice strained, saying it's not too late to inform the family head. He scoffs that her father is in a coma and has no say, and that this arrangement would actually make him happy. But Zio Menjiu's voice is ice. She asks him how he plans to explain this disrespectful behavior, this secret engagement to everyone. She tells him to drop the act and come with her. She grabs his arm, her grip like steel, and drags him forward. The air crackles with her intent, and the floor itself seems to groan under the weight of her fury. She reminds him that neither her grandpa nor her father agreed to this. How dare he make decisions for her? In that moment, Gu Tianlang sees it. The hesitation and confusion in her eyes is gone, replaced by terrifying clarity. A torrent of purple energy explodes upwards, forming two massive characters that pulse with power. She isn't just angry, she's undergoing a transformation. The system confirms it. Awakening effect, sword resonance, sword attribute, all attributes and lethality all skyrocketing. A true saint has crossed the realm and her title has changed. It now reads Sword Saint. Wait, her title changed? She's a Sword Saint now. Gu Tianlang realizes she has found her path, her conviction solidifying into raw power. The killing intent rolling off her is suffocating. The elder finally recognizes the blade in her hand. He yells her name, telling her to withdraw her killing intent. He asks if she sees the sword, the Luo River, the symbol of the family's grand deacon. It's a divine artifact. He threatens her, warning that if she dares to resist before this sword, he will punish her by the rules. But his rules mean nothing. With a furious roar, she swings the blade. The elder has no time to react as the glowing purple edge slices deep into his torso. Blood erupts from the wound, a testament to the sword's horrifying new lethality. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards, a spray of red painting the ornate walls of the hall. He crashes into the floor with enough force to shatter the marble, leaving him in a crater of his own making, gasping for air. Zio Menju stands over him, her voice dripping with contempt. She tells him he was blinded by the greed of holding a divine artifact, unable to withstand even a single strike from her. She condemns him for arranging a marriage for a relative without informing her parents or the family head. Her gaze falls to the sword. She declares him no longer worthy of it. She asks the Luo River sword directly, "Are you willing to be my companion?" As if in answer, the divine artifact hums, its light intensifying in her grasp. It has chosen its new master. The blade glows with a brilliant blue light, its energy resonating perfectly with her own. The power flowing between them is immense, a swirling vortex of purple and blue that commands the attention of everyone present. The energy stabilizes, confirming the bond is complete. Across the academy, a holographic screen shimmers. The newcomer ranking has just been updated. At the very top, a new name appears beside Nangong Suru, Zio Menju, tied for first place. The onlookers can't believe their eyes. Is this the power of a divine artifact? Some of the other top students scoff, saying her strength is the same as theirs. Anyone could reach the top if they borrowed their family's divine artifact. But Gu Tianlang's instructor knows better. He says it's not that simple. He explains that if she hadn't broken through to the Sword Saint realm, the artifact would never have recognized her. This ranking isn't based on personal strength alone. It evaluates everything: equipment, potential, resources, and even willpower. The fact that the sword chose her means the authority of the Luo family is now in her hands. She is young with a boundless future. The instructor then smacks Gu Tianlang on the head, telling him not to be envious. He reminds him that as a commoner, reaching 2 stars on his own effort makes him a role model. Gu Tianlang just smiles, thinking to himself that it's all thanks to the instructor's guidance. But a secret thought crosses his mind. If they knew he was actually a 5-star, they'd be truly shocked. The head of the Luo family, Zio Menju, stands before the assembly, her voice cutting through the silence. She declares that she can now speak freely about the truth she's uncovered. That the culprits responsible for the massacre are none other than the major noble families present, led by the Song family. The accusation hangs in the air, a declaration of war against the entire ruling class. The crowd erupts in disbelief. Is she insane? Has she lost her mind? Madame N's face twists into a mask of pure fury, her eyes glowing with red-hot rage. She hisses for the little girl to watch her words, but Zio Menju doesn't flinch. She lays out the entire conspiracy, revealing that Madame N's niece, Song Qingyun, used Shenyi as a shield to dodge her suitors, then callously orchestrated the slaughter of thousands just to eliminate him. She holds up her phone, proclaiming she has solid evidence, photos, videos, and documents. If even a single detail is false, she will accept any punishment. Shenyi steps forward, phone in hand, and offers the proof to the press. He asks if anyone wants to see, but warns them it's a little bloody. Before anyone can react, every camera, phone, and laptop in the room explodes in a shower of sparks and flames. The evidence is gone. The media crew panics, pleading with Madame and that it wasn't their fault. She sneers, dismissing their recordings as fakes anyway. She claims countless nobles can testify that someone like Song Qingyun would never fall for a filthy commoner. Her cronies immediately join the chorus, mocking Shenyi as a broke, backgroundless nobody, a toad trying to slander a swan. Shenyi looks down, a bitter smile on his face. He speaks, not with anger, but with a chilling disappointment. He notes that the nobles have hoarded resources and legacies for generations, yet all they do with that power is suppress the weak and slaughter the innocent. He looks up, his eyes sharp with conviction, and tells them they don't deserve to be called human. A young noble can't take the insult and steps forward, cloaked in a powerful blue aura. He introduces himself as Zhao Qianjun from the Hedong Zhao family and offers to teach the ruffian a lesson. He formally challenges Shen Yi, but before the challenge can even be processed, a flash of violet light erupts. Zhao Qianjun is sent flying, crashing into the far wall, utterly defeated in a single blow. Zio Menju stands with her sword drawn, its energy still crackling. She calmly states that Shen Yi hadn't finished talking. The message is clear. Interrupt him again, and you're next. The surrounding nobles stare, their arrogance momentarily shattered by the display of overwhelming force. A slow, deliberate clap breaks the tension. A young man with a bowl cut steps out from the crowd, congratulating Miss Zio on her swordsmanship and her new divine artifact. He introduces himself as Niu Zikyang, the 4th-ranked newcomer, and challenges her on the spot. He smirks, claiming that nobles are brave and never shy away from a challenge. Shenyi's eyes narrow. Something is wrong. He sees it, A shimmering, venomous snake made of pure energy coiled around the challenger's body, completely invisible to everyone else. Wait, he's the only one who can see it. The challenger goads Zio Menjiu, asking why she's hesitating. Shen Yi scans the room. The other high-ranking nobles are present, yet not one of them says a word or makes a move. They're all pretending to be ignorant. They're letting this assassination attempt happen. The challenger turns his sneer on Shen Yi, telling him if he's too scared to fight, he might as well kneel and apologize to Madame N. In response, Shen Yi calmly draws a card. The card materializes in a glow of blue light. It's the dead man, a skeleton pierced by 7 swords. The system's message is blunt. Many people want you dead. Your death is certain. Shen Yi sighs, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. He says, all right, I surrender. The match is over. Zio Menjiu wins by default. Niu Ziqiang laughs, calling him a smart coward and telling him to get lost before he gets caught in the aftershock of his battle with Zio Menjiu. But then, a new notification appears. You are challenged. The challenger is Shen Yi. He looks Niu Ziqiang dead in the eye and asks who told him he gave up so he could run away. He gave up his match with Zio Menjiu so he could duel him. Niu Ziqiang stares for a second before bursting into hysterical laughter. A 2-star commoner challenging a 5-star noble. He calls Shen Yi a piece of trash, not even worthy of his time. His face contorts with malice, the spectral snake hissing behind him. He claims his killing intent alone is enough to scare Shen Yi to death. Shen Yi just smirks. He says that's big talk for a guy who needs a snake to bite him. He asks what would happen if he could see it. He unleashes a torrent of lightning from his palm, striking the air right where the invisible snake's head is. The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering why he's punching at nothing. But the seasoned warriors in the room stare in disbelief. It's impossible. He saw through it. Niu Ziqiang's smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure shock. The snake recoils, flickering violently. How can you see it? He stammers. Shen Yi's eyes glow with a faint purple light, his focus absolute. A man in the crowd, his glasses slipping down his nose, gasps in realization. Pharma eyes. He already awakened the Pharma eyes? Niu Ziqiang sees his own terrified reflection, the massive spectral serpent coiled around him now fully visible to his opponent. He's been completely exposed. The opponent's mind races, trying to make sense of it. He can see Zhu Hai. No, that's impossible without awakening the Dharma eyes. It has to be a fluke, a lucky guess. He decides this lowlife was just intimidated by his aura and got a random lucky attack in. He won't give him another chance. This time, he orders Zhu Hai to attack from behind, a perfect pincer movement. He sneers, telling Shen Yi to see if he can take this attack. The staff lunges forward as the ethereal snake strikes from the rear. A flawless 2-pronged assault meant to end this instantly, but the staff hits nothing. The opponent's eyes widen in disbelief as Shen Yi, crackling with blue lightning, appears behind him, his hand wrapped firmly around the spectral snake's tail. What? How did he even see it, let alone grab it? With a roar, Shen Yi swings the massive spirit creature like a demonic whip, smashing it into the ceiling with enough force to shatter stone. The crowd is baffled. They don't understand what he's doing, why he isn't fighting the man himself. The noble disciples look like they've seen a ghost, and then the horrifying realization dawns on them. He actually awakened the Dharma eye. Shen Yi smirks, his own eyes glowing with power. He tells the pampered noble that without his invisible snake, he's got nothing left. The opponent's face twists in pure fury. Arrogant, he seethes. He screams that he's a 4th rank, demanding to know who Shen Yi thinks he is as he unleashes a storm of spinning staff attacks. The technique whips up a violent wind, creating a vortex that starts pulling the spectators off their feet. But Shen Yi doesn't budge, planting his feet firmly against the gale. The opponent puts every ounce of his strength into a final, crushing overhead blow. The impact shakes the entire hall, but as the dust clears, the staff is stopped dead, caught in Shen Yi's single, outstretched hand. The opponent is frozen in shock as a notification flashes in Shen Yi's vision. All attribute points converted to strength. His strength is now 14. 3. The opponent with a mere 8. 7 can't process it. How is he completely fine after taking a full-powered blow? He stammers that it has to be a bluff, that no one below 5 stars could possibly be stronger than him. Shen Yi's other hand shoots out, grabbing the noble by the throat and hoisting him into the air. As the man flails, screaming about filthy hands, Shen Yi issues a cold warning to the crowd. If anyone takes one more step, he will break his neck. The man's eyes dart down in terror. His spirit snake, Zhu Hai, is coiled on the floor, watching but making no move to help. He pleads with his own spiritual creature, begging it to attack, to bite Shen Yi to death. Shen Yi just laughs. He mocks him, saying his title was clearly bought with family money, pointing out that even his own snake won't dare attack him now. Then Shen Yi's fist smashes into his face. He asks him why he wouldn't dare, coldly stating that this punch was for the girl he assaulted earlier. He then warns the snake to stay put unless it wants to watch its master die. Spitting blood, the man shrieks defiance, refusing to forfeit. He screams at the filthy commoner, asking how he dares to even look at him. He promises to kill Shen Yi, his friends, and his entire family. And with that threat, a system notification appears. A special condition has been met. Northeast Divine Fist has been upgraded to blue. Shen Yi's eyes light up with understanding. So that's how it works. As his opponent continues to rage about how he dares look at him, another notification pops up. The fist has been upgraded again, this time to perfect. Wait, did his opponent's own insults just power him up? He realizes a keyword can increase the technique's power. A wicked thought crosses his mind. He leans in close and asks, "So what if I'm looking at you?" Then he unleashes hell. A relentless barrage of punches batters the man's face into a bloody pulp. The noble is completely broken, his face swollen beyond recognition, gasping for breath as he whimpers a pathetic no. A terrifying grin spreads across Shen Yi's face. He asks if he's had enough rest, because he's going to continue. The man's mind finally shatters. He realizes Shen Yi isn't trying to win, he's trying to kill him. Pure, primal fear takes over as he tries to scream for help. He begs for anyone to save him, choking out that he doesn't want to die. The camera pulls back, revealing the silent, watching aristocrats. A woman at the front stares on with a cold, unreadable expression, the air thick with unspoken judgment. But who are these people, and will any of them dare to step in? Niu Ziqiang's voice cracks, pleading for anyone to save him from the silent, staring crowd. He's convinced he's about to die, right here on the ballroom floor. But the proctor, Madame N, watches with a chilling stillness. Her mind is racing, seeing not a crisis, but an opportunity. If Shen Yi kills him, the 3 major academies will have every right to punish him for maliciously murdering a candidate. In that single bloody act, this entire farce of an evening would vanish like smoke. She looks at the terrified noble and thinks, "You can rest in peace, Niu Ziqiang. Your death will serve a far greater purpose. After you die," she promises silently, "I will ensure your father becomes the new patriarch of the Niu family. Your sacrifice will be your greatest achievement. All Shen Yi has to do is snap your neck." But instead of a snap, a quiet chuckle escapes Shen Yi's lips, quickly erupting into full-blown laughter that echoes in the silent hall. He leans in close, his voice a low, mocking whisper. "Do you really think I'm a fool? Do you think I don't see the trap you all laid for me?" He forces Niu Ziqiang to look at the faces in the crowd, at the proctors standing by. "Don't you get it? They've abandoned you. This stopped being a spar the moment they decided they wanted you dead. If I kill you," he explains, "they have a perfect excuse to get rid of me, and every dirty secret they are hiding dies with you." Madame Anne's face hardens. "That's enough," she snaps. "Don't let him speak any further." A whip of water lashes out, wrapping around Shen Yi's arm and yanking him back. The male proctor steps forward, placing a hand on the trembling Niu Ziqiang. "All right," he says with false cheer, "sparring is fine, but there's no need to ruin the mood. That was an excellent fight. I'll give you both a good evaluation." Shen Yi scoffs internally. They only step in now when it's clear their little plan failed. A system notification chimes. The duel has been forcibly stopped and will not be counted. Madame An approaches Niu Ziqiang, handing him a pill. "Eat this and recover," she orders. "The exam is about to start." As if on cue, a voice booms from the heavens. The time has come. Beams of light descend upon the hall. Rewards for all newcomers are being distributed. The tower's final evaluation is here. A glowing blue card materializes in front of the purple-haired girl. Her 5-star evaluation is the bearing of the saint. With the divine sword, she's a monster in solo combat, but now she's granted the power of a team leader. Her teammates will have their strength doubled when near her, but if she fights alone, her own power is cut by 70%. What kind of a trade-off is that? Another card appears before Shen Yi. He too is a 5-star candidate. His evaluation is called the Unyielding. For the chaos he caused at the banquet, he's granted the ability to escape death 3 times, and a strange power called meat to increase his survivability. When facing a fatal attack, he can be hit 3 times before dying, or become suitable for consumption. Before he can even process that bizarre description, a final item is granted to all candidates: the flame of a burning candle. The flame is inextinguishable, their only source of light in the exam field. They have 3 minutes until teleportation, but then Shen Yi's flame simply vanishes from his hand. A system message flashes before his eyes. "Your burning flame's candle has been stolen." How is that possible? The exam hasn't even started. The system explains coldly. Another candidate used their power to steal his light. He will be completely blind in the exam field. The message ends with a chilling taunt. "Shen Yi, this is what you get for opposing us." Across the room, one of the nobles smirks, glowing with a faint aura. "Losing your flame is just the beginning," he sneers. A single pill from us can undo all your hard work. You were born atop mountain peaks, he proclaims, while you are nothing but an ant at the foothills. But his words light a fire in another. The bandaged boy clenches his fist, his voice ringing with defiance. The unyielding, even if I am alone, I will walk this path to its end. The nobles gather, a unified front of wealth and power, looking down on the commoners. One of them steps forward, offering a poisoned olive branch. I will give you what you wish for, he says, trying to peel away Shen Yi's potential allies. The bandaged boy turns to his friend, his voice low and urgent. Don't listen. This time I am their target. Next time it could be you. Shen Yi raises his hand, silencing the murmurs. It's true, he calls out, we lack their divine weapons and ancestral techniques, but we are not destined to suffer their bullying and oppression. His voice roars through the hall, filled with an unbreakable will. Kings and nobles are not destined by birth. 10 seconds until the exam starts. He holds his glowing card high, a symbol of his defiance. Inspired, the bandaged boy roars again, his voice joining a chorus of others. The unyielding, even if I am alone. The nobles simply watch, their expressions a mixture of contempt and amusement. The offer is repeated, a final temptation whispered into the charged air. Join us, and we will give you what you wish for. The bowl-cut noble fixes his glare on Shen Yi, his eyes burning with hatred. A blinding light engulfs them all. The exam begins, the objective clear. Reach the floating island below or face elimination. Shen Yi finds himself plunged into absolute darkness, a disorienting void where the test is supposed to take place. But he's not alone. Other contestants ignite torches, their flames cutting through the black, their faces grim, the air is thick with suspicion. This isn't a race, it's a hunt. A fireball erupts from the side, a cheap shot from the shadows. Shen Yi twists away, the heat scorching his cheek. He scoffs at them, asking if nobles only know how to launch sneak attacks. But the taunt is a distraction. Pain explodes in his chest. A spearhead juts out from his ribs, blood gushing from the wound. The attacker sneers from behind, telling him he can't blame anyone for losing his flame. It's time to die. A fatal blow. Is this the end before the exam has even truly begun? Ice spreads from Shen Yi's feet, a desperate counterattack. The frostbite perk activates, encasing his attacker's legs in a layer of solid ice, stopping him cold. The leader of the ambushers laughs, mocking him for daring to oppose Shen Yi. But as blood fills his mouth, Shen Yi makes his move. With only 2 uses of his power remaining, he calls forth the skeleton of calamity. A monstrous, deathly aura erupts from his body. The phantom of a colossal, skeletal beast with burning purple eyes manifests around him, its silent scream chilling the very air. The attackers freeze, their arrogance vaporized by pure primal terror. But it's a bluff. Shen Yi knows he only has enough power to scare them. He mentally urges his ally to find a way to escape. Just then, a notification appears in his vision, an invitation to Team Menjiu. He accepts instantly. The terrifying aura vanishes as if it were never there. In a flash of light, Shen Yi disappears, leaving the attackers stunned. They finally realize the truth, cursing him for getting away with a bluff. He materializes right beside Zio Menjiu, collapsing to one knee. She rushes to his side, horrified by his wound. He explains he was ambushed, then realizes her perk is what brought them together. Teaming up instantly teleports them to each other. Her ability is incredible. With her candle's flame now shared between them, the darkness recedes, and he can finally see. They're standing on the very same sky island where the banquet was held. Below them, floating in the clouds, is their destination. As they look, she asks about his Dharma eye. He explains he can see hidden things, and she reveals the true scale of his power. The Dharma eye is a connection to the Dharma realm, the origin of the entire universe. The revelation hits him hard. The worthless techniques he'd gathered, the strange vision he'd had. It was all connected to the origin of everything. Does that mean he's actually pretty amazing? She looks at him with an intensity that cuts right through him, telling him he's more than pretty amazing. But her words are cut short by a sudden, chilling presence. A wave of killing intent washes over them, cold and sharp. Shen Yi's survival instincts scream. He grabs her hand, his voice urgent. Run, fast. Without another word, he pulls her straight off the edge of the floating island. She cries out in shock as they plummet into the open air, asking why he would do such a thing. He glances up, his expression deadly serious. There were 2 people behind them, radiating a killing intent so extreme that fighting was not an option. Their goal is to reach the island below, and that means surviving first. A confident grin spreads across his face as they fall. He has a plan, of course. Back on the cliff, 2 figures emerge from the shadows. One apologizes to the other, admitting he let his killing intent leak. His partner isn't concerned, merely noting that the boy is far more perceptive than he looks. They already know about Shen Yi. They sense the power of the undead he used in his bluff, recognizing the touch of the cursed statue. To them, his life is already a candle in the wind about to be snuffed out. There's no need to chase him, so that's who was watching them. And they know everything. The screen flashes and the crowd erupts. 4 candidates have already passed. How is that even possible? It's only been a few minutes. Nearby, a man with long, flowing hair, Nangong Siron, clenches his fist. He can't believe someone actually beat him to the finish. It seems he thinks to himself that he'll have to put in more work. From the crowd emerges a woman in an ornate dress, carried on a palanquin. The 6-star candidate has arrived. 2 ethereal figures lift her into the air, telling their young master to hold on tight. They will take her there directly. The candidates left behind can only watch in bitter envy. He's being treated like a celestial king, one complains. These rich kids get special treatment while the rest of them can't even fly. Must be nice, right? But what about everyone else? But one of them has a plan. He turns to Zioyi and tells him to get on his back, promising to get them there. Zioyi is stunned, asking if he can really turn into a wolf. He transforms into a rather goofy-looking husky. Zioyi is completely underwhelmed. He calls that a wolf. It looks more like a dorky dog. With a mighty leap, the husky form warrior launches them off the platform. They join a chaotic scramble through the sky. Candidates use every method imaginable to cross the chasm, flying on swords, floating with enchanted umbrellas, riding beasts, all racing toward the floating islands shrouded in mist. Not everyone is so lucky. One contestant on a motorcycle loses control, plummeting into the abyss below. Meanwhile, Shenyi and Zio Menjiu have already landed on an island. But they're not alone. A massive stone head rises from the ground, its voice grating as it makes a depraved demand. It wants them to drink its blood and for the woman to perform a striptease. Then, just as strangely as it appeared, it burrows back into the ground and flees. Zio Menjiu tells him to ignore it. There are plenty of other statues. She reminds him to try talking to them nicely next time, as they represent the divine. Shenyi is furious. That thing wanted his blood, and he doesn't come from a lineage that lives long. But his frustration is cut short when he spots another statue half buried in the grass, a stone horse head. He immediately brightens, saying he likes down-to-earth gods like this one. He approaches it respectfully, asking the big brother of lamentation for protection. The statue's eye begins to glow. It speaks, its voice ancient and hollow. It senses the lady beside him wields a sharp sword, a taste that would suit its master. To gain its protection, he must find the one who rides me. But its demands quickly turn vile. It wants to drink his companion's blood and for her to undress and dance. Another one? Shenyi's face darkens as he realizes this is the statue of a fallen lewd deity. He's had enough of this twisted game. With a roar of frustration, he draws his sword and plunges it directly into the statue's glowing purple core. The statue shrieks in pain, crying out that he attacked it. It repeats its vile demands one last time before retreating into the earth, just like the first one. Zio Menjiu sighs, once again telling him to let it go and find another. She insists he needs to be less rough, reminding him of their divine nature. Shenyi can't believe it. These gods are already dead, so what's there to fear? They're just useless statues. As he complains, he spots another stone horse head peeking out from the grass. He approaches it, trying a different tactic. The statue responds, telling him to show respect and it will help him. It too comments on the woman with the sword, saying she would definitely suit its taste. But before it can finish, an explosion rips through the air. The statue is obliterated in a flash of crimson energy. From the smoke, 2 figures emerge. Shenyi recognizes them instantly. It's them again. The 2 who were radiating killing intent from behind them. He demands to know what their goal is, why they keep pestering them. But as the mist clears, his eyes widen in disbelief. He doesn't just see the 2 men. There's a girl with them, and he knows her, Skinner. No, it can't be. Zhao Yibing. His voice cracks as he yells her name. He thought it was over between them, so why is she still haunting him? Her eyes, now glowing with a sickly green light, stare blankly as she whispers his name. Tears of black ichor stream down her face. She's already dead, she says. The horrifying truth dawns on Shenyi. This is the power of the undead. She's... what? How is she here, and what did they do to her? Zio Menjiu grabs his arm, her voice tight with panic. She tells him to run, sensing their power has grown exponentially stronger. But the man in the suit simply smirks. He has no intention of letting them escape again. A web of red energy erupts from the ground, trapping them. The prison of light snaps shut. It's over. The man gives the order, now. The undead Zhao Yibing lunges forward, her grip like iron as she seizes Shenyi's face and forces his mouth open. It's time, she rasps, to return this to its rightful owner. Shenyi can only let out a strangled gasp, completely at her mercy. It's time, she whispers, to return this to its rightful owner. But the attack isn't over. A wave of force slams into land, and he gasps, his body locked in place by an invisible power. He tries to fight to move, but he's completely paralyzed. A torrent of red energy explodes from the silver-haired master, a devastating shockwave that blasts Lan backward, sending him tumbling through the forest. From the control room, the observers watch in disbelief. This is supposed to be a non-combat stage. Private battles are strictly forbidden. The woman cries out to her master, horrified. But it's too late. The system's voice rings out, announcing that the violator has been teleported to the edge of the exam site and will be expelled. Lan stares down the silver-haired man, unable to believe this is happening. The master smirks, completely unfazed by his disqualification. He tells Lan he'll let him live for now, but that his life is forfeit. Survival won't be an option for much longer. He promises they can take his head whenever they please, and then he vanishes. But he leaves a parting gift, a single glowing red thread wrapped tight around Lan's neck. A surge of dread washes over Lan as he realizes what this is. An otherworldly divine art. Shenyi rushes to his side, asking what's wrong. Lan can barely speak, explaining that the being possessing Zhao Yibing has marked him. It's a tracking thread, a beacon that allows them to teleport directly to him at any time from up to 500 miles away. How can he fight an enemy that can appear out of thin air? Shenyi's mind races. She tells him they have to get to the next round as fast as possible. If their enemies want to advance, they'll be forced to follow the rules of the exam, giving them a temporary reprieve. It's a desperate plan, but it's the only one they have. Lan agrees. Their new objective, find the mud-grass statues and clear the stage before they are ambushed again. Shenyi's gaze hardens with resolve. She swears to him she won't let them hurt him. A small smile touches Lan's lips. He tells her he's counting on her to protect him. With no time to waste, they plunge deeper into the misty woods. Elsewhere, 2 other examinees are on their knees, begging a strange statue for mercy. They plead with the great god, asking if there's any other request they can fulfill. The stone deity, holding its own disembodied head, gives a one-word answer. No, the statue's demand is utterly perverse. It requires 2 testicles, not 1 less. It claims the original price was 4, and that it needs their ultimate yang essence to restore its power. The 2 are trapped. One is drowning in family debt, the other is trying to secure his future by appeasing his sponsor. This exam is their only hope. With grim determination, they agree, it's just 1 each. From now on, they'll be lone warriors. But when the moment comes, one of them breaks down, unable to go through with it. He begs his friend to do it for him. The friend agrees, raising the blade. But what kind of future are they even fighting for anymore? A voice roars from above, telling the pervert to die. A fist crashes down, shattering the stone head to pieces. Lan unleashes a wave of pure frost, obliterating what's left of the obscene statue. The system identifies the creature as a fallen Longyang deity, whose residual energy instinctively craves the essence of young boys. Lan seethes with disgust. These heretical gods are getting more ridiculous by the minute. He stands on a cliff edge, shouting into the woods that he's already kicked the heads off dozens of these freaks demanding flesh and blood. He calls out to Shenyi, telling her he's finally found the statue holding a sword. The 2 boys he just saved watch in stunned silence. He dared to lay hands on a deity, and nothing happened. A slow realization dawns on one of them. The point of this round isn't to obey. It's to find a suitable statue. As he figures it out, Lan calls to Shenyi again, telling her to look at what he's found. It's a massive stone figure of a warrior gripping a greatsword. Perched on the hilt, a small bird chirps that this is the only statue that has nothing to do with a sword. A blatant contradiction. Is this a riddle? Shenyi examines the base of the statue, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She wonders aloud if this is the one the stone horse head was talking about. Zio Menjiu approaches the silent, moss-covered statue, announcing her name and her purpose. To ask for protection for her friend during the coming wailing tide. Silence, the stone figure offers no reply. Shenyi watches, a frown creasing his face. It's not working, he points out. There's no reaction at all. He tells her she's addressing the wrong object. The power isn't in the statue, it's in the sword it holds. She looks skeptical, but he insists. Just try. So she turns, facing the colossal blade, and repeats her plea for protection. The ground trembles. A deep groan echoes as the stone sword grinds against its pedestal. It moved. The sword is actually responding to her. With a deafening crack, the statue shatters into 1,000 pieces as the massive sword wrenches itself free, hovering in the air with a life of its own. A telepathic message cuts through the air straight from the sword's spirit. Slash 10 times, stab 10 times, and dance 10 times. That's it. What kind of bizarre ritual is this? Zio Menjiu doesn't question it. With a look of absolute resolve, she grips the hilt of the impossibly large weapon and declares she will begin. She leaps, the sword moving with her as if it were weightless. beginning an elegant, deadly dance against the night sky. Watching her, Shen Yi finally understands. The main goal of this mission wasn't just to find a statue. It was a test of resonance. Zio Menjiu's sword saint trait gave her a natural affinity, a connection that the sword spirit could feel. As she completes the final movement, the system confirms it. She has earned the sword spirit's recognition and will be protected during the wailing tide. Not only that, but it has imparted an ancient sword technique to her as a true sword saint. But Shen Yi gets a notification too. His own essence is different, attuned to the path of an assassin. As a reward for helping, the spirit grants him a technique of his own. It's called Tai Bai, a finishing move. A high-risk, all-or-nothing strike designed to close the distance and deliver a fatal blow. A one-hit kill skill, a sort of self-forgetfulness, a sort of death. It's the perfect technique for him. At the same time, Zio Menjiu has also learned her new technique, a profound and delicate method of sword control. But she admits it consumes a terrifying amount of spiritual power, far too much for her to master right now. A new alert shatters the moment. 5 minutes remaining until the wailing tide begins. The rules of the game are changing. The fog that has shrouded the forest will disperse, and the burning candle's light will no longer offer any safety. A new, urgent command appears in blood-red letters. You must find a strong shelter. They need more than just power-ups. They need to survive. Shen Yi checks his own status. His moonlight resonance is high. He tells Zio Menjiu to find shelter while he searches for another statue. But as he turns to leave, he realizes she's right behind him. He stops, confused. Why is she coming with him? Didn't he tell her to find a safe place? She refuses to leave him, insisting it's too dangerous for him to go alone. She'll help him find whatever he's looking for. Their argument is cut short. A group of figures emerges from the trees, silhouetted by the pale moonlight. It's them again. The leader's voice drips with venom as he snarls that he's finally found Shen Yi. His eyes blaze with a violet, hateful energy. He swears he will definitely kill him this time. A wave of power explodes from the enemy group, but Shen Yi has no time for this. These idiots are wasting what little time they have left. Where is the moonlight statue? Ignoring the threat, he bolts into the woods, his eyes scanning frantically. He spots a rushing stream and a memory clicks. He saw a stream just like this when he first awakened his arcane vision. He feels a pull, a certainty that something is waiting for him in the water. The moonlight statue has to be in this stream. But the wailing tide starts in minutes, and the current is dangerously fast. He sees no clues, no sign of a statue anywhere. There's not enough time. Dejected, he turns away, deciding to forget it and just find shelter. Stop lying. Zio Menjiu's voice is sharp, cutting through his thoughts. Her eyes are locked on him, unwavering. Isn't your statue in the water? She saw right through him. She tells him not to worry about her. Just go, she'll leave everything to her. He realizes she must have seen the desperate way he was staring at the stream. He promises he'll be quick. Without another word, he plunges into the churning river. Zio Menjiu turns, her back to the water, facing the encroaching darkness alone. 30 seconds remain. She summons the sword spirit, its massive form materializing at her side. Shadowy, monstrous shapes begin to crawl from between the trees, their forms an affront to nature. She stands her ground, the greatsword glowing with borrowed power, a lone guardian against the coming horde. Her only mission now is simple. Let's buy him some time. A rustle in the undergrowth puts Zio Menjiu on high alert. Her eyes narrow as a monstrous, armored centipede screeches, its maw gaping wide in the gloom. Without a flicker of hesitation, her sword is a streak of golden light, a silent promise of death that bisects the creature instantly. But the ground trembles. That wasn't the only one. A tide of them, a chittering sea of chitin and legs, pours from the woods, ignoring her completely. They're all rushing for the river, plunging into the churning water. What are they doing? Suddenly, a colossal greatsword materializes from nothing, slamming down with divine force and pinning the entire swarm. He stares in awe, but a new, far more terrifying presence washes over her. A grotesque, shadowy hand covered in blinking, malevolent eyes emerges from the darkness. An invisible force seizes her, freezing her in place as dark tendrils snake around her body. She can't move. It's the hand, paralyzing her with its will alone. The monstrous appendage ignores her and slithers into the river, disappearing beneath the violent waves. A horrifying thought strikes her. It's not after her. It's looking for Shen Yi. She roars, shattering the mental prison with her own willpower, refusing to let it touch him. She launches herself forward just as the hand erupts from the water, its fingers closing in on their prize. Dispelling its paralysis took a massive toll on her mental fortitude. But the sheer scale of this thing is beyond comprehension. What kind of monsters are hiding in the wailing tide? Just then, a figure breaks the surface. It's Shen Yi, alive, clutching a strange wooden statue. He yells that he found it and they need to find shelter now. They take refuge in a small cave. the world outside now glowing with a hellish, blood-red light. Shenyi relays a warning from his sword spirit. This place isn't strong enough. The wailing tide is growing more violent, but they have no choice but to stay put. He stares at the crude wooden carving he risked everything for. Is this really a deity's statue? With little hope left, he clasps his hands and prays to the unsettling wooden face for protection. He feels a strange vibration and looks down. The statue is sprouting roots, digging them into the stone floor. Zayo Menju points, her voice laced with shock. There's writing on the newly formed leaves. The message is simple: offer me water, sunlight, and fertilizer, and I will grow to protect you. Shenyi thinks it sounds easy enough. He pulls out a bottle of water, but as he starts to pour, the plant recoils. A new message appears: not this. The water must be nutrient-rich. Another leaf unfurls, detailing an absurdly complex recipe for holy water with ingredients they could never find. Zayo Menju sees their hope fading. What a cruel joke. But Shenyi just smirks, pulling out a different bottle. Why be so roundabout? He asks the plant. Just say you want to drink some cola. He pours the soda into the statue's mouth, and the plant practically shivers with joy. A final leaf sprouts, its message ecstatic. Excellent. This is even better than the holy water from the recipe. With water taken care of, Shenyi's attention turns to the next requirements: sunlight and fertilizer. But the thick fog outside makes real sunlight impossible, and he knows this strange wood isn't playing by normal rules. The message isn't a simple lack of sunlight, it's not enough lightness. The subtle difference in wording sends a chill down his spine. What could that possibly mean? He decides to try a more unconventional approach. Leaning in close, he showers the little plant with over-the-top praise, calling it his savior, the strongest tree in their hearts. Shenyi's companion covers her mouth, mortified by the sheer second-hand embarrassment, but the plant seems to be loving it, its single leaf shining brighter with every compliment. It worked. The plant's needs update. Sunlight is now satisfied. With a smug grin, Shenyi turns to the final requirement, but his confidence evaporates. The plant doesn't want normal fertilizer. It specifically requests poetry related to the moon. Taking a deep breath, Shenyi clears his throat and recites a poem about moonlight and homesickness. The little plant creature is ecstatic. It declares the poem a masterpiece, the offering complete. Its entire body begins to glow with a golden light. Its roots retract, and it hops into Shenyi's hand, a wide, happy grin on its wooden face. It wants to go with them, promising to protect them. But how can this little thing offer any protection? Before he can even process the thought, the ground trembles violently. A massive demonic sword erupts from the earth, pulsing with a sinister energy. It's being held by a grotesque, multi-eyed creature that pulls itself from the ground, its form wreathed in a blood-red aura. The monster lets out a guttural roar, the shockwave tearing through the crimson forest around them. It swings the colossal blade with terrifying speed. Shenyi's companion cries out in horror as a disciple is swatted out of the air like an insect, his body ragdolling through the sky. What is this giant? The monster raises its sword again, but this time Brother Sword intercepts, parrying the blow with a shower of golden sparks. The impact sends a tremor through the ground, and Shenyi's companion struggles to keep her footing in the swirling red dust. He screams a warning for her to watch out. Something is moving in the ground. But it's too late. The earth beneath her explodes and she's thrown back, a gruesome spray of blood erupting from her shoulder. A monstrous red centipede bursts from the ground. It's more wide open, ready to finish her off. But just as its fangs are about to connect, the little wood creature in Shenyi's hand glows. In a flash of green light, he finds himself standing where the wood creature was, and the creature is now in the centipede's path. It took the hit for him. The centipede's fangs sink deep, and the wood creature is viciously torn apart by dozens of sharp legs. It's a brutal, bloody massacre. But as the centipede tears into the small body, the wood creature's voice echoes in his mind. It explains that it became his substitute, a temporary replacement, a drop of blood for a body. Shenyi is stunned by the creature's power, but he wastes no time. He tells Skelly to get ready because this highly poisonous centipede is now on the menu. His companion is confused, asking why he's putting a giant insect corpse into his magic ring. He stammers, trying to come up with a believable lie, claiming he's an insect lover who enjoys making specimens. Before his awkward excuse can be questioned, the shriek of metal on metal rips through the air. The giant monster brings its demonic sword down on Brother Sword with overwhelming force. A sickening crack echoes across the battlefield. The blade shatters. Fragments of the once mighty sword scatter into nothingness. Their only real weapon against this behemoth is gone. A single, massive eye glares down at them, filled with pure, unadulterated malice. Brother Sword has been defeated. The oppressive red mist swirls around them, the air thick with dread. They're out of options, staring up at a monster they have no way of fighting. What can they possibly do now? The creature lunges, a blur of shadow and eyes, but Menjiu is ready, her blade meeting the onslaught head-on, shattering the ground around her. But as she holds it back, Shenyi freezes, an unseen force binding him completely. He tries to scream to move, but his body is no longer his own. I can't move. The monster ignores him, its attention fixed on the wooden talisman. It snatches the charm, and in a flash of light, Shenyi is ripped through space, appearing right where the talisman was, now dangling helplessly from the creature's grasp. The beast lets out an unholy screech as the trap activates, yellow energy coursing through its body. Shenyi grins, thanking his brother for the assist, while Menjiu spots her sword glowing on the ground, a faint whisper echoing in her mind. The blade pleads with her, "Pick me up." At the same time, Shenyi hurls the wooden talisman toward her, yelling for her to catch it. He shouts that it's her only protection, that it still has 2 uses left. The monster, recovering from the shock, has now locked its gaze on her. She's the unprotected one. She has to be the target. But Menjiu shoves it back at him, telling him to hold on to the wood. She's not afraid. An absurd argument breaks out. He insists his combat experience is richer, his movement techniques better suited for dodging, so she has to take it. The monster just stares, utterly bewildered, as they frantically pass the life-saving shield back and forth like a hot potato. Are they seriously doing this right now? Their bickering is cut short by a new voice echoing through the trees, telling the beast to look over here. A figure cloaked in blue energy zips past, unleashing a blast of pure ice right at the monster's face. He calls it a frost bite, a fast break under the basket. He taunts the creature, saying they've already dunked on it, so what is it still looking at? He's created the perfect diversion. The monster's massive eye swivels, locking onto the new threat, its rage completely redirected. This is the opening. Golden light erupts from Menjiu as she grips the empowered sword, its energy flowing into her. Her eyes blaze with focus, channeling every ounce of her will into a single, decisive strike. She unleashes her ultimate charged slash. The blade slices deep into the monster's central eye, a direct and devastating hit. The sheer force of the blow is staggering. Menjiu herself is in awe of the power she just wielded. She understands now. Holding the broken sword fills her with a surge of courage, a resonance with its original master, unlocking abilities she never knew she had. With the threat neutralized, Shenyi asks the spirit if it can eat the giant's meat. The spirit's reply is grim. It must consume everything to prepare. A being named Skinner has already targeted them, and it must enter seclusion to get ready. As the spirit vanishes, Menjiu asks Shenyi if he wants the giant's corpse. His whole demeanor changes. A manic grin spreads across his face as he confesses he's a giant enthusiast, that he's loved making specimens since he was a kid. Menjiu doesn't believe a word of it, but before she can argue, a notification flashes across their cards. The wailing tide is raging. 163 candidates have already been eliminated. Another message appears. By defeating a powerful enemy, they've gained a protective aura that will shield them from the tide's monsters. They're safe for a moment, but Menjiu urges caution. Just then, frantic barking echoes through the forest, followed by desperate cries for help. 2 figures crash through the undergrowth, tumbling to the ground. It's Zhang Xiaoyi and his giant dog, both battered and bleeding. The boy looks up, his face a mask of pain and exhaustion that instantly melts into pure relief. He's so thankful they ran into them, but his next words drain the blood from their faces. A noble candidate is trying to kill us. Shenyi is stunned. Kill you? But that's impossible. The rules strictly prohibit candidates from attacking each other. What kind of person would dare to break the sacred rules of the exam? Shenyi can only stare, his mind racing. He asks where this wolf came from, but his eyes are locked on the figure pursuing them. Wai's mind is a vortex of confusion. The others who attacked them were instantly repelled by the exam's rules. So how is Izisi managing to hurt people while completely ignoring them? The wolf, Gyuo Yunai, lets out a furious volley of barks, a desperate warning. It's him, he's caught up to us. Izisi materializes from the shadows, dragging a limp body behind him. He stops, his gaze burning with a predatory glow, and lets out a soft hum of amusement. Looking down at the young woman in his grasp, a cruel smile spreads across his face. Zio Menjiu, he says, as if greeting an old friend. The man Izisi is holding gasps out, demanding to know how he's breaking the exam rules without any punishment. Izisi scoffs at the question. Who said anything about breaking the rules? He's just hunting. He looks past his current victim, straight at Wai and Zio Menjiu, his expression dripping with condescension. That look of disbelief on your face, he says, you still haven't figured it out. The rules have changed. He leans in, his voice a venomous whisper. During the wailing tide, candidates can attack each other. Any death is permitted. As if on cue, Both Zyro Menjiu's and Y's statues begin to crackle with an ominous purple energy. A system notification materializes before them, its words etching a new, terrifying reality into the exam. Candidates may hunt one another. Statues are prohibited from interfering. The message continues, each word a hammer blow. Any deaths will be treated as part of the exam, and all traces will be erased once it's over. The final line is the most monstrous of all. The party that succeeds in a hunt will receive a boost in power. Y and Zio Menjiu stare in horror. Killing people results in a power boost? It must be a mistake. It has to be. Izisi's voice cuts through their shock. He calls Zio Menjiu surprisingly naive for someone from a noble family. This, he declares, is the law of their world. The strong hunt the weak. He glares at Shen Yi and the others, calling them rats who should be rotting in sewers, not dreaming of entering the 3 prestigious schools. His rage builds, his voice thick with disgust. He sees them as a threat, delusional enough to think they can compete for the same resources. He spits out the idea that they might one day marry into noble families and pollute their bloodlines. Utterly disgusting, he snarls, tightening his grip. He calls them worthless lowlifes. As the man in his grasp chokes out a final, desperate plea for help, Izisi leans in close. Their only purpose, he says, is to be stepping stones. And with a sickening crunch, he crushes the man's skull, blood erupting into the night. Damn it, Zio Menjiu screams, how dare you? But Izisi just turns his attention to her, a dismissive sneer on his face. He remembers now, she only ranked so high because she got lucky and found a divine sword. He continues his verbal assault, twisting the knife. Her original fate was to be married off to some old man from another great family. Deep down, she's nothing but a useless pawn, and her slumming it with this rabble is just a pathetic act of defiance. Shen Yi finally understands the depth of this madness. Izisi is playing a boring little game of fate, one where he decides who lives and who dies. The sight makes Shen Yi gag. He looks at the growing pile of bodies at Izisi's feet. Are those all the people he's killed? There is only one ending for the likes of you, Izisi proclaims, his voice resonating with dark power. You will become nothing but kindling for my strength. Zio Menjiu's eyes blaze with fury as she draws her golden sword. Izisi, she seethes. She vows to offer up his head as a tribute to the children he's slaughtered. Izisi just laughs, a hollow, mocking sound. Just you? He taunts her, asking why she doesn't try drawing on that divine sword of hers, but he already knows the answer. She can't handle its power. He looms over them, a specter of death cloaked in shadow and malice. Without it, he declares, his hand glowing with terrifying purple energy, you are nothing. The warning comes too late. Shen Yi screams a warning about the enemy's insane agility, but the cloaked figure is already a blur of motion, a phantom of pure malice closing the distance in a heartbeat. He moves impossibly fast, dark energy coiling around a clawed hand, aimed straight for Zio Menjiu's throat. Purple lightning crackles as his strike connects, a blast of raw power meant to end this instantly. But the impact is stopped cold. The attacker's eyes widen in disbelief. How did she block that? He presses the assault, a whirlwind of shadowy strikes forcing Menjiu back, but she pivots, dodging with impossible grace. He lunges again, grabbing for her, certain he has her this time. But the truth is far more shocking. She didn't block his first attack at all. Someone else did. A hand, shrouded in the same dark energy, intercepts the blow, catching the blade with nothing but its bare palm. Wait, who is that? The attacker's grin turns predatory. He doesn't care who his new opponent is. His priority is clear. He will take down Zio Menjiu first. Menjiu doesn't hesitate, gripping her sword with both hands as the battlefield erupts. A flash of light, a spray of red. The cloaked man is sent flying, a deep gash carved into his side as blood stains the corrupted earth. He lands hard, clutching his wound, his eyes burning with a mixture of pain and surprise. Menjiu stands firm, her blade humming with power. To kill him, she declares, the remnant snow sword will be more than enough. A dry, rasping laugh escapes the attacker's lips. He recognizes the technique, the snow cloud returning shadow, an ultimate move of the Luo family. He admits he underestimated her, but the real problem isn't her skill. It's the ally still hiding in the shadows. His strategy shifts in an instant. If that's the case, he'll kill her friend first. He explodes past Menjiu, a streak of darkness aimed directly at Shen Yi. The boy can only scream, paralyzed by terror as death rushes toward him. The blade stops just shy of his face. The attacker's cackle echoes through the trees as he promises he'll be back. It was a bluff. He dissolves into the darkness, his parting words a chilling threat. Keep trembling, watch your back, and let your guard down when you die. He's gone. Menjiu's face is a mask of cold fury. They can't let him escape. She orders Shen Yi to get the others to safety while she pursues him. But when she turns, the boy is gone. She calls his name, her voice laced with confusion and growing dread. Shen Yi, where are you? Even the dog looks around, bewildered. The kid vanished. A chilling thought surfaces. It's been a long time since they saw their other companion, too. The blond boy reappears, his head snapping upwards as if sensing an attack from the sky. A volley of arrows rains down from above, turning the air into a storm of sharpened steel. He and the dog dive for cover, desperately trying to evade the lethal downpour. And then the true nature of the attack is revealed. The cloaked figure stands with a legion of shadows, his laughter echoing in victory. They found Zio Menjiu. This was never a fair fight. It was a trap. Another man, a punk with a megaphone, confirms their worst fears. He tells his forces not to worry about the kid. Finding him is just a matter of time. The real target is right here. The orders are given, cold and final. No matter how powerful Zio Menjiu is, she can't survive an assault from this many 4- and 5-star rankers. Kill her and take the Luo family's sacred sword. The cloaked figure stumbles back, clutching his wound. He hisses that the strike was brutal, his voice dripping with venom. Crouching behind a rock, he curses the woman who did this, vowing he will kill her for it. He pulls out a vial, shaking 2 glowing pills into his palm. This should be enough to recover. But as he brings them to his lips, a voice from the shadows asks what he's eating, and if they can have a taste too. The man's eyes widen in sheer terror. Who is there? He never sensed another soul. Before he can react, the ground erupts in jagged spikes of ice. The attack is called frostbite, and it's everywhere. The icy energy engulfs him completely, a vortex of shadow and frost tearing at his body. He staggers back, stunned. An elemental attack? What level of technique is this? The power is unlike anything he's faced. Blood sprays from his mouth as a blade slices clean through his side. The pain is blinding, absolute. He looks down, a gash now carved across his torso, blood pouring freely. Turning, he finally sees his attacker. A cold fury burns in his eyes as he recognizes the face emerging from the darkness. "It's you," he spits. Shen Yi. The man is in disbelief. How can he hide within the shadows? It's an impossible skill. Realizing he's completely outmatched, his arrogance shatters. He surrenders, pleading for his life. He begs for forgiveness, claiming he shouldn't have killed those students. But Shen Yi's voice is ice. He tells him it's not about realizing his wrongdoing. It's about realizing he's about to die. The cloaked man desperately tries to reason with him, appealing to their shared status. They're both from noble families, he argues. There's no need to fight over worthless commoners. He claims to be the 3rd-ranked candidate with a boundless future ahead. He can give Shen Yi anything: pills, techniques, divine items. He even offers up his family's backing, promising anything Shen Yi desires as long as he's spared. Shen Yi feigns surprise, asking if he's serious. The man coughs up more blood, doubling down on his plea. Nobles are meant to support one another, he gasps. With a final, desperate move, he pulls out a futuristic-looking device. He explains his family will owe Shen Yi a huge favor, but he needs one more thing. The device activates, projecting a holographic field. Shen Yi stares at the strange contraption. What is that? The man explains it's a life support device. He just needs help getting inside, and once he's healed, he'll give Shen Yi whatever he wants. Shen Yi remarks that it looks pretty good and asks if he can have it. The cloaked man's hope flickers. What does he mean? Shen Yi replies that he was just asking. A chilling calm hangs in the air. His expression turns deadly serious. Shen Yi then asks if the bodies of the commoner candidates he killed can be saved. The man scoffs. Is he kidding? They're already dead. A flash of movement, a blur of steel, and a torrent of blood erupts from the man's throat. As the life fades from his killer's eyes, Shen Yi speaks, his voice low and heavy. Of course, I know. They are already dead. He explains how rare it is for ordinary families to produce talented children. He paints a picture of their parents, overjoyed, setting off firecrackers and celebrating their child's success. You have ruined all of that, he says. How could I let you go? A system notification appears. By killing another candidate, Shen Yi has acquired their power boosts. His meat shield has been strengthened, now requiring at least 4 hits to injure him, no matter the attack. He checks his device. The reward for killing other candidates has increased from 3 times to 4. Shen Yi turns his attention to the loot. He'll be taking the pills and the healing device. The system chimes in, warning him not to take the storage ring. The noble families are too mysterious. It might have a tracking spell. It's better to clean the crime scene carefully. But just as he's about to leave, the system screams a warning. Be careful. I'm sensing other life flames closing in on you. There are 2 right behind you. A massive fireball hurtles toward him out of nowhere. He dives away just as it impacts, the ground exploding in a shower of rock and flame. 2 figures land where he just stood. One, a wild-looking boy with a massive club, grins and tells classmate Shen Yi not to be in such a hurry to leave. He asks him to stick around and help them earn some extra money. The boy leaps into the air, swinging his club down with terrifying force. Shen Yi braces himself as the system alerts him that more life flames are approaching. All his attribute points are transferred to strength. The system begins a frantic count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shenyi looks up at the tree line, and his blood runs cold. Dozens of glowing life signatures flicker in the darkness. There are 8 people, no more. He's completely surrounded. The warning comes too late. A voice screams for Shenyi to watch out as his companion senses them. 8 hostiles closing in from all sides. The forest explodes. A storm of blades and energy rains down from the canopy, a coordinated attack meant to obliterate him instantly. The spirit shrieks at him to run, that he's no match for this kind of firepower. He twists and kicks, but it's not enough. The world dissolves into a blinding flash of fire and force. Run east, the desperate cry cuts through the chaos. It's the only gap in their encirclement. Shenyi doesn't hesitate, bolting into the dark woods. He dumped every last attribute point into agility, a gamble that just barely paid off. A last-second frostbite and a desperate kick deflected the worst of it, but any slower and he would have been vaporized. His pursuers are already on him. The leader smirks, noting that an injured man can't run far. A swarm of spectral swords slices through the trees, hungry for his life. He leaps, he dodges, but they are relentless. The ground erupts behind him as the blades converge, boxing him in. They're trying to surround him again. The spirit screams a new direction, head north. He changes course, vaulting from one dead branch to another, but his companion's voice is laced with a new kind of panic. No, Shenyi, that's wrong. What is he missing? The spirit explains the horrifying truth. It doesn't matter where he runs. They're using some kind of life flames to track his every move. Below, the hunters confirm it with chilling confidence. They can get his real-time location anywhere, anytime. The net is already closed. The realization stops him cold. And in that single moment of hesitation, a shadow drops from above. An assassin, hanging upside down, his face a mask of cold fury, appears right in front of him. Before he can even react, razor-sharp claws tear across his body. Blood sprays, hot and blinding as the attack lands true. The assassin lands silently on a branch, watching him fall. He looms over Shenyi's crumpled form, a predator savoring the kill. He'll be taking the reward for his head now. But Shenyi isn't dead, not yet. With a roar of pure defiance, he grabs the assassin by the throat and slams him into the forest floor with bone-shattering force. He stumbles back, cursing himself. He used too much force, knocking the man too far away. A costly mistake. And worse, a blade is now sticking out of his leg, a parting shot from the assassin. The other hunters see their chance. One of them recognizes the assassin's signature flying sword, realizing the man was trying to steal the kill and claim the entire reward. The assassin just laughs, calling them all fools as he prepares to finish the job. But another hunter appears, his face twisted in rage. He declares himself a 5-star rookie, ranked 6th on the list, and refuses to let some backstabbing scum take what's his. He stands over the bleeding Shenyi, his eyes gleaming with greed. A reward this big must be exceptional, and giving it to the likes of that assassin would be a complete waste. He raises his hand for the final blow, but a bloody hand clamps down on his wrist, stopping him dead. The man's eyes go wide with disbelief. You're still alive. In the next instant, Shenyi wrenches one of the man's own floating swords and drives it straight through his heart. How is this possible? The man chokes on his own blood as Shenyi stands over him, a sword still impaling his own shoulder. A system notification flashes. He has 2 revives left, 2 more chances before death is permanent. He demands answers from the dying man. Get up. What is this reward you're talking about? And how did you pinpoint my location? The man's soul seems to flicker as he speaks his last words. A major clan announced a reward for his head. For this hunt, they changed the exam rules, giving them the real-time location of all the clan scions. Not just him, but Zio Menjiu too. He doesn't know which noble family is behind this, but he needs answers. He asks the woman how they contact the bounty issuer after completing the job. She explains a guide will return to verify the kill, but her words are cut short by a fireball screaming out of the sky. The world erupts in flame. Shenyi barely registers the explosion before the realization hits him like a physical blow. They are here, and they found him way too fast. From the shadows, 2 more figures emerge, their voices dripping with contempt. They note that Lai Yinghuai is already dead, sneering that he got what he deserved. Their mission is clear: get to Shenyi before anyone else does. Wait, are they competing to kill him? The spirit inside him screams a warning. More life auras are closing in, a tidal wave of danger. It begs him to retreat to the nightmare realm, but Shenyi refuses. If he leaves the exam arena, he's automatically eliminated, and he can't let that happen. Is the exam really more important than his life? He ignores the spirit's desperate plea, contacting Menjiu instead. He tells her he's running for his life, that a whole pack of nobles is hunting him down. The scene cuts to Menjiu, standing alone in a blood-soaked clearing, bodies strewn at her feet. She asks if they're trying to kill him, her voice tight with a cold fury that proves she's been facing the same threat. She offers to meet up to fight alongside him, but Shen Yi shuts it down. They put some kind of tracker on him, and grouping up would just get them both killed. He tells her to act separately, assuring her that he has a clever plan. He promises to find her after he deals with this, and with that, a cold system notification confirms it. He and Zio Menjiu have disbanded their party. He's officially on his own. As the full moon rises, another message echoes through the arena. The wailing tide has ended. A staggering 429 people have been eliminated. For those who survived, the third stage begins now, wilderness survival. Survive for 3 days. But a chilling hint accompanies the new objective. The hunt continues. Just as the message fades, the spirit shrieks a warning. They're getting faster, and 2 are right on top of him. Below. Before he can react, thick spectral chains erupt from the earth, ensnaring him completely. He's trapped, bound tight. With a roar, he unleashes his energy, shattering the chains with a burst of light. He breaks free, leaving a shimmering afterimage in his place. One of his pursuers just laughs, remarking that it's just as their intel described. The brute with the giant hammer doesn't hesitate, bringing the massive weapon down with crushing force. The ground shatters where Shen Yi's afterimage stood. The attacker notes his opponent's unusual strength, but Shen Yi is already preparing a counter, purple lightning crackling in his palm. The spirit warns him that even more people are on their way, as he unleashes a devastating thunder shock. But his enemy is unfazed, calmly analyzing his abilities. A thunder palm strike and a card that can block fatal blows. He smirks, dismissing Shen Yi's power as a limited trick he's already seen through. The man with the hammer suddenly drops, neutralized, but his partner steps forward, sword drawn. He coldly informs Shen Yi that they won't be giving him any more chances. Shen Yi's eyes glow with an intense blue light. In a split second, he dumps all of his attributes into agility and vanishes in a blur of motion. The pursuer's eyes widen in shock at his impossible speed. They watch him flee, calling him a naive mouse who thinks he can slip away. But they know something he doesn't. As he sprints through the trees, a figure drops from above, a green-cloaked woman intercepting him with a vicious kick. The blow connects with bone-jarring force, sending him flying. He was fast, but he was running right into a pincer. He's thrown back, completely overpowered by the surprise attack. As the woman lands, Shen Yi manages to fling a blade that slices her arm, but it's a minor wound. He slams into the ground, the impact knocking the wind out of him. She lands and immediately follows up, smashing the earth next to his head. He coughs up blood, his body screaming in protest. Now 3 cloaked figures surround him, their voices cold and final. They tell him that opposing the noble houses only ends in death. There is no escape. He's battered, bleeding, and cornered. The spirit pleads with him to run, screaming that his defenses are failing. But through gritted teeth, Shen Yi spits out 2 words that change everything. My plan succeeded. What plan? The spirit is stunned into silence. The camera pans back to the first attacker, the one with the hammer, who now has a strange talisman glowing on his back. He's become a rune warrior. The assassins close in, their blades glinting under the pale moon. They sneer that anyone who opposes their noble families is destined for death, telling him he can't escape even if he had wings. But as they lunge, Shen Yi's inner voice is ice cold. He ignores his companion's panicked cries to run. The plan, he thinks, has succeeded. Their swords plunge not into flesh, but into a swirling mass of darkness. The celestial shadow technique. They strike nothing but empty air and splintered wood. In a heartbeat, he's gone, vanished. Their confident smirks twist into shock. Where is he? Their blades are embedded deep in a tree trunk. The information was wrong. Utterly, fatally wrong. They realize with dawning horror that on top of his other known skills, Shen Yi has other methods. A blade slices out from the deepest shadow, and blood sprays across a comrade's cloak before she can even scream. In an instant, 3 bodies hit the forest floor. The hunt is over before it even began. Shen Yi stands alone in the midnight quiet. This was his strategy from the start. This forest, with its long shadows cast by a waning moon, is the perfect killing ground for his celestial shadow style. They wanted to play a new game with new rules? Fine, he'll play along. But more hunters are on their way. A new team crashes through the undergrowth, their leader vowing to kill Shen Yi with his own 2 hands. They see his coordinates haven't changed and assume the 3 Zio sisters have him cornered. How wrong they are. A predatory grin spreads across Shen Yi's face as shadows coil around him. Now he thinks, it's my turn to be the hunter. The newcomers burst into the clearing and stop dead. The 3 Zio sisters are on the ground, their throats slit. The leader's bravado vanishes. He inspects the bodies, a cold dread seeping into his bones. A single clean slash killed each of them. Their strength was formidable, yet they were butchered. He warns the others to be careful. Shen Yi has skills they know nothing about. Another member just scoffs. He's convinced the sisters got greedy, tried to monopolize the reward, and were killed for their own stupidity by an already injured target. They all agree Shenyi must be wounded and hiding nearby. So they make their first mistake. They split up to search for him. They fan out, becoming isolated targets in the dark woods. The most arrogant of the group pushes ahead, screaming threats into the night, promising to slaughter Shenyi to avenge his hair. He hears a rustle. From the darkness right behind him, a sinister face grins. The hunter spots something on the ground and his eyes light up with greedy triumph. A shoe. He shouts into the night, "Found you." But it's a decoy. A cold voice whispers directly behind his ear, correcting him. He wasn't the one doing the finding. Shenyi emerges from the shadows, a blade already pressed tight against the man's throat. The hunter's face contorts, arrogance dissolving into pure, undiluted terror. He leans in close, his voice a venomous whisper. "Answer me," he demands. "Did you find me, or did I find you?" Panic overrides all reason. The man screams at the top of his lungs, trying to summon his allies. "I found him." He shouts that Shenyi is here, that the reward is his for the taking. His desperate call is abruptly silenced by the sickening tear of a blade through his neck. But his head flies through the air, eyes glowing with an unholy green light, still screaming Shenyi's location to the others. The remaining hunters stare in abject horror. What kind of monster is he fighting? A severed head is talking. The severed head's eyes snap open, glowing with a ghastly green light as it screams a single, horrifying phrase. "I really found him." The words echo through the trees, carried on a wave of bloodlust. Shenyi is here. The two hunters stare in disbelief, their minds reeling at the sight. A severed head is talking. The sheer impossibility of it freezes them in their tracks. Elsewhere in the gloom, Shenyi and Teibai pause, their own plan thrown into chaos by the sudden announcement. But this is no ghost. Shenyi's eyes flare with violet energy, his hand gripping his sword as he unleashes his own art. He commands his men to report their locations, to pinpoint the target. But Shenyi's voice is already weaving through the darkness, a counterspell of pure chaos. He calls it murmurs of the dark. And as the severed head begins to babble again, it's no longer the only voice in the forest. From the 9 o'clock direction under a tree, another voice cries out from the grass next to a rock. The hunters are instantly disoriented, their senses overwhelmed by phantom signals. Here, a third voice shouts, drawing their attention. This is Shenyi's strategy. Use the murmurs of the dark to sow confusion, create an opening, and then let Teibai deliver the killing blow. He hangs in the shadows, a predator in his element. He wants these arrogant nobles to feel the terror of being hunted. One of them, a man with crimson eyes, stalks through the undergrowth, senses on high alert. But all he finds is the severed head, still screaming senselessly into the night. "I'm here! I'm here!" The hunters finally realize what's happening. Zhang Hueyu's head is talking, but it's just a puppet. How could a third-rate follower like Shenyi master an art this sophisticated? The cloaked man knows this changes everything. They have to warn the others now. But it's too late. A scream rips through the air. Zhang Fengyuan. A blade erupts from another hunter's chest, spraying blood across his comrades. "Watch out," one of them yells. Shenyi is nearby. The force of the blow sends the man flying backward, his body ragdolling through the air. He's impaled, pinned by a massive, shadowy blade. A clean strike from nowhere. The red-haired leader points, his voice tight with alarm. "Pay attention," he warns. Shenyi can not only make the dead speak, he can hide in the shadows. The impaled hunter, Wang, begins to dissolve into darkness. The shadows crawl over his body, consuming him entirely, pulling him into nothingness. He just disappeared. The red-haired hunter grits his teeth in frustration. Wang was fatally wounded but didn't die. His trump card must have saved him. His companion despairs, saying it's impossible to catch Shenyi in a forest so full of shadows. "You idiot," the leader snarls, grabbing her by the collar. He has a simple, brutal solution. If we level this forest to the ground, he'll have nowhere to hide. Her eyes widen in shock. Is he really going to use that move? Embers already gather around his feet, scorching the earth. With a roar, he unleashes a torrent of fire, his body erupting in a pillar of flame. "After this is done," he declares, "I want 50% of the reward." She can only nod, agreeing to his terms. She watches, mesmerized. To see the Wang family's secret technique with her own eyes, this makes it all worth it. Armor of pure flame materializes around him, the heat warping the very air. His hair burns like a miniature sun as he gathers his power, preparing to unleash hell. He gives one final command. "Inform those nearby. Whoever doesn't want to die, come and gather here." He's going to do what to the entire forest? The others are confused, asking why they were all called back. The woman beside them just smirks, telling them they'll know in a second. Wang Dingzhu raises his spear to the heavens, and the world ignites. He channels his ultimate technique, the Samadhi fire mantra. A brilliant, sun-like orb forms above him, a beacon of pure destruction in the night sky. Then it falls, A shockwave of fire rips outward, consuming everything. The blast takes the form of a colossal phoenix, incinerating the forest in a single, roaring inferno. Trees, earth, everything is torn apart by the sheer force of the blast. The aftermath is a scene of total annihilation. A massive, smoldering crater is all that remains of the once lush woods. The onlookers stare in disbelief. An entire forest gone in a flash, so this is the strength of the one ranked third. Through the smoke, they spot a figure. Someone laughs, mocking the kid who's been burned so badly he's not even human anymore. But Shen Yi is alive. He pushes himself up, his clothes shredded, his body scorched. His meat shield card has 2 uses left, but the woman sneers that it's futile against the absolute power of the noble families. His spirit companion screams for him to run, to flee, but there are no shadows left to hide in. The entire landscape is a barren, fiery wasteland. Worse, the flames haven't died down. They rise into a colossal wall, a prison of fire that seals them off from the rest of the world. They didn't just try to kill him, they built him a tomb. Niu Ziqiang gloats, revealing this is one of the Wang family's core arts, the Samadhi Flame Curse. But Wang Dingzhu cuts him off, ordering him to stop the nonsense and finish Shen Yi now. He can see the card is already healing him. Niu Ziqiang rushes to obey, but he can see the truth. Maintaining this massive fire curse is draining Wang Dingzhu completely. A wicked smile spreads across Niu Ziqiang's face. He knows that very soon Wang Dingzhu will be exhausted, and at that moment no one will be his opponent. He'll kill them all. He leaps toward Shen Yi, declaring that the final victor will be him, Niu Ziqiang, alone. But the sky itself has other plans. A system notification flashes before everyone's eyes. A natural disaster is about to strike. The world shifts. The fiery orange of the inferno is swallowed by a swirling vortex of icy blue. A natural disaster. The system itself is trying to kill them now. Shen Yi looks up, stunned, as razor-sharp shards of ice begin to rain from the sky, one slicing deep into his arm. This is the real third stage. His companion panics, yelling that this isn't normal hail. He screams for Shen Yi to run. Chaos erupts among the other contestants. The hail freezes anything it touches. One student is already trapped, his leg encased in solid ice, while another is struck in the head with nowhere to run for cover. Wang Dingzhu roars, his own flames surging to life again. He tells his allies to stay put. He'll take the hail. But his strength is failing. The fire curse consumed too much. He grits his teeth, telling Niu Ziqiang to withdraw. Shen Yi is certain to die in this ice storm, he reasons. They can just come back for the body later. Niu Ziqiang's face twists into a mask of pure obsession. No, he refuses to leave. He wants to kill Shen Yi with his own 2 hands. He stares into the heart of the blizzard, and his eyes widen. Through the swirling ice, a figure stands untouched. An icy aura of death, shaped like a terrifying skull, emanates from Shen Yi. What in the world is that? He isn't just enduring the storm. He's becoming one. Sharp crystals of ice fill the air, and through the storm, a silhouette emerges. He Luo looks up, his own energy crackling around him as he faces the colossal, spectral skull looming over him, radiating an aura of pure death. What in the world is that thing? Niu Ziqiang stares in disbelief, realizing the deathly aura she sensed wasn't from Luo, but from this skeleton. She grits her teeth, recognizing the hail isn't natural, but some kind of yin-powered spell. A spell she can absorb to recover her own strength. Meanwhile, Luo feels his wounds knitting back together, grateful that this strange new ally took the brunt of the assault, buying him precious time to heal. Now his eyes gleam with cold fury. The time for defense is over. It's time to hit them back. The woman's eyes widen in alarm. That skeleton is blocking the hail for him, turning their greatest weapon into his personal shield. She understands the terrifying truth of the situation. In this place, surrounded by yin energy, Luo is completely unrestrained. Panic sets in. She screams at her comrades to fall back, that fighting him here puts them at a fatal disadvantage. But their escape is cut off by a wall of flame as Wang Dingzhu appears, a smirk on his face. He sneers at the sight of the skeleton, dismissing its calamity-class aura. He tells them they can't just come and go as they please. Luo, channeling his power through the spectral form, declares that leaving is just their wishful thinking. The air chills even further as the skeleton unleashes a wave of pure frost. With a sharp kick, Luo sends a volley of ice shards flying right back at them. Niu Ziqiang throws up a desperate energy shield, deflecting the volley just in time. She can't believe he actually kicked the hail right at them. He's weaponizing their own attack against them. Wang Dingzhu effortlessly spins, his fiery cloak deflecting the ice shards. He glares at Luo, telling him he's been slapped twice now, and it's time to return the favor. He unleashes a massive torrent of flame, a roaring inferno meant to incinerate Luo and his skeletal guardian. The fire washes over the icy ground, but Wang stands unimpressed, scoffing that the kick had zero force. But then his bravado vanishes, replaced by a choked gasp as the frostbite effect takes hold, creeping through his veins. His flames sputter and die as the unnatural cold overwhelms him, and he collapses to the ground. With their main powerhouse down, the others are completely exposed to the relentless hail. Their screams are cut short as the icy storm tears them apart, their desperate cries for help swallowed by the blizzard. The sound of ice-piercing flesh fills the air. Iluo watches impassively as the last of them fall, the skeleton standing guard over a field of frozen bodies. The hail amplifies the deadly cold, but Iluo knows that's not what's killing them. Storm itself isn't life-threatening, but it's draining their life force at an alarming rate. They burned the forest, and now this place is claiming its price. He glances at the golden-haired kid, noting a bracelet on his wrist, a powerful clan heirloom utterly wasted on a user who couldn't even draw out 10% of its power. But then his senses pick up a flicker of life. Wait. He turns his attention to a pile of corpses. There's still someone alive in there. He calls out to the survivor, mocking her for hiding under the bodies of her teammates. He points out the blunt force wounds, asking if she was the one who killed them to create her disgusting hiding spot. Niu Ziqiang scrambles out, a look of pure terror on her face, demanding to know how he found her. Iluo's voice echoes from the skeleton, dripping with amusement. He found her because he was the one she killed with that sneak attack. She recoils, sputtering nonsense, trying to regain her composure with a shaky laugh. She dismisses his skeleton as nothing compared to her new clan's serpent god, then screams for someone named Zhu Hai to get in here and help her kill him. Her voice echoes, but no one answers. She screams again, her bravado crumbling into raw desperation. Damn it, Zhu Hai, save me. A single shard of ice falls from the sky, piercing straight through her forehead. The skeleton seems to sigh, its glowing eyes fixed on the final body. What rotten luck. At that exact moment, Iluo's physical body, lying on the ground, opens its eyes. He's not looking at the carnage. He's looking down at his own finger, where a spectral green snake has coiled itself. He asks the little snake what crooked scheme it's hatching. The snake hisses, its voice dripping with ancient arrogance. It complains that this brat can't even draw out 1% of its power, and that fighting alongside him is an absolute disgrace. Iluo's eyes narrow. He asks it, "You can talk." The serpent chuckles, admitting it finds him pretty interesting. Wait, the bracelet can talk. It laments that his understanding of the world is too superficial. But the snake continues, he's actually of the moonlit line, which makes them a decent match. It leans in closer, offering to tell him a fun little secret. The spectral serpent's voice slithers into his mind, its words a chilling compliment. It tells him his nature lines up well with its own, and because of that, it will share something interesting. It heard his speech at the banquet, his condemnation of the nobility. But his understanding, it hisses, is built on serious misconceptions. Blue's eyes narrow, his conviction unshaken. He declares he isn't mistaken, demanding to know if the creature is defending those scums. The serpent laughs, a soundless vibration in the air. Even with his pharma eye awakened, he is still clueless. It tells him to forget the notion of noble families. That's a term for ordinary humans. From the perspective of the Dharma realm, those families are nothing less than nests of deities. The words hang in the air, heavy and impossible, and it gets worse. Not only are they nests, the serpent explains, but they are also burial grounds for those same gods. Nests of deities, burial grounds. Blue's mind reels, struggling to grasp the terrifying scale of what he's just been told. What could that possibly mean? The serpent offers no answers, only a command: go look with his own eyes. It warns him that this world is far more complicated than he imagines, then begins to fade, promising they will meet again if he manages to stay alive. Blue lunges forward, shouting for it to wait, but the spectral form dissolves into nothing. And just like that, the hailstorm ceases. The oppressive pressure vanishes. Blue looks up at the sky, his heart still pounding from the revelation. But the reprieve is brutally short. The sky, once gray with storm clouds, now burns a hellish red as a swarm of meteors descends upon them, from one nightmare to the next. Now it's a rain of fire. His companion panics, yelling at the giant skull to put him back in the nightmare world. But the skull snaps back that it can't. Instead, his friend summons a wooden door, a desperate attempt to shield them from the inferno. The skull scoffs at the sheer stupidity of the plan. A wooden door won't stop a firestorm. His friend just grins, hoisting the door high. Who said anything about blocking? He's opening a door to another world, diverting the flames. A stroke of genius born from pure desperation. But the plan is already failing. The door itself begins to smoke and char under the intense heat. With a yelp of pain, he drops the burning door. The skull cackles at his failed cleverness, then makes a tempting offer. Give it a drop of blood and it can become his stand-in, taking the exam in his place. But then his friend remembers. He still has the statue. The small wooden figure lies on the scorched earth, waiting. Without hesitation, he bites his thumb, and a surge of vibrant green energy erupts from his body. The power envelops him as he gives the statue his final instruction. "Find cover," he says. He'll lie at the bottom of the river and wait for this to be over. A system notification confirms the transfer. The exam perk Meat Shield has moved to the wood, and he has lost the power until it reverts. But for Blue, this isn't a loss. It's an opportunity. Another chance to farm new traits to get stronger. He turns and runs directly into the fiery chaos. Elsewhere, the aftermath of a different battle unfolds. A soldier in blue armor cautiously makes his way through a desolate landscape. He asks himself what's going on here. He crests a hill and freezes. The ground is littered with bodies, a scene of total carnage. But this makes no sense. He thought humanity won the battle. Why is this place a graveyard? He spots a lone survivor and calls out to him. The surviving soldier turns, his face a mask of terror. He screams for the knight to get to the camp and report that the undead have breached the line before a blade bursts through his chest. The knight can only watch in horror as the man falls. From the shadows, an army of skeletons emerges, their empty sockets glowing with malevolent purple light. The undead army is here. The dying soldier gasps, trying to reason with his killer. He's one of them, he pleads. This is his white bone badge. He holds up a dark medallion etched with a skull. The knight stares, completely lost. What is happening? A figure of pure dread materializes from the darkness, surrounded by an aura of absolute power. Titles of terror swirl around it. Second retainer of the King of Shadows, King of Shadow Assassins, betrayer who assassinates the gods. The knight's blood runs cold. This isn't a soldier. It's a living legend of death. His first step outside the camp, and he's run straight into a world-ending boss. The entity's voice echoes, ancient and cruel. It heard a human boy had defected to their side. It had been curious. Its burning gaze lands directly on the terrified knight. "So it's you," the creature rasps. "One question. Reports said you went to the human imperial capital. Why are you here?" Caught in a fatal case of mistaken identity, the knight can only curse the skeleton that fed him such lousy ideas. He lands hard, sliding alongside Gu Qingshan as they tear across the barren wasteland, kicking up a storm of dust to cover their desperate retreat from an unseen pursuer. Peiki slams his hand down, roaring for a gate to open for any way out of this hellscape, but his plea is met with nothing. He curses, raw panic twisting his face. Screw this. From the very portal they just exited, a spear of black flame erupts, hurtling towards them with lethal intent. Gu Qingshan yells for it to vanish, for somebody, anybody, to intervene, but Peiki shoves him away, screaming that he's no fool. He would never carry something so dangerous. What in the world did Gu Qingshan try to give him? Just as they're about to be overwhelmed, a line of soldiers spots them. They recognize him instantly. It's Saint Peiki. With grim resolve, they command him to go, promising they will hold off the undead. Peiki shouts back, his voice strained with urgency, that he needs help, that he has vital intelligence to report. Fueled by their sacrifice, Peiki grits his teeth and runs, not daring to look back. Below him, the brutal clash of steel on bone begins, his comrades buying him seconds with their lives as one is immediately impaled by the skeletal horrors. How many will have to die for this message to get through? He vaults over the grasping dead, pushing his speed to the absolute limit, racing across the blighted landscape like a comet. He screams for a gate to be opened, a portal back to the main camp, but a sickening realization flashes through his mind, and he skids to a halt, shouting, "Screw this." From the sky, a dark, fiery projectile meant for him now hurtles toward the gate he almost entered. The undead king's trap was laid perfectly. The projectile vanishes just before impact, but the message is clear. Peiki screams for help for anyone to hear him. The camp guards spot him immediately. It's Saint Peiki. He has urgent intel to report. Without a second's hesitation, they form a wall of steel, screaming for their comrades to hold off the undead and clear a path. They throw themselves into the meat grinder, blades clashing against bone. They're only thought to buy Peiki the seconds he needs. Their captain roars the command. Hold your ground. Protect the boy who cheated death. Peiki doesn't look back, sprinting through the opening they've made, his heart pounding with the weight of his mission. He bursts into the command area, finding Lady Eupelia of the Elves, gasps for breath, pleading for an audience with the prince. The undead king is sending assassins, he explains, a litany of horrifying titles tumbling from his lips: the collector of heads, the betrayer of 11 kings, the white knight executioner. But the elf's expression is one of profound sorrow. She tells him his intel, it came too late. Peiki's blood runs cold. What? Inside the royal tent, a healer pours green energy into a body so thoroughly wrapped in bandages it's barely recognizable. It's Prince Norton. He's alive, but only just. He opens his eyes, his voice a dry rasp as he recognizes the newcomer. He never thought he'd see Peiki one last time before he died. Peiki drops to his knees, his mind reeling. What happened? The prince just shakes his head, admitting he carelessly fell for one of the undead's tricks. An old mage steps forward, his face grim. He explains that even their strongest healing magic is useless. The prince has lost most of his organs, and a vile sorcery is eroding what's left of him. There is no saving him now. Prince Norton closes his eyes, accepting his fate, whispering a final prayer for the laws of the world to watch over his soul. The knights weep, blaming themselves for failing their duty, vowing to follow their highness into death. But a hand reaches out, a voice cutting through the despair, telling them not to give up yet. It's the boy from before. He tells Peiki he has a family past healing secret, and he wants to try it. With nothing left to lose, Peiki agrees, desperate for any glimmer of hope. The old mage scoffs. This is no time for games. Humanity's greatest healing arts failed. What could a commoner possibly do? But the prince, his voice faint, gives his consent. Let him try. Peiki looks at the dying prince, the man who saw his potential and named him a saint, and feels a surge of resolve. He pulls out a small, glowing coin, wondering if this item can help, vowing to save his highness with everything he has. Meanwhile, far from the tent, the undead king watches. He senses no commotion, no souls being reaped, and briefly wonders if the matchstick boy failed. But no, he saw the boy enter the tent himself. That's all the proof he needs, because the stone he gave him wasn't a map. It was a soul detonation bomb. He holds up the trigger, a sinister grin spreading across his skeletal face. The blast radius is tiny, only 5 meters, but with the boy right next to the prince, it's a guaranteed kill. A bomb, he sent the boy in with a bomb. The king raises his hand, dark energy swirling around him, as he roars for the last divine bloodline of the human empire to perish. Your death marks humanity's downfall. He presses the trigger. His rule starts this very moment. He waits for the explosion, for the scream, for the sweet release of a royal soul. But there is nothing, no reaction. He tries again, still nothing. The detonation fails. Wait, why isn't it working? He declares that with a single press of a button, their last hope will be extinguished forever, and they will be enslaved by the undead clan, unfit to even contend with them. But the button in his hand remains useless. He's too far away. The detonator won't connect. Still too far. With a guttural roar, Frege slams his palm into the earth, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. A shadow streaks across the barren land, a living darkness moving with impossible speed, closing the distance in a blink. Frege erupts from the ground just outside the human encampment, his crimson hair a stark contrast to the gloom. He raises the detonator again, his skeletal grin widening as he singles out his target. Norton, leader of the humans, the most terrifying capitalist. He mocks him as a poster boy for endless toil, a man destined for ashes. But even now, the signal won't reach, still too far. The rage boils over. His own soldiers watch in disbelief. Is their leader insane, daring to approach the enemy lines himself? They warn him to be careful, that Norton might have a trap prepared. But Frege has lost all patience. He snarls for them to forget it, to charge with him. If he can't blow Norton up, he'll just have to skin him alive. An explosion of pure malice erupts from his body. He commands his soldiers to force a frontal assault and bring him Norton's head. The human defenders brace for impact, their shields locked. They mutter grimly that their leaders always have a habit of going crazy, but they will hold this line. They cannot let the undead reach the camp. Inside that very camp, Prince Norton lies wrapped in bandages, a faint green light of failing medicine flickering around him. The old healer admits defeat. Their conventional methods are useless. All their hopes now rest on a strange machine. But the boy hesitates, his mind racing. Revealing that device here could get him branded a heretic, burned at the stake for wielding magic beyond their comprehension. Just then, a soldier bursts in with a dire report. The undead are attacking, and the frost demon Frege is leading them personally. The front line is collapsing. The old man orders the guards to reinforce the soldiers immediately, but Norton stirs, his voice a strained whisper. He forbids them from letting more comrades die for a man who is already dead. His final order is for them to go, leaving only one person behind to stay with him. With heavy hearts, the knight and the elf bow and rush out to join the desperate battle. Norton looks at the boy, his body broken, a leg missing. He tells him not to grieve, that warriors die like this every day. He's just one of them. He speaks of the vile undead capitalists and their cruel tactics designed to wear down their enemies. He wonders if he should laugh or cry, knowing that if the undead win, they will inflict their torturous work culture on all of humanity. It's a crisis for their entire race. He then asks the boy to take the sedative from under his pillow. It was meant to ease his pain, but now he wants more. He wants to sleep forever. He believes that by clinging to life, he is only a burden that prevents his troops from fighting with their full hearts. He commands the boy to do it, to end his suffering, and then spread word of his death. Then he tells him, no matter the outcome of the battle, He must escape and go to the Imperial Military Academy to learn real skills. The boy looks down, his expression unreadable. He tells His Highness to rest easy. He has another way, a secret art. What? Norton's eyes widen in confusion. The boy simply tells him to sleep for a while. As the prince's eyes flutter shut, the boy marvels at his spirit. What a vast and generous heart. He summons a gleaming, futuristic pod from thin air. A piece of impossible technology in this medieval world. He thinks about the prince, a man who, even on his deathbed, worries for his people and the future of a boy he hardly knows. He may be a feudal prince, but his soul is that of a comrade who despises the same enemies. The pod activates, its synthetic voice welcoming Norton to the Immortal Tech Consortium MedPod. A full diagnostic scan begins. The results are grim, critical status with partial loss of internal organs, but the machine doesn't hesitate. Healing is in progress with an estimated completion time of 10 hours. A wave of relief washes over the boy. He can be saved. The system suggests moving him to a hidden, safe location. A good idea. The boy opens a shimmering dimensional gate, but when he tries to push the large medpod through, it gets stuck. The door is too small. The system explains the frustrating logistics. The storage ring can't hold living beings, forcing a complicated multi-step transfer between worlds. He groans in frustration. Why go through all this trouble to save one man? Then a memory surfaces, a vision of himself carrying someone from a burning city, and with it, a saying from his homeland. He looks at the dying prince. The system chimes in, cynically suggesting he's just doing all this to farm for better trait entries. Without looking away from Norton, the boy gently lifts him into his arms. "You're not wrong," he replies. He collapses onto the cold, hard ground, the unconscious prince still cradled in his arms. Finally, it's over. He leans against the strange machine, the fiery gate of the collapsing realm now sealed behind him. It's a temporary reprieve, but in this wasteland, it's the only safety he can find. Just as he catches his breath, a notification blazes in his vision. An evaluation attribute. Not just any, but an asterisk exceptional asterisk 1, the boy who lived. The system confirms his success. He saved the prince, a descendant of a god's bloodline, an act that will echo throughout the human empire. His fame is now guaranteed. The title feels heavy, a prophecy of what's to come. He's to be known as the Saint of Baki, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. But the attribute comes with a chilling condition. Every time he escapes mortal danger, his basic stats increase by 2 points. It's a reward born from near-death experiences. He can either keep this double-edged sword or devour it for a one-time boost. And that's not all. Because he obtained both temporal stagnation and this new evaluation attribute, the door itself has evolved. It's now a unique gate. He can connect any door in the world to countless realms, and even if he's stripped of all his items, he can still summon it at will. Is this the ultimate escape tool or the ultimate key to power? He holds the glowing blue text for the boy who lived in his hand. The ability to grow stronger by facing danger is powerful, but what he needs right now isn't gradual growth. He needs overwhelming power immediately. He decides to devour it. He stands, ready to absorb the power. But before he can, the ground violently lurches beneath him. A sharp rock juts from the earth, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling. A new notification flashes. The system registered the rockfall as a mortal danger he just escaped. The boy who lived attribute has activated and all his basic stats have increased by 2 points. A surge of raw power floods his body. Strength, spirit, agility, everything is enhanced. He can feel the difference instantly, a hum of energy under his skin. He looks at the attribute description again, a wry smile on his face. The growth potential was immense. Devouring it now would have been a colossal waste. The earthquake, a random act of nature, just saved him from making a huge mistake. It also collapsed the passage further, hiding them even better. For now, all he can do is wait for the prince's treatment to finish. Meanwhile, back in the main world's testing grounds, a cold rain falls. A young girl stands in the downpour, staring at what looks like Shen Yi's body floating in a shallow pool. But she knows better. She muses that brother Shen Yi is truly cunning. He used a substitute to escape. She came all this way to save him, only to find he fled long ago. Still, a small smile touches her lips. The important thing is that he's fine. Her relief is cut short as a thin, red line of energy snakes through the rain, wrapping around the substitute's neck. The line yanks the body from the water, revealing a woman cloaked in a sinister red aura, floating ominously above. She hovers in the rain, her eyes cold as she inspects the decoy. A substitute. Her gaze then lands on the girl, and a man appears beside her. He sniffs the air, recognizing a familiar scent. This is the person who was hiding during the battle at the Maplewood Hotel. The girl doesn't flinch. She simply denies knowing what they're talking about, her expression unreadable. The woman in red isn't convinced. She sees a conspiracy swirling around the girl, a dark plot ready to steal what is most precious to her. What could she possibly be talking about? The girl's eyes narrow, her innocence melting away into something terrifyingly cold. She counts off the 15 examinees the woman has just slaughtered. She asks if it was for Shen Yi. Then she delivers a chilling warning. Don't meddle in what doesn't concern you. Otherwise, she promises, you will suffer a death far more gruesome than theirs. The woman seems intrigued by this threat, noting that the conspiracy troubling the girl is indeed very dark and dangerous. She declares she will continue to watch this struggle from the mud, finding the whole situation wonderful. The girl turns to leave, stating she's out of time. She calls the woman boring and tells her to do as she pleases. But as she walks away, her body begins to glow with golden light. She gives one final, absolute vow. If you dare to touch a single hair on Shen Yi, I will make your soul scatter and your consciousness dissipate. As her form fades, the man asks if they're just going to let her go. The woman's eyes gleam with cunning. She can feel that someone is using Shen Yi as bait, trying to lure the girl into a trap. And the hidden powers involved are not to be underestimated. She knows that humans will turn on each other, killing for scraps of information, potentially leaking crucial details. So, until she regains her full strength, it's better to simply watch the situation unfold from the shadows. The air crackles, split by a column of raw blue energy that tears through the rain-soaked sky. A voice echoes in the storm, musing that this is truly strange. The power flows from an old man, his robes whipping in the wind. He declares with chilling certainty that everyone sent to find Shen Yi has died, despite him personally pinpointing the boy's location for them. A flicker of irritation crosses his face. Are the examinees from the noble families just useless scum, or is it possible that someone is actively helping Shen Yi? He lets out a frustrated sigh. It doesn't matter. Their continued failures are becoming a nuisance. He decides he has no choice but to intervene himself, even if it means facing criticism for bullying a junior. Then a thought brings a cruel smile to his lips. He remembers that Yuor's birthday is just around the corner. A terrifying resolve hardens his gaze. He will give her Shen Yi's head as a birthday gift. Far away in the nightmare world, a calm, mechanical voice announces that the patient's body repair is complete. The anesthesia is wearing off, and he will awaken in 3 minutes. The procedure is over. The prince sits up, wrapped in bandages, a soft groan escaping his lips as the last wisps of energy fade. He stares at his hands, a wave of disbelief washing over him. He survived. Beside him, Beikai confirms it, telling His Highness their gamble paid off, but he is still incredibly weak. The prince, still dazed, asks where they are. Beikai explains they are in an abandoned secret passage of the Undead, a place where he could use his family's secret medicine in private. The passage is unstable, however, and he'll escort the prince away soon. The prince's eyes darken. They can't go back, he says. A traitor in his ranks ensured his entire entourage was assassinated. He looks at Beikai, his expression softening into one of complete trust. He knows it couldn't be him. Beikai saved his life. He then produces a glowing teleportation crystal, their ticket to a secret hideout. He makes his move. Once they arrive, he'll need to command the battle from afar. He asks Beikai to protect him. The offer hangs in the air, thick with opportunity. Beikai's mind ignites. Becoming the prince's personal guard? This could grant him incredible evaluation attributes like Iron Imperial Guard. Without hesitation, he pledges to complete the mission. The prince nods, telling him to brace for a dizzying sensation as he begins the incantation. They reappear in a flash of light before a secluded cabin nestled in the woods. Is this the hideout? Beikai asks. The prince confirms it's one of 6 random locations, this one called the Dense Forest Brook. He orders Beikai to scout the area for threats while he gets to work sending orders. Walking the perimeter, Beikai feels a sense of familiarity. This place is just like the testing grounds. An idea sparks. With the second day approaching, he could sneak away for a moment to check for new evaluation attributes. Is it wise to leave the prince alone? A fleeting doubt crosses his mind, but he pushes it away. It will only be for a few minutes. He'll be back before he's even missed. He summons a shimmering portal, a unique gate. His own cautious inner voice questions the logic. Why not just summon a gate to return directly? He mentally scoffs. That would only lead back to the collapsing undead passage. This is smarter. Stepping through, he notes the fire rain has stopped. As long as he doesn't cancel the gate, his return path is secure. The moment his feet touch the ground, a massive explosion rips through the nearby trees. His first thought is one of excitement, a fight. But as a figure is blasted out of the smoke, his blood runs cold. Wait, that's his substitute. The decoy he left behind is being hurled through the air like a broken doll. And its attacker. Who in the world is that? It's the old man descending from the sky like a wrathful god, his aura crackling with murderous intent. He strikes the ground, and the forest floor shatters under the sheer force of the impact. The old man clicks his tongue, annoyed. It was just a substitute. That explains why it was so durable. But then his senses flare. His eyes snap wide. This aura, the original body, it's close. He turns, his glowing gaze locking onto Bei-Kai. Bei-Kai, stunned, demands to know how an old man like him even got into the university entrance exam. The old man doesn't answer. Enough chatter, Chen-Yi, he growls, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He grabs Bei-Kai by the head, lifting him off the ground with contemptuous ease. Accept your death. Then he speaks a final, chilling warning to the empty air. Shen-Yi, run. Zhu Zheng flees for his life, his ally screaming for him to run, that this new opponent is on another level entirely. The old man watches him go, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He notes Zhu Zheng's speed isn't bad, but it's nothing special. Slower than the speed of sound, a trivial pace for him to overcome. With a simple gesture, he stomps his foot, sending a ripple of force through the rain-soaked ground. A focused shockwave of pure sound erupts from his fingertips, aimed directly at the fleeing boy. The blast connects, tearing through the air and obliterating its target. Or so it seems. The boy's ally watches in horror, realizing the old man can weaponize sound waves with terrifying strength. He screams for Zhu Zheng to run, that his target is the prince, not a substitute like him. A notification pops up. Human shield has been consumed. The rain continues to pour over the silent, empty forest. The old man stands over the crater, a deep frown creasing his face. He's confused. The boy took a direct hit but didn't die. It must be some kind of card. But then he left a substitute behind and simply disappeared. He scans the area with his senses, but the reflection of the sound waves is normal. There are no suspicious objects anywhere nearby. Not even a heartbeat. He's never seen anything like this. How did he just vanish? A dark thought crosses his mind. Could it be that this kid is getting help from an expert in secret? Just a few seconds ago, Bei-Kai had burst through a unique gate, gasping for air. He slammed the gate shut behind him, cursing the old man. The statue's effect had worn off, forcing him to retreat. It seems the patience of that group has run out, sending an examiner of that caliber after them. He straightens up and reports to the blond man sitting inside. Your Highness, I've returned. Everything outside is normal. The prince turns, asking why he looks so terrible. Bei-Kai explains he was scouting the situation when the undead discovered his absence and began searching everywhere. He spins a tale of heroism, claiming he took the opportunity to ambush and kill a large number of them, putting them in an unassailable position. He heaps praise on the prince, calling his plans unparalleled. The prince brushes it off, offering him a high position after the war. But Bei-Kai just grins, saying positions are tiring. He'd rather have the money. As he speaks, a faint clacking sound echoes from the doorway. A dark, skeletal figure in a hooded robe stands silhouetted against the door. The figure's hand, all bone and shadow, rests on the doorframe as it speaks a single question. Are you inside? The prince leaps to his feet in sheer terror. It's the frost demon Frigg. He turns on Bei-Kai, his voice shaking with rage. This is what you call normal? How did he find us? Bei-Kai's mind races. He's trapped. A tiger at his back, a demon at his front. Does he have to betray the prince to survive? He hesitates for only a second, then sees another path. He grabs the prince, a triumphant look on his face. Master Frigg, you've come at the right time. I've already completed the mission. Pardon me, your highness. He declares that he has taken control of the prince of the Holy Amethyst Empire. He shoves the stunned prince forward, offering him up for inspection. Frigg remains cloaked in shadow, his voice skeptical. But didn't you say you wanted to take revenge yourself? Bei-Kai's expression turns venomous. He claims that simply killing the prince would be too lenient. He practically begs Frigg to use his most terrible magic to make the prince's soul scream in endless torment. Frigg seems to consider this. So that's why you revealed your life flames. He had thought it was another human trap, but now he muses it makes sense. No human would use the god's bloodline as bait. The prince is utterly bewildered. What does he mean, revealing the life flames? He asks Bei-Kai why he never mentioned the barrier that was hiding them. Bei-Kai's response is ice cold. You didn't ask me. Frigg lets out a booming laugh. Great. I will make your name echo throughout the kingdom of the undead. He can feel it. There are no other life forces nearby. It's just a human boy, no threat at all. Bei-Kai bows, urging his lord to avenge him personally. Frigg accepts, as you wish. He raises a clawed hand, promising to burn the prince's soul to ash before the eyes of all humanity. But from the shadows, Zhu Zheng's voice cuts through the tension. Now's the time. The unique gate flares to life, directly behind the demon lord. Frigg is caught completely off guard as the portal sucks him in, dragging him from the safe house. What is this? He's violently ejected back into the rainy clearing. landing right in front of the waiting old man. Shen Yi's eyes widen in shock. A spatial summons. He stares at the monstrous being that just appeared out of nowhere. Is this a calamity? The old man's eyes widen, recognizing the distortion in the air. A spatial summons. He feels a cold dread creeping in, realizing this could only be a calamity. The king of shadow assassins materializes in the downpour, his mind reeling. He was just in his domain, and now, this. He realizes with a surge of fury that he's fallen for that human's trap. The old warrior connects the dots instantly. This must be the boy's finishing move. This is how he slaughtered 15 members of the noble families at once. The calamity doesn't waste a second, his voice a low growl ordering his subordinate to kill the old man. But in the next blink, both figures are gone, vanishing into blurs of purple and blue energy. Frigg marvels at the boy's profound cunning. If a monster like Shen Yi isn't eliminated now, he'll bring ruin to the entire Duor continent. At the same time, the calamity seethes, cursing himself. What a fool I was to trust a human. He used a teleportation art to drag me into an ambush. The calamity's rage explodes, screaming the name of the one who orchestrated this. That damn little match boy. Frigg roars in unison, his own fury matching the demons. That damn Shen Yi. The calamity's form writhes with dark energy, his hatred focused on a single point. When I'm done with this human, he vows to find Shen Yi and tear him limb from limb. The two titans finally collide. A massive shockwave of blue energy erupts, blasting the ground apart. The calamity finds himself trapped in a swirling vortex of Frigg's power, the force threatening to shred him. He can't believe it. Without any weapon, a mere human can deliver a blow of this magnitude. Are all humans on this level? Frigg presses his advantage, but the calamity dissolves into a puddle of shadow on the ground, vanishing completely. Before Frigg can react, a clawed hand of pure darkness erupts from his own shadow, grabbing him from behind. Vicious tendrils shoot out from the darkness, impaling the old warrior from every direction. The calamity emerges in a more monstrous form, wings of shadow unfurling as he snarls, "Die, you human." But Frigg just glares back, blood dripping from his wounds, his eyes burning with contempt. He calls them trivial tricks, growling that the calamity dares to underestimate him. Blue light, brighter than before, gathers in his open palm. He unleashes his full power, shouting the name of his technique. Star of the White Tiger, a colossal beam of energy tears through the battlefield, obliterating everything in its path. The attack carves a massive crater into the earth, a testament to Frigg's terrifying strength. Frigg stands over the devastation, dismissing his own attack as not even worth mentioning. But hidden nearby, Shen Yi watches with a triumphant grin. They've already clashed. Perfect. He thinks both of them must believe the other is his assistant. His subordinate, however, urges caution. Don't celebrate too early. Frigg is cunning. The moment he senses he's outmatched, he'll flee. And the king of shadow assassins is a master of escape. He then asks a chilling question. What happens when the calamity escapes and realizes who truly tricked him? Who do you think he'll come looking for? The smile vanishes from Shen Yi's face. He'll come for me, of course. He mutters that he'll never know peace as long as these two are alive. Then an idea sparks. He asks about the black stone Frigg gave him, an explosive soul bomb, and he threw it right here in the testing grounds. Go and get it, he commands. His subordinate balks. Are you crazy? The fighting is so intense, I'll die the second I step out there. Besides, can a simple bomb really kill experts of that level? Shen Yi insists. As long as it's close, it's enough. And since it belongs to Frigg, he knows exactly how to use it. Their focus is entirely on each other. This is their only chance. Peeking through the door at the storm of destructive energy, the subordinate's face is pale with fear. But seeing the logic in Shen Yi's desperate plan, he steels himself. Fine, he says, I'll trust you this one time. Wait, I'm being thrown out just like this. Blue hair can't believe it. Aren't we going to discuss the plan first? But the old master's voice is chillingly calm. Of course I have a plan. All you have to do is cooperate. His plan. To literally throw blue hair out to find the bomb, so they can blow their enemies to kingdom come. Before he can even process the insanity of it, he's hurled out into the torrential rain. His spirit companion materializes beside him, just as shocked as he is. With no other choice, blue hair plays his part, screaming at the top of his lungs. Help! There's another enemy. Quickly, come and save me. The bait is taken instantly. The hulking elder's head snaps up, wondering if more examinees have arrived to interfere. At the same time, the shadowy spider creature senses the commotion. Its mind races. Could its followers have finally arrived? This, it decides, is a golden opportunity. But blue hair isn't just bait. His eyes are locked on his target with fierce determination. He won't let him escape. The spider creature strikes first, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Shadowy bone dance. A forest of razor-sharp spikes erupts from the ground, surging towards the doorway where the master is hidden. The attack is massive. a wave of jagged bone meant to annihilate anything in its path. From within the doorway, the master scoffs. A trick this simple to cover an escape? How ridiculous. He seems completely unimpressed by the display of power. But the attack wasn't for him. Blue Hair gathers his own energy, his body glowing with a brilliant blue light. Roar of the raging tiger. He shoves his hands forward, unleashing a colossal tiger made of pure energy. But it's not aimed at the spider. It's rocketing straight for his own master. What is he doing? Is he betraying the old man? The master's eyes widen as the spectral beast closes in, its jaws wide open. The spider creature freezes, the deception hitting it like a physical blow. Damn it, this old man is too strong. My soldiers will never be able to stop him now. The energy tiger slams into the master, blasting him into the air. But even as he's thrown back, the old man twists, his hands glowing. Moonflow. From the safety of the doorway, Blue Hair watches, a grim understanding on his face. A copy. That was a trick only children use. The man who was hit was never the real master. The real Shenyi appears from the shadows, his eyes burning with arrogance as he taunts the spider creature. Come at me if you dare. How shameless. Enraged at being played, the creature unleashes its own power. Unique gate. The energy copy of Shenyi is instantly trapped, ensnared by the creature's dark magic. The two powerhouses finally face each other, the air crackling with their hatred. The creature seethes. Shenyi, you despicable human, so it was a trick to ambush me. Blue and purple energy collide in a blinding explosion, tearing the very air apart. The creature's voice is pure venom as it screams a final curse. So, go to hell. The resulting shockwave rips through the clearing. Nearby, the tiny mechanical spider, Fern, watches the chaos unfold. It worked. Shenyi actually managed to pit those two fools against each other. With the titans distracted, Fern scurries through the mud. All right, I must hurry and find the bomb. It must be nearby. And there it is, a small pulsating purple gem half buried in the dirt. Found it. When the dust settles, the battlefield is a ruin. The elder is grievously wounded, impaled by several of the creature's bone spikes. The spider creature looms over him, its voice dripping with contempt. Tell me, which church does that boy belong to? How many souls did he have to sacrifice for an undead like you to serve him? The elder can only laugh, a pained, bitter sound. So that's how it is. You also want to kill him. He played us both. I don't serve that boy, he clarifies, his voice weak but full of hate. He is my enemy. He devised this entire plot to make us kill each other. The realization dawns on the creature. It offers a truce, a temporary alliance born of shared hatred. Stop fighting. We must unite to kill that boy. His head is for you and his soul is for me. From the doorway, Blue Hair's blood runs cold. This is the perfect moment to blow them up. An alliance? This just went from bad to catastrophic. He can't give them time to recover. He'll never get another chance like this. His eyes dart around frantically. But where is Fern? Why hasn't he returned yet? He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. The frost demon screamed as the shadow's blade sank deeper, the poison and curse spreading through his veins. But this was the moment he'd been waiting for. He lunged forward, shouting Freeg's name, claiming he was here to help. Then with a roar, he slammed his fist into the old man's back, yelling for him to die. But his attack met an invisible wall. Freeg turned, his eyes glowing with cold fury, and ordered him to stop. He couldn't break through. That was his full power strike, and it did nothing. In the next instant, a hand like a vice clamped around his throat. Freeg lifted him effortlessly. He knew it. He sneered that the two scoundrels were in cahoots, that this was all a pathetic attempt to drive a wedge between them. But he couldn't move, completely paralyzed by the old man's grip. The shadow figure's voice hissed from the darkness, mocking Freeg's paranoia. He offered a deal. Release the boy, and he'd kill him with his own hands as proof of loyalty. He taunted the old man, reminding him that the curse and poison were already doing their work. Freeg erupted in laughter, his voice booming with contempt. He called the shadow a foolish skeleton, revealing the truth of his own scheme. He only agreed to the poison removal to lure him out of hiding. A concussive blast of energy erupted from the frost demon's body, sending him flying backward. He hit the ground, dazed, smoke pouring from his lips. Freeg stood over him, saying he wouldn't kill him just yet. He planned to extract every secret about Shenyi, one by one. He tried to protest, to tell him they weren't on the same team, but his words were cut short. Freeg grabbed him again, his voice a low growl, threatening to crush his skull if he uttered another word. But then, a new voice echoed, not in the air, but inside Freeg's mind. A voice accusing him of betraying the ancients. The frost demon froze. That was the special thought transmission of the Undead clan. How? The voice mocked him, asking if he'd forgotten it, calling him a top-tier traitor. A horrifying recognition dawned on Freeg's face. The voice commanded him to raise his head and witness the tragic end his depravity deserved. High above, the clouds swirled open, revealing a colossal spectral skull gazing down with hollow eyes. an omen of utter annihilation. Frigg stared in disbelief. Another calamity, he was being forced to face the looming end of the world. The spectral form shifted, revealing a cloaked figure holding an orb of pure, destructive energy. The voice of the Supreme Lord echoed through the shadow, declaring itself time, the great destroyer of worlds. A wave of pure terror washed over Frigg. He screamed for the summoned beast below to get away, to flee for its life. But it was too late. The orb of purple light descended, engulfing the creature in an inescapable vortex of power. Frigg's eyes widened in horror. He knew that energy, that was a soul blast bomb. The world turned white. Just before the blast hit him, a ghostly skull materialized, shielding him from the worst of the impact. The shadow figure appeared beside him, explaining it took time to find the cursed statue of the wicked ghost king to save him. He was stunned. The shadow could have let him die. But the shadow explained the soul blast bomb was unique. His human shield would have been useless against it. Did it work? Did they actually succeed? The shadow's reply was chillingly confident, of course. But from the smoke, a voice coughed, thick with rage. A bomb? You think a bomb can harm this old man? Frigg emerged from the dissipating energy, furious but alive. He was seething. He hadn't expected the statue to possess a swapping ability, allowing him to escape the blast's epicenter. Vowing they wouldn't escape again, he fixed his glowing eyes on the shadow and demanded to know just how many calamities he had summoned. His gaze then fell upon the assassin's form, which was rapidly dissolving into black particles. He was dead. Frigg scoffed, so he was killed by his own bomb. How utterly useless. But then he saw it. Something was wrong. As the shadow's body disintegrated, a strange, smiling mask was revealed beneath. Frigg's blood ran cold. He refused to believe it. This can't be possible. A strange cracking sound echoed, not from the dissolving decoy, but from Frigg's own body. He looked down in horror as his ancient form began to crumble. The mighty frost demon, the traitor to the ancients, disintegrated into a storm of fragments, his power and rage vanishing into the rain-soaked night, leaving only a single smiling mask behind. As the dust and debris settle, Shenyi stares into the rain-soaked sky, his mind reeling from the sheer destructive force he just witnessed. The skeletal being beside him explains that the two presences he sensed have been turned to ash, and he is now safe. It was one of the ultimate weapons of the Undead clan, a bomb that looks simple but is devastatingly powerful. The creature elaborates on the horrifying science behind it. The soul is composed of fine particles, a delicate balance of two opposing energies. Once an external force shatters that balance, a particle explodes with astonishing power. This sets off a chain reaction, annihilating every soul nearby until nothing remains. They called this phenomenon a chain reaction, and it was the brainchild of their greatest scientist, Oppen Scalbert, who led their own Manhattan project to create the spiritual concussive blast bomb. How could a civilization create something so utterly monstrous? The bomb's design is chillingly simple. A detonation device and a single soul waiting to be torn apart. It can be triggered remotely, or with a spell, invoking the words of a destroyer of worlds. The system alert shatters Shenyi's shock. He survived a mortal danger, activating the trait, the boy who lived, and his basic attributes have all been boosted by 2 points. His stats flare to life, stronger than ever. The system confirms it. He survived a fatal trap set by 2 different worlds, a miraculous escape that has earned him a new level of power. He has won the right to choose. He's given an incredible offer. Upgrade his new blue evaluation trait to a purple one, choosing between an enhanced the boy who lived or a completely new trait, the little match boy. He doesn't hesitate selecting the new trait. Combining 2 powerful effects is always better than upgrading just one. The new purple trait is a game changer. For every day he spends outside the door's world, his chances of getting better traits on his next entry increase by 10%, stacking up to a 90% probability. It's a power that rewards patience, letting potential accumulate until it erupts like a torrent. Shenyi can't contain his excitement. This is awesome. The freedom to choose when to enter the door, combined with ever-increasing rewards, is an unbelievable advantage. But his celebration is cut short by the sound of a slow, deliberate clap from the shadows. A voice, smooth and cold, congratulates him on an impressive battle. It's Zhao Yibing. She emerges from the darkness, wreathed in a sinister red aura, a predatory smile on her face. She muses that the cursed statue of the wicked ghost king must have granted him a truly amazing ability. Panic seizes him. He turns and runs without a second thought, screaming her name, demanding to know why she won't stop chasing him. The system screams a warning in his mind. Her aura is far more dangerous than before. He has to open the door and escape now, or he will die. He scrambles desperately for the door, his heart hammering in his chest, but he's not fast enough. Crimson threads erupt from her, ensnaring him just inches from safety. He's hoisted into the air, completely helpless. She tells him not to be afraid. She avoided his vital points. It's only a little pain, she promises. She draws closer, her voice a venomous whisper in his ear. Strength, she says, is a rigid thing, but he has turned it into something truly special. She hopes he can keep it. Suddenly, a colossal foot slams into the ground beside them. A new voice thunders through the forest, demanding to know why she was told to stay away from him. The little girl from before now towers over them like a god, her eyes burning with rage. She asks Zhao Yibing if she is truly that eager to die. Zhao Yibing doesn't even flinch, holding Shenyi tight. She scoffs, asking if the girl really thinks she can kill her. The girl's eye flashes with an emerald light. The entire forest floor rips apart. Massive chunks of earth are torn from the ground, hanging suspended in the air as the girl's power floods the area. In a flash, she plucks Shenyi from Zhao Yibing's grasp, pulling him into her own protective hold. The floating boulders then crash down with cataclysmic force, reshaping the landscape in an instant. Shenyi is utterly stunned. This is the same little girl who asked him for help finding her mother. How could she possibly be this strong? Her expression is stone cold. She tells him to remember that he's mistaken her for someone else. She is an exam proctor, and her only duty is to protect the examinees. Then her gaze hardens, and she asks him a chilling question. Do you think I'm a fool? The girl drops the act, her expression turning deadly serious. She'll tell him then. Her own power is useless here. She can't even see his attributes, can't fathom the depths of his strength. But that's not the real problem. The real problem, she says, is that her young mistress is dying. She was sent on her mistress's behalf to repay a debt, a final wish before the end. Shenyi's mind races, demanding to know who this mistress is. The name hits him like a physical blow. Song Yinshin. A memory surfaces, a terrified young girl, a monstrous beast, and his own hand reaching out to save her. The younger sister of the Song clan's head. He saved her life as a child. He asks what's wrong, is she sick? The servant's answer is a single chilling word. A curse. A malicious curse that no one can break. Her mistress's only remaining wish was to repay the debt she owed him. The pieces click into place with horrifying clarity. The explosion at the Maplewood Hotel, that was her. The servant doesn't flinch. Yes, Shenyi demands a way to contact her, but the servant dismisses him. Her mistress is already unconscious, what's the point? He insists, what if he finds a way? The girl scoffs at his arrogance. All the experts in the world have failed to find a solution. Does he honestly think he can do what they couldn't? But Shenyi's resolve is iron. He'll try, and if he fails, it won't be for lack of effort. This isn't just about her. He only saved Song Yinshin twice, but she's helped him twice. The debt is mutual. The servant's voice is hollow, revealing her mistress has already given up. She tells him to record a final message, a voice to help her leave this world in peace. Shenyi's answer is a hard, immediate no. What kind of twisted logic is that? To wish for someone to die peacefully while they're still fighting for their life. He refuses to be a part of it. He demands her contact information, threatening to find a way on his own if she refuses. Her will finally breaks. Their phones connect with a soft chime. She calls him a stubborn mule, but the transfer is done. With the debt settled, she declares their business finished. Turning her back, she vanishes into the driving rain, leaving Shenyi alone on the desolate cliffside. As he watches her go, Fern materializes, calling the girl strange. It asks if he really intends to help, reminding him how Song Yinshin deceived him before. But Shenyi just says that at least the outcome of that deception was good. He won't be indebted to anyone. Fern doesn't understand. What does a debt even mean? Standing before a shimmering, crimson-wreathed door, Shenyi explains that in his hometown, if you owe someone, you must repay them. It's an absolute rule. Fern asks why. Gazing out at the storm-racked landscape, his expression hardens. Because not repaying a debt is a fate far too cruel to imagine. The scene shifts to a desolate, lightning-scarred peak. A woman with hair as black as the abyss stands silent, a man in a pristine suit waiting behind her. He asks why she didn't just kill Shenyi and devour his soul to regain her strength. He calls her foolish, her thinking too human. She turns her head slightly, her voice like ice. Does he know how deities feed? She will enlighten him. She speaks a name that seems to echo across dimensions. Shuzalo, a cosmic deity whose power rivals the very stars. This being, she explains, treats entire planets as nurseries. He sows the seeds of life and then waits, watching with infinite patience as civilizations rise and prosper. When a world reaches its absolute peak, a vibrant crescendo of life and energy, Shuzalo delivers his judgment. A rain of fire, a storm of asteroids, utter annihilation. He reaps every soul, devouring the planet whole. Then the cycle begins anew. For her, she says with a terrifying calm, Shenyi is that planet. His power to connect with the world is still just a seed, growing and evolving. So she will nurture it, patiently guiding him step by step. Her face contorts into a mask of pure, ecstatic madness, countless crimson eyes blooming in the darkness around her. She will wait until he reaches his perfect peak of maturity, and then she screams into the storm, her form dissolving into a vortex of raw power. She will pluck this perfect fruit with her own 2 hands. The prince awakens with a strangled gasp, his hand clawing at his chest. A searing agony rips through him. His knight Beiki rushes to his side, relief washing over his face as he sees his highness is awake. But the prince's eyes are wide with betrayal and fury. He seethes, accusing Saint Beiki of conspiring with the undead, of setting him up. Beiki tries to deny it to explain, but the prince silences him with a single command. Enough nonsense. He declares his title, Royal Knight Duelist, and a blinding light erupts from his clenched fist. He screams the activation word, transform, and the light consumes him. When it fades, the prince is clad in battle regalia, a golden mask hiding his rage. He points a single damning finger at Beiki, his voice dripping with venom as he promises death to the traitor. His power flows from the Royal Knight ring, a sacred heirloom that grants him instant access to his duelist armor, a tool for war, councils, and now, for executing a man he once trusted. Beiki throws his hands up, pleading for him to wait. He shouts that he's already finished off Frigg, that they're safe now. But the prince isn't listening. He calls him a liar and lunges, a blur of righteous fury. A flurry of blows sends Beiki staggering back, the impacts echoing in the quiet cabin. He scrambles away, desperately trying to create distance, his mind racing for a way out of this. He pulls out a crumpled letter, holding it out like a shield. He begs his highness to just look at the message. The letter contains news from the front lines. The undead army has collapsed. Their forces are in full pursuit. And the reason for the collapse? The legendary assassin, the Frost Demon Frigg, has fallen. Beiki insists it's the truth. The Frost Demon is dead, but the prince's suspicion hasn't faded. How could the undead possibly know their leader was dead so quickly? Beiki explains that his followers can sense the fading of their master's spirit. But that's not enough for the prince. Frigg was a legend, a monster. How did Beiki do it? Beiki credits his undead brother, Fern, claiming he used a secret weapon of the undead clan to finish the job. He says he knocked the prince out both for his own safety and to prevent the secret of this powerful weapon from getting out. Then he launches into a bizarre rant about intellectual property, comparing the secret weapon to something called a Manhua. He talks about creators and pirates, about how shoddy content floods the market when people steal the original work. The prince just stares, utterly baffled. What in the world are Manhuas? The prince sighs internally. Beiki is spouting utter nonsense, but the core fact remains: he saved his life. Again, he decides to drop it. He admits he misjudged Beiki and offers his thanks. For his critical role in defeating the undead, he must be rewarded. Power, women, treasure. He tells Beiki he can grant him anything. But this is a test. The prince knows that the fastest way to see a man's true soul is to learn his desires. He offers legendary items, a blade that grants immunity, a dagger that allows teleportation, a huge upgrade for anyone. His gaze turns cold and sharp. He warns Beiki that even after saving him twice, if his answer raises the slightest suspicion, he will be executed without a moment's hesitation. Beiki doesn't ask for power or wealth. He simply points to the prince's chest. He wants the necklace the prince is wearing, the sacred jewel of compassion, an epic-grade artifact that can remove any curse below its rank. Of all the countless treasures in the empire, why this one? The prince is stunned. Beiki explains that a friend of his is suffering under a powerful curse. He heard this jewel could save her. The prince can't believe it. He chose this. For a woman he's never even met. What a fool. But in that foolishness, the prince sees something else. A flicker of genuine selflessness. He realizes he has completely underestimated this man. He takes the jewel from his neck. He hands it over, even offering to find priests or elves if it isn't enough. He finally understands. Beiki doesn't care about glory or riches. His only concern is saving others. Beiki accepts the jewel, a wave of relief washing over him. He knows powerful artifacts like this require a high degree of resonance to work, but if it does, it will be Song Yinshin's salvation. He is truly worthy of the name Saint Beiki. With the human forces finally at the shelter, the elder examines the prince, his voice trembling with disbelief. The prince's body is completely healed, his condition even stronger than before. He credits Saint Beiki, whose divine power, protected by the natural goddess, worked a miracle. With his strength returned, he declares it's time to get back to the battlefield. He turns to call for Beiki, telling him to get ready to leave. But the room is empty. Beiki is gone. Where could he have possibly run off to? Then they spot it. A note scrawled on the wall, signed with a crude, childish drawing of a pig. It reads, "Passionate about saving my friend I left first. Saint Beiki." The prince can only stare, dumbfounded by the absurd signature. Meanwhile, Shen Yi ends a call mid-sentence. The voice on the other end was rambling about some jewel, but he has no time for that. He tells them to test it if they want and hangs up. Just then, a system notification freezes the air around him. The 3-day survival period in the wild has ended. 736 people have been eliminated. 736 people gone just like that? What kind of trial is this? A new screen appears, evaluating his physical condition. The system declares his body is in its prime and grants him a reward. His human shield has been enhanced, upgraded to a skill called Reviving Withered Bones. The description is chilling. The first effect forces an attacker to use at least 5 killing blows to take him down. The second is even more insane. After death, his body will be forcibly reanimated for one last fight, healing his wounds and unlocking his latent potential. It's a one-time use ability, a one-time revival. The system is basically telling him he's going to die. He knows a power-up this significant can only mean one thing. The next phase will be exponentially more dangerous. His phone buzzes, snapping him out of his thoughts. It's Zio Menjiu. She confirms his plan was a success. The nobles who were hunting him are all dead. Better yet, Guo Yunt has already sniffed out the location of the next testing ground. Without hesitation, Shenyi tells her he's on his way and joins their team. Elsewhere in the testing grounds, a lone figure approaches a massive, rune-covered boulder nestled in a dark forest. He walks with an unnerving calm, 2 acolytes meditating behind him. He stops before the stone, calling out a name into the silence. Brother Guanshu. He looks closer at the boulder, which is covered in a web of dark, violent scratches. An old friend, he muses, has come to find him. Will he be disappointed? He speaks to the empty air, his voice dripping with condescension. He mocks his hidden foe for not striving for a rank, for hiding the second the test began. How boring, he sighs, assuring him he isn't here for a duel. He came to return something. A ring of pure fire materializes in his hand, the divine artifact of the Wang family. He claims he just found it lying around in the testing grounds, and as he speaks, the very earth around him begins to crack and burn. In a flash, he unleashes the artifact's power, launching a devastating storm of flaming meteors directly at the hiding spot. A figure bursts from the shadows, deflecting the molten rocks. His face is a mask of shock and horror as he recognizes the weapon. That's Wang Dingzhu's fusion. Why is it in this man's hand? The question lodges in his throat, followed by a sickening realization. He demands to know if his brother is dead. Did you kill him? The attacker's expression doesn't change. He calmly states that Wang Dingzhu fell while fighting a man named Shenyi during the calamity. But the man, Guanshu, isn't buying it for a second. That level of calamity couldn't possibly have harmed his brother. The truth crashes down on him with the force of a physical blow. His brother was murdered, treacherously killed by this Shenyi. He roars his brother's name, and the artifact responds to his fury. Flames erupt from Guanshu's body. He declares he will use this artifact with his own 2 hands to avenge his brother. The attacker simply watches, his eyes glowing with a cold, predatory light. A monstrous aura of red energy swirls around Guanshu, the artifact's power threatening to consume him entirely. His brother calls out his name in alarm, but the attacker just smirks. Can you really withstand this divine artifact, he asks. Guanshu's muscles scream in protest, his body straining against the overwhelming force. He grits his teeth, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Enough nonsense, he snarls. Bring it. The woman's patience has run dry. She tells him to stop the nonsense and give it to her, but the thing before her is barely human anymore, being consumed by raw, fiery power. Its face locked in a permanent snarl of agony. The creature's flesh seems to melt and reform around the raging energy, its eyes burning with a light that has no sanity left in it. A silent, soul-tearing scream rips out of its throat, a vortex of pure despair. Shenyi watches, her expression cold as ice, promising to turn him to ash. But as she prepares the final blow, another figure materializes in a flash of light. It's Nangong Surui, her power flaring to life as she appears behind Shenyi. She grabs Shenyi, her voice ringing with disbelief, asking what she is doing as their combined light ensnares the tormented creature. The energy converges, a blinding, all-consuming wave that purifies everything in its path. In a searing flash, the monster is gone, leaving nothing but a smoldering crystal on the broken ground. A man stands over the remains, his voice heavy with a grim truth. The god of the Wang family, he explains, has already devoured the man's soul until it was full of holes. He was no longer himself. He saw this as an act of mercy, a way to help him find release from his torment. He hadn't expected the prestigious Wang family to have fallen so far, to have embraced such a monstrous power. With a deep sigh, he admits that the state of the other noble families is probably no better. He has to warn his own people, and quickly. The world he once knew is gone. He turns his back on the devastation, muttering a chilling philosophy for these new times. Humans are like grass, and the gods are like madmen. Miles away, Shen Yi and his companions navigate a narrow, shadowy canyon, pressing forward. They finally reach a cave entrance, one of many scattered across the island. A system notification flashes in their minds. 93 people have already been eliminated. The final evaluation is about to begin. Guo Yunai urges them onward, eager to see what awaits. The tunnel is pitch black, and after 10 minutes of walking, the oppressive darkness starts to weigh on them. Zio Menju cautions everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, Guo Yunai points ahead, his dog barking with excitement. A faint light marks the exit. They step out into a breathtaking sight, a colossal underground cavern, and at its center, 3 massive, intricately carved doors. It's a whole other world down here. Information floods their minds. The final test is divided into 3 parts, each door leading to the exam for one of the 3 great high schools. The instructions are simple. Choose your school, enter the corresponding door, and begin the final admission exam. A detailed explanation of the 3 major high schools begins to scroll through their vision. Guo Yunai is thrilled, but Shen Yi looks unimpressed by the wall of text. Zio Menju cuts through the noise, offering to explain it herself. She points to the first door, marked Jialan. It's the strongest academy, she says, but it's obsessed with lineage and power. Only the children of noble families dare to apply. Next is Nadir, a school focused on prehistoric secrets, attracting a lot of madmen. Then there's Terran, which is all about excavating ancient ruins. The difficulty and content of each exam, she notes, must be completely different. Shen Yi asks Zio Menju which one she's choosing. She answers without hesitation, Jialan Academy, of course. He smirks, calling his own question stupid. He declares that he'll be choosing Jialan as well. Hearing this, Guo Yunai and his dog shrink back. They admit they don't have the guts to even try for Jialan. So the dream team is already breaking up. Guo Yunai decides he and his dog will go to Terran, the safer option. He sincerely thanks them for all their help and wishes them luck. Shen Yi returns the sentiment, wishing them well on their path. Now it's just the 2 of them before the imposing doors of Jialan. He asks if she's ready. She scoffs lightly, saying that with him around, she has nothing to worry about. His strength, she knows, is no less than her own. Together, they push the great doors open. A blinding, overwhelming light floods their vision, swallowing everything. When Shen Yi's sight returns, he's standing alone in a dark, desolate chamber, a faint golden aura protecting him. He calls out for Menju, but there's no answer. A teleportation gate. They've been separated. Just like that, he's alone. The exam for Jialan Academy, a new message declares, begins now. The objective appears. Obtain the key from one of the prisoners in the cells. Leaving the cell is the only way to succeed. Shen Yi looks forward and sees him, a figure wrapped in bandages, slumped over in chains, and right in front of him, a single gleaming key. The test begins and the rules are simple. Obtain the key from the prisoner. But as the teleportation magic fades, the woman finds herself facing not a monster or a hardened criminal, but a child. He looks up, his eyes filled with a desperate, pleading hope. He asks if she's here to save him if they finally realized he was framed. She's stunned. The prisoner is just a boy. Steeling herself, she asks where the key is, and he points to a small, ornate key lying on the dusty ground. But as she moves to pick it up, the boy's face twists in pure terror. He screams for her to stop, begging her not to touch it. His voice cracks as he reveals the truth. That key is the detonator for the bomb locked around his neck. This is a trap. The woman freezes, her mind racing. She demands proof, asking how she can possibly trust him. The boy's eyes dart to the weapon at her side. He recognizes the divine sword of the Luo clan. He tells her that when he was first imprisoned, someone from her clan helped him, promising they would find a way to clear his name and save him. Her eyes narrow, a member of her own clan. The boy presses on, his voice filled with a fragile hope. He says the man's name was Luo Faikyuan. She must know him, right? The air grows cold, that name. Why did her entire demeanor just change? Meanwhile, Zhu Zhang materializes in his own cell. The objective is the same, get the key from the prisoner. But his prisoner is already dead, the key lying right beside the body. This is far too simple. A deep sense of unease washes over him. He knows this has to be a trap. The silence in the cell feels heavy, predatory. Then from the inky blackness, something stirs. Glowing red eyes pierce the dark, and grotesque, shadowy forms begin to writhe and emerge from the floor. They lunge without warning, serpentine bodies moving with unnatural speed. What are these things? The true monster reveals itself. A colossal, 9-headed beast of pure shadow and flame, its very presence warping the air around it. Zhu Zhang tries to keep his cool. It has to be a phantom, a weaker version created for the test. There's no way they'd unleash a true 9-headed beast on new students. But even as a phantom, its power is absolute. A single swipe sends him flying across the chamber, slamming him into the ground. His spirit guide confirms it's a phantom, but one with 1/10 of the true beast's power. Zhu Zhang feels a chill run down his spine. Does he even have a chance? The guide's answer is brutal. No, he'll just die without any pain. The beast's aura intensifies, and the very water around them begins to boil, scalding him. The pressure is suffocating. Just as his body is about to give out, his guide yells for him to hang on. It's time to activate super transformation mode. A blinding light erupts, and Zhu Zhang's form shifts and contorts, growing into something new, something powerful. The Skeleton King is born. He stands reborn, a massive skeletal warrior, amazed at his own transformation. But his guide immediately snaps at him to shut up. This is no time to be impressed with himself. The real fight has just begun. He screams, his voice echoing in the grotesque cavern, telling the Skeleton King that he is his king. The Skeleton King seethes with humiliation. If he hadn't used so much of his power already, he wouldn't be reduced to this boat form. With the exit in sight, the boy yells for them to go, but the Skeleton King snaps back, telling him not to draw out his name like that, as if it's his last word. He doesn't have time to argue. He just screams for the Skeleton King to swim forward with all his might. But a massive energy blast closes in from behind. The Skeleton King gives a grim warning. He can't dodge this one. The boy doesn't hesitate. He tells his companion to hurry, promising he won't get caught. He shouts his trust and leaps into the air. The Skeleton King detonates in a blinding flash of light, unleashing the white bone bomb. He's sacrificing himself to clear a path. A colossal pillar of fire tears through the cavern, incinerating everything in its path. The blast carves a direct route straight toward the shimmering exit. The boy lands perfectly as the Skeleton King materializes around him, forming an impenetrable shield. He's in awe of this absolute defense, asking if the Skeleton King can hold on. His companion scoffs, dismissing the firepower as nothing. The door is open. He can see it clearly now. He urges his friend to just endure a little longer. With a final triumphant shout, the two dive through the portal, escaping the inferno behind them. He roars that he's past the stage. Jialan High School, he's coming. The scene shifts to a bleak, rocky wasteland. A young woman with long purple hair approaches a shackled prisoner. It's Xiao Menjiu. The boy looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. He asks if she's the one Luo Faikyuan sent. She confirms his identity and asks how she can save him. He pleads with her to break the shackles, claiming it's the only way out. He then warns her that the key she possesses is bait for a bomb. If he dies, he insists, she'll be trapped here forever. Without a word, she slices the chains and they shatter. His expression twists into a sinister grin. He tells her to hurry up and lead the way. But first, he says, let him thank her for freeing him. Dark energy erupts from his body as it begins to warp and expand. Now a hulking monster, he snarls that he's going to crush her bones into dust. She stares back, her voice cold as ice, asking if it was all a lie. He cackles, there was no bomb. That was just to stop her from using the magic suppression shackles. And the key? It's real, but he has no intention of letting her use it. Did she really believe his act? Her face remains a placid mask. No, she says, she was asking about Luo Faikyuan. Was that a lie too? The monster's smile is pure malice. He gloats that he dealt with her brother before being captured, making him suffer horribly. He even heard the man died. A brutal image flashes through her mind, Luo Faikyuan being torn to shreds. The vision is savage, a body ripped apart, but her resolve only hardens. That's what she found strange, she says. She'd been completing all of her brother's unfinished business one by one. She thought she overlooked this case, but that wasn't like him. Her brother was meticulous, never wronging an innocent. Calling him strict, she muses, wasn't entirely wrong. With a sigh, she pulls out the very key he warned her about. She just wishes her brother was more flexible, like Shen Yi. What is she about to do? She holds the key aloft, not to a lock, but to a massive, sealed gate behind her. It erupts in a blinding, holy light. A message materializes in the void. Stage passed. Congratulations to examinee Xiao Menjiu for winning first place in this year's exam. The announcement echoes through the hall. Xiao Menjiu is the first to pass the exam, claiming the top spot. The masters offer their congratulations, praising her as the future of the Luo family. But even as they speak, one of them steps forward with a grave report. There have been changes in the testing grounds, he says, his voice low. The rules allowed students to fight among themselves, and it spiraled out of control. Many examinees are dead. The arcane realm has become a battlefield. The headmaster isn't surprised. He states that this new batch of students needs to be tested in the crucible of a real battle. He dismisses the chaos, telling Minjiu her exam is over. She is now a student of Jilen Academy. As her student card updates with new functions, the double attribute effect granted by the trial disappears. A small price to pay for victory. But Minjiu's thoughts are elsewhere. She clutches the card, her mind fixed on one person. Shen Yi. He must be fine. The last stage wasn't that difficult, and with his strength, he should be emerging any second now. But she has no idea what he's truly facing, does she? Far from the Hall of Champions, Shen Yi is plummeting through open air, the world a blur of rock and wind. He hits the water with a bone-jarring impact, the cold shock stealing his breath. Gasping, he breaks the surface, his mind reeling. A system notification flashes in his vision, cold and impersonal. His team has been disbanded. He will face the arcane realm alone. He drags himself onto a rocky shore, the skeleton's voice frantic in his mind. This is an underground river. They have to leave immediately. If they face the alien goddess possessing Zhao Yibing here, no one will come to save him this time. An alien goddess? What kind of cosmic horror has he stumbled into? The skeleton explains she's a being from another world with planet-level power, her schemes running deeper than they can imagine. Shen Yi demands to know why he's only hearing this now. The skeleton replies that after all they've been through, they are partners, and he no longer wishes to hide things. Shen Yi, flustered, asks why he has to sound so gay about it, before demanding to know the skeleton's true identity. A chilling voice cuts through the darkness behind him. She didn't expect him to survive. It's Zhao Yibing, red threads of energy coiling around her like ethereal snakes. She says she came to collect his corpse. The realization hits Shen Yi like a physical blow. The skeleton wasn't being paranoid, he was jinxed. His confusion finally hardens into anger. So that's why the final test was impossible. She killed his real opponent, replaced him with a monster, and then dragged him into this so-called arcane realm of her own creation. She just smiles, a cruel, knowing smirk. It's useless, she tells him, because that little girl will just come to save him again. He should prepare for death. But Shen Yi's eyes narrow. She's wrong. Because she admits these things were not her doing. Wait, if she didn't do it, then who did? Who else is pulling the strings here? She explains that the entire testing ground is a human creation, monitored by a massive magical barrier. All she did was open a small, independent barrier to capture him. But in doing so, she discovered that the humans had already activated a similar, more powerful barrier right here. A place known as the realm of the Lord of the Sorrowful Thief, a cursed holy spirit. The air grows heavy as a terrifying aura explodes from her body. Titles flash in Shen Yi's mind: Soul Commander, the Tickle One. She is a revered goddess, but the human body she inhabits is weak, needing more blood and souls to unleash its true power. For the first time, he can see her evaluation attributes, and the truth is staggering. She tells him he's trapped in a tomb built by his own kind, completely isolated. But she isn't here to harm him, quite the opposite. She can save him or enslave him. This feels less like an offer and more like a threat. Red threads lash out, pulling him helplessly toward her. Only she can free him from the clutches of humanity. She leans in close, her voice a venomous whisper. Even if the entire human race turns on him, she will stand by his side. Shen Yi scoffs at the cliché confession. He sees her plan clear as day, orchestrate his downfall, then act as his savior. He refuses. Her smile doesn't waver. She tells him not to be so hasty with his answer. Instead, she has another idea. All right then, Shen Yi, she purrs, her eyes glinting with predatory light. Let's make a bet. The demonic hell lady hangs him against the chasm wall, her voice echoing with a chilling proposal. She wants to make a bet. Shen Yi, pinned and powerless, can only ask what kind of bet she has in mind. The predatory grin, she reveals that his own people have set a hidden trial for him within this realm, an ultimate challenge she wagers he cannot possibly overcome. He scoffs, asking what happens if he wins. She says it would prove the obstacles he faced weren't her doing, and she'd even help him with the cursed Ghost King's statue later. But then her eyes narrow, her tone dropping to a possessive whisper as she lays out the alternative. If he fails, he will become hers. The system immediately announces that the demonic hell lady's bet has been established, sealing his fate. Vicious red tendrils of energy erupt from her, wrapping around Shen Yi, binding him not just physically, but spiritually. A notification explains this is a technique born from her divine power. He has no choice but to accept the terms. Pass the hidden level and she will leave him be, but fail and his very soul will belong to her. The system warns him of her methods, a slow, insidious corruption that continues until her victims willingly offer up their souls. His soul, is she for real? Suddenly, the stone wall beneath them begins to crumble and crack apart. Both of them look down, startled by the disturbance. The lady wonders aloud if he's trying to break free and escape, but it's not him. A man claws his way out of the rock, his eyes wide with a disturbing desperation. He offers them a key to succeed in the test, but his price is disgusting. He demands a kiss, whining about how long it's been since he's seen a handsome man. Before Shen Yi can even process this bizarre trial, another figure emerges from the hole. This man, dressed in elegant robes, looks at the key holder with utter contempt, telling him to keep his key, for he is not worthy of enjoying it. He turns his back on the scene, radiating disgust. But then he stops, his eyes landing on the bound Shen Yi. He recognizes him instantly, a flicker of surprise on his face. He asks Shen Yi, the #1 ranker, if he's playing some kind of bondage game. The demonic Hell Lady watches, intrigued. She muses on what might happen now that an outsider has stumbled into this hidden realm. The robed man, Gong Sikui, turns his arrogant gaze on her, sneering. He asks what she's staring at, questioning if she's never seen someone humiliated before. His arrogance quickly curdles into a deadly threat. His eyes flash with killing intent as he orders her to get out of his sight or die. A flicker of surprise crosses the lady's face, immediately replaced by an explosion of pure, unadulterated power. A maelstrom of red energy and countless glaring eyes erupts behind her, a terrifying display of her true nature. Gong Sikui's jaw drops. He can feel the cataclysmic energy rolling off her in waves, a pressure so immense it steals the air from his lungs. In that instant, he understands. He hasn't just provoked some random woman, he's threatened a calamity beyond his comprehension. His bravado vanishes, replaced by slick pragmatism. He compliments Shen Yi's cleverness but declares he can't allow news of this to escape. But Shen Yi has had enough. Still pinned to the wall, he points at the man and roars for him to go to hell. The demonic Hell Lady obliges. She raises a single finger, and a vortex of crimson power swirls at its tip, aimed directly at Gong Sikui. Shen Yi snarls that he shouldn't even dream of getting away. But just as the lady unleashes her attack, a glowing door materializes directly behind the terrified man. The door flares with an intense, otherworldly light. The beam of destructive energy streaks across the cavern, slamming into the portal. It connects, but it's a fraction of a second too late. As guards outside react to the explosion, a system message announces that Gong Sikui has completed all tests. A pillar of golden light engulfs him, and the system confirms his teleportation to the academic advancement hall. He's gone. Shen Yi stares in disbelief. The man used a teleportation door to escape a fatal blow. Was he just kicked out of the realm? The demonic Hell Lady lets out a breath. That was close, she says, but she succeeded. She has the audacity to tell Shen Yi not to forget the favor of her saving his life, insisting he report this to his superiors. He can only call her a scoundrel. She just smiles, her eyes alight with a dangerous fascination. She tells him he always finds a way to surprise her, and because of it, she's grown to like him even more. Her smile widens, becoming something truly sinister. Then let me give you another gift, she purrs. The woman's voice is a venomous whisper, explaining that the hidden challenge is nothing but a trap, his death a certainty. But she claims she's grown fond of him, that she doesn't want him to die, so she's prepared another path. Her followers have already filled the cloud spire to the brim with bombs. The offer is laid bare. Surrender to her, and she'll detonate them all, sinking the island and ending the exam. He can still enroll in the academy, but he'll do it as one of her pawns. She frames it as an act of mercy, saving him from the humans who want him dead, a twisted smile playing on her lips. But Shen Yi just scoffs, seeing right through the charade. He calls her out on the spot. She wants to blow up the island to absorb the souls of everyone on it, to feed her own power, and yet she dares to pretend it's for his sake. He tells her he's not a fool. Her smile doesn't falter. She says his stubborn, defiant reaction is exactly what she expected. It's the very reason he's still alive. A single, pulsating red thread extends from her finger, a gift. She tells him to take it. If he uses it, she will come and save him, but he will have lost their bet. Then, she points him toward the underground river, goading him to go feel the deep-seated hatred that humanity holds for him. She hopes that one day, he'll finally use her power to slaughter them all. She promises to wait for him on the altar of souls, to personally preside over the ritual of his fall. Her final words are a chilling command. Don't you dare die before then. Shen Yi's rage finally boils over. He demands to know why she's so obsessed with corrupting him, screaming that he isn't some legendary monster. He grits his teeth, declaring he'll walk straight into her so-called trap. He has to. What other choice does he have? Meanwhile, outside the testing grounds, the final results are being announced. Nangong Surui has secured second place. More and more students emerge, their ranks filling up, but there's still no sign of Shen Yi. The clock is ticking mercilessly. Only 5 minutes remain. The proctor's voice booms across the square, a final warning. Any examinee who has not emerged when the time is up will be eliminated. Just then, a brilliant golden sigil erupts in the air. The proctor's eyes widen in recognition. That's a secret communication barrier. It's an art reserved for transmitting the most confidential information. Why would Nangong Surui use it in public? A horrifying realization dawns on them. Something has gone catastrophically wrong inside the testing grounds. Deep below, Shen Yi has reached his destination. A colossal stone gate blocking the end of an underground river. He fights against the powerful current, finally reaching the cold, unmoving stone. He pushes with every ounce of strength he has, but the gate doesn't budge an inch. Is this it? Is this where his journey ends, blocked by a door he can't even open? Fern's voice cuts through his despair, telling him to look at the inscription. There are two hollows shaped like palms, each with an eye carved in the center. Fern recognizes the design instantly. It's a perfect match for the hand of the multi-eyed giant Shen Yi defeated earlier. Shen Yi's heart sinks. The giant was killed by Zio Menjiu. The key is gone, but Fern reminds him of a crucial detail. Shen Yi ate the giant's head. He can simulate the bones of anything he's consumed. It's time to unleash his super transformation form. Blue energy explodes around him as he calls forth the spirit of his fallen foe. The colossal skeleton of the multi-eyed giant king erupts from the water, or rather, the top half of it does. Fern sheepishly explains his strength hasn't fully recovered yet. Despite its missing half, the skeletal titan is an awesome sight. The transformation drains Shen Yi completely, leaving him gasping for air. Fern can't resist a jab, asking if his previous forms were a spider and a turtle. Shen Yi retorts that in a life-or-death situation, you eat whatever you can find. As the skeletal hands press into the gate, a deep grinding sound echoes through the cavern. The path forward is finally open. Blue flames erupt in the ancient chamber as a voice echoes from the armored figure. 1,000 years have passed, it rumbles, a full millennium since anyone dared to challenge the vast sky gate. Shen Yi stares in disbelief. The statue is talking. The challenge of the gate, the statue explains, isn't difficult. It's very simple. All he has to do is defeat him. What kind of monster has been guarding this place for 1,000 years? Shen Yi's mind races. He tells the statue it must be terrifyingly strong, so much so that the warriors of the previous era became cowards, too terrified to even try. But in this new era, he declares, there are still warriors like him. The ancient guardian seems pleased by this, a flicker of respect in its glowing eyes. This truly pleases me, it says, looking down at the boy ready to face death. Shen Yi doesn't hesitate, all points allocated to agility. The system confirms his power is already 3 times that of the 9-headed beast. He explodes forward, a blue streak of energy, unleashing moonflow. The statue barely reacts, a simple "oh," escaping its lips as Shen Yi's attack closes in. Then a surge of purple lightning erupts from its core, all points allocated to strength. A devastating thunderclap technique slams into Shen Yi, sending him hurtling across the chamber floor. The raw power is overwhelming. The Guardian remarks that he didn't expect Shen Yi to be skilled in both moonflow and thunderclap, the 2 pillars of the heaven-shattering frost moon, having even reached the first level of its arcane realm. But his praise is a double-edged sword. If his basic stats were higher, he might have been able to block the attack. The greatness of the heaven-shattering frost moon has endured for thousands of years, yet he hasn't encountered a user for several eras. The statue thought the lunar lineage was extinct. It looks at Shen Yi with newfound intensity, declaring his potential limitless. And for a hero like him, the statue announces, it must use its full strength. A torrent of water begins to swirl and coalesce behind it. The water forms a colossal, roaring dragon. The statue's voice booms, daring him not to die. It challenges him to come, defeat it, and prove he has the right to enter the vast sky gate. Full strength? This isn't a test, it's an execution. Shen Yi just stares at the apocalyptic scene, then completely changes his tone. He tells the senior he has no interest in any vast sky gate. Instead, he offers a comprehensive maintenance package, lubricate the joints, polish the armor, a full nano coating, all with a convenient annual subscription. The statue actually laughs, saying it likes his sense of humor, before launching the dragon forward. Take this. Shen Yi panics, screaming internally for the skeleton king to hurry up and help him. He'll block the dragon while Shen Yi deals with the statue. A chilling aura floods the room as the skeleton king emerges, its bones shifting and contorting into its super transformation form, the centipede skeleton. The statue is taken aback. A creature from the netherworld? It didn't expect him to have a fighting pet like this. The centipede intercepts the water dragon, holding back the crushing tide. But the statue isn't focused on the summon. In the blink of an eye, it's right in front of Shen Yi, weapon raised. So fast, Shen Yi can barely process the movement. The statue's glowing eyes bore into him, wondering just how many more surprises this boy has to offer. It unleashes a vicious strike, frostbite. The spearhead aims to disarm him, but Shen Yi counters with a technique of his own. Inevitable disarm. The statue's weapon is knocked aside, but it catches the shaft with its other hand without missing a beat. A good move, it concedes, but the old problem still remains. He hasn't reached the first level of the arcane realm, so his attack power is minimal. Before Shen Yi can react, the spear thrusts forward, piercing straight through his chest. A system notification flashes. Reviving withered bones has blocked a fatal injury for him. He blocked it, but how many more of those can he possibly take? Blood erupts from his mouth. The pain is excruciating. He grits his teeth, realizing the truth. This statue is too strong. With his current strength, victory is impossible. A memory of face flashes in his mind. Zhao Yiking. A desperate plan forms. He really has no choice. He has to have her come and save him. His eyes narrow with grim determination. Is he really about to summon her into a place like this? He's outmatched. The crushing realization sinks in that with his current strength, winning is impossible. A bitter thought surfaces. Is this it? Does he really have to rely on Zhao Yibing to come and save him? Her sly, knowing smile flashes in his mind, a chilling premonition of a trap he walked right into. The statue scoffs at the very idea. What a joke. It acknowledges his resilience, admitting it's impressive that he can still move after being pierced through the body. But that level of celestial shadow won't fool it. A storm of dark energy erupts from the statue, tearing through the ground around Shen Yi. He's hit, but the system chimes in. Reviving withered bones has blocked a fatal blow. Only 2 chances remain. 2 more mistakes, and it's over. Not waiting for another attack, Shen Yi unleashes a torrent of ice magic, a desperate counteroffensive aimed straight at the stone guardian. The jagged shards of frost slam into the statue with explosive force, but they shatter uselessly against its armor. As the ice falls away, Shen Yi summons his skeletal minions, a last-ditch effort to distract the behemoth. The statue is utterly unimpressed. It tells him that this level of power is the bare minimum required to even be a threat. It questions if he has any other moves, any stronger abilities. If this is all he has, he won't pass the test. A test? What is this all for? Before he can process the question, the very air grows heavy as the statue summons something from the void. A colossal stone gate, impossibly large, materializes above him, blotting out the sky. It crashes down with the weight of a mountain, obliterating his skeletons and sending a tidal wave across the battlefield. The statue mocks him, asking if getting blasted away was part of his plan too. Another notification flashes, 1 fatal blow blocked. He's on his last life. Drenched and bleeding, Shen Yi finally sees the whole picture. He spits out the name of the schemer in the shadows, Zhao Yibing, or rather the weeping demonic Hell Lady. He sneers at the thought that she was so certain he would die here. His eyes burn with cold fury. Do they really think he fears death? He roars into the storm, a defiant cry against his manipulators. Does anyone truly believe he will just submit to fate? The ground beneath the massive stone gate begins to crack. A brilliant light erupts from the fissure, splitting the rock apart from the inside. The entire gate shatters into a million pieces. The statue can't believe it. He was crushed under all that weight and he's still moving. No, he didn't just move, he broke it. Shen Yi hangs in the air, directly above his enemy's head. In a stunning reversal, the prey is now looming over the predator. He plummets downward, channeling all his remaining power into a single, decisive strike. A pillar of light descends, aimed straight for the statue's head. But just as the blow is about to land, one of his own skeleton summons leaps into the path of the attack, sacrificing itself to protect its master from the reflected damage. The loyal summon takes the full force of the blast, turning to dust. The system announces the inevitable. Reviving withered bones has blocked a fatal blow. Remaining times, 0. He has no more lives. The statue looks down at him, its voice devoid of emotion. It tells him he has done well, that in all its thousands of years, few have been able to injure it. But it's not enough. His attributes are far too low. He will not pass the test. The statue bids him farewell, musing that in 10 years he might have had a chance. It promises to remember him as it prepares the final blow. Shen Yi just smirks, blood dripping from his lips. He calls the arrogant stone statue out, asking what makes it so certain that he's the one who is going to die. He raises his hand, and the familiar oppressive weight returns to the air. He's summoning the gate again. The statue's eyes glow with disappointment. It believes the pressure of death has made Shen Yi commit a fatal error, falling for the same trap twice. But is he really making the same move? The statue sneers, calling him an arrogant fool. What makes you think I will die? The same move, it scoffs. Do you think I'll fall into that trap twice? Its eyes burn with crimson light. Convinced that the pressure of imminent death has forced the boy into a desperate, losing gambit. Let this stone gate be your tombstone, the guardian declares, lunging forward with its spear aimed directly at his heart. The blow lands. The spearhead erupts from his back, a spray of blood painting the air as the massive gate looms behind him, ready to crush him into dust. But as the life drains from his eyes, the boy whispers his final gambit. He must use the last effect of reviving withered bones. This was never about escape. It was about impact. He's using the unstoppable force of the statue's own fatal attack to shatter the stone gate. A system notification confirms the impossible. He has been hit by a fatal attack, triggering the second effect of his skill. His vitality is gone. His heart has stopped. But for a final, fleeting moment, his body's latent potential is forcibly activated, his wounds healing just enough to keep him standing. The statue can only stare in disbelief. He stumbles through the wreckage of the gate, a new warning flashing before his eyes. He has left the testing grounds. He has 5 seconds to return, or he will be eliminated. Blood fills his mouth, his body screaming in agony, but retreat is not an option. With a guttural roar, he grips the spear impaling him and unleashes another ability, temporal stagnation. The statue understands too late. The gate has a hidden power. Crossing it allows the user to freeze time on one side for 3 seconds. A power that can only be used once a week. 1 second ticks by. With his enemy locked in a frozen moment, he prepares his final counterattack. Teibai sword art. He abandons all pretense of defense, pouring every last ounce of his borrowed life into a single decisive blow. 2 seconds. The name of the technique echoes in his mind, state of self-forgetting. This is the sword of killing. He unleashes a blindingly fast slash. The blade bites deep into the statue's armor, a shower of sparks erupting from the impact. He doesn't stop, his sword a blur of motion as he carves into the guardian's frozen form. 3 seconds, time snaps back into place. The statue stands motionless, a faint wisp of smoke rising from the deep gash across its chest. A sharp click echoes in the silence as the damage finally registers. What a fast sword, the statue murmurs, its voice filled with a strange mix of shock and admiration. The gate finally dissipates, the spear clattering to the ground as he collapses forward, a fountain of blood erupting from his chest. He hits the churning water, gasping for air. Did it work? Was it enough? The statue's head floats before him, its glowing eyes studying him. It asks if that was the Teibai sword art. He weakly confirms it was. The guardian is in awe. It couldn't even see the blade's path. It tells him his skill is amazing, especially for someone who also possesses the lunar lineage inheritance. No one is more worthy of entering the vast skygate, the statue declares. Congratulations on passing the trial. But what on earth is the vast skygate? The statue explains that it's no surprise he doesn't know. For in this era, the 4 great sects have all perished. It names them Jyolan, Nadir, Terran, and the greatest of them all, Vast Sky. These were the 4 pillars of the world, and Vast Sky was their undisputed master. He pushes back, arguing that Jyolan is known to be the strongest. The statue dismisses this. Jyolan is strong, it admits, but it is nothing compared to the Vast Sky. The reason is simple. Only the Vast Sky sect could communicate with the Jade Tower. Another mystery, what is the Jade Tower? The statue cannot say more, the rules forbid it. But it leaves him with a final, critical piece of information. The Vast Sky Gate is the oldest and greatest inheritance in this world. It is the hope of everything. To ascend to the pinnacle, to gain unprecedented power, to learn the true secrets of the universe. He has no choice but to go to the Vast Sky Gate. As the helmet begins to sink beneath the waves, he desperately shouts, demanding to know what the lunar lineage is. But the guardian is gone. A new notification appears. By defeating the statue against impossible odds, he has activated the boy who lived evaluation, permanently increasing all his basic attributes. The talking skulls surface, apologizing for not being much help. He shakes his head, thanking them. Without them blocking the water dragon, he would have surely died. Just then, a small, glowing seed floats up from the depths. The water dragon coalesces before him once more, its power undiminished. He stares in horror. The trial is supposed to be over. Does he have to fight this thing all over again? The trial was supposed to be over, but a colossal water dragon now materializes before Shen Yi, its form swirling with impossible power. What is this? Is this another fight? The seed in his hand pulses with that same green energy, its roots digging into the wooden dragon statue. The statue awakens, its voice echoing with ancient authority. It congratulates him on obtaining the lunar lineage and announces it will now personally conduct his initiation ritual. The wooden statue transforms, growing into a real living dragon of bark and leaf, dwarfing Shen Yi completely. It lets out a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations of this realm. But before it can act, the mysterious woman appears from the shadows, a faint smile on her lips. She tells the dragon not to get excited because Shen Yi has already won the bet. The wooden dragon turns on her, its voice laced with menace. It warns the intruder that Shen Yi has passed the trial and received the blessing of the arcane realm. If she dares to harbor any improper thoughts, she will bear the wrath of this entire world. She scoffs at the creature's appearance, dismissing its threat. She claims she has no malicious intentions and turns her attention back to Shen Yi, asking why he's returned since he already lost. He flips her off, shouting back that she's the one who lost, not him. Is she really trying to deny her defeat? Her expression darkens. She tells him he should know by now that he's been deceived by the humans. As a reward for his victory, she'll share a piece of information she just obtained. A vision floods his mind. A planet, his world, cracking apart under immense pressure. She speaks with chilling certainty, telling him his world is about to be destroyed, and she is the only one who can save him. She offers him a deal. Be her man, and when the end comes, she will protect him by her side, body, and soul. Shen Yi explodes. He calls it all nonsense about the end of the world. He won the bet, and the only thing he wants is for her to get out of his world for good. Her eyes narrow, a dangerous glint within them. It seems he doesn't understand. She proposes a new bet. He can't believe her audacity. He flatly refuses, telling her not to even think about it. She coolly replies that a goddess never forces humans. Humans only force themselves. Fine, he says, then just disappear and never show up again. But her expression shifts, her red eyes locking onto his. She utters a single phrase that stops him cold. The list. His face drains of color. He knows exactly what she means. She elaborates, twisting the knife. The plan to kill him, to kill his friends, to kill Zio Menjiu's brother, the slaughter of that entire neighborhood. All of it was done by the order and permission of those on that list. The skinner was just the butcher's knife, she explains, and she's offering him the butcher holding it. All he has to do is beat her one more time, and she'll give him the list of names. Shen Yi stands paralyzed, the weight of her offer crushing him. Every instinct screams trap, but the path to vengeance is dangling right in front of him. A goddess never forces humans, but humans force themselves. The words echo in his mind. He grits his teeth and tells her to speak. A cruel smile plays on her lips. She warns him that her bets are much fairer than human ones. In 7 days, the Skinner's followers will come for him. He must fight them. If he wins, the list is his. If he loses, his soul belongs to her. A red thread of energy snakes from her finger and sears a mark onto his chest. He can't resist it. The bet is sealed by her divine power. But how is this fair? He already won once, so she can't make another bet without his consent. She reveals the catch. The bet has already received the consent of the weeping demonic Hell Lady. With a wave of her hand, she's gone, her final words hanging in the air. Each vertical line on her hand represents a day. They'll meet again in 7. She explains this is how she operates, starting with small bets until her target sells their own soul. The wooden dragon tells him she's gone, and now they can complete the ritual. But Shen Yi is barely listening, asking what this lunar lineage even is. The dragon explains its only responsibility was his entry to the vast sky gate. The rest he must explore on his own. With a flash of light from its eyes, the dragon tells him to get ready. The real beginning is now. 1 minute left until the exam ends, and still no sign of Shen Yi. His friends anxiously watch the portal, their own success feeling hollow. How is this possible? He passed the test long before any of them. The clock hits 0, time's up. The exam is officially over. While the other students erupt in celebration, Zio Menjiu's face is a mask of dread. She grips her fists, her voice tight with worry. Wait, she says, something must be wrong. 2 nobles sneer from the sidelines, mocking the Luo family for their foolishness. One smirks, whispering that just because Shen Yi didn't come out doesn't mean he passed. He leans in, a cruel glint in his eye, asking if they really think this exam was for that braggart woman. He confirms their worst fears, revealing the entire test was designed specifically to target her. The crowd behind them mutters in agreement, calling it a disgrace that a noble like her would associate with a commoner. So this was never about the students, was it? It was a political hit. The head examiner ignores the whispers, addressing Zio Menjiu directly. He congratulates her on her outstanding performance, formally welcoming her to Jyalan Academy. But then his tone shifts, a layer of ice coating his words. He hopes her mind can match her strength. A piece of advice, he calls it, but it lands like a threat. Before Zio Menjiu can respond, another examiner, Nangong Surui, steps forward. He confirms her fears, stating that something did indeed go wrong in the testing grounds. He saw Shen Yi. He drops a bombshell that silences the entire whole. Shen Yi was targeted by a calamity inside the exam grounds. The head examiner's face darkens, the implications sinking in. He turns to Nangong, demanding to know if he's certain. Nangong doesn't flinch. He guarantees it with his arcane eye, he says. There is no room for error. The examiner presses on, asking the one question that matters now. When he saw Shen Yi, was he alive or was he dead? A woman in a dark dress cuts in, her voice dripping with disdain. Everyone knows, she scoffs, that a non-professional has almost no chance of survival against a calamity. Her eyes narrow as she plants a seed of pure poison, unless she suggests he join them. She claims the calamity was disguised and that she saw them talking, from victim to traitor just like that. Nangong immediately leaps to Shen Yi's defense. He explains that when Shen Yi spotted him, he instantly signaled for him to run, saving his life. If Shen Yi were a traitor, he argues, he would have lured him closer, not warned him away. The woman remains unconvinced, dismissing his words as meaningless. All that proves, she counters, is that perhaps he hadn't joined them at that time. She delivers her verdict to the examiners. If Shen Yi is dead, the matter is closed. But if he's alive, he must be arrested and interrogated. As she speaks, a brilliant flash of golden light erupts from the ceiling. She throws her head back and laughs, declaring that Shen Yi was an arrogant little demon anyway, so his joining the calamity was a sure thing. Her words are cut short as a body crashes down from above, slamming her into the stone floor with bone-shattering force. It's Shen Yi. He lies sprawled across her unconscious form, the ground littered with debris. He lets out a pained groan, his body screaming with exhaustion. Slowly, he pushes himself up, looking around in a daze. He's completely exhausted, he mutters, but this time he must have really completed the exam right. His friends rush over, screaming his name. "Brother Yi, you're finally out." Shen Yi, still disoriented, just asks if the exam is over. The nobles who had been mocking him stare in abject horror. He's still alive. After facing a calamity, the only explanation, one of them sputters, is that he must have joined them. He then points at the small statue beside Shen Yi, shouting that he broke the rules by bringing the cursed item out of the testing grounds. As the accusation hangs in the air, a sphere of dark energy suddenly materializes, trapping Shen Yi inside. The head examiner raises his hand, his face cold and unreadable. "Shen Yi," he announces, "you are under arrest." He levels his gaze at the boy who just survived the impossible. "We suspect you of joining the calamity, and you must undergo an investigation." The official from Jialan Academy points a finger, his voice like stone. Shen Yi is under arrest. Trapped inside a swirling sphere of water, Shen Yi is accused of colluding with the calamity. He slams his fists against the magical prison, screaming that it's a mistake. He didn't collude with her, he won. Panic claws at his throat. He tells them they have to send men to Cloudspire Port right now. "She filled the entire port with bombs," he yells, "and when they detonate, everyone on the island will die." The woman from before just scoffs, dismissing his warning as utter nonsense. Cloudspire Port is under the direct administration of Jialan Academy, the strongest in the land. It's impossible for anyone to plant bombs right under their noses. She sneers, accusing him of trying to lure their forces away from the city, a transparent ploy to let the calamity ambush them. Disoriented and bleeding, Shen Yi can only gasp that he's telling the truth. The official cuts him off. Enough. He will undergo a thorough investigation, and if he's telling the truth, he'll be cleared. But there's no time. Shen Yi roars that some bombs have already exploded. Hundreds, maybe thousands, will die in Cloudspire Port. He demands to know if the official can bear the responsibility for that. The man's eyes narrow, and with a single word, silence, he shuts Shen Yi down. The official channels his power, ready to end this pathetic resistance. Then a new voice cuts through the tension. "Release him." A man in a black coat appears, the barrel of a golden gun aimed squarely at the official's head. The official, Cayenne Russian, glares at the intruder. He recognizes him as a member of the human martial arts group. He warns the man, Cayenne Russian, to stand down, saying he's willing to overlook this insolence out of respect for the group's past service to humanity. But the man doesn't even flinch. He gives one final warning: lift the magical technique, or he will use force to protect his group's interests. He asks Cayenne Russian if he truly realizes what he is doing. Why is this group going so far for Shen Yi? Before the standoff can erupt into violence, a strange green light pulses from the cursed statue behind them. The light surges forward, enveloping Shen Yi and shattering the water prison in a brilliant flash. He's lifted into the air, a radiant green aura healing his wounds and revitalizing his spirit. Cayenne Russian and the man from the martial arts group can only stare, dumbfounded. The curse on the wicked Ghost King's statue has been completely dispelled. Shen Yi lands gently, the green energy swirling around him. The crowd erupts. How did he take the cursed statue out of the testing grounds? He must have cheated, but someone recognizes the power. That isn't a curse. It's the blessing of the arcane realm. The man from the martial arts group throws his head back and laughs, declaring that anyone who can gain the recognition of the arcane realm could never be a traitor. The woman from Jialan Academy isn't convinced. So what? He still failed the test by running out of time, so he can't enter any of the 3 major high schools. The man in black simply states that Shen Yi is innocent, and they will take him to their group for training. She mutters under her breath, cursing the statue for not crushing him to death. As the words leave her lips, the green energy around Shen Yi explodes outward. It spirals violently, taking on a life of its own. From the light, a colossal form begins to emerge, made of ancient wood and twisting vines. A dragon, a massive, ethereal dragon, manifests in the hall, its presence silencing everyone. What in the world is happening? The wooden dragon speaks, its voice ancient and powerful, echoing through the chamber. It announces that today, among the successors of the human race, Shen Yi has successfully passed the trial of the vast skygate, obtaining the identity of a true inheritor. He's granted special permission to join their sect and become a true disciple. The magnificent creature looms over a stunned Shen Yi. It declares that these are the rules of the ancient arcane realm. and they cannot be defied. With its judgment passed, the dragon begins to crumble, its wooden body dissolving back into motes of light and energy. From its disintegrating core, a single jade tablet emerges, glowing brightly as it floats down into Shenyi's hand. On it are the words, "Vast Sky." A holographic interface flickers to life around him. A response sequence has been activated. His joining of the ancient vast skygate is confirmed. His personal privileges have been increased to a level that is now classified. The man from the martial arts group grabs Shenyi, his eyes wide with disbelief. The vast skygate? Even the ancient Kunlun texts barely mention it. He explains it was the leader of the 4 great ancient sects, a power that had faded into myth. He tells Shenyi he'll still need to study at one of the high schools, but the tablet is his key to enter the vast skygate's ruins if he ever finds them. Instantly, the school representatives swarm him. Terran offers a full ride. Nadir immediately vows to double their offer. Then comes Cayenne Russian, the very man who arrested him moments ago, now smiling and offering 3 times what the others will. Shenyi's face twists in disgust. He shoves them all back, his voice cutting through their fawning. Forget the schools. He tells them to send men to Cloudspire Port now and dismantle the bombs. They all laugh dismissively. Terran claims their elite team's already on its way. Nadir boasts their team is also en route. Jyalan smugly adds that they conducted a field inspection long ago. As the last word of their empty promises hangs in the air, a deafening explosion rips through the building. Boom, the entire hall shakes, debris raining from the shattered ceiling. An emergency alert blares, multiple explosions confirmed in Cloudspire Port. A calamity of unknown level has been detected. It's already descending. The final assessment flashes before Shenyi's eyes, a death sentence for thousands. Cloudspire Port is about to fall. A class event. All academies are to organize an immediate evacuation. He was right all along, and now it was too late. Just a few minutes before Shenyi arrived, Cloudspire Port was a picture of tranquility, a city floating peacefully in the sky. A woman sits before a grand statue of an angel, white doves fluttering around her, as if she were a saint. A man explains the statue's history to a young boy, telling him this is the goddess of springs, an ancient figure from 300 years ago. The artists of that era, he says, were so moved by her miracles that they immortalized her in stone and paint. Legend tells of a time when the kingdom was ravaged by war and drought, and the goddess appeared, carrying a water jar that saved all living beings. A little girl, captivated by the woman's ethereal presence, approaches her shyly, holding out a small flower as a gift. The woman takes the flower, a faint smile playing on her lips, and asks the child a simple question. Is the stone goddess more beautiful, or is she? The girl doesn't hesitate, exclaiming that, of course, the woman before her is the most beautiful. The woman's smile widens, her eyes closing as she murmurs about the fundamental nature of divinity being attraction, a cosmic beauty that forces reverence from all living things. Her companion looks on, his expression grim, as she continues her chilling monologue, saying that praising a divine being is simply a mortal's duty. He tries to object, but she cuts him off, stating that mortals will never find peace because they can't understand this simple truth. As she speaks, the flower in her hand withers and dies, its petals turning black and brittle. Her eyes snap open, the warmth gone, replaced by an ancient coldness. She tells the little girl, "Thank you for the flower, and in return I curse you." A suffocating red aura explodes from her as she details the child's future, a life of endless trials and torments. "You will fall from great heights, drown in the sea, and starve on a desolate island," she promises. "Anyone who tries to save you will die, but you will be unable to follow them." The curse deepens, becoming a tapestry of human misery. She tells the girl she will grow old in pain, plagued by illness, betrayal, and hardship until her 99th birthday, when she will finally die in a dark, suffocating abyss. Only then, she says, will your soul be free. And if after all that suffering you still remember me, I will come to claim you. But if you've forgotten, you can go wherever you wish. The little girl can only stare, her mind shattered, tears streaming down her face as the monstrous promise echoes in the air. The woman turns away from the crying child without a second glance, laughing softly to herself. 300,000 souls on this floating island, she muses. What a truly wonderful feast. Her companion asks if he should begin eating, but she stops him. This feast, she clarifies, was not prepared for you. I will take a portion to restore my strength. The rest is for you. She explains that an altar of souls has been prepared. He has 7 days to absorb as many as possible, all in preparation for her bet. His orders are absolute. He is to abandon this body and head towards the 3 major academies. That place connects the arcane realm and reality, and her time is tight. He is not to search for her unless she calls. He understands perfectly. All right, he says, it's almost time. Then, with a cold smile, he gives the command, "Let the music play." A call is made. A family stands together on a balcony, oblivious to the fate about to befall them. The statue of the goddess of springs, the city's symbol of salvation, erupts in a massive, fiery explosion. The two figures stand silhouetted against the inferno they've unleashed, watching their plan come to fruition. The floating island of Cloudspire is torn apart, consumed by fire and chaos, a sacrifice of 300,000 souls. But for what? What kind of bet demands a price this high? The city erupts in fire and chaos, as the alarms blare a final, desperate warning. A classic calamity descends upon Cloudspire port, and from the sky, a dark, winged figure plummets toward the heart of the explosion, a harbinger of absolute doom. This isn't just destruction. A woman's voice echoes through the ruins, remarking on the ceaseless flow of souls. She calls it a truly voracious appetite, as if she's watching a gourmet meal being prepared. But another woman, floating nearby, simply asks, "Oh." Her subordinate quickly steps in, telling his lady to let him handle these annoying rats. She's to focus only on absorbing the souls. Rats are the port's elite defenders, their faces etched with fury. The tiger-marked man roars at the calamity, questioning how dare she attack their home. He vows they will seal her in a boundless cage to taste eternal darkness. But the lady just scoffs. The souls of professionals like them, she muses, are so much more exquisite than those of ordinary humans. Two assassins flash into existence, blades aimed for her throat, but she doesn't even flinch. A torrent of blood erupts as one of the attackers is impaled from behind, his own blade somehow turned against him. The lady's smile is utterly terrifying as she whispers that it's just enough to satisfy her hunger. "You monster." The tiger-marked man's fist ignites, the tattoo blazing with power as he lunges forward. He and his partner attack from both sides, a pincer movement of fire and steel aimed at ending her life. But his fist meets nothing. A look of pure disbelief crosses his face. How could he have missed? The world dissolves into a blood-red nightmare. The defenders are ripped apart, impaled on unseen spikes, their silhouettes hanging like grotesque puppets in a crimson void. The blindfolded swordsman can only curse as he witnesses the slaughter. He unleashes a desperate, horizontal slash of pure energy, a blinding arc of blue light slicing through the air. An old master arrives with reinforcements, shouting a dire warning. "Use long-range attacks," he commands, "never get close to her." They obey instantly, unleashing a storm of projectiles. Glowing spears, explosive talismans, and energized blades all converge on their target. The two main attacks, one of crackling blue energy and the other of searing yellow flame, slam into each other. The resulting explosion tears the ground apart, leaving nothing but smoke and scorched earth. Do we succeed? One of them asks, his voice trembling with hope. But a new voice, monstrous and deep, echoes from the crater, mocking their foolishness. It speaks of humanity's endless cycle of desire and regret. Another defender screams a warning, "Watch out, she's not dead yet." The monstrous form recounts their past sins, how they sacrificed millions for a water source, making a deal with the devil. The smoke clears, revealing the original calamity, her body now a terrifying canvas of glowing embers and torn flesh. She tells them their stupidity has led to the fall of their souls, but she will grant them salvation. All they have to do is become a part of her. Her face twists into a horrifying grin, one eye burning with crimson light. "I am the goddess of the spring," she declares. The name shatters their resolve. Their faces contort in absolute terror as their minds are plunged into that same hellish vision, their bodies pierced and suspended in a sea of blood. A piercing scream of agony echoes through the void. Their bodies are still standing, but their minds are being torn to shreds. Back in the ruins, the lady's subordinate kneels in the crater, surrounded by the mangled corpses of his comrades. He looks up, his face a mask of cold fury. "With blood I shall," he begins, his voice low and filled with a terrible promise. "Extinguish the fires of your desires. The souls have been gathered." Ensuk looks upon the swirling blue spirits and decides it's sufficient. He commands them to stay put. He must leave now. Deep within the fleshy heart of this place, the mysterious woman absorbs the very essence of the dead, all in preparation for a bet. Ensuk watches, his loyalty absolute. Her will is his command, but her work isn't finished. As the last of the souls are drawn into her being, she announces she will use one final technique before her departure. She unleashes the shadow of the weeping soul illusion. The very fabric of reality seems to tear apart as the ground shatters, and a wave of pure destruction erupts from her. The cost of this power is catastrophic. At Cloudspire Port, the death toll is tallied in blood. 328,661 people, an entire city, cursed and annihilated in a single moment. The technique leaves her utterly spent. She collapses, her body falling limp as the souls she consumed swirl around her. Ensuk rushes to her side, cradling her with a desperate reverence. He thanks her, his voice trembling. She saved him from despair time and time again. For her, he will win this bet. He will not disappoint her. In the heart of the devastation he helped create, surrounded by the ghosts of the fallen, he swears it. The news travels fast. A rank-esque calamity has descended upon Cloudspire Port. The entire area is about to fall. The younger overseer is losing his mind, screaming for the students to be evacuated immediately. He turns on his superior, his face a mask of fury and disbelief. He demands to know how this could happen. She sent people to deal with the threat, so why did the port still explode? The senior overseer silences him with a look, his voice cutting through the chaos. He orders the evacuation to begin with those who passed the Jyalan test, calling the Terran students forward. The man in the sunglasses approaches Shen Yi, his tone grave. He declares Shen Yi the first winner of the Nadir test, a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. And as the winner, he has earned the right to choose his own path. He can go to any high school he wishes, receive the group's reward, and gain the man's full, unwavering support. The offer is a king's ransom, laid at a student's feet. The other schools pounce on the opportunity. The Nadir representative pitches their enchanting underwater campus, but the Jyalan overseer quickly cuts in, reminding everyone that Jyalan is still the strongest school. He adds that despite their misunderstandings, the door is still open for Shen Yi. Suddenly, it's a feeding frenzy. Every student is shouting, begging Shen Yi to join their school. But amidst the chaos, Shen Yi looks anything but flustered. He puts on a show, pouting as he says he originally wanted to go to Jyalan. But he sighs dramatically. It seems the Jyalan overseer can't stand him, so he supposes he must give up on the strongest school of all. The disrespect is staggering. He's tired of the testing grounds, he declares. He's decided to go to Terran, and he's taking 2 of his comrades with him. The Terran overseer is ecstatic, praising his wise choice and promising to entrust him with arcane secrets. Shen Yi's friends erupt in cheers, thrilled to be his schoolmates. The Jyalan overseer can only seethe in silence, his prize recruit stolen right from under his nose. The Hall of Honor ceremony is officially over. As the Jyalan overseer leads his remaining students up the stairs, one of them calls out to Zio Menjiu, telling her to catch up. But she doesn't move. Her gaze is locked on Shen Yi, a silent decision forming in her mind. She turns, her voice clear and steady, and tells a stunned Shen Yi that she's going to Terran, too. What is happening right now? Is this a mass defection? The Jyalan overseer spins around, his patience gone. He warns her to think carefully, reminding her that only Jyalan has the resources to restore her family's greatness. He's using her own ambition as a weapon against her. It doesn't work. She simply apologizes. Compared to a power that requires giving up everything, she says she'd prefer a more humane place. With that, she turns her back on him and joins Shen Yi's group. The overseer is left fuming, muttering about fools and birds of a feather. He can't believe he's lost 2 of his top picks, but the humiliation isn't over. Nangong Surui steps forward with a sly smile. If Zio Menjiu isn't going to Jyalan, she announces, then neither is she. She's far more interested in seeing how strong Terran's ancient inheritance truly is. With a final, dismissive goodbye to the overseer, she walks away, leaving the man utterly defeated. The strongest academy has just been publicly rejected by the 3 most promising students of the year. The news hits the room like a thunderclap. Even Nangong Surui, the pride of Jyalan Academy, abandoned them for Terran. The old master simply laughs, unfurling a scroll. He announces he rejected 2/3 of the applicants, then presents the list to Shen Yi, declaring this was all thanks to him. He's even completed all their registration procedures for Terran. But from the crowd, a voice seethes with rage, calling him out. The master's eyes flash with a malevolent crimson light, his benevolent facade shattering in an instant. A system notification screams through everyone's mind. A large-scale mass curse has just been cast, sweeping through the entire port and affecting over 300,000 people. Its name: Weeping Soul Phantom Shadow. For the next 24 hours, everyone will be hunted by their own phantom shadow. If the shadow kills them, their soul will be devoured by the demonic Hell Lady. Panic erupts as the truth sinks in. A mass curse? On this scale, the instructor from Nadir Academy wastes no time, roaring for his students to gather as he summons a swirling vortex of water on the floor. He orders them to jump, explaining that the great ship of Nadir has a magical barrier that can nullify the curse. It's a desperate, chaotic escape, but Shen Yi remains still as a notification appears only for him. He has won his bet against the Hell Lady. His reward: complete immunity to the curse. While others scramble for their lives, the master who cast the curse unfurls a massive painting, his voice calm amidst the chaos. He tells them not to panic, but to enter the painting. Enter a painting. The idea is insane, but people are already being pulled into the inkwash world of the scroll. The master is already inside, a figure of ink and brushstrokes waiting for them. He beckons them forward from a world that shouldn't exist, a painted landscape of rolling hills and galloping horses. Shenyi's presence is drawing attention, but there's no other choice. One by one, they step forward, surrendering to the pull of the enchanted scroll. They materialize inside, landing on the soft, painted earth. The master instructs the new arrivals to find a horse as they are preparing to leave. But Zio Menju freezes. The horses here, they're different from the ones they saw from the outside. Before she can process the thought, a phantom figure shimmers into existence behind her, an exact copy of herself. The phantom solidifies, drawing a blade with movements identical to her own. Without warning, her clone unleashes a devastating spiral of dark energy, the signature move of her own sword art, instantly slaughtering the examinees caught in its path. Shenyi watches in horror. That technique, it's hers. Why is she being attacked by her own power? His friend screams a warning. The curse creates a perfect copy with the exact same strength as the original. And as he speaks, his own fiery doppelganger appears right behind him. The horrifying reality sets in. How can any of them defeat themselves? Guo Yunai's arms burn, her lungs screaming for air. After the grueling exams, her strength is almost completely gone, but this cursed copy of her, it's at its absolute peak. A cold dread washes over her. If this keeps up, she's not going to make it. The clone gives her no time to recover, its blade a blur of silver steel. She parries, the impact jarring her to the bone, but the copy is relentless, screaming for her to die as it brings its sword down for the final blow. But instead of a blade, a foot slams into her face, grinding her into the dirt. The sheer humiliation of the attack is as sharp as any sword. Just as the pressure intensifies, a layer of frost creeps up the clone's leg. A voice cuts through the chaos, calling her name, Zio Menju. He crashes down like a meteor, his kick shattering the clone's leg and breaking its hold. He lands beside her, telling her he's come to help. She gasps for breath, explaining that the curse is creating a perfect copy of her. But the nightmare is only just beginning. Across the battlefield, more copies flicker into existence, wreathed in malevolent black fire. Shenyi shouts for the others to get clear. He'll deal with her. But what kind of curse is this? It's turning them against each other. The chaos escalates as two shadowy figures unleash a massive, fiery explosion. The blast rips through the examinees, sending bodies flying. This isn't a test anymore, it's a slaughterhouse. The dark-haired girl watches in horror. Fighting here amidst the others is impossible. Every attack risks hitting an ally. She makes a split-second decision, transforming into a streak of golden light to lure the enemy away from the chaos, while Guo Yunai and her double remain locked in their deadly dance. Their blades clash again and again, the ground cracking under the force of their identical techniques. Elsewhere, fists collide with a sickening crunch. Zhang Zaioi is sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. He hits the ground hard but forces himself back up, his body screaming in protest. His copy gives him no quarter, lunging forward to finish the job. It screams for him to die, its hand reaching for his throat, but another figure intercepts the attack. It's Shen Yi, telling Zhang Zaioi that he's here to help. Zhang Zaioi lets out a relieved laugh, but his joy is cut short as the fighter he was just fighting brutally kicks Shen Yi in the head. The clone grins, thanking Brother Yi for the assistance. Then the truth drops like a guillotine. He is the real Zhang Zaioi. With a wicked laugh, he tells Shen Yi to go to hell for helping the fake. Wait, what? Did Shen Yi just save the wrong person? Recovering instantly, Shen Yi's hand erupts with violent purple energy as he unleashes a thunderclap. The blast of pure lightning vaporizes the fake, leaving the real Zhang Zaioi staring in disbelief. Shen Yi calmly apologizes, saying he didn't realize Zhang was winning. The casual display of power is terrifying. The clone that nearly killed Zhang was annihilated in a single hit. At the same moment, Guo Yunai calls out. She's found 2 more copies of herself, and even her spirit dogs can't tell which is the real one. Shen Yi doesn't hesitate, leaping towards the 2 figures, lightning arcing between his fingers. He lands beside one of them. She asks if he's been afflicted by the curse. He smirks, telling her he won the bet, so the curse can't touch him. But then his tone shifts, a cold edge to his voice as he says he still has to defeat her right now. She seems to agree, telling him that if they combine their powers, they can win. She begins to gather energy for an attack, calling out Celestial Shadow. But before she can unleash it, Shen Yi's hand closes around her throat, crackling with deadly lightning. He slams her into the ground without a word. Then he unleashes his thunderclap at point-blank range. He knows the truth. Lightning conquers evil, and his power has a 10-fold multiplier against these cursed things. The clone dissolves into particles of light. The real Guo Yunai stares, stunned that he ended it in a single blow. He explains it wasn't about strength, but a simple matter of attribute superiority. His attack was its perfect counter. With the immediate threat neutralized, he turns to her, his expression grim. They need to go help the others. She nods and they race back into the heart of the battle. Zio Menju appears, flanked by two identical spirit dogs, her face a mask of frustration. She tells Shenyi she's found two Guo Yunais, but she has no idea which one is real. Shenyi smirks, confident. That's easy, he says. One look with his arcane eye will settle it. When Zio Menju demands to know why he didn't use it before, his confidence wavers. He admits he was so certain the one getting pummeled was the real one that he didn't even think to check. Focusing his power, a violet aura erupts from his hands, enveloping one of the dogs. The energy crackles, searching for the truth hidden within the copy. The fake dissolves in a blast of purple light. Zio Menju is stunned by the display, her resolve hardening. They have to move, she says, and save as many people as they can. But her priority is cold and clear. Find the students from noble families first, starting with Nangong Surui. His power is not to be underestimated. Shenyi agrees, knowing they're racing against the clock. Just as he takes a step, the world tilts. Shenyi stumbles, his body giving out as he collapses to the ground. Zio Menju whips around, her voice laced with panic, asking what's wrong. He brushes it off, claiming it's just a little dizziness. But from a distance, Nangong Surui watches, his expression grim. He knows the truth. Shenyi's strength is completely depleted. He's pushed his body and spirit past their limits. Nangong Surui approaches the exhausted pair. Zio Menju immediately draws her blade, warning him to stay back. But he calmly reassures her, explaining he's already used his own arcane eye to confirm he's not a copy. He then turns to Shenyi, intrigued, asking how he managed to deal with the duplicate so quickly. Shenyi just glares back, saying that's private. Nangong doesn't press the issue, his mind already on the larger threat. The examiner is the strongest person here, he states, so they must take down her copy first. With Shenyi out of commission, it's down to the three of them. But then Zio Menju delivers another blow. She can't fight either. Nangong freezes. What? She explains that the trial has drained her energy as well. In her current state, she'd only be a burden in a real fight. Down to one. How are they supposed to win this? He processes the grim reality, his face hardening with resolve. He understands. He tells them both to rest here. He will go help. In a flash, he's gone, a streak across the barren landscape. The others watch him leave, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. Zio Menju murmurs that as rank one, he must be fine on his own. Shenyi knows better. No, he says, his voice low. Nangong Surui is far too proud to ask for help unless he was completely desperate. For him to come to them at all means he already knows he can't handle this alone. The scene shifts to Nangong, who explains that this entire world is a miniature arcane realm, a painting brought to life by the examiner. And if the examiner herself dies, no one knows what will happen to this fragile reality. It could seal itself forever, trapping them inside. It might crack and disintegrate into nothing, or it could simply evaporate once she fails. The conclusion is terrifyingly simple. They all die. As the words hang in the air, Nangong turns to face two identical versions of his teacher, one of them a monstrous, corrupted being. So it's not just a test anymore. It's a death trap. The battle had already begun. Nangong, with a single glance, had identified the imposter. The one on the right, he declares, is the copy. He unleashes a brilliant golden light, his brush poised to strike. Golden spirits manifest from his attack, clashing with the dark, twisted ink creations of the fake examiner. It's a battle of light against shadow, creation against corruption. The copy shrieks, unleashing a swirling vortex of darkness called the ink explosion's circular formation. She screams for him to get away as the real examiner warns Nangong to watch out for the ink-splattered ground. But it's too late. Ink snakes erupt from the ground, ensnaring the true examiner. She cries out for her teacher to save her. The copy laughs, a cruel, mocking sound. She'll kill his most precious examiner first, she sneers, and see how much fight he has left after that. With her hostage secured, the copy unleashes her final move. The ink sword's circular formation. A storm of razor-sharp blades made of pure, dark ink rains down, aimed directly at the trapped and helpless examiner. The group is paralyzed, their energy spent. Going after Nangong Surui now would be suicide, but just waiting here feels like digging their own graves. Shenyi's jaw tightens. He refuses to accept this. He tells them if Surui fails, they're all finished anyway. No matter the cost, he's going to help. They try to stop him, reminding him he's already exhausted. But as they argue, a shape begins to coalesce in the distance, a flicker of black against the pale landscape. It rises from the ground itself, a horse sculpted from pure, swirling ink, its eyes glowing with an unnerving light. What in the world is this thing? The creature solidifies and trots towards Shenyi, an ancient and overwhelming pressure rolling off its shadowy form. It speaks, its voice echoing directly inside their minds. It smells the scent of the moon on him, recognizing him as a disciple of the vast skygate. It declares itself the fastest and steadiest steed, blessed by the arcane realm, and insists Shenyi must ride it to continue his journey. Shenyi is speechless. A talking horse? But Zio Menjiu recognizes the description from legend. She says this is the flying, treading snow horse, a famous divine beast whose hooves tread upon frost and chase the wind. But how could a creature of that magnitude be here? She explains that the arcane realm is like a boundless ocean, and this world is just one of countless bubbles within it. This horse possesses the divine ability to travel between them. A spark of hope ignites in Shenyi's eyes. If it has divine abilities, can it help them fight? The horse offers him a choice. 2 ways it can lend its aid. The first is to borrow a limited amount of its strength. The second, far more tempting, is for them to temporarily unite into a single body, granting Shenyi access to every power the horse has mastered. Shenyi's desperation melts away, replaced by a gambler's grin. Fusion sounds interesting. He tosses his weapon to the creature and tells it his name. The horse seems just as excited, admitting it's been a long time since it merged with a disciple from the vast skygate. They chant each other's names in their hearts, and a blinding golden light erupts. Shenyi feels a tidal wave of power he's never known, a force that seems to rewrite his very being. The horse laughs within his mind, exclaiming that he is truly no ordinary person. The light flares, and the fusion is complete. His friends shield their eyes, watching in stunned silence. The light fades, revealing Shenyi with the long, goofy head of a horse. Are you serious? The others stare, their jaws on the floor, a mix of horror and disbelief on their faces. What is this abomination? The horse-headed Shenyi looks down at his hands, utterly mortified. He stammers an apology, saying it's his first time using the power and space-time got a little distorted. He declares he'll try again. And this time, a violent torrent of crackling blue energy explodes from his body. The raw power reshapes him, forging a new form from pure lightning and will. The transformation settles. He's now a magnificent centaur, wreathed in celestial energy, a single spiraling horn glowing on his brow. Now this is a divine fusion. His voice, now a resonant mix of his own and the horse's, commands the others to stay put. He'll be back in a flash. He vanishes in a streak of blue lightning. The blindfolded swordsman is still reeling, asking Zio Menjiu if that was even the same person. But she's completely silent, her face bright red as she covers her mouth. What did she just see that's left her like this? The ink demon's voice echoes through his domain, dripping with malice. He warns Nangong to watch out for the ink, that he's already fallen into the trap. The great ink serpent formation coils around them, a prison of living shadow. The flick of his brush, the demon's true intent becomes clear. He sneers that he'll kill the precious disciple first, just to see what fighting spirit his master has left. A storm of ink swords materializes, 1,000 sharp points aimed at a single life. They converge in a circular formation, a vortex of pure killing intent. The ink blades rain down, a torrent of darkness meant to shred flesh and bone. The countless swords then merge, condensing into a single colossal blade of pure dark ink, hanging over the battlefield like a death sentence. The demon roars for him to die, and the giant sword plummets, ready to crush Nangong into oblivion. The ground shatters under the immense pressure as the ink swallows everything. But from the epicenter of the impact, a golden light bleeds through the cracks. Ethereal hands push back against the darkness, refusing to be extinguished. Nangong stares in disbelief as dozens of golden arms emerge, holding the crushing darkness at bay. The ink demon's eyes widen in recognition. That's the ancient divine shield. But how? The true user appears from behind the shield's protection, sword drawn, the Lady Examiner. She declares that he's fallen right into her plan, but as she moves to strike, she sees Nangong charging forward and screams for him not to do it. Her warning comes too late. The demon's ink crow swoops in, and in a flash, dozens of ink spikes erupt from Nangong's body. Blood sprays through the air as he's brutally impaled. The ink demon laughs, mocking the naive child for daring to challenge him in his own arcane realm. Coughing up blood, Nangong's last words are for her. He tells the Lady Examiner he's leaving the rest to her now. Her face contorts in horror. Nangong Surui, he came here with the resolve to die just to hinder the demon's copy. The ink demon seizes the moment of her hesitation, his voice cold. Since you wish to die so badly, your wish will be granted. He summons another giant dark ink sword, aiming it squarely at the dying Nangong. The sword falls, but before it can land, a brilliant blue light slices through the air, shattering the ink construct completely. What just happened? A figure cloaked in crackling azure lightning stands where the attack was nullified. The ink demon stares, bewildered, as the newcomer asks if children of noble families all possess elixirs to heal themselves. A wave of pure energy washes over the battlefield as the stranger demands to know who the demon is. He stands revealed, a powerful centaur-like being with a mane of blue flame and a single, sharp horn, radiating an aura of overwhelming might. He introduces himself as Shen Yi of Xuanzhu. The ink demon can only gasp as his ink form is blasted apart by the residual energy. The lady examiner feels her control over the divine shield weakening from the strain. Shen Yi glances back, his voice calm but absolute. He'll go help her. He charges forward, a blur of blue lightning. The ink demon scoffs, unleashing an ink implosion to stop him in his tracks, but the blast only seems to fuel the newcomer's power. The lightning around Shen Yi intensifies, and the ink demon's confidence finally cracks. How is this possible? Shen Yi raises a hand to the sky, his voice booming as he summons the great heavenly thunder. The air itself seems to bend to his will. A skeletal avatar of lightning forms above him, a conduit for celestial judgment. Dozens of thunderbolts crash down from the heavens, a storm of raw, untamed power that purifies the entire battlefield. The ink demon is left staggering in shock. His curse copies, every last one, were obliterated by the thunderbolts. He can't comprehend it. Someone managed to summon the power of another arcane realm directly into his own. Is that even possible? Tears stream down the lady examiner's face, a torrent of relief and disbelief. An examinee who is 1 in 10,000. Is this real? She whispers that she must be dreaming. She's so moved, so utterly overwhelmed by the impossible rescue, that she can barely stand. The riders thunder to a halt, their leader shouting that they've arrived. As the disciples of the vast skygate dismount, the otherworldly boy with blue hair tells them it's time to part ways. But before he goes, he has one last gift for Shen. He slams his palm into Shen's chest, and a torrent of raw, blue energy floods his system. It's the residual power from another arcane realm's fusion, a volatile and potent force. He tells Shen it should be of use, a cryptic promise of future strength. With a final farewell, he vows they'll meet again in a higher realm and then vanishes, leaving Shen crackling with borrowed power. Shen and his companions suddenly find themselves standing inside a vast, opulent hall, staring up at a mural of charging horses. The sudden shift in location leaves them completely disoriented. A wider look reveals the shocking truth. They aren't in some ancient ruin or hidden base. They are in a museum. The purple-haired woman confirms it's the museum of the world. Shen is bewildered, demanding to know why they're here when their destination was Terran. She looks at him, a grave seriousness in her eyes. This place is Terran. The entire museum was constructed by the world government in the heart of the Jade capital city. This city, she explains, is the very seat of global power, a metropolis that holds the world's most priceless and dangerous artifacts, including the molted husks of ancient gods. The exhibits are beyond belief. Divine artifacts that reshaped history, shells that echo with the madness of the dead, even fossilized dragon eggs. But the museum's greatest secret, known to only a select few, is that it was built over a massive cemetery. And hidden deep inside this public monument is the true location of Terran, hiding in the most obvious place imaginable. Just as this revelation sinks in, 2 blindfolded women in black dresses block their path. They announce that Mr. Shen has been expected for a long time. When Shen asks who they are, they introduce themselves as maids of the Song family, sent with a message from their eldest miss. Her message is delivered with chilling formality. She has learned of what happened to Shen and feels deep regret. She claims to have been in seclusion, completely unaware, and insists that the person in the video could not possibly have been her. It was all, she says, a misunderstanding. She promises to emerge from her training soon, to contact him personally and reveal the full truth. Shen's face remains an unreadable mask of stone as he listens to the carefully worded denial. The maid then asks if their eldest miss is Song Qingyun. The instructor screams for everyone to dismount, his voice tight with urgency. But before Shen Yi can follow, the blue-haired disciple stops him, a strange finality in his eyes. It's time to say goodbye, he says, but not before he gives Shen Yi a gift. Without another word, a torrent of raw, crackling energy floods from his palm straight into Shen Yi's back. It's the residual power from an arcane realm fusion, he explains, kneeling from the effort. It should be of use. He tells Shen Yi they'll meet again, but in a higher realm before vanishing into thin air. The next thing Shen Yi knows, he's no longer outside. He and the others stand in a grand, ornate hall, the air thick with the scent of old wood and dust. His companions gape at the towering exhibits and glass cases stretching into the darkness. This isn't a school, it's a museum. The purple-haired woman confirms it. This is the museum of the world. Shen Yi's mind races. He asks why they're here, weren't they supposed to go to Terran? She looks at him, the gravity of their situation dawning on him. This place, she explains, is located in the Jade capital city, the very heart of the world government. This museum houses the rarest and most powerful artifacts in existence. The molted husks of ancient gods, the egg sacs of starfaring lineages. They walk past fossilized dragon eggs and shells that whisper with the delirium of the dead. Each artifact pulses with a history too vast and terrifying to comprehend. Then comes the final, chilling revelation. The museum was built atop a massive cemetery, and Terran, the academy they seek, is hidden deep inside it. But before the weight of that truth can land, two figures emerge from the shadows, their eyes covered by black cloth. "Mr. Shen," they say in unison, "we've been waiting for you." Who are they? They introduce themselves as maids of the Song family, sent to deliver a message from their eldest miss. A vision fills Shen Yi's mind, a girl shrouded in mist, her voice echoing with feigned regret. She claims to have been in seclusion, unaware of the chaos that unfolded, expressing her sorrow for what happened to him. She insists the person in the video couldn't possibly be her, that it must all be a misunderstanding. She promises to emerge soon and contact him personally to reveal the full truth. A convenient story, but is any of it real? The maids press the point, confirming the message is from Song Qingyun herself, pleading for him not to misunderstand her. Shen Yi's expression is a mask of cold indifference. He tells them to go back and inform their miss that he is waiting for her explanation. As the maids retreat, the purple-haired woman leans in close, her voice a low warning. "Song Qingyun is an unfathomable character," she says. "If she comes looking for you, be extremely careful." Shen Yi just nods, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The instructor from before reappears, herding the new students into a large briefing room. She cuts straight to the point. Originally, they would have had a summer vacation, but due to the Cloudspire port incident and the unknown curse, that is no longer an option. To ensure everyone's safety, the school has made a decision. A golden light erupts from her hand as she makes the announcement. Group training for all new students will begin immediately. The students are stunned, but she continues, explaining the training will help them get rid of the curse while also serving as their professional selection. The air shifts from shock to a feverish excitement. A new woman steps forward, her presence commanding the room. She introduces herself as Teacher Yang, their guide. Starting today, she declares with a dangerous smile, "Terran is your home." The purple-haired girl groans. This is exactly why she didn't want to come. She explains that Terran's training is the most brutal of the three major schools, fostering a ruthless, liberated atmosphere where only the strong survive. The students scramble to put on the worn-out armor, the stench of old sweat and rust filling the air. Zhu's friend gags, complaining that it probably hasn't been washed in years, but at least it's better than the gear the giant skeleton provided. Their instructor cuts through the chatter, her voice sharp and cold. Next, she tells them they will be entering an anomaly. The words hang in the air for a second before panic ignites. An anomaly? Isn't that a death sentence? The students' faces drain of color, but the instructor remains perfectly composed, her expression unreadable. She asks if they're ready. Before they can answer, she forms a hand sign, her voice ringing out as she announces their departure. A blinding torrent of golden energy erupts from the ground beneath her. The world twists and vanishes. In a nauseating lurch, they find themselves standing in a vast, dusty courtyard, surrounded by architecture from a completely different era. Where in the world are they? A horseman thunders towards them, his armor ancient and his voice a roar as he demands to know who they are. The instructor, unfazed, simply announces that the new recruits have arrived to report. The man on the horse, a sergeant by his look, glares down at them. His eyes are filled with suspicion and contempt. New recruits? He clearly doesn't believe it. With a sudden, sharp snap of her fingers, the world freezes. The dust motes hang suspended in the air, the charging horse and its rider locked in place like a statue. The entire scene is washed in an unsettling, ethereal purple glow. The instructor's voice is the only thing that moves. She explains that an anomaly, simply put, is an invasion of their world by another time-space. But this place, she reveals, is different. It's a controlled anomaly, one they've refined with a secret technique to make it stable. A dedicated training ground. Then she drops the bombshell that shatters their reality. From now on, they will undergo basic training and live here for the foreseeable future. She lays out the grim schedule. The first day is for basic training. On the second day, a curse will be removed from them and they will attempt a job selection. Wait, a curse? What curse have they been living with? She tells them not to worry if they fail, but the word hangs in the air, a new layer of dread. She continues, explaining that in the evening, a joint reception will be held for the three schools, Jillan, Terran, and Nadir. They are to dress elegantly and be on their best behavior. With a faint, almost mocking smile, she wishes them a pleasant time and bids them goodbye. A bolt of lightning flashes, and she is gone, leaving them stranded. The sergeant, still frozen mid-shout, repeats his question about new recruits. Time lurches back to life. The immense physical and mental strain of the teleportation finally hits the students, and one after another they collapse like puppets with their strings cut. The sergeant scoffs in disgust, calling them rotten mud, not even fit to be called human beings. He bellows that he doesn't care where they came from. Here they are less than nothing. If they're dragons, they'll coil up. If they're tigers, they'll lie down. Any disobedience will be met with severe punishment. His eyes lock onto Zhu, and he demands to know his purpose for joining the army. Zhu's mind races, and he gives the only answer a cornered man can, to do whatever the general tells him to do. The sergeant's face breaks into a wide, unsettling grin. He mockingly praises Zhu, calling it the most wonderful answer he's ever heard, and sarcastically complimenting his 160 IQ. This isn't a good sign. The fake smile vanishes. The sergeant rears his horse, roaring that their first test of potential is to run 10 laps around the training ground. Their performance will determine if they even deserve to choose a job tomorrow. The exhausted students begin to run, the red-headed boy muttering if this is all just some big role-playing game. An assistant immediately lands a brutal kick, reminding him that the whips they carry are very, very real. Even the dog barks in protest before being forced to scurry along with the rest of them, dodging the feet of the desperate students. Suddenly, the sergeant's voice cuts through the panting and the pounding footsteps. He shouts for them to stop, pointing a commanding finger directly at Zhu. He calls him out by his new nickname, Genius. The sergeant's harsh expression melts away, replaced by an unnervingly friendly smile. He tells Zhu that he doesn't need to run. The commander gestures to the private room, telling Shen Yi can use anything inside, even the hot spring. He urges him to rest, assuring him that no one else will enter. But as Shen Yi turns, the commander's tone shifts, his smile becoming unnerving. He's impressed, he says, and asks if Shen Yi would like to advance. Then comes the chilling request, "Bring out that thing so I can have a look." Shen Yi's blood runs cold. "What thing?" He backs away, warning the commander not to come any closer. The man just chuckles, asking why he's so nervous. He explains himself, claiming to see an aura of true righteousness on Shen Yi, something that doesn't dissipate easily. He guesses it must be some kind of amulet. Relief floods Shen Yi's system as he understands. It's his identity, Jade. Presents the Jade, and the commander's eyes widen in recognition. A disciple of the vast skygate, he knew it. He declares that with a talent like his, the great cause of the human race can't possibly fail. After training, every recruit receives a profession, a path for their future. He opens a lavish box, revealing 4 glowing orbs, each a potential destiny. He says he's carefully selected the 4 most suitable for Shen Yi: Demon Slayer, Wind Tracker, Exorcist, and Night Ranger. The Demon Slayer, he explains, is a warrior, relying on pure strength to suppress evil and block attacks. The Exorcist is a priest, demanding exceptional abilities to learn the arts required for dealing with ghosts and evil spirits. All of these, he notes, are initial-level military professions. But then he gestures to the last one, Night Ranger. This profession was left behind by disciples of the vast skygate who served in the ancient army. If Shen Yi takes it, he'll receive their exclusive teachings. The connection is too perfect to be a coincidence. Shen Yi feels the weight of the decision. These professions are recognized by the arcane realm itself, granting immense power. He must choose wisely. But then a wild, almost arrogant thought takes root. He asks the commander, "Can I choose all of them?" Without waiting for an answer, he scoops up all 4 orbs, declaring that only children choose one. The commander's face falls. He strongly advises against it. He explains the brutal reality. Different professions mean different classes, different study tasks, and 4 separate exams. While others sleep, Shen Yi would be drowning in coursework. Reality hits Shen Yi hard. Fine, he says, he'll choose 2 for now, Demon Slayer and Night Ranger. The commander asks if he's absolutely sure, warning him that the path will be incredibly difficult. Shen Yi's resolve is firm. Yes. The commander nods, laying out the new schedule. General training in the morning and exclusive lessons for his chosen professions in the afternoon. The terms are non-negotiable. He must complete all the lessons, or he'll be eliminated and demoted to the lowest-ranking profession. But then the commander leans in, his voice dropping. The Night Ranger profession is affiliated with the vast skygate. It will issue orders to keep his matter secret. What secret is he protecting? Before Shen Yi can ask, the commander announces the anomaly will close in 10 minutes. Left alone, the pressure crashes down on him. He's already juggling 2 worlds. Now he has to juggle 2 professions on top of it all. Back in reality, his roommate asks if he's heading into the nightmare world tonight. Shen Yi just collapses onto his bed. No, he's completely drained. All he wants is to rest, even just for a little while. He heads for the hot spring, hoping to soak away the exhaustion. He plunges into the steaming water, the splash echoing his fatigue. A sigh of pure relief escapes him. The heat is a godsend, soothing his aching body and mind. Glancing over the wall, he can see the other recruits still running laps, their grueling training far from over. A small smile touches his lips. This is the feeling of youth, he thinks, leaning back and closing his eyes. A sharp knock on the door shatters the peace. A voice calls out, "Hello, your takeout order has arrived." Shenyi's eyes fly open. Takeout? Who ordered takeout? He leaps out of the water, his heart hammering against his ribs. Wait a minute. I'm inside an anomaly. How in the hell did a takeout order get delivered here? Steam billows around him as the last of the energy settles into his core. Not only has he broken through to 6 stars, but his frost bite and sky shadow skills have both reached the first level of the Fa Jai. The improvement is immense, a surge of raw power that makes him feel invincible. But his moment of triumph is shattered when the door to the hot springs flies open. A woman with long purple hair barrels in, her face etched with worry. She saw the lightning strike from his training and asks if he's all right. She freezes mid-stride, her eyes going wide. Shenyi stares back, equally stunned. A split second of silence hangs in the air before they both erupt. She demands to know what he's doing, why he isn't wearing anything. He snaps back that he should be asking why she just burst in on him. Just as he's about to be kicked out of the training space, a system alert flashes. It's midnight, the system is shutting down, and with a sickening lurch, he's ejected, not into his room but into a crowded hall surrounded by stone-faced soldiers. He lands in a graceless sprawl, completely naked and utterly exhausted. He snatches a nearby leaf in a desperate attempt at modesty, his face burning with shame. The soldiers just stare, a mix of shock and morbid curiosity on their faces. One of them even has the audacity to commend him, saying he's really going all in. But not everyone is so amused. A woman screams, calling him a pervert. He tries to explain himself, insisting he's not, but a bright flash blinds him. Someone is taking pictures. Is his life a joke now? He points accusingly, but the humiliation only deepens. Another woman, this one clad in striking red armor, steps forward and slaps his rear, remarking that he's the fastest student she's ever seen adapt to life here. Mortified, Shenyi shoves his way through the crowd, desperate to find some clothes. As he streaks away, one of the female soldiers watches him go, a blush creeping up her neck. What a passionate young man, she thinks to herself. Later, finally clothed, he gets a call from his parents. They're ecstatic, congratulating him on getting into one of the top 3 high schools. For a moment, things feel normal, a welcome relief from the chaos. But as he walks, he notices people snickering, looking at their phones. He glances over and his blood runs cold. It's the picture. The naked picture of him with the principal photoshopped in. His reputation is in ruins. On his own phone, a news feed shows the principal himself, proudly announcing Shenyi's success to the world. The principal unveils a bronze statue erected in his honor as fireworks explode. But Shenyi's confusion turns to dread. He sees drums, firecrackers, and people burning incense. Why are they treating this like a memorial service? He sees his parents on the screen, telling him not to worry about offerings and flowers since he isn't dead. The statue behind them is literally on fire. What in the world is happening back home? They tell him to focus on his training and abruptly hang up, leaving him staring at his phone in utter disbelief. The world he left behind seems to be losing its mind. Just then, a wave of energy washes over him, and a new notification floods his vision. His thunderclap has officially reached the first level of the arcane realm. As a disciple of vast skygate, he has activated the inheritance power of the lunar lineage. The system confirms it all. Once his other skills reach the arcane realm, he'll unlock the full secrets of the vast skygate. His card updates, solidifying his new 6-star status. This power is real. He has become a true successor, a disciple of a legendary power. But the final message leaves a chill in his soul. The vast skygate has already disappeared into the mists of time. He's the heir to a lost legacy. What can he possibly hope to gain from a power that no longer exists? He's now a true successor, a disciple of a power that has long since vanished into the mists of time. A forgotten lineage. Just what kind of power did he stumble into, and what can he possibly gain from a legacy that no longer exists? A voice booms in the darkness, mocking the man tied to the chair. It's the great archaeologist, he sneers, recognizing him as the husband of No, 768, and the father of No, 769. He laughs, calling them absolutely gorgeous. The captor's voice is dripping with sadistic pleasure. He reminisces about those nights, admitting he still keeps the video footage. He shoves a phone into the prisoner's face. He says he can enjoy it too, but unfortunately he used too much force that time. He crushed her chest cavity, and she died on the spot. A choked, guttural scream tears from the prisoner's throat, his body convulsing against the ropes as the images on the screen burn into his mind. The captor grabs a fistful of his hair, yanking his head back. He asks how a lowly commoner could dare sneak into his residence seeking revenge. It's the prisoner's own fault, he spits, for disobeying the higher-ups. He reveals the truth. They wanted him to activate some kind of altar, but he refused, saying it would kill too many people. What kind of monster blames a man for his family's murder after he refused to commit mass murder himself? The captor leans in, a grotesque smile on his face. He says it's unfortunate the man's wife and daughter were killed, but if not for him, how could he have experienced such pleasure? The prisoner's eyes, wide with madness, lock onto his tormentor. He asks if he's finished with his nonsense. A single, thin red thread materializes from the prisoner's chest and pierces the captor's hand, who screams in shock and pain. The prisoner's voice is chillingly calm. "I'm very hungry now." His stomach groans, an unnatural predatory sound. The captor, clutching his bleeding hand, screams for the guards to kill him. But it's too late. The guards rush in, only to be met by a storm of crimson threads that slice through them in an instant. The prisoner hangs upside down, held aloft by the threads, a terrifying grin on his face. He mocks the so-called noble families, these self-important mortals who dare call themselves gods and control the lives of others. How foolish and arrogant. The captor, terrified, clutches a charm and begs his lord of the underworld for help. But the prisoner just laughs, a sound devoid of all sanity. He tells him it's no use. Little does he know the true god has already descended. Tendrils of flesh and blood erupt from his mouth as he speaks, a horrifying transformation beginning. He declares that he will join forces with this new god to skin him alive, devour his flesh, and suck the marrow from his bones until nothing is left. Elsewhere, Shenyi stares at his phone, his face a mask of concentration. Voice explains what he's just witnessed. The Skinner, murdered by a powerful family, was driven to desperation. He activated a forbidden altar, summoning a lord of the weeping demon realm. Shenyi asks Kunlun why he's being shown these images, secrets of the noble houses. Kunlun's answer is cold. Regardless of his past, the Skinner has strayed too far down the wrong path now. He will not be forgiven. Death is his only fate. Kunlun continues, explaining that the authority of the Hunshin Gate extends far beyond Shenyi's imagination, and he was granted access to these secrets because he possesses the necessary qualifications. Kunlun states its purpose, to protect humanity. It will not interfere with any human actions. But Shenyi's attention is snagged by a detail in the video. He tells Kunlun he recognizes the statue held by that fat man. He does recognize it. Kunlun confirms it's an ancient deity from the Undead race, a race he heard perished in a war of gods. Why would a statue of a dead god from another world appear here? How is this even possible? Shenyi's mind races. The thunder palms in both worlds are identical. There must be a connection. He realizes the horrifying truth. Someone brought the deity from another realm into this world, allowing it to enter human civilization's history. What conspiracy lies behind all of this? As if on cue, a system notification floods his vision. The rest period has ended and the abnormal system has reopened. It's back. The weight of it all is crushing. He pushes it aside, deciding that thinking about it all the time is pointless. For now, he'll just sleep. Night falls over a grand, traditional estate. Inside, a pair of maids approach a closed door, announcing to the second lady that she is needed. The head of the household requests her presence in the study room. The doors slide open to reveal a young woman in a wheelchair, her expression unreadable. She looks out at the moonlit garden, her voice soft but firm. She understood. The young woman wheels herself into the oppressive throne room, her presence barely a whisper in the cavernous space. She greets her father and sister, her voice frail, her posture one of submission, but her body betrays her. A violent, racking cough doubling her over in the chair, the sound echoing in the chilling silence. Her older sister watches with a cold smile, feigning concern. "Ah, my poor little sister," she says, mentioning she'd recently acquired a rare ginseng root just for her health. She tells her there's no need for politeness between them, but her tone shifts, the false kindness evaporating. "Let's get down to business." The masked father's voice booms through the hall. Their other sister, Yinshin, has gotten into a bit of trouble. He dismisses it as a minor flaw, something they should simply erase for her. The sick girl looks up, confused and worried, asking what happened. He explains that Yinshin made some careless remarks, and some spoiled brats from powerful families took it seriously. In the fallout, somehow she was implicated. Her sister adds, her voice dripping with false sympathy, that she never imagined that lowly insect would get so lucky, becoming the strongest disciple of that sect's true teachings. "This is a bad thing," she says, "but it can become a good thing." The father's command is simple and chilling. All you need to do is admit that those words came from your mouth. They've already prepared the story for her. She will publicly state that her sister Yinshin was mischievously pretending to be her, telling jokes that were horribly misunderstood. When she makes a public apology, her sister promises to use her connections to mend their relationship with the powerful families. It would be best to win this boy over to make him work for them. But as the plan sinks in, the sick girl's eyes widen in terror, asking the one question that matters: And what about me? The father's reply is a gut punch. Nothing will happen to you. His voice drips with contempt. You're nothing but a useless waste. Everyone knows you lack the capability to orchestrate something like this. No one will make things difficult for you. Is this a father or a monster? The weight of his words crushes her, triggering another violent coughing fit as she collapses forward in her chair. Her sister places a hand on her head, a gesture that should be comforting but feels like a leash. "This has been hard on you, little sister," she says, her voice smooth as silk. She then brings up a memory. "Don't you remember your childhood friend, Shenyi?" The girl looks up, completely lost. Childhood friend. Her sister's smile is sharp, predatory. "It's Shenyi," she says, "the one who saved us when we were little." The girl winces, fresh blood trickling from her lips as she shakes her head. "I'm sorry, sister. I don't remember him." The father dismisses her failing memory as a symptom of her long illness. But his next words are a threat, cold and sharp. "Yinshin, this is one of the few opportunities you can actually be useful. Cooperate with your sister. Do not disappoint me again." Defeated, she bows her head in submission, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes, father. The family has chosen its sacrifice." Song Kingyun places a hand on her younger sister's shoulder, her voice deceptively warm. "She'll take her to the joint welcome party for the 3 schools," she says. "It's all settled. All King Luo needs to do is apologize to Shenyi, and this whole messy affair will be over." But behind that gentle smile, King Yun's mind is a storm of ambition. The divine spectrum is nearing completion. Her only focus is restoring the Song family to its rightful place as the foremost of the 6 great clans. She can't let a trivial matter like this distract her. And for her plan to work, she needs her sister's help. King Luo's face is bruised, her eyes hollow, but she agrees. "Of course, sister." The words taste like ash in her mouth. For all these years, every single thing has remained exactly the same. Her mind drifts back to the day it all began. Her older sister, a prodigy, standing tall while she was confined to a wheelchair, a prisoner in her own body. Nothing had ever changed. When King Yun awakened the family's ancient talent, the entire clan erupted in celebration. She was their future, their hope. But as for King Luo, she was just the sickly younger sister, a footnote in her siblings' glorious story. Her own awakening test was a complete failure, her results worse than even an ordinary person's. She was a disgrace, a stain on the family name while her sister was destined for greatness. She thought she should just disappear, fade away into some forgotten corner where she couldn't shame them anymore. But then, a hand reached out for hers. It was King Yun promising to protect her. She would shoulder the burden of the family, she vowed. She would make them the strongest. And King Luo, no matter how weak, shouldn't worry. She would always be her sister. But in that moment, King Luo didn't see a savior. She saw a predator, its single red eye glinting with malice. It was then she knew she had fallen into an abyss filled with the judgmental stares of her entire clan, their eyes glowing red with expectation and disappointment. In their world, her existence had no value. She was nothing. The memory fades, but the bitterness remains. "Do you think I don't know?" She thinks, her rage a silent scream. "That my illness is all you're doing? You fear me. You've been cursing me in secret, turning me into this useless shell." She was forced to take the blame for a demon god summoning that cost thousands of lives, a crime even the noblest families wouldn't dare commit, all because she was the good-for-nothing daughter. But she refuses to play the part any longer. She won't grant her sister's wish. Today, she decides, I will die. Only death can grant her the rebirth she so desperately craves. But before she goes, there's one last thing she must do. She has to see Brother Shenyi one last time. The very next day, the ground itself seems cursed. A guard bellows at a group of students, telling them all to hold on tight for their lives. They're clinging to massive stone pillars, nearly naked, in some bizarre purification ritual. This is a tomb ceiling pillar, the guard explains, and holding it can suppress the curse upon them. The longer they hold on, the more they're cleansed. One student complains about the mandatory nudity, while a white dog barks that it's the only way. But Shenyi stands apart from the chaos, fully clothed and utterly defiant. He refuses. "Get out of my way," he snarls. "I'll kill anyone who tries to get my hands on that thing." A woman wreathed in flames suddenly attacks a nearby student, sending him flying. The guard quickly clarifies that anyone not cursed is free to move around. They don't need to hug the pillars. What in the world is happening at this school? Before Shenyi can react, a formidable woman with purple hair grabs the man who was just attacked. She glares at Shenyi, her eyes burning with intensity. "You're a monster for choosing this school," she seethes. "Come with me. I have something to tell you." The news from Yunshin Port is grim. The scenes they witnessed were a lie, a fabrication. The truth is far worse. The entire task force sent to suppress the disaster was plunged into the sea with almost no one left alive. An entire force, gone, and the great families are just hiding it. This isn't a failure to contain news, it's a deliberate cover-up, a delaying tactic for a plot aimed squarely at Shenyi. He scoffs. "Let them come." He has his own revenge to seek anyway. But what about the others who died during the exam? The young masters from powerful families. He learns a blind old man, an expert in sound waves, had appeared specifically to hunt him down. The woman reveals the man's identity, the chief retainer of the Zhongli clan, one of the 36 great clans. A man who supposedly died a mysterious death, his very soul vanishing from the world. She demands to know how Shen Yi managed it. He plays it cool, denying everything. He claims the old retainer ran afoul of Zhao Yibing and the Skinner, and they were the ones who finished him off. A convenient lie that explains why the higher-ups are blaming everything on the disaster itself. The connection is made. The old man was from the Zhongli clan. That's their lead, the first real thread they can pull to unravel the entire conspiracy and find the mastermind behind it all. Shen Yi's eyes narrow with cold purpose. He'll root every single one of them out. Just then, a soldier appears at the doorway. Someone is waiting for Shen Yi at his quarters, and they've brought a military order specifically for him. A military order right now? This timing feels way too convenient. He's warned to keep his guard up, even in this supposedly safe place. He nods and heads out. He slides open the door to his room, expecting an officer, a messenger, anyone but her. Sitting there calmly sipping a drink is the young girl. His eyes widen in shock. How did she even find him here? She reminds him she promised to find him after the exam. He almost forgot. She seems impressed he got here so soon. Then she pushes a small, cloth-wrapped object across the table. "Take it," she says. He unwraps it and his breath catches. It's the gem, the legendary treasure that can break the curse. He can't believe she actually got it. He grills her, asking where she found something so valuable that people would kill for it. He tries to laugh it off, claiming it was just some part-time work, but she sees right through it. She tells him to stop the questions and just take it to his young mistress. His expression softens. If this can save her, it's worth any risk. She's only a child. The girl asks if she can really take it, her voice filled with a fragile hope. He gives her a reassuring smile. Take it. She bows her head, deeply grateful, promising to convey her lady's gratitude. But as he turns to leave, she stops him. Her voice drops, filled with dread. What if? What if the gem doesn't work? What if all hope is truly lost? She asks him if that happens, to tell her lady to rest in peace. He snaps. He slams his hand down on her head, not with anger, but with a desperate frustration. "Shut up," he growls. "Why are you being so pessimistic?" He grabs her by the shoulders, his eyes blazing. "If this gem doesn't work, come back to me. We'll find another solution. Don't you dare talk about giving up so easily." His voice is a raw promise. "She saved my life twice. I will do everything in my power to save hers. Tell her not to give up because I will not let her die." Tears well up in the girl's eyes, her despair washed away by his fierce determination. For the first time, she feels a flicker of real hope. Brother Shen Yi is here. Clutching the gem, she makes a decision. "He doesn't want me to die. Since you care so much about my young mistress, I'll share another secret with you. A secret about our other young mistress. A secret about Song Qingyun." Shoved another mouthful of pasta down, but the taste was gone, replaced by the metallic tang of fear. The broker's last threat echoed in his head, a promise of pain he couldn't shake. He tried to picture her smile, the one that always grounded him, but the image soured instantly. That smile wasn't a comfort anymore. It was a target he'd painted on her back. His vision flickered, unwanted, seeing the world in its ugly, structural truth. The hairline cracks in the concrete, the frayed wiring in the walls, the vulnerabilities in everyone. What was her vulnerability? The thought slammed into him, cold and sharp. They knew about his power. Finding her would be child's play. How could he have been so arrogant, thinking he could keep his two worlds separate? The fork clattered from his hand. He saw her face again, not serene, but pale with a terror so vivid it felt like a premonition. Was this paranoia finally taking over? Or was it a genuine warning he was seconds away from being too late to heed? He was on his feet before the decision was even made, leaving the half-eaten meal behind. He had to get to her, even if he was the very danger he was trying to save her from. The soldier leans in, his voice low, asking about a secret concerning Song Qingyun. The woman doesn't hesitate, her expression grim as she lays out the ugly truth. The Song family, she's heard, plans to make the second daughter take the blame for the eldest. She explains how the younger sister, known for being mischievous, supposedly impersonated the elder to confess her affections to several people. But the soldier knows this is more than just a childish prank. He asks if they could really go that far. The woman's eyes harden. They have to. The consequences are already beyond repair. The eldest daughter colluded with the Skinner, a sin that cost tens of thousands of lives and led to the destruction of the entire Yunshan port. The family needs a scapegoat, and fast. The evil god, the Song family. They will never allow such a stain on the eldest daughter's reputation. Why? Because the eldest is a prodigy, the awakened future of their clan, now at a critical breakthrough point. The second daughter, however, is considered a good-for-nothing. In the cold calculus of power, her fate means nothing to them. Soldier scoffs, a bitter laugh escaping his lips, so that's how they see it. The second sister's only purpose was to be a sacrifice for the first. His companion nods, adding her own chilling suspicion. This entire scheme was likely the eldest daughter's plan from the very beginning. From the side, a young girl's voice cuts in, asking what plan they mean. Meanwhile, watching from afar, a woman with flowing hair stares into the distance. With his help, she muses. Maybe they can finally break this deadlock. A voice beside her agrees, admitting that the kid does have some potential. Back at the training grounds, the instructor slams his pickaxe into the dirt. The job application, he bellows, starts now. He explains that every profession has minimum attribute requirements. To even be considered for the minor job, they need at least 7 points in strength and 2 in mental energy. To demonstrate, he channels a surge of blue energy into his pickaxe. He strikes the ground, and the earth shatters, blue light cracking across the surface in a web of power. This, he declares, is mineral exploration, a basic skill for locating underground veins. Only by mastering this can they hope to secure the job. Sumu watches, unimpressed. 7 strength and 2 mental energy for that. He scoffs internally. He could do far more damage with a single punch. The instructor's head snaps toward him. Don't you dare look down on miners, you fool. Mining is the foundation of all underground activity. But just as he's about to berate Sumu, one of the other students shouts that he saw something on the hoe as it swung. The instructor's anger vanishes, replaced by surprise. Another student praises the first, noting that as expected of a disciple from the Hunshin sect, his perception is on another level. The instructor grins. Smashing the ground with a pickaxe is something anyone can do. The most important aspect of mineral exploration is mobilizing the power of the far realm itself. As he speaks, ethereal, snake-like forms of blue energy rise from the cracks in the earth, pulling shimmering ores to the surface. Is this what a profession truly is? He confirms their thoughts. A profession means gaining the recognition of the far realm, allowing you to invoke its power for special effects. As your recognition grows, it can eventually materialize into a name. The blue-haired student, burning with curiosity, asks what a name is for. The instructor beams, pointing at him. Excellent question. He grips his pickaxe, his aura flaring. Those who possess a name can utilize the power of the far realm to a far greater extent. He tells them to watch closely. This is still mineral exploration, but this time he will unleash it with his name. An inscription materializes above his head as he slams the pickaxe down. The ground doesn't just crack, it explodes. A tidal wave of energy erupts outwards, sending the recruits tumbling through the air. An avalanche of ore, far greater than before, bursts from the chasm. The students stare in utter shock. The power of a name, it increased the skill's effectiveness by at least 10 times. How is that even possible? The instructor lets the awe sink in. Obtaining a name is a feat reserved for geniuses chosen from 10,000. But you, he says, are lucky. You are at Zurang High School. The 3 great high schools are famous for one reason. They have the recognition of the far realm and can communicate with it directly. Here, he says with a confident smirk, you'll find it easier to obtain a name than any ordinary professional ever could. The instructor's voice echoes through the training ground, explaining that the terms he's been using all have a name. He reveals that Zio Menju possesses a name, though she's completely unaware of it, her potential already acknowledged by the magical realm itself. The boy scoffs internally. He has names too, the little match boy, survivor, but they feel like cheap jokes, not a source of power. The instructor continues, his voice booming with authority. A profession is the very essence of wielding the power of the far realm, and success grants a practitioner their own stellar dharma form. A recruit in the back can't contain himself, blurting out a question about the highest level of strength a person can achieve, only to get smacked down for speaking out of turn. After a sharp apology, the instructor clarifies that there are 9 distinct levels of power. The same recruit, now properly reporting, asks how one advances to the second level. The instructor grins, praising the boy's ambition as fitting for a successor of the Hunshin sect. He explains that the first professional skill is a gift from the far realm. Everything after that, every step forward, must be carved out by your own hands. To reach the second level, one must perfect their dharma form, then channel that power into their eyes, awakening the dharma eye. This is the third level, an ability to perceive all things within the realm. He then casually mentions that 2 of the students present have already awakened theirs. Another recruit reports, pointing at a miner and stammering that it looks like a pangolin. The instructor confirms it, demonstrating the 4th level, summoning spiritual beings. These beings, he explains, are masters of the far realm's power, placing anyone who can summon them among humanity's most elite masters. With the lecture over, he orders everyone to begin their profession selection. As the recruits move toward the barracks, the instructor calls out to the boy, calling him genius and telling him to come with him. He leads him away from the crowd, explaining that the night roamer profession is different. It's not a common choice, but a direct legacy left by the Hunshin sect. They arrive at a massive, sealed door. The instructor says that ancient items are preserved inside, accessible only to true disciples. What could possibly be waiting in there? He admits he doesn't know what's inside, only that it's crucial for the night roamer. With a simple good luck, he leaves the boy alone as a jade slip activates the door, causing it to slide open with a low groan. The boy steps through, finding himself on a narrow bridge in a chamber that feels eerily similar to the previous trial ground he endured. At the center of the room, floating above a dais, is a single ancient bow. It glows with a faint, ethereal light, an artifact of the Hunshin sect's legacy. This has to be it. He walks forward, his heart pounding in his chest, and slowly reaches out his hand to touch the relic. The instant his finger makes contact, the world shatters. The stone chamber vanishes, replaced by a terrifying, alien sky filled with dying black suns and crimson eclipses. He recoils, his mind reeling from the sudden, violent shift in reality. He stares up at the cosmic graveyard, a sky choked with dead stars, a single question screaming in his mind. What is this place? A calm voice answers from the void. A spectral figure appears before him, holding the very same bow. He explains that only a true disciple, acknowledged by the far realm, can activate this technique and witness this scene. The spirit looks upon him with ancient eyes, calling him junior brother. A successor he was fated to guide, but never to meet. The realization hits the boy like a physical blow. This isn't a place. It's a technique that reveals the past. He's looking into a memory, but whose, and what could have caused such devastation? The vision solidifies, pulling him into a memory not his own, a sky of dead space and dying stars. A voice, ancient and weary, tells him they were destined to meet, but unfortunately they are also destined to never see each other again. Standing atop a desolate peak, the legendary archer gestures to the apocalyptic scene above, 9 blood-red suns pulsing with malevolent energy. He asks the young man to bear witness, because their world has died. The 9 stars in the sky, he explains, are the Zuzalaro. They invaded their world, a tide of cosmic horrors, but he clarifies with chilling gravity that they are not the true killers of this world. They are merely gluttonous corpses, feasting on the remaining life force of a planet already slain. The young man watches, a shocking realization dawning in his mind. An archer shooting at suns, could this possibly be the legendary Hui? With a single blindingly bright arrow knocked, Hui let the shot fly, a sliver of hope against an entire sky of despair. The young man can't believe it. Can one arrow truly make a difference against 9 celestial bodies of pure destruction? It seems utterly impossible. But the arrow isn't just one. It splits, multiplying into 9 perfect streaks of light, each one finding its mark with unerring accuracy. The impossible happens. One by one, the crimson suns are pierced. A chain reaction of cosmic explosions rips across the void. A symphony of destruction that wipes the invaders from existence. The sky is cleared in a flash of brilliant, world-shattering light. The young man is speechless. With just a single strike, all 9 suns were destroyed. Huyi lowers his bow, explaining that it wasn't his power alone. He and his lover combined their archery skills to annihilate the Zuzalaro. He reveals she wielded the power of the gods from the moon on the other side of the sky. But as the young man looks, a new, more terrifying sight emerges from the darkness. The victory was hollow. Huyi's voice turns grim as countless shadowy outsiders pour into their reality. He admits the war is nearing its end, and they are destined to lose. But the world itself had one last act of defiance. As it died, it unleashed a torrent of energy, forming a barrier to trap the outsiders within. Now, all beings are trapped in a chaotic cage match, fated to fight and fall against each other. And so, Huyi declares his final purpose, to pass the power of the night roamer into the future. He will bestow upon him the core archery technique, the flying shot. He promises to teach him this technique, along with another called Frosty Moon Shakes the Heavens. Only by mastering both can one become a true night roamer. The insight will linger in his mind for only 3 days before vanishing forever. This knowledge is vast, boundless, and must be conquered. With a final farewell, Huyi wishes for him to become a glimmer of hope for humanity as his form dissolves into motes of light. The vision shatters, the phantoms of the past fading away as the ancient battle recedes. The young man collapses, coughing violently as the bow in his hands, an artifact from a bygone era, crumbles into dust. But the experience is far from over. A searing pain ignites behind his eyes as raw, blue energy floods his mind. The inheritance wasn't just a memory, it was a direct transfer of power. His body convulses, every nerve screaming as the ancient knowledge surges through him. He lets out a guttural roar, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Complex formulas, cosmic laws, and divine archery techniques all trying to imprint themselves onto his mortal mind. His brain feels like it's tearing itself apart. So this is what he meant by conquering it. It's not a lesson, it's a psychic war for survival. He thrashes on the ground, blood pouring from his nose. He knows with absolute certainty that if this continues, he won't just fail to master the technique. He will die. The inheritance floods his mind, a torrent of raw data tearing through his consciousness as the spirit mocks him. Forcing this power on him could turn him into an idiot or worse, kill him outright. Blood streams from his nose as the system confirms his fate. All attribute points have been dumped into comprehension, maxing it out at 20. He's already learned Frosty Moon shakes the heavens, so the inheritance is now forcing the only thing left, the flying shot art. The immediate threat of death recedes, but the agony remains. The spirit chides him for being so fragile, for getting injured just by receiving knowledge. He grits his teeth, sarcastically asking if there's any way to fix his exploding head. The spirit seems to relish his pain, seeing it as a chance to watch a divine skull shatter. But then it offers a solution, a spiritual energy transfer. It wants to form a direct link between their spirits, a connection that will let it attack the pain inside his very soul. The spirit taunts him, asking if he can even handle such an attack. Defiantly, he agrees. If the spirit can handle it, why couldn't he? The link connects, and ethereal energy wraps around them both. A wave of soothing power washes through him, extinguishing the fire in his skull. He sighs in relief, thanking the spirit as a system notification appears. He survived a deadly danger, and his base attributes have all increased by 2 points. This skill is incredible, but the skeleton suddenly lets out a guttural groan, its entire body convulsing with energy. He stumbles back, shouting in alarm as the spirit cries out that it's burning hot. What is happening to it? The skeleton's form destabilizes, its bones rattling apart as it loses cohesion. It asks if he wants to unlink, but it's already too late. With a final, desperate surge, it dives headfirst into the nearby pool of water, hoping to cool its overheating spiritual core. He peers over the edge, bewildered, when a strange, savory aroma hits him. The water is steaming and it smells delicious. He looks closer, his eyes widening in disbelief. The pool has somehow turned into a giant bowl of pork rib soup, with the skeleton's skull floating in the middle. The spirit whimpers that it can't take anymore, and just like that, the system announces the connection has been severed. He collapses to his knees, panting. The pain is gone, but the sheer intensity of the experience was overwhelming. The flying shot technique is now embedded in his mind. But there's a catch. The information will only stay for 3 days, and even thinking about it gives him a splitting headache. He has to master it and become a night roamer before the social gathering, or he'll be helpless against Song Kingyun. He turns back to the pool, calling out to the great skeleton, asking if it's okay. The once mighty spirit has been reduced to a tiny skull bobbing in the broth. How did it get so small? The skeleton moans that it's about to melt away entirely. A wild idea sparks in his mind. Isn't it true that you become what you eat? He grabs a ladle, declaring the soup smells too good to waste. The soup begins to swirl as he drinks it down, creating a powerful vortex. It works. The skeleton's head returns to its normal size, but the rest of its body is still comically small. The spirit steams with rage, calling him an idiot and reminding him that energy conversion always involves losses. It bitterly reminds him that it wouldn't be in this pathetic state if it hadn't been trying to save him in the first place. He can't help but smile, telling the fuming skeleton not to be mad. He thinks it's cute when it's tiny. The ancient skeleton's voice grates in the cavern. Shen Yi, have you successfully secured the position? It presses him, demanding an answer. Don't tell me after all that sacrifice you still failed. Shen Yi grits his teeth, explaining that it wasn't a failure, but not a success either. The inheritance he received, flying arrows, doesn't mean what he thought it did. It's not about shooting arrows that fly. He has to literally take off first, fly through the air, and then shoot. It's a ridiculous requirement. He complains that the inheritance didn't even teach him how to fly, turning desperately to the skeleton. You can fly, can't you? He remembers the soul-shattering bomb it dropped during his exam. But the skeleton denies it. That wasn't flying, it explains. It was just using its spider form's jumping ability to leap between the floating stones. Shen Yi isn't buying it. What about during the hailstorm? He saw it with his own eyes, hovering right over his head. The skeleton clarifies again. That wasn't flying either. It was a complex magnetic levitation trick using its bones. To truly fly, it would need to transform into a bone bird, a trick it doesn't know. As for humans flying in the nightmare world, it's unheard of. The skeleton gives him one last piece of advice. Try your luck or find a human priest to help with that headache. With a sigh, Shen Yi thanks him and turns to leave, promising to find a way to restore the skeleton's strength. As he walks away, he remembers a message from a friend, Yun Nai. Ever since he became a disciple of the Hunshin sect, his fame has become a double-edged sword, attracting all sorts of people. He makes his way to a secret passage, noting that it's been almost completely destroyed. He wonders if the location for opening the gate has changed, then recalls a crucial detail. The ancients claimed the main world was bound by a field, preventing anyone from leaving. Yet he traveled between worlds freely. What kind of power does this gate truly possess? Deciding he needs answers, he reaches out to the mysterious voice that guided him before. He calls into the darkness, announcing that he's gathered all the frost moon, shattering heaven pieces as instructed. The voice materializes from the shadows, pleased. "Very good," it says. "I haven't misjudged you. There's still a glimmer of hope." Shenyi asks what he should do next. The voice commands him to hurry and take up the Night Wanderer role. He must let his life-bound star shine on him, condensing the star law phase. Once that is done, his frost moon shattering heaven will naturally advance to the first level of the Dharma realm. Then his true mission begins: go and seek out the secrets of this world. The voice adds that his friends will help him, but only if he helps them first. Friends, who is it talking about? Before he can get an answer, the voice declares that this is its final message. It has exhausted all its power and will now fall into an eternal slumber. Shenyi panics, yelling for it to wait, asking where he's supposed to go. But the voice is already fading, leaving him with a final, chilling ultimatum. You must save me, whether to save this world's secrets, or to save your world. And then silence. Shenyi stands alone, stunned. The secrets of this world, the death of his world, the weight of it all is crushing, but a sharp pain lances through his skull. The headache is back, worse than ever. He needs to find a priest now. He arrives back at the military camp, but he's immediately swarmed by a crowd of cheering soldiers. They're all chanting his new name, Saint Peiki, the hero who saved the prince, humanity's youngest hero. He's famous, and the attention is overwhelming. He tries to push through the mob, insisting he's in a hurry, but they won't let him pass. Suddenly, a group of priests blocks his path, but they seem more interested in his personal life. One smirks, asking what about the girl from last time. Shenyi shoves past their gossip, clutching his head. He tells them he has a terrible headache and needs a doctor. One of the priests looks him over with a knowing sigh, remarking that he's under too much pressure. He offers to help him relax with a special holy massage technique. To Shenyi's utter disbelief, the priest's bizarre contraption works instantly. The headache vanishes and his mind feels sharp again. The priest boasts that his technique never fails, and since Shenyi saved the prince, this one is on the house. Then the priest's expression turns serious. He mentions that the prince, now victorious, has returned and left a specific order. If Saint Peiki reappears, he must report to the military camp immediately. The skeleton's voice chimes in Shenyi's mind, reminding him that the prince has a reward that requires 20 mental energy points to learn. A reward, a new skill, all thoughts of cosmic doom vanish, replaced by a surge of excitement. Really? He clenches his fist, a determined fire in his eyes. I'm heading there now. The voice from the shadows scoffs at his caution, admitting that this world has delivered far too many unexpected twists. The mass curse was a failure, she concedes, her clones wiped out entirely. But it wasn't a total loss. The Skinner, she says, has successfully absorbed enough souls for the next phase. Her story stretches back millions of years, when one of her countless clones first stumbled upon this planet, a unique anomaly in the vast, empty universe. She found humanity fascinating, a species that kills for selfish desire yet unites to protect their world. Their hearts a swirling abyss of darkness and noble light. Fragile as ants, yet possessing a boundless potential that could shake the heavens themselves. And when her true self finally crossed the stars to arrive here, she discovered this world held even deeper, darker secrets. Her eyes lock onto the grand painting on the wall, and a sickening energy begins to bleed from the canvas. Vicious red tendrils erupt from the portrait, lashing out and tearing into the frame, the walls, the very air itself. The woman in the painting screams silently as the tendrils pierce her face, her eyes weeping blood. A chilling, distorted laugh echoes through the hall as a voice asks if he has finally found her. The tendrils connect back to the woman sitting on the stairs, revealing her as the puppet master. She tells him she's been watching him from the moment he arrived, first from a distance, then lingering near Galan. She finally reveals her face, a hauntingly beautiful visage, and asks him a simple, terrifying question. What do you want from me? The face in the painting twists into a monstrous maw, shrieking with a mix of admiration and contempt. It calls him a reckless fool for daring to enter this world in his physical form, then extends an offer, an invitation to join them. You must have noticed, the creature hisses that this planet is already dead. Before its demise, a seal was cast, turning it into a one-way prison. Once you're here, there is no escape. The creature explains that breaking the world seal is impossible for anyone being alone. So she proposes an alliance. They have gathered many of their kind, along with humans desperate enough to want out. With the help of those humans, they can corrupt the seal from within. Once it shatters, they can all return to the stars, to their homeland. What kind of choice is this? Ally with a monster or be consumed by one? But the offer comes with a threat. Refuse, and he will be branded an outsider, his power seized by any means necessary. If he accepts, all he has to do is follow the rabbit. The choice is yours. The creature cackles, as the woman stands impassively before the bleeding portrait. Shenyi turns his back and begins to walk away, the silence thick with his unspoken decision. But another voice cuts through the tension. Yun Nai is here, asking if he's already leaving. She praises him for saving someone from the mass curse, telling him the teacher is prepared to reward his great deed. As a bonus, she offers to introduce him to a few senior sisters, assuring him they are all very nice people. Shenyi's expression is unreadable for a moment, his eyes betraying nothing. Then a slow smile spreads across his face as he agrees. Great. Yun Nai gestures up the grand staircase, explaining that their leader is a woman named Song Qingyun. She promises that Song Qingyun is incredibly knowledgeable and will share information he'll find very useful. Is he really walking into this? Or is this the first move in his own plan? The scene shifts violently to the nightmare world, a desolate camp under a dark sky. A soldier rushes into a tent, announcing that St. Peiki is coming. A man bursts through the flap right after, screaming for His Highness to help him. He collapses at Peiki's feet, clutching his leg and wailing that he's caught a terrible disease and needs to be saved. Peiki looks down, utterly bewildered, and asks what kind of disease it is. The man looks up, tears streaming down his face, and sobs that he has a fatal condition. He'll die if he doesn't learn the royal family's flying technique. He continues to beg, his desperation echoing in the cold tent. Pei Kai clings to the prince's leg, his voice cracking with a fabricated illness. He claims he's caught a disease, a strange affliction where he'll die if he doesn't learn the royal family's flying technique. What kind of excuse is that? The prince responds not with sympathy, but with the sole of his boot, sending Pei Kai flying across the floor with a blunt order to get out. But Pei Kai scrambles back, his desperation escalating. He sobs that he's just awakened a new inherited technique, and he has to be able to fly to use it. He begs the prince to teach him, swearing he'll repay the favor 1,000 times over. The prince, tired of the spectacle, offers a more conventional path, the Imperial Military Academy, a place for a proper education, not aimless wandering. But Pei Kai's eyes light up with a single-minded question. Can he learn the flying technique there? The prince explains that flying is a secret of the royal family. However, with Pei Kai's past achievements, 10 years of hard work at the academy might grant him a chance. 10 years. The words hit Pei Kai like a death sentence. That's far too long. He has urgent matters that can't wait a decade. He changes tactics, vowing to attend the academy after he's settled his affairs, declaring that by then, even the prince won't be able to get rid of him. The groveling begins anew. The prince's patience finally shatters. Pei Kai is on the floor, pleading for mercy, reminding the prince of his loyalty, calling himself the prince's own Saint Pei Kai. Enough, the prince roars, his voice cutting through the whining. With a grim expression, the prince extends a sealed letter. He has a top-secret mission. Complete it, and Pei Kai will earn 10 years' worth of merit in one fell swoop. Pei Kai takes the letter, his mind racing. A top-secret mission, an exception to the rule, a direct path to the flying technique. This is his chance. The contents of the letter send a chill down his spine. The undead race is in turmoil. Their leadership has been overthrown. A new power is rising, forming something called the New God Church, and the specifics are known only to the highest echelons. Investigate the undead's new faith? The prince confirms it's a mission of grave importance. Faith is the very source of their power, and for them to abandon their old gods means this new deity possesses something terrifying. The survival of humanity is at stake. He fixes his gaze on Pei Kai and asks if he can do it, but Pei Kai knows this is just a convenient way to get rid of him. The spirit warns him that the undead are not fools. Their territory is impenetrable for a human without extensive preparation. They value bloodline, power, and wealth above all else. He reminds Pei Kai of his last attempt to investigate this new faith. It ended with him being beaten half to death. Going back now would just be a repeat performance, unless they can accumulate wealth and find a way to disguise themselves. They would also need to align with a powerful faction just to be acknowledged. Pei Kai listens, a daring plan forming in his mind. He tells the spirit to get ready, he's releasing him and he needs his full cooperation. The spirit recoils in horror at the suggestion. Beg a human prince for help. The spirit rages, calling it an utter degradation of his dignity, but Pei Kai cuts him off. The spirit isn't human. He's from the nightmare world, so his dignity doesn't count. Pei Kai's resolve hardens. He's determined to master the flying technique, to become a night roamer, and he'll do whatever it takes. With a surge of power, he summons the spirit into the room. A massive, spectral skull erupts into existence. The prince's elite guards instantly materialize from the shadows, blades drawn, shouting about an assassination attempt as they form a protective wall. The cloaked assassins surround the three-eyed spirit, their swords humming with energy, ready to strike it down. "Wait," Pei Kai yells, stepping between the guards and the terrified spirit. He calmly announces that he accepts the mission. Then, with a confident smile, he introduces the towering skeleton as his undead informant, spinning a wild tale about his name being Fei Lun, a descendant of a noble family. Is the prince really going to fall for this? Pei Kai pushes the lie further, telling the prince that with royal support, they could even uncover the identity of the new undead monarch. Fei Lun trembles, trapped between the guards' swords and Pei Kai's insane bluff. He knows that if he denies any of this, he'll be cut down where he stands. The spirit breaks. Bowing its massive head, it stammers its agreement, pleading for the prince's help and promising to complete the mission. The prince raises a hand, ordering his guards to stand down. His expression is unreadable. He says he's seen this undead before and confirms it is indeed an informant. He turns his cold gaze upon the trembling spirit. He remembers Fei Lun being far more arrogant the last time they met. This cowardly display is new. The prince announces he has a few questions. If Fei Lun can answer them, it will prove his noble lineage. But if he can't, the prince's voice drops, laced with ice. It would mean they are conspiring to deceive the throne. He reveals he knows all about Pei Kai's past, imprisoned, turned into a eunuch. And as for the spirit, it will be executed on the spot. Oh, he's calling the bluff. The prince's voice drips with menace, his silhouette wreathed in a terrifying purple aura. If you cannot answer my question, he declares, it means you are conspiring to deceive the emperor. Pei Kai's blood runs cold. Panic seizes him. Damn it, Fei Lun is just a low-ranking noble. How could he possibly know these secrets? If he can't answer, they're both dead men. He tries to intervene, stammering the prince's title, but a sharp command cuts him off. Shut up. The prince's gaze remains locked on the skeleton, his voice a low threat. Fei Lun, answer my question. Which major families comprise the upper echelons of the undead? Without a flicker of hesitation, Fei Lun's skeletal form bows slightly. He reports to his majesty that there are three: the pale shadow, the soul casting, and the dark rose. Pei Kai stares, dumbfounded. He actually knows something. The prince presses on, asking about the most popular activity among them. Beast fighting, Fei Lun replies instantly. The interrogation deepens. The prince wants to know which family will be made the scapegoat for the recent undead losses. The Pale Shadow clan, Fei Lun answers, explaining they spearheaded the last campaign and their prestige has been greatly diminished by their losses. The prince's eyes narrow, a hint of surprise in them. You know that. One last question, the prince says, his voice deceptively calm. What is inside the most honorable undead carriage? Fei Lun describes it with chilling accuracy. A frame built from the bones of living beings, with 4 skeletons channeling souls into the carriage like a vortex of soul fire. A slow smile spreads across the prince's face. Absolutely correct, he says, his tone shifting completely. He now fully supports Fei Lun on this mission. Pei Kai can only gape in disbelief. Is this giant skeleton really a nobleman? The prince tosses a storage ring to Fei Lun. Inside is a fortune in undead currency captured during the war, 40 million bone coins. Pei Kai's eyes nearly pop out of his skull at the sight of the glittering hoard. Fei Lun immediately turns to Pei Kai, grilling him on the local economy. Prices, salaries, the cost of a house. The guard, now thoroughly intimidated, explains that the average salary is about 3,000 ancient coins, and a low-grade meal of soulfire costs just 3 bone coins. Pei Kai can barely contain his excitement. At those prices, 40 million is more than enough to live like a king. But the prince isn't done. He has one more gift. A cloak of pure, dark energy materializes in his hands. This, he announces, is the Death Camouflage Cloak. He explains that it not only extinguishes all traces of life force, transforming the wearer into a vampire, but it can also freely alter its own appearance. Fei Lun is instantly shrouded in the powerful magic. Amazing, Fei Lun says, admiring his new vampiric form. He declares he's ready to leave for the undead realm right away. But he has one last request. He asks the prince to teach him the flying technique he'd used earlier, arguing it would make the mission much easier. Without hesitation, the prince produces a glowing golden crystal. Take it. Fei Lun is stunned by the sheer generosity. Why? The prince's logic is cold and clear. This mission is an unprecedented gamble for the human race. The intelligence gained from infiltrating the undead capital would be invaluable. He's not about to be stingy over a mere flying technique. Accepting the crystal, Fei Lun thanks the prince for his trust, promising he'll succeed. The crystal dissolves into Fei Lun's hand, a notification echoing in his mind. You have learned flying technique. The prince nods, satisfied. All right, next I'll send you to the border. A massive glowing skull erupts from the floor, forming a teleportation circle. The prince reveals its true destination, a hidden area within the undead capital, Eternal Night City. A secret array they built at great cost. Wait, asterisk within asterisk the capital, not the border. This mission just got infinitely more dangerous. The prince turns to leave, his part in this finished. The rest is up to you now. Fei Lun, hiding his shock, assures him the mission will be accomplished and steps into the blinding light with Pei Kai. They reappear in a dark, dripping cavern. The stench is overwhelming. Fei Lun gags, covering his mouth. Ugh, it stinks. They're in a sewer. Pei Kai looks around, his skeletal form trembling. He stammers, trying to find the words. Pei Kai, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. He finally blurts it out. The undead have known about this secret human teleportation point for a long time. They've had a large force deployed down here, just waiting for someone to use it. Before the words even sink in, monstrous shapes begin to rise from the filthy water. We're going to die before we even start, Pei Kai whimpers, as glowing red eyes fix on them from the darkness. The sewer explodes into motion as an entire legion of armored undead warriors emerges, their weapons drawn, their intent murderous. Fei Lun freezes, his face a perfect picture of horrified realization. His hands fly up in a gesture of pure shock. They weren't sent on a mission, they were sent to their deaths. But why would the prince set them up like this? The imposing demonic guards loom over them, their voices dripping with menace, as they demand to know why a skeleton and a vampire are in this secret passage. The vampire's bravado melts away, and he quickly tries to smooth things over, insisting they are all on the same side. He leans toward his companion, whispering a frantic plan to create a distraction so he can bolt for the door. But the skeleton cuts him off with two simple words: no need. Stepping forward with an unnerving confidence, the skeleton addresses the guards directly, telling them to open their eyes and see who they are truly dealing with. He declares that the underworld Lord Tikixua has not vanished. He has returned, and he is here to take control of the situation once more. The skeleton utters a single code word, Ashalanor, and the demonic guards freeze in utter shock. The code. It can only mean one thing. This isn't just any skeleton. He's the herald of their true master. In an instant, their aggression vanishes, replaced by pure reverence. They drop to one knee, not before the skeleton, but before the stunned vampire, hailing him as the son of the bloodline. Hold on, the vampire is the lord they're talking about. How is that possible? One guard, still confused, calls the skeleton pathetic, but is immediately silenced with a threat. The lead guard reports that the city is in chaos. The ancients have been abandoned, forcing everyone into hiding. The vampire, now processing his sudden promotion, coolly states that his return has a purpose. He takes command, ordering the two guards to secure the passage while he handles the rest. He turns to the skeleton, now calling him Big Head, and tells him it's time to go. As they depart, the guards whisper in disbelief, wondering why the legendary son of the bloodline would choose the form of a vampire and keep a mere skeleton as his bodyguard. The vampire smirks, remarking that his skeletal companion seems to have quite the background. But the skeleton isn't celebrating. He warns that the situation is far worse than it seems. A new faction, fanatics who worship the undead, have taken over. If they are found, they are finished. To avoid this, the skeleton offers the vampire a treasure, a hat that can conceal his face. The vampire reluctantly puts on the enchanted hood, grumbling that the skeleton is just jealous of his handsome face and wants to steal his spotlight. With his identity hidden, the skeleton lays out the mission. Time is running out, and they must get to the Street of Lost Souls to retrieve a secret item. They break into a dead sprint. Purple energy erupts from the skeleton's hand, enveloping the vampire in a crackling aura. He's suddenly lifted off his feet, a feeling of weightlessness washing over him as he shouts in exhilaration. He can fly. Soaring through the dark tunnels, the skeleton barks directions from above, guiding him toward a manhole cover that will lead them to the surface. They emerge into a desolate Gothic cityscape, where twisted spires claw at a blood-red sky. On a nearby rooftop, a shadowy figure stirs, its tattered form turning as if it sensed a disturbance in the air. A horrifying, emaciated face with burning red eyes sniffs the wind. It can smell it. The scent of the ancients. They're being hunted already. The manhole cover slides open with a low groan, a figure in the darkness below hissing to be careful. He whispers that they need to get inside while no one's around. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses a key to his companion before vanishing into the shadows of the Gothic city. Inside the opulent hall of the Holy Soul Bank, A sharply dressed wolfman greets the cloaked figure, his monocle gleaming. He's a representative for their VIP service. He recognizes the item instantly, calling it the ultimate key and bowing low before the distinguished customer. As he leads the way, he explains the rules. The key grants access to a private storage room for up to 3 minutes, a period of absolute security guaranteed by the bank. No matter what happens, they will be safe inside. And if they need an early exit, the red rune on the wall provides an instant teleportation escape. But the clock is ticking. After 3 minutes, the room will automatically teleport them to a random location. Gu Qingshan's partner urges him to hurry. They don't have 3 minutes, maybe not even one. The security in the undead imperial capital is legendary. The slightest misstep will be their last. The plan is simple. Grab the item and hit the red rune immediately. The key sinks into a grotesque skull lock, purple light flaring as the vault door opens. But what's inside sends a jolt of shock through the cloaked man. Not gold, not artifacts, but a collection of scrolls. His blood runs cold. These parchments, they exude the unmistakable aura of the dead. This is a trap. Pure panic floods his voice as he screams at Gu Qingshan to strike the red rune. They have to leave now. Gu Qingshan slams his hand on the rune, and the teleportation circle ignites. The light flares, but it's not fast enough. A cataclysmic blast of dark energy erupts from the vault. The very ground shatters under the force of the explosion. Damn it, they were too late. From the swirling vortex of chaos, a horrifying skeletal figure rises, its form crackling with raw, unbridled power. The wolf representative stumbles back as the vault is torn to pieces. He shouts that whoever they are, they have no right to trespass. The skeletal being materializes before him, its voice a low growl. It tells him he's arrived at the perfect time and demands to know what the customer looked like. Where did he go? Trying to maintain his composure, the wolf stands his ground, declaring the man a VIP client whose safety is paramount. He warns the creature to leave, threatening to report this to the major shareholder. But who could possibly have the authority to command this thing? The creature's patience evaporates. It seizes the wolf by the head, its grip like a vice. It doesn't care about shareholders. It only cares about one thing, and it asks again, what did he look like? The wolf's monocle cracks under the pressure as the creature lets out a soul-shaking scream, demanding an answer. Broken by terror, the wolf spills everything. A black cloak with a red lining, a slender figure, a wide-brimmed hat. He couldn't see the face. The creature's grip tightens, its voice a venomous hiss. Where did he go? The wolf cries out that he doesn't know, that the runestone teleportation is random. The creature's glowing eyes narrow with disgust. Useless. In a final, gruesome explosion of blood and viscera, the wolf's head is obliterated. Standing amidst the carnage, the skeletal being issues a chilling command to the shadows themselves. By its authority, the Shadow Legion is to be summoned immediately. Its orders echo through the ruined chamber. Scout the entire city for a man in a black cloak. Activate the highest alert level. A terrifying proclamation hangs in the air, a promise of citywide slaughter. The bloodline of the ancients has returned.